In an abandoned warehouse, a man worked hard to repair and upgrade a dilapidated mecha. After 2 months of hard work, he finally completed the mecha, named Shinyu. However, the repaired girl turned around and ran away with a bronze metal pilot without mercy. The man was so angry that he almost vomited blood, and his heart was filled with unspeakable anger. This world is full of strange beasts. Humans drive mechas that can transform into beautiful girls and fight fiercely with the strange beasts. However, what is incredible is that in this world, humans are almost unable to control mechas, and the burden of fighting falls entirely on the mecha girls. Just when the man was about to give up his dream of becoming a mecha pilot, he found an abandoned, white-haired mecha girl in the corner of the warehouse. When the man touched her lightly out of some indescribable impulse, an attribute panel suddenly popped up in front of him. Her strength, speed, and defense were almost full, but her intelligence was shockingly low. In this world that relies heavily on the combat capabilities of mecha girls and intelligent auxiliary systems, low intelligence means that this mecha is almost a defective product. But for men, this is exactly the perfect mecha he has always dreamed of. Chi suppressed his excitement and ecstasy. He looked at the white mecha in front of him, his eyes full of passion and desire. This was a mecha tailor-made for him. Well, Chi said, his voice trembling with excitement. Let me drive you for a bit, okay? The white mecha stood quietly. After a moment, a soft female voice with a slightly electronic synthesis sound came from inside the mecha. It was the voice of the white-haired girl, but at this moment there was a hint of uncertainty and nervousness. You can, but please be careful. I'm afraid I'll cause you trouble. Chi smiled slightly, and this reaction was in line with the white-haired girl's fragile appearance. Buzz, accompanied by a slight mechanical sound, the white mecha slowly knelt down, and the armor on the chest slid smoothly to both sides, revealing the cockpit inside. Chi did not hesitate at all and got up and climbed in. The cockpit was not particularly spacious, but the layout was reasonable and full of a simple sense of technology. Chi sat on the seat. The material of the seat was very soft, fitting his body tightly, and it felt like being gently embraced by a warm embrace. It was too comfortable. If there were such conditions in the previous life, wouldn't I enjoy it every day? Connect the neural synchronization interface. Chi issued a command skillfully, sharing the field of vision with the mecha. More detailed data streams and a 360-degree simulated view of the external environment instantly popped up in the field of vision. Switch to full manual control mode. Chi ordered again. The white-haired girl's voice was obviously panicked. Fully manual? But my auxiliary system is almost useless. What if I make a mistake in operation and damage someone else's things? The white-haired girl's voice became smaller and smaller, and her words were full of worry. In this world, almost no pilots will choose the full manual mode, which is equivalent to completely giving up the intelligent assistance of the mecha girl. In this mode, the mecha girl has no control over her body at all, and all actions are completed by the pilot. Chia's mouth curled up with a confident arc. This was the area he was most familiar with. Don't worry, I'm here. His voice was clearly transmitted to the core of the girl's consciousness. Chi paused and added, believe me. These 3 simple words seemed to carry magic. Inside the mecha, the light representing the core of the white-haired girl's consciousness flickered slightly and no longer made any objection. Hold on tight, buddy's gonna take you flying. Chi held the joystick with both hands, his eyes instantly becoming serious. The mecha's legs slightly bent and began to accumulate strength. The next second, she kicked the ground fiercely. The huge body showed a lightness and explosive power that was inconsistent with its size. The blue light under his feet sprayed out, instantly breaking through the reserved exit on the top of the warehouse and going straight into the blue sky above Qingqing. The hustle and bustle of the city below and the desolation of the abandoned industrial area were quickly left behind. Chi drove the white mecha into the mecha girl's only passage above the city. In the passage, other mecha girls of various shapes and colors were flying slowly. This is simply feeling the perfect feedback from the joystick. Chia's blood began to boil uncontrollably. It's so cool. This feel, this performance, it's simply perfect. The thrill that Chi had felt in his previous life, driving those S-Class ace mechas across the interstellar battlefield, surged into his mind again like a tide. Chia's fingers moved nimbly on the complex control interface, as if playing the most exciting music. Under Chi-Ye's control, the white mecha sometimes slid sideways like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the spire of a tall building. Sometimes it rose rapidly like a bird of prey, drawing incredible arcs in the air. Then there's another extremely smooth turn. The aircraft flips in the air. The action is smooth and full of power and beauty. This is not only a display of superb driving skills, but also a perfect resonance between the pilot's soul and the aircraft. Ah! Inside the cockpit, a young girl's scream suddenly rang out with a sobbing voice. Slow down. Slow down. Too fast. We're going to hit the mecha next to us. Ouch. My core is going to overload. The girl's voice was intermittent due to fear and too fast movement, full of pitiful taste. Chi heard it and slowed down his movements slightly, but the smile on his mouth deepened. Don't worry, you won't collide. Chi even had the leisure to comfort him. This is just the beginning, not even a warm-up. At this moment, several mechas that were originally flying on normal routes noticed the abnormality here. A brightly painted, powerful red mecha approached first. A rough male voice came from the cockpit. Hey, look at that white mecha. I haven't seen it before. Which company's new model is it? It looks so damn beautiful. A speed-type blue mech nearby also caught up, and the driver's voice was frivolous. What's the use of being pretty? Look at the driving skills. It's like a madman on drugs. Is he some young master from a big family, driving his new toy out to show off? No matter who he is, he dares to drive like this in the city. If we don't teach him a lesson, he really thinks he can fly. A voice came from another defensive brown mecha, and at the same time it began to adjust its angle, faintly showing a trend of encirclement. Soon, including the first red mecha, a total of 4 mechas of different models surrounded the white mecha driven by Chi-Yi from 4 directions. The pilot of the red mecha opened the public channel and said in a hostile voice, "Boy, stop. This public waterway is not a place for you to perform acrobatics. Do you understand the rules?" The blue mech's pilot even mocked directly. "You're driving such a beautiful mech, but you're running around like a headless fly. You're such a loser." Chi frowned slightly. What a headless fly. Don't they even know these basic mecha driving skills? If the pilots in the previous life saw someone driving a mecha to do this, they would definitely praise him as a master. Chi just wanted to test the performance of the mecha, but he didn't expect to get into trouble so soon. Judging from a situation, the other party is obviously a veteran, relying on the number of people looking for trouble. It's better to keep a low profile in the city. Chi thought to himself, not wanting to have a conflict here. As soon as he finished thinking, his hands holding the joystick moved suddenly. The pilots of the 4 mechas surrounding him felt that the pure white figure in front of them seemed to fade away. The next moment, the white mecha's engine roared silently, and the thrusters emitted light blue flames. But the moment the light came on, the mecha itself disappeared from the spot. What? Where are the people? Shit. Teleport. The 4 pilots exclaimed at the same time. On their radar screen, the red light, that representing the white mecha, flickered madly a few times, as if something had malfunctioned. Each flicker jumped over a distance of several blocks before completely disappearing at the edge of the detection range. It was so fast that the radar could no longer lock onto it. The 4 pilots who stayed behind looked at each other, their arrogant attitudes instantly extinguished, leaving only shock and a hint of fear on their faces. They didn't even see how the other party left. Abandoned industrial area inside a warehouse. A flash of white light appeared, and the flawless white mecha appeared again in the center of the warehouse, landing steadily and silently. The cockpit opened, and Chi jumped down refreshed, with a look of satisfaction on his face. This mecha was a treasure tailor-made for him. Behind Chi, the white mecha glowed softly again, and she turned back into the girl with white hair and heterochromatic eyes. She staggered, her face slightly flushed from the high-speed maneuver just now, and her breathing was still a little rapid. But the white-haired girl's beautiful eyes were no longer filled with confusion and inferiority, but were filled with bright light, as if she had seen a miracle. The white-haired girl stared at Chi-Yi closely, her eyes full of admiration and an indescribable excitement. "You..." She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but because she was too excited, her words were incoherent. "You are amazing." The white-haired girl never thought that her machine, which was judged to be a defective product, could actually perform such incredible actions. Just now, those movements just now, The girl's voice was trembling, but full of excitement. I never knew that I could do those. Chi looked at the sparkle in her eyes and smiled slightly. I said before, there are no rubbish pilots, only rubbish pilots. Chi reached out his hand and gently brushed away a strand of sweat-soaked snow-white hair on the girl's forehead. His movements were natural and gentle. Chi said, "You are not defective. You are excellent. It's just that they don't know how to discover your potential." The girl's body stiffened slightly, and then her cheeks turned redder. She looked at Chi's handsome face, feeling the warmth from his fingertips, and her heart began to beat faster. The white-haired girl said, then I. She lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. "In the future, can I follow you?" "Okay." Chi smiled generously. Chi said, "You should be called Yueying from now on." "Yueying? My name is Yueying." The girl murmured, and soon a smile broke out on her face. Chapter 4. Contract. Should we sign the Mecha Girl contract? Yueying pulled Chi's sleeve, her eyes full of desire. Contract. Chi was stunned. Chi had never heard of such a thing. In his previous life, the mechas were just ownership agreements signed with the military or companies. How could there be any Mecha Girl contract? Chi's heart tightened, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Xianyu, the girl who made the machine, had never mentioned such a thing before. He foolishly helped her repair it for 2 months, but she turned around and signed the contract. Damn it. Chi felt like he was slapped hard in the face. He was actually fooled by a Mecha Girl? Chi took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. What's going on with the contract? Chi asked Yueying, his voice calm and emotionless. Yueying didn't notice his abnormality and began to explain. There are 2 types of contracts, ordinary contracts and core contracts. Ordinary contracts are what most pilots and pilot girls will sign. The girl will obey the pilot's orders, but she cannot go against her own will. If the pilot dies, the girl can continue to look for the next pilot. Yueying paused, raised her blue eyes, and looked at Chia. But the core contract is different. The pilot girl must obey the pilot's orders completely and never betray him. The most important thing is that the intelligence core of the Mecha Girl is completely bound to the pilot. If the pilot dies, the Mecha Girl will also die and become a pile of scrap metal. Yueying added softly, so very few Mecha Girls are willing to sign the core contract. This means that their lives will be bound to the pilot. Even if the pilot does not die, the Mecha Girl can only live for 100 years. If the Mecha Girl's wisdom core is constantly updated, theoretically she can live forever. Chi listened, his mind racing. He looked at Yueying's expectant yet slightly uneasy eyes. This girl who was treated as waste actually offered to sign a contract. Obviously, she trusted him completely. The anger in Chi's heart was extinguished immediately. People like Xianyu were not worth his attention at all. When he saw her next time, he would let her know what he could give her. "What kind of contract do you want to sign?" Chi asked softly. Yueying's eyes suddenly lit up. She answered firmly without hesitation. "Core contract. I want to follow you forever." A serious look appeared on her face. Chi smiled, with a bit of excitement. "Okay." He nodded, then signed the core contract. Yueying's cheeks suddenly turned red. She lowered her head, her eyes dodging. "That," Yueying said softly. "To sign the core contract, the pilot needs to have access to my intelligence core." After Yueying finished speaking, a soft white light lit up around her. Snow-white armor began to cover her body, and her figure rose. The girl disappeared, and in her place was a perfect white mecha. The armor on the mecha's chest slid open, revealing the cockpit. Inside, a sphere emitting a soft glow appeared. Chi took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. He walked forward, reached into the cockpit, and gently touched the glowing sphere. The sphere felt warm and soft, with a wonderful smoothness. The moment Chi touched the core, a stream of information rushed into his mind, accompanied by strong impact. Joy, excitement, and shyness. Various emotions intertwined together, making Chi's brain buzz. "Chi, hurry up." Yueying's voice came from the core, trembling and a little shy. "That's my most important part. I can't expose it for a long time." Chi's fingers suddenly retracted as if they were burned. Chi looked at the ball of light, and Yueying's red face flashed through his mind, as if some scenes flashed before his eyes. This design was simply too fascinating. Chi calmed himself down and reached out again, this time much more gently. His palm hovered over the intelligence core, feeling the energy flowing on it. "Are you ready, Yueying?" Chi asked. "Well," Yueying responded weakly, but with a hint of nervousness. Chi focused, following the contract process that emerged in his mind, and imprinted his consciousness into Yueying's intelligence core. Powerful energy flowed into the core along his arm. The core instantly shone brightly, illuminating the entire cockpit. Buzz, an indescribable feeling of comfort spread throughout Chi's body like an electric current. Every cell seemed to be cheering. Chi felt that he and Yueying had merged into one. At this moment, he seemed to be sitting in a warm, soft, and powerful embrace. Is this the core contract? The contract was completed, and the light gradually converged. Chi could still feel the comfortable feeling in his body. Chi subconsciously raised his arms and stretched his waist. The seat automatically adjusted with his movements, always maintaining a perfect fit. The soft material seemed to be against the girl's skin. Chi subconsciously grasped the joystick in front of him. Suddenly, a groan of surprise and disbelief came from deep inside the mecha. Ah! Chi's hand paused. Chi looked at the joystick, then looked in the direction of the intelligent core. This joystick, why does it feel weird? The white light lit up again. Chi was sent out of the cockpit. The white mecha quickly retracted its armor and returned to its original form. The girl stood there, her long hair, slightly messy, her cheeks as red as a cooked shrimp. Yueying hurriedly hugged her shoulders and protected herself tightly. Yueying lowered her head, not daring to look at Chia, her whole body exuding an extremely shy aura. Chia looked at her like that and recalled her reaction just now and found a little funny. Ahem. Chi coughed lightly to hide a smile. He looked out the window. The night was getting darker. Let's go, Chi said naturally. I'll take you home. As soon as he said this, Chi suddenly froze. Go home? Where's Chi's home? This dilapidated warehouse was what he got from an old man in exchange for a pilot manual after he traveled through time. The old man treated this most basic operating manual as a treasure, and Chi obviously thought he was a fool. He began to understand that the pilots in this world seemed to have no skills at all, and they even treated a basic manual as a treasure. Chi suddenly remembered his time travel. His body was not his soul, but his own body, but his age changed from 40 to 19, returning to his best condition. He didn't know why, but it was not bad to experience the feeling of rejuvenation. Chi came back to his senses and looked at Yueying. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. He didn't have a home at all. Chapter 5. Pilot Certification. Chi took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Although there was no note, he could recognize the number without hesitation. Hello, old man, Chi said in a relaxed tone. A hoarse but full-throated male voice came from the other end of the phone. Stinky boy, you finally remembered to call me. How's the pile of scrap metal being repaired? Is it working? Chi smiled. He rented this warehouse for 3 months, and the rent was the mecha operation manual he brought with him when he traveled through time. The old man on the other end of the phone knew that he was here to tinker with the mecha. It can move. Not only can it move, it can also fly. Chi replied. Not bad. Your skills are good. The old man praised happily. I said you are not an ordinary person. When will you bring it out to show it? Chi leaned against the wall, watching Yueying curiously staring at his phone, and curled his lips slightly. What are you showing off? Chi said in a relaxed tone. The girl on the phone ran away, and the cooked duck flew away. The other end of the phone fell silent instantly. After a few seconds, the old man asked with a hint of surprise. Run away? What happened? Chi briefly talked about Xianyu's matter. His tone was calm, as if he was talking about someone else's matter. A bronze medal pilot. The old man sneered. Today's pilot girls are so short-sighted. A B-class pilot girl thinks she can get ahead by hanging out with a bronze medal pilot. How stupid. Chi didn't say anything, but he thought so in his heart. Okay, let's run away. The old man sighed, seeming a little regretful. The foundation is too poor. There is no future, even if it is repaired. It's not worth wasting your time. By the way, old man, Chi changed the subject. The warehouse will expire in a month. Can you convert the remaining money into a house for me to live in? House? The old man was a little stunned. Why, no place to live? Yes, no place to live. Chi nodded. I don't ask for much. I just want a place to take a shower, cook, and sleep. Chi had been living in a warehouse, but now with Yueying, she couldn't continue to stay in the abandoned warehouse. The old man was silent for a while, as if he was thinking about something. Okay, no problem. The old man agreed straightforwardly, but you have to find some time to meet with me. Chi was now somewhat interested. The old man rented him the warehouse, but he was always very mysterious. Chi didn't know much about him. except that he had a complicated background. Meet? Old man, you're not really a well-known figure in Qingsheng. Are you trying to show off in front of me? When we first met, you said you were the commander of the Qingsheng military region and wanted to buy my manual, but I didn't believe you. Do you think I believed it? Qi teased. You little brat, don't believe me if you don't want to. When you see me, I guarantee you will be shocked. The old man replied with a smile. I plan to go for pilot certification tomorrow. Qi continued. If I pass the certification, I can be considered an ordinary pilot. Pilot certification? The old man was a little confused. Don't you have a pilot girl? The old man said, you don't need to fly your own mecha to get certified, but you must register your mecha first. Qi raised his eyebrows. Who said I don't have a mecha? Qi added excitedly. Old man, I found a treasure this time. Qi looked at Yuing, who was listening attentively, her eyes full of anticipation. What's that girl before? Qi lowered his voice, unable to hide his excitement. This one of mine is the real treasure. Other girl robots are not even qualified to carry her shoes in front of her. When Yuing heard Qi Yi praising her like that, her cheeks instantly turned red. She lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, obviously feeling secretly proud. The old man on the other end of the phone was infected by Qi Ye's excitement, and his tone became a little curious. Oh, is he really that powerful? What level? Level is not important. Qi pretended to be mysterious. The most important thing is that she and I are a match made in heaven. You know what? I just took her out to try it out. The feel and speed are just amazing. The old man seemed to hear some sincerity, and after a moment of silence, he said, Okay, since you have found a new girl, things will be easy. Wolliu District, H10 skyscraper 13th floor, a 3-bedroom apartment, fully equipped, ready to move in. But there is no virtual gaming equipment. That thing is too expensive. You can buy it yourself when you have money, the old man added. Qi Ye's eyes lit up. Wolliu District was the most prosperous place in Qingsheng, and the H10 skyscraper was a landmark building. The 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment had completely exceeded his expectations. Thank you, old man. Qi thanked him gratefully. What are you thanking me for? It's just a small matter. The old man said in a relaxed tone, then it settled. When you are free, call me and we will meet. Qi said, okay. After hanging up the phone, Qi put away his phone with an excited smile on his face. Yuing, we have a new home. Qi looked at the girl and said excitedly. Yuing looked up, her eyes full of surprise and disbelief. She had never thought that she, a robot girl who was considered a waste, could actually have a home of her own. Let's go. Qi clapped his hands. Let's go to Wolliu District. Qi couldn't wait to see the new residents and couldn't wait to start their new life with Yuing. At the same time, on the top floor of the Qingsheng Military Region Headquarters building, an old man in military uniform with gray hair but vigorous spirit put down the phone. He walked to the French window, overlooking the night view of the city outside the window, with a deep light in his eyes. Pilot certification? The old man whispered to himself. He picked up another phone on the table and dialed an internal number. Connect to the pilot union. As night fell, the streets of Qingsheng were as bright as day. Qi drove the moon shadow and flew steadily in the dedicated passage above the city. Below, thousands of lights converged like a river, and neon lights flickered, outlining the prosperous outline of the future city. Yuing was able to execute every tiny manipulation accurately. This kind of pleasure of man-machine integration almost intoxicated Qi Ye. Qi Ye unconsciously tightened his grip on the joystick. A soft moan came from Yuing's intelligence core, with a hint of unbearable emotion. Qi paused and reacted immediately. This joystick is indeed a little strange. He immediately loosened his grip and coughed a few times to cover up his embarrassment. Well, the scenery is nice. Chapter 6. Sleeping Together. Yuing did not respond, but Qi could feel the fluctuations in her core consciousness gradually subsiding, and there seemed to be a hint of embarrassment. Soon, the H10 skyscraper came into view. The building towered into the sky, and its outer layer was covered with dynamic light curtains with colorful patterns that changed from time to time. Qi followed the instructions and slowly landed the moon shadow on a nearby dedicated mecha landing platform. The platform was surrounded by bright lights, and nearby was a bustling night market. The air was mixed with the aroma of food and human voices, and was filled with a strong smell of fireworks. In a corner, a few young men in jackets gathered together, puffing away at cigarettes and glancing at passersby with unfriendly eyes, adding a bit of gloom to this bustling scene. Qi retracted her gaze, and Yue had already returned to her human form. She looked around curiously, especially at the colorful signs and the dazzling array of food stalls, with a strong curiosity in her eyes. "Let's go in," Qi said, and walked into the building with Yue. They took the high-speed elevator directly to the 13th floor, found the designated room, and unlocked it with a pupil scan. A spacious and bright apartment appeared before my eyes. It was decorated in a modern and simple style, with all the furniture and appliances needed, and it was cleaned very neatly. Outside the French window in the living room was the dazzling night view of Qingqing. Yue stood at the door, a little reserved but also excited. She carefully took off her dusty shoes and stepped barefoot on the cold floor. When Yue saw the big bed covered with soft bedding in the bedroom next to the living room, she couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow!" She jumped directly into the soft bed and rubbed it comfortably. "So soft, so comfortable," Yue murmured in a low voice, with a satisfied smile on her face. Since being abandoned, Yue has been hiding in a cold corner and has never enjoyed such a comfortable bed. Yue lay on her side on the bed, her long snow-white hair spread out and her long white legs swayed unconsciously, outlining a perfect curve. Qi stood at the door, his eyes unconsciously resting on her, his Adam's apple rolling slightly. He couldn't bear it. He really couldn't bear it. Qi looked away, put Yue's shoes in the shoe cabinet, slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself. The night view outside the window was indeed beautiful, but at the moment, Qi was not in the mood to appreciate it. He casually turned on the LCD TV on the wall, and the local news was playing on the screen. Recently, strange beasts have been active in the eastern mountainous area of Qingcheng, and several attacks have occurred. The military reminds pilots leaving the city to pay attention to safety and not to approach the area unless it is an essential mission. On the news screen, several blurry videos were playing, and occasionally images of huge, strange beasts could be seen shuttling through the dense forest. Qi frowned slightly. Killing the alien beasts was his primary mission in this world. However, to go out and hunt the alien beasts, he had to pass the pilot certification first. Tomorrow's certification is of great significance. However, Qi is not worried. With his own skills, certification is just a piece of cake. Qi's only concern was how to make money. Yue was not equipped with artillery, only a giant sword with a light blade as a means of attack. All the equipment needed by the mecha girl needed money to buy. Raising a mecha girl was definitely not a cheap thing. "I'm going to take a shower." Qi turned around and said to Yue, who was curled up on the bed and about to fall asleep. Qi walked into the bathroom, and the hot water washed over his body, taking away the fatigue and anxiety of 2 months. After taking a shower and changing into the clean pajamas prepared in the apartment, Qi walked to the bedside. Yue had already fallen asleep on her side, breathing evenly, and her little face looked particularly peaceful. Qi hesitated for a moment, but still lifted the quilt and lay down on the other side of the bed. He tried to keep his distance. Although they had signed the core contract and had a close relationship, they had just met after all, so he still had to maintain some propriety. He closed his eyes and soon felt sleepy. Just as Qi was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard a faint noise beside him. Then, a warm, soft, and fragrant body approached cautiously, and like a kitten, it crawled into Qi's arms, rubbed its head gently against Qi's chest, and found a comfortable position. Qi's body froze instantly. He could clearly feel the girl's soft body and her steady breathing. Was this girl pretending to be asleep, or was she just confused in her sleep? Qi did not move, nor did he intend to point it out, fearing that she would be embarrassed. "Never mind, let it be." Qi stretched out his arms and gently held Yue in his arms. The girl's body was very soft, with a faint body fragrance. At this moment, the feeling of wandering and anxiety over the past 2 months seemed to be dispelled by this warm embrace. Qi closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. This night was the most peaceful and restful night that Qi had slept since he had traveled through 2 months. Similarly, this was also the most restful night that Yue had slept since she escaped from the laboratory. Yue even drooled a little, soaking Qi's pajamas. The next morning, Qi was awakened by a chirping sound. He opened his eyes and saw Yue kneeling in front of him, with his eyes wide open and an angry expression. "Qi," Yue took the initiative and turned the tables. You, why did you keep hugging me last night?" Yue pointed at her wrinkled pajamas and looked at the suspicious water stain on Qi's chest, accusing him. "Qi, He was stunned for a moment, and a bit of embarrassment appeared on his face. Looking at Yue Ying's righteous and shy look, Qi Yi was speechless for a moment. However, he was actually very happy. Good fellow, he has become so bold in just one night. He even knows how to turn the tables. Not bad. He has made progress. Qi doesn't want his mecha girl to always be timid and unable to even quarrel. How can she be a powerful figure on the battlefield in the future? Okay, I was wrong. Qi Yi quickly admitted his mistake with a smile on his face. I will pay attention next time. Yue Ying snorted and turned her head away, but the corners of her mouth could not help but rise slightly. After washing up and eating something, Qi Yi and Yu Ying set out again, their destination, Qingcheng Pilot Alliance. Yu Ying turned back into a white mecha, carrying Qi Yi into the air. Soon, they arrived at the pilot union in the city center. This building had a very high-tech feel and was more magnificent and taller than the surrounding buildings. On the landing platform, there were already many different types of pilot girls parked. The hall was crowded with people. Today seemed to be the unified day for pilot certification. The queue stretched from the hall to the square outside. There are quite a lot of people. Qi smacked his lips and stood at the end of the line obediently. Yue Ying returned to her human form and stood beside Qi. She looked around curiously, looking at the fancy painted mechas and the mighty shapes, her eyes full of freshness. Chapter 7 MS-01. The queue was longer than Qi expected, and he began to get impatient. Finally, the people in front of him moved, and it was their turn. Qi took Yu Ying to the registration desk. The staff member was a middle-aged man, wearing glasses and with a serious expression. He pointed to the identity information input device next to him without looking up. Name, age, contact information, fill in yourself. He then pointed to the vertical scanner on the other side. The machine lady, stand on it and scan and register the model. Qi quickly filled in her information on the screen. Yue Ying looked at Qi and seemed a little nervous, but she still walked to the scanner and stood in front of it. Beep, scanning begins. A blue beam swept across Yue Ying's body from top to bottom. A few seconds later, the scanner issued a shrill alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. Unrecognized model. Unable to enter the database. The staff member suddenly raised his head and looked at Yue Ying. The hall suddenly became much quieter, and the people queuing around looked over with curiosity and confusion in their eyes. Unrecognized model? The staff frowned and asked in a serious tone, "What's going on?" He stood up, walked to the scanner, and carefully looked at the garbled code on the screen. "Boy, what's wrong with you, Mecha?" He looked at Qi Yi with a questioning look in his eyes. "I can't identify the model. There are only 3 possibilities. Either it's a low-quality mecha you put together privately, and it doesn't have a formal number at all, or this mecha is an unpublished test product." The staff's voice was loud enough for everyone around to hear clearly, and the discussion started. Inferior quality robot? Wouldn't that be dangerous? What if it falls apart? It doesn't look like a low-quality mecha. It looks so beautiful. It feels like an unreleased experimental product. Experimental products are more troublesome. Maybe there are some defects, so they're not put on the shelves. Yue Ying was frightened by the discussions, and her body trembled slightly. She subconsciously took a step back, her hands tightly grasping the corner of her clothes, with panic in her eyes, as if she wanted to escape from here. The staff member's face became even gloomier. "Tell me, what's going on?" Privately manufacturing and using unregistered robots is a serious crime. Qi took a step forward and stood in front of Yue Ying, saying calmly, "It's just that the model is special and needs to be kept confidential. If we can't register, we can leave." "Keep it secret?" The staff member sneered. "Boy, do you think I'm stupid? The Pilot Alliance's database covers all known regular models. Do you think it's a secret just because you say so?" Qi did not say anything else, but reached out and gently held Yu Ying's cold and trembling hand. Her panic was slightly relieved by Qi's warmth, but Qi's action made the staff more alert. The staff member quietly pressed the button under the table. Qi noticed the other party's little action and cursed in his heart. "Damn it. If you really dare to call the police to arrest someone, I will let Yue Ying break this place directly today." Just when the atmosphere was becoming tense, the staff member's communicator suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and his face changed instantly. He hurriedly walked over and answered the phone in a low voice. "Hello? Yes. Got it. I'll handle it right away." After a few seconds, he hung up the phone, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. The staff member turned around and looked at Qi Yi. The suspicion in his eyes turned into panic and respect. "Ahem, this, sir. The staff member's tone changed drastically, becoming extremely polite. Just now. I'm sorry for offending you. Please forgive me. He walked back to the registration desk quickly, picked up a blank form, and handed it to Chi. Since your phone model is special and inconvenient to scan, then you can fill it out manually. Chi raised his eyebrows and took the form. In the model column, he wrote in a flamboyant style, MS-01. Okay. Chi handed the form back. The staff took the form, looked at the unfamiliar model, and didn't dare to ask any more questions. He quickly stamped it and entered it. Registration is complete. You can go over there to take the pilot certification test. The staff pointed to the passage on the other side of the hall. The people in the queue were stunned, totally confused as to what was happening. Is this mecha girl really a special confidential model? Mecha girls who are qualified to be confidential should all be S level, right? Chi held Yueying's hand and led her through the hall to the pilot certification area. Miss, pilot girls are not allowed to enter the test room. Please wait in the hall. At the entrance of the certification channel, a young female staff member stopped them and said to Yueying with a smile. Then the young female staff member looked at Chi Yi and said, Sir, please follow me. The certification test will be conducted in a separate room. Chi Yi nodded, let go of Yu Ying's hand, and followed the female staff member into the corridor. At the end of the passage is a small room. The room is not big. In the center is a silver-white, fully covered virtual game cabin. There are several promotional posters on the wall. Mecha Girls Wars. Both old and young people can play. A large number of Mecha Girls models for youth to choose from. Free test drive of S-Class Mecha Girls. 100% real feeling. Drive your favorite Mecha Girl and fight in another world. Have you fought today? Chi glanced at these posters and couldn't help but twitch his lips. These advertising slogans are really childish. However, it is reasonable to use virtual games to test the level of pilots. Please enter the game cabin and put on your helmet. The system will automatically guide you to complete the certification test. After the female staff member said this, she left the room. Chi walked to the game cabin, and the door slid open automatically. He sat in and put on the helmet. His eyes went dark, and then a soft blue light lit up. A sweet electronic female voice sounded beside Chi Ye's ears. Welcome to Mecha Girl Wars. First time logging in, character creation in progress. Scanning appearance. This game is committed to creating the fairest competitive environment. The character model will be generated based on your appearance score. Please look directly at the scanning probe. A beam of light swept across Chi Ye's face. Appearance detection completed. Score calculation in progress. Score, 99.99, system score cap. Character modeling in progress. The next second, a virtual image appeared on screen. He had black hair and black eyes, a handsome face, a tall and slender figure, and a faint smile on his face. It was a perfect replica of himself, even more handsome. Chi looked at himself on the screen and nodded with satisfaction. This game has a good eye. It knows how to appreciate my looks. That's great. Chapter 8. An insult to IQ test. Please name your character in Robot Girl Saga. The sweet electronic voice sounded again. Chi touched his chin. Since it was a new beginning, he had to give himself a resounding nickname. He said without hesitation, come to the training ground and watch me shoot at the target. It was straightforward, and he could also show off his shooting skills. Ding. Warning. The nickname contains sensitive words. Please re-enter it. The electronic voice was still sweet, but the content was not so friendly. Chi. Sensitive? This can be sensitive? He raised his eyebrows. It seems that he can't see the target. After thinking about it, Chi spoke again. Fat chicken playing cat. There should be no problem with this, right? Purely a nickname for fun. Ding. Warning. The nickname seems disrespectful to living beings. Please re-enter it. The electronic voice issued a warning again. Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. A living being? How interesting. Fatty is still alive? This game is really lenient. He put away his playful thoughts, pondered for a moment, and carefully entered a normal name. Xing. The nickname Xingya has been registered. Please re-enter it. Chia's forehead seemed to have a vein jumping. He was a little impatient and didn't want to waste time on such a trivial matter. He typed on the keyboard. Yi Yujingyang. The electronic voice said, the nickname Night Driving Girl has been successfully registered. You are being assigned an initial area. Did it work? Chi pulled the corner of his mouth and revealed a playful smile. The moment the nickname was confirmed, the darkness in front of him seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand. The light suddenly lit up, and he found himself standing in a dense primeval forest, surrounded by towering trees. With intertwined branches and leaves, the sun dappled through. The air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees. Buzz boom! A huge engine roar came from above his head, rough and piercing. Chi looked up and saw that the thick clouds in the sky were torn open by an old mecha, and it fell from the sky with a purple tail flame. Bang! The mecha crashed heavily into the open space not far away, stirring up a large amount of smoke and rubble. The ground shook. Isn't this a novice guide? Why is it a mecha instead of a mecha girl? This mecha doesn't look like a mecha girl at all. With a slight sound of decompression, the cockpit cover on the chest of the mecha opened up, revealing the control panel inside. Various dashboards and buttons were in a mess, full of retro feeling. Pilot certification mode is activated. In this mode, all mecha girls are disabled, and only the standard training mechas provided by the game are allowed. The environmental prompt sounded at the right time. Chi curled his lips. Ban the mecha girl? Only use the training machine. He walked towards the mecha and climbed into the cockpit skillfully. The cockpit was small, and the seat was extremely hard. There was no comfort at all. The mecha he drove in his previous life was not so simple, right? Chi stretched his shoulders and sighed inwardly. Compared with the top mecha he had driven before, this was a world of difference. He even suspected that the designer had some deep hatred for the pilot. The pilot certification mode has been activated. Please manually drive the mecha to the target location. The display screen in front of Chi flashed a few times, and then a two-dimensional map appeared with a flashing red dot on it. That's it, Chi muttered, holding the joystick. He tried to start the mech. The engine let out a dull roar, and the mech finally stood up slowly. Chi frowned. The balance of this mech was outrageous. It was simply a disaster. The response speed of the core unit was also extremely slow. However, these problems were not a big deal for Chi. Chi's fingers moved lightly on the control panel and quickly adjusted several key parameters. After everything was adjusted, he controlled the old gray mecha and began to drive on the rugged mountain road. The mecha's steps were a little staggering at first, but soon became extremely steady. The heavy metal footsteps landed on the ground, giving people an illusion of lightness. The gullies and rocks that ordinary pilots had to be careful to avoid seemed to disappear under Chi's feet when he was controlling the mecha. Soon, Chi arrived at the marked point on the map, which was a relatively open area. It seemed to be an abandoned training ground, with some target fragments remaining on the ground. The navigation test is completed and the flight test is about to begin. Please drive the mecha and pass through the light circles that appear in the air one by one. As soon as the words fell, 10 light blue light circles appeared out of thin air in the air ahead, of different sizes and arranged in no regular pattern. Chi almost couldn't help laughing. Wearing a halo? This is a kindergarten-level test, right? When he was in the military academy, he could do better than this even with his eyes blindfolded. He pushed the joystick, and the old-fashioned thrusters on the back of the gray mech spewed out lavender flames, and the body instantly took off. The takeoff was a little slow, but under Chi's operation, this old mech showed amazing flexibility that was completely inconsistent with its appearance. A perfect roll, accurately passing through a very small aperture. Then there was a standard dive, and the nose of the machine steadily pointed to the next target. The gray mech danced in the air like a butterfly flying through flowers. He passed through all 10 apertures with ease, his movements smooth and flowing. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, no one would have believed that this old mecha could perform such a maneuver. The flight test is completed and the combat test is about to begin. Please use the artillery carried by the mecha to hit the targets that appear in the air. Several fast-flying disc-shaped targets appeared randomly in the air, with no regular pattern in their trajectories. Chi controlled the mecha with one hand, and his other hand casually rested on the fire control button. He narrowed his eyes slightly and manually adjusted the muzzle. Bang! 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 Several dull gunshots echoed in the valley. The target in the air exploded instantly, turning into tiny metal fragments. The whole process took no more than 3 seconds. The combat test is complete. Chi raised his eyebrows, looking forward to the next test. According to his experience, this kind of certification must at least have a simulated confrontation or a survival test in a high-intensity environment. However, after waiting for a few seconds, the game system did not give any new instructions. After a while, the electronic voice finally sounded. Congratulations! You have successfully completed all the test items and you have passed the pilot certification. Now, you are a registered pilot. Chi. Is that all? That's all. He sat in the cockpit for a long time without moving, with a subtle expression on his face. No, this certification is too simple, isn't it? It's simply an insult to his IQ. Can this level of test screen out qualified pilots? Even the introductory training when he first came into contact with mechas was more complicated than this. But it was understandable. The girl was already in charge of the battle, and the pilot only needed to win without getting too hung up on the technical details. He exhaled lightly and forced himself to accept this reality. Forget it, it was better to keep it simple. At least he didn't have to waste time on such boring things. Exit the game. Chi gave the order. The scene in front of him began to blur rapidly. Light and shadow intertwined, and finally returned to deep darkness. Click! With a light sound, the door of the game cabin slowly slid open, and soft light came in from outside. Chi took off his helmet, put it aside, and walked out of the game cabin. He stretched his neck and walked directly to the door. Chapter 9. Star Corps, Pilot Union, Top Floor Conference Room. On the huge holographic screen, Chi's incredible certification video was being replayed frame by frame. In his hands, an old gray training mecha performed evasive and attack movements that could be called an art. Ji Qing-song, the commander of the Qingcheng military region, looked like an ordinary old man at the moment, wearing casual clothes and holding a cup of hot tea. He blew away the tea leaves and looked at the two top figures of the Pilot Alliance who were carrying Venus on their shoulders. How is it two gold medalists? Ji Qing-song asked slowly. In terms of manual operation alone, can you two operate a shabby training machine like this? The burly gold medalist pilot on the left, named Lei Hong, touched his shaved head and said slowly, Commander, this guy is a bit weird. But who still drives manually now? The intelligent core of the mecha is much faster than the human brain, and the reaction is also very sensitive. No matter how well he plays manually, if he really goes to the battlefield, can it be as fast as the intelligent search for the enemy? Can it be as stable as the automatic avoidance? Another gold medal pilot named Wen Yu, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a gentle temperament, also nodded in agreement. Brother Lei is right. These days, the performance of the mecha is king. A pilot is more like a commander, preventing the mecha from losing control. Besides, our promotion to gold medal pilots is not based on driving skills, but on... Ji Qing-song shook his head and put down the teacup. The bottom of the cup hit the table, making a slight sound, interrupting Wen Yu's words. Commander? To prevent the mecha from losing control. He snorted. You guys are too dependent on the mecha's intelligent driving. Ji Qing-song said. Do you remember the basic mecha operation manual I brought last time? Lei Hong, and when you looked at each other and nodded. They thought the commander had been deceived by someone when they saw that ordinary booklet. I have uploaded the manual to the Capitol. Ji Qing-song's eyes became extremely sharp. The Capitol gave it a very high evaluation. They fed the basic knowledge in it to the Star Corps. Do you know what the reaction of the Star Corps is? Lei Hong, and when you pricked up their ears. The Star Corps, the origin of all the robot girls' consciousness, was mysterious. The feedback from a Star Corps is unprecedented excitement. Ji Qing-song said word by word. He expressed a strong desire for more of this kind of technical operations. Desire. Do you understand? The relaxed look on the faces of the two gold medal pilots disappeared, replaced by solemnity. Ji Qing-song sighed, with a bit of loneliness in his tone. Mechanic girls, from the beginning of their birth, are imperfect creations. You only care about their stats, their strength, speed, and defense. But you completely ignore the charm of driving itself, turning decay into magic. He pointed to the frozen picture of Chi Yi operating the mecha on the screen. This is a real pilot. According to the fragmentary data we have decrypted from the ancient sanctuary, mechas seem to have existed in prehistoric times. Their mechas did not have so many fancy intelligence systems, and relied entirely on manual operation by the pilots. Those top pilots who can drive mechas to defeat the strong with the weak and the many with the few will be awarded a supreme title. Ji Qing-song paused and uttered two words, Ace. There was silence in the conference room. Lei Hong, and when you were breathing heavily. Ace, Wen Yu muttered to himself, with complex emotions flashing in his eyes. Ji Qing-song sighed again. What a pity, the information is too little, scattered, and does not mention the specific operation methods of the mecha at all. Lei Hong, and when you were silent. The way they fought in the mecha was indeed simple and crude. Search for the enemy, fire, evade, search for the enemy again, and fire again. It was simple and effective, but it did lack some skills. But reality is not a game. In Girls Chronicles, you could be resurrected after death, but on the battlefield, it only takes a moment for the machine to be destroyed and the people to die. After countless deductions, the battle plan, calculated by the intelligence core of the girls, must be more reliable than the judgment of the human brain in a tense environment. Right? Ji Qing-song seemed to see through their thoughts and shook his head. I know what you are thinking. It is human nature to be afraid of death and mistakes. But have you ever thought that no matter how the mecha girls evolve, their combat logic is always a string of cold data? All their actions in battle are calculated countless times, and they finally make the most prudent moves. This is too conservative. Ji Qing-song's voice suddenly rose. How can this be called a battle? It's just like a child playing house. The excellent performance of the robot is completely wasted. Instead, it looks more like a piece of cold scrap metal. Ji Qing-song's eyes fell back on the screen, on the young man driving the gray mecha with incredible agility. This guy whom he met by chance on the commercial street, who exchanged a broken manual for the right to use his warehouse. How much potential does he have? As soon as Chi stepped out of the certification room, a petite figure rushed into his arms like lightning, crying. Yue hugged Chi tightly, as if she wanted to melt into his body, fearing that he would disappear in the next second. Wu Chi. Yue's voice was heavily nasal, and the fine tears had wet Chi's chest. We were apart for a full 31 minutes and 37 seconds. Every second I miss you. I'm so scared that you don't want me anymore. This little girl is quite clingy. Chi felt amused, but also felt an indescribable warmth. He gently patted Yue's trembling back and soothed her softly. After Yue calmed down a little, Chi looked at the female staff member who had led the way before and asked, "Hello, how do I upgrade my pilot level?" The female staff member smiled professionally and replied, "Sir, you are currently a newly registered pilot. To be promoted to a bronze medal pilot, you need to pilot your mecha and successfully kill a B-level monster and submit the complete battle video to the Alliance system for review. Once the review is passed, your level will be automatically upgraded." B-level monster? Chi touched his chin, thinking, what about after bronze medal? For example, silver medal, gold medal, etc. How to upgrade? The smile on the female staff member's face froze for a moment, then returned to normal, but her tone was a little more admonishing. "Sir, the specific promotion conditions are detailed on the Alliance's official website. My suggestion is that you should focus on completing the bronze medal pilot assessment first, and don't aim too high." Well, this is doubting his ability. Chi raised his eyebrows and didn't make trouble for himself. "I understand. Thank you." He nodded, took Yuang's still cold little hand, and walked out of the Alliance building under the gaze of the staff. Chapter 10. Encountering Xinyu. The two passed by the hall that was previously crowded with people. At this moment, people who had just finished the certification test gathered there in groups of 3 or 4, sighing and complaining. "Oh my God, this certification is too abnormal. The flying aperture is as small as a pinhole. Who can get through it? Isn't this embarrassing for me, fat tiger?" That's right. In the manual shooting, the target moves faster than the group leader's car. How to aim? My eyes are almost blinded. The most outrageous thing is that the intelligent core of the mecha girl is so advanced now. Isn't the artillery tracking better than manual operation? Why do we have to take this test? It's like taking off your pants to fart. A young man who looked a little depressed sat down on the ground and wailed, "I feel like my career as a pilot is about to end before it even begins. I'm so upset my family." Listening to these various complaints, Chiye's lips curled up with a hint of teasing. He sneered in his heart. "Oh, if the mechas can fight fully automatically, what do you pilots do? It seems that this pilot certification is still useful. At least it can screen out a bunch of rubbish." The two walked out of the building. "Chi, I want to eat that." Ewing pulled the corner of Chiye's clothes and pointed her snow-white finger at a small stall under the overpass outside the pilot union building. The stall owner was shouting to sell candied haws. The red hawthorns were wrapped in crystal sugar, which was particularly tempting in the sun. Yue blinked her beautiful sapphire eyes and looked at Chiye pitifully, with a hint of glittering smile on the corner of her mouth. "This little greedy cat." Chiye laughed and rubbed her head, speaking in a doting tone. "Wait." He walked over and bought 2 strings of the largest candied haws. Yueying took the candied haws, and a satisfied smile immediately blossomed on her little face. She carefully licked the sugar coating and squinted her eyes in happiness. Sweet. Let's go out of town. Chi looked at her little appearance, and his mood became happy. After eating the candied haws, it was time to get down to business. The wall of Qingsheng, like a giant iron dragon, stretches between heaven and earth, completely isolating the prosperous city from the dangerous wilderness. The wall is 100 meters high, thick and solid, with a cold and hard metallic luster on the surface. It stretches for miles, with no end in sight. It is the last barrier for humans to resist the attacks of alien beasts. On the city wall, ferocious giant energy cannons were set up at intervals, with deep muzzles, emitting a frightening aura of destruction. Hundreds of mecha girls, in mecha form, patrolled above the city wall, always alert to threats from the sky. Solemn and solemn. Chi drove Yueying to the special exit under the city wall. Identity verification passed. I wish you a smooth hunting and a quick return home. A cold electronic voice sounded, and the gate of the passage slowly opened. The moon's shadow turned into a white meteor, rushing out of the narrow passage and into the vast world outside the city. The powerful beast near Qingsheng had already been wiped out by the military and those experienced pilots. The rest were mostly insignificant D-class exotic beasts, scattered in the wilderness and forests. These exotic beasts were not worth mentioning to the real strong, but they were just the perfect targets for the new pilots who had just passed the certification to practice and accumulate experience. Chi did not go deep into the wilderness. Yueying's current means of attack is only a giant sword with a light blade, which is not suitable for large-scale fighting. Chi saw that not far away, several mechas were working together to besiege a huge mutant porcupine, fighting with dust flying and gunfire filling the sky, and the fighting was in full swing. Oh, a D-level monster, just right. Chi's mouth curled up a smile. It has been a long time since he tore those ugly monsters apart with his own hands, and he's been thirsty for a long time. It's not bad to take these garbage first and find out the feel. Yueying, there's a stupid roe deer 300 meters to the left. Be prepared. Chi's voice rang out in Yueying's consciousness. Got it. Yueying responded with a hint of excitement. Under Chi's control, the white mecha was like an elegant dancer. Yueying's movements were extremely smooth, and every charge was full of power and beauty. The mutant roe deer that was nibbling on the grass roots was even larger than Yueying's mecha form, with hard fur and sharp bone horns on its head. It seemed to sense the danger, and suddenly raised its head and looked in Yueying's direction vigilantly. But it was too late. Yueying's figure was like a ghost, closing the distance in an instant. The bright energy giant sword drew a brilliant arc of light in the air. Puff! Without any hindrance, the giant sword easily cut open the hard head of the mutant roe deer. Blood and gray matter spurted out. The huge body twitched a few times and then fell to the ground. The whole process was smooth and clean. Wow, Chi, you are so awesome. Yueying's core of consciousness heard the girl's excited cheer. She had never thought that a battle could be so beautiful. Chi chuckled and was about to look for the next target. Suddenly, he paused. At the edge of his vision, two mechas were stealthily flying out of a forest. One of them was silver-white with tight lines. It was the Xianyu that got rid of Qi yesterday. Next to her was a fiery red mecha with a flashy paint job. Judging from the sturdy arms, it should be a power mecha. Chia's eyes turned cold. What a coincidence. Xianyu and the red mecha seemed to be deliberately avoiding the sight of other pilots and flew towards the depths of another more dense jungle. Follow them. Chia's voice was emotionless. Yueying did not hesitate at all and immediately adjusted the direction, quietly following behind the two mechas. As long as they were not in combat, Chi would let Yueying take over the mecha. After all, no pilot could guarantee a 100% performance, and a good rest could perfectly solve the problem of declining operation. Since Yueying's aircraft was brand new, it did not have any signal jammers or stealth components installed. Not long after they caught up, Xinyu's aircraft radar sounded an alarm. Brother Hao, there's a mecha following us. Xinyu's voice was a little nervous. Why are you panicking? Li Hao, who was driving the red mecha, said indifferently. This area is full of rookies who have just passed the certification. What kind of threat can they pose? They probably just want to find a remote place to secretly hunt in the wild. You just need to be my co-pilot and escort them. Li Hao didn't even look back. Xianyu heard this, and his worries dissipated a lot. The shadow of the moon followed them all the way, keeping a distance from them. After passing through the dense tree canopy, the front suddenly opened up. In an open space hidden deep in the dense forest, a small temporary gathering place appeared. There were a few simple tents with a bonfire burning and several mechas of different models parked around. Some people in plain clothes were moving around, and they didn't look like a serious team of pilots. Xianyu and Li Hao landed at the edge of the gathering place, took off their mecha forms, transformed into human forms, and quickly walked into one of the largest tents. Chapter 11. There is a snake demon in this area. In the tent, several young people were dressed differently, with a somewhat immature and expectant look on their faces. When they saw Li Hao coming in, they immediately surrounded him and started talking at once. Brother Hao, you are finally here. Brother Hao, the B-level exotic beast crystal core you mentioned last time. The strongest young man rubbed his hands, with a flattering smile on his face. Li Hao grinned, revealing his white teeth, patted the young man on the shoulder, and said in a loud voice, "Don't worry, everyone." Li Hao looked around, his eyes sweeping over everyone's face. Li Hao, swear in the name of a bronze medal pilot. After this mission is completed, everyone will get a B-level beast core. I mean what I say. Wow. The crowd cheered loudly. B-level beast core. This is the dream of ordinary pilots like them who have just passed the certification. With a B-level beast core, their pilot girls can be greatly improved. The doubts on everyone's faces disappeared in an instant, and their eyes looking at Li Hao were full of trust and admiration. Xianyu stood behind Li Hao, watching this scene, and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. Bronze medal pilot. Indeed, a very impressive one. Qi observed all this from a distance, sneering in his heart. Big promises? These rookies who just debuted probably didn't even realize that they were being sold out. The atmosphere in the tent was lively, and everyone toasted Li Hao and praised him. Li Hao accepted everyone's toasts and talked and laughed happily, just like a real leader. After a while, Li Hao put down his glass and wiped his mouth. Brothers, it's time to rest. It's time to set off. Hearing this, everyone immediately cheered up and stood up, ready to board their own mechas. Li Hao pointed to the dense forest outside. The target is in the deep forest, not far away. There's a lake over there, and there's a B-level monster by the lake. Our goal is to kill it and take its eggs. Everyone listen to my command and cooperate. It won't be difficult. Li Hao's tone was relaxed, as if the beast egg was already in his pocket. Everyone responded with a roar and walked towards their own mecha girls. However, Li Hao did not walk towards the fiery red mecha girl behind him. Li Hao walked directly in front of Xianyu. Xiaoyu, you come with me this time. Xianyu was stunned for a moment, then showed a surprised expression. It was a rare opportunity to fight side by side with a bronze medal pilot. She immediately transformed into a mecha, and Li Hao skillfully got into the cockpit. Several other pilots also started their mechas and followed Xianyu, flying towards the depths of the forest. After they walked a distance, Qi drove Yueying and followed them slowly. Yueying's performance was far superior to those of ordinary mecha girls. As long as they kept their distance, they would not be discovered at all. The team shuttled through the forest. Suddenly, a rapid alarm sounded in the cockpit of one of the planes. The pilot's face changed, and he shouted in the public channel, "Brother Hao, I just received a radio message saying that there's a snake demon in this area." Snake demon? As soon as they heard this name, the atmosphere in the team suddenly became tense. Although they were all newbies who had just passed the certification, the name of Snake Demon sounded full of threats. Li Hao's voice came from Xianyu's cockpit with a soothing tone. Don't worry, it's not easy to encounter snake monsters. Even if there really is one, it may not be on our road. Let's make a quick decision, deal with the B-level monster first, get the egg, and leave immediately. Nothing will happen. His tone was full of confidence, and everyone felt a little more at ease. The team continued to move forward, and soon, a sparkling lake appeared in front of them. The lake was calm, and the surroundings were silent, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind. We're here. Li Hao's voice rang out. Everyone, pay attention. Get ready for battle. Just when everyone was highly focused, something strange happened. Li Hao accelerated the speed of the Xianyu and rushed to the back of the team. Then, several metal tripwires flashing with cold light shot out from the body of the Xianyu, accurately wrapping around the legs and joints of the first few mechas. Brother Hao, what are you doing? Leo, are you crazy? Angry roars came from the cockpits of those mechas. They had never expected that Li Hao would suddenly attack them. Li Hao ignored their questions and drove the Xianyu back quickly, pulling away. At this moment, the calm lake suddenly exploded. A huge python as thick as a bucket and covered with dark green scales suddenly jumped out of the lake. Its ferocious snake head was bigger than a mecha, and its scarlet snake tongue was spitting out, emitting a disgusting stench. Warning: Class A energy fluctuation detected. Warning: Class A alien beast. Immediate evacuation recommended. The cockpits of the mechas that were entangled by the tripwires issued shrill red alarms. A-level? Wasn't it agreed to be a B-level beast? They tried to break free, but the tripwire was extremely strong, firmly restraining their movements. The giant python's cold vertical pupils locked onto them. The next second, the giant python's huge body swung violently. Bang, bang, bang. Several mechas were easily thrown away by the giant python like ragdolls. The hard armor was shattered by the powerful force, and the parts were scattered. The cockpit was directly smashed, and the pilots fell to the ground and were swallowed by the giant python with its bloody mouth. At the last moment of their lives, they finally understood. They were deceived by Li Hao. This was a carefully designed trap. Li Hao drove Xinyu and hid in the woods in the distance, watching the giant python devour them indifferently. He drove Xinyu slowly and gently to the lakeside until the giant python dived back into the lake and the lake's surface returned to calm. Swoosh! A water arrow shot out from the center of the lake, accurately shooting towards Xinyu. Xinyu subconsciously raised her arm and steadily caught the stream of light. The light dissipated, and a crystal core of an alien beast emitting rich energy fluctuations lay quietly in her palm. B-level exotic beast crystal core. Xianyu's consciousness core trembled violently and finally understood. Li Hao's resources, those beast cores that other pilots envied, were obtained at the cost of other pilots' lives. He used their deaths to feed the exotic beasts and then reap the benefits. A chill spread from the depths of Xianyu's core. An uncontrollable fear enveloped her. Li Hao seemed to have sensed something was wrong with Xianyu, and his voice came coldly from the cockpit. What? Are you scared? You are my pilot now. Just follow me and do whatever I want. Don't forget, we signed a contract. Xianyu's body trembled slightly, not daring to move at all. Li Hao snorted. Don't stand there like your father has died. Scan the broken parts on the ground and see if there is anything usable. Collect them all. Chapter 12. Revenge every night. Xianyu followed Li Hao's orders stiffly. The machine moved awkwardly among the scattered wreckage, scanning the cold metal. Suddenly, a pure white figure, like lightning tearing through the night sky, appeared silently on the treetops not far away. The figure was slender and elegant, and the snow-white armor reflected a pearl-like warm luster under the mottled light in the forest. The moon's shadow hovered there quietly, staring coldly at everything below, breaking the moment of dead silence. Hey, isn't this the bronze medal pilot Li Hao? I've heard of your name for a long time, but it turns out you do such dirty things. A slightly teasing male voice came from the white mecha, echoing clearly in the woods. The Xinyu machine shook violently. This voice, her core module accelerated uncontrollably, and a complex emotion of fear, shame, and indignation instantly overwhelmed her consciousness. Master, he is Qi Yi. Li Hao's face was full of displeasure. He didn't expect that he was being followed. Jie. Li Hao sneered, his tone full of arrogance and contempt. Why? You're not focusing on repairing the machines anymore, so you're going to become a detective? He took out 2 C-level exotic beast crystal cores and threw them casually in Qi Ye's direction. Here, this is 2 months repair fee, plus money for your life. Since you've ruined my good deeds, I can only let you stay and be used as fertilizer. Qi ignored the 2 crystal cores and just smiled faintly. Fertilizer? I think you're more suitable. Li Hao's face darkened and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Rubbish stuff. Xinyu, smash him to pieces. Xianyu's body froze again, the muzzle trembled slightly, and there was no movement for a long time. Shit, are you deaf? Li Hao roared and kicked the inner wall of the cockpit hard. Xianyu's body shook violently, and the energy cannon on his arm finally lit up with a dazzling light. The next second, several beams of blazing energy tore through the air, whistling towards Yueying with a breath of destruction. The moon's shadow is like a weightless feather. Amid the dense artillery fire, she jumped lightly in an almost eerie posture. The energy beam brushed past the edge of her armor, sparking tiny sparks, but could never actually touch her. In the cockpit, Chi's hands turned into a shadow on the complex control panel, and his fingertips seemed to be jumping on the piano keys. His expression was as calm as water, accurately capturing the trajectory of each attack. Under his control, Yue performed one incredible and extreme evasive maneuver after another. What the hell is this? Li Hao's eyes almost popped out. He knew the intensity of Xianyu's artillery fire, and it was impossible for a Class B intelligent driving to dodge so easily. This white mecha is definitely not an ordinary thing. Grade A. It could even be a top-of-the-line A-class. Damn, I was wrong. Where did this guy get such a treasure robot girl? Doesn't he have no money? Retreat. Xianyu, retreat quickly. Li Hao acted decisively and screamed in the cockpit, saying that if he didn't run away, he would probably die here today. He had already discovered that the white robot girl was almost naked, with only a huge sword on her back. If he let her get close, Li Hao couldn't imagine it. Xianyu's body hesitated for a moment, as if it was somewhat resistant to the order, but under Li Hao's force command, it turned around suddenly, increased the thruster power to the maximum, and fled in a panic into the depths of the forest. Want to run? Qi raised the corner of his mouth into a sneer. The moon's shadow followed closely, its speed more than one level faster than that of the string of rain, and the distance between the two sides was closing rapidly. Seeing that he was about to be caught up, Li Hao's face turned green. At this moment, a tall fiery red figure suddenly rushed out from the forest on the side, with a deafening engine roar, blocking Yue Ying's pursuit route. It is Li Hao's other mecha girl, the Red Tyrant. Haha, my Crimson Tyrant is here. Seeing this, Li Hao's desperate face instantly showed ecstasy, and his voice became arrogant again. Boy, go chase me. Come here and fight my Crimson Tyrant if you dare. She loves to tear skinny mecha girls like you into pieces. The Crimson Tyrant has a burly build, strong and powerful arms, and its huge claws that are shining with cold metallic light have already popped out. At first glance, it is clear that it is a fierce mecha girl born for close combat. She took heavy steps and rushed towards Yue Ying, raising a cloud of dust. Chia's eyes were calm, and he didn't even bother to respond to Li Hao's shouting. He tightened his hands around the joystick a little, and the soft touch made him want to show off. Facing the Red Tyrant's powerful attack, Yue Ying slid half a step to the side nimbly, easily avoiding the claws that were sharp enough to tear through steel. The Crimson Tyrant's attack missed, and he immediately twisted his body, sweeping across with his other giant claw, creating a whistling sound in the wind. However, Yue Ying's speed was too fast. Under Qi Ye's control, she was like an elusive lightning, moving at high speed around the bulky Red Tyrant. The Crimson Tyrant had all the brute strength, but he couldn't even touch Moon Shadow's tail flame, and his movements became more and more violent and unsystematic. Waste! Catch her! Tear it apart! I didn't buy you here to watch you get abused by others. Li Hao in the distance roared in frustration. The Red Tyrant's wisdom core trembled violently. Ji is supported after. The time is now. Yue Ying's body suddenly accelerated, leaving a brilliant streak of light in the air, and instantly appeared in front of the Red Tyrant's chest. The bright energy giant sword was already in his hand without him noticing. A flash of sword, almost as fast as possible. Crack! The Red Tyrant's thick metal right arm was cut off at the shoulder. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Immediately afterwards, Yue Ying spun gracefully, and the giant energy sword swung upward. Puff! The entire chest armor of the Red Tyrant, along with the core unit inside, was pierced through by a single sword. The blazing energy burst out from the tip of the sword, shattering its internal structure. The Crimson Tyrant's huge body froze in place. The red light in his eyes quickly dimmed, and then he fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. Flash sale. The arrogant smile on Li Hao's face froze instantly, replaced by fear that penetrated deep into his bones. He was shaking all over, and his teeth were chattering uncontrollably. No, impossible. That was a B-rank power-type mecha girl that he had obtained at a huge cost. Actually, he was defeated in the first moment of their encounter. Devil, you're a fucking devil. Li Hao completely broke down and roared hysterically. Xinyu, all the shells, all the missiles, fire them all out, bomb him to death. Xianyu's body was shaking violently, but under Li Hao's force command, all the weapon launch ports on her body were opened. The next second, overwhelming artillery fire, like a flood that broke through a dam, completely submerged the area where the moon shadow was. Chapter 13, String Rain. Countless missiles, trailing long flames, intertwined in the air to form a web of death. Explosions rang out one after another. Flames shot up into the sky, and thick smoke billowed, almost dyeing half of the sky black. Li Hao was breathing heavily, staring at the area covered by artillery fire. He doesn't believe it. He didn't believe that the white mecha could survive such a saturation attack. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. The corners of Li Hao's mouth slowly opened into a hideous and twisted smile. He's dead. He's going to die this time. Li Hao muttered to himself, his voice hoarse from extreme excitement. However, Qi looked at the artillery fire all over the sky, but he was not anxious. Instead, Yu Ying's voice was full of panic. Qi, move quickly. The shells are almost there. Then I'm going to move. Cheer for me. Qi's lips curled up in an evil arc, and his fingers moved nimbly on the joystick, as if playing the music of death. As Qi moved, Yu Ying's voice, with a hint of unbearable gasping, rang out clearly in the cockpit. Qi, can you move a little slower? My body is reaching its limit. It's almost overloaded. Qi's fingers flew nimbly. What we want is overload. Without overload, how can we avoid the missiles flying in the sky? Xiao Yueying, hold on. Show me your limits. As soon as he finished speaking, Yueying's body suddenly accelerated, leaving a trail of almost impossible to capture after images in the dense artillery fire. The missiles that were powerful enough to tear through and penetrate the dense defense lines slowed down in front of her ghostly figure. The flow of time around him seemed to become extremely slow. In this state, he easily broke through the dense missile network. Behind Yueying, flames shot up into the sky, but she was unharmed, gracefully turning her back to the thick smoke produced by the explosion. Well, what? The smile on Li Hao's face froze instantly. His eyes widened and became bloodshot. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Li Hao roared hysterically, with veins bulging on his forehead. Lock on her! Lock on her! Fire! Keep firing! Xinyu's machine was still pouring out firepower in vain, and the mecha girl had disappeared from her radar. But she could feel that the white robot was approaching her at an incredible speed. The shadow of death instantly enveloped her consciousness. Next second, a bright sword light, like lightning cutting through the darkness, suddenly appeared in front of Xinyu's cockpit. Quick, almost reaching the limit. Li Hao didn't even have time to react. He could only watch as the giant energy sword pierced the core of the cockpit with incredible precision. Puff! The sturdy cockpit armor was as fragile as paper in front of Yueying's giant sword and was easily pierced through. The horror and disbelief on Li Hao's face were completely frozen. His consciousness quickly dissipated in the severe pain and coldness. Bang! Xianyu's body shook violently. All weapon systems instantly silenced, and the body hovered stiffly in the air. A soft white light flashed, and Xianyu was forced to cancel the mecha form and return to human form. Her combat uniform had become tattered and was stained with blood and dust. Her long snow-white hair was disheveled, and her face was covered with traces of tears and unconcealable fear and regret. She stumbled and fell to the ground in a state of disgrace. Jie! Xianyu raised her head and looked with tearful eyes at the white mecha hovering quietly not far away. Her voice was filled with tears and desperate pleas. I was wrong. I was really wrong. The contract I signed with him was just an ordinary one. Now that he's dead, the contract has been terminated. Please, give me another chance. I won't dare to do it again. I have my own difficulties, please. She stretched out her hand, trying to grab something, but she only grabbed nothing. Qi just looked at her indifferently, without any emotion in his eyes. Forgive? Chance? That's ridiculous. Just when Xianyu was crying bitterly. Something strange happened suddenly. The calm lake's surface suddenly began to ripple. The A-level python jumped out of the lake silently. The moment it left the water, its skin seemed to be covered with a layer of protective color and became translucent. Its cold, vertical pupils exuded a bloodthirsty chill. The target was the shadow of the moon that was facing away from it. Careful! Xianyu let out a scream and forcibly transformed into a mecha form, with the hole on his chest particularly obvious. She lunged forward, raised the air cannon on her right arm, and shot at the giant python behind Yueying. Qi actually discovered the giant python the moment it emerged from the water because he could share vision with Yueying. Even if there is nothing on the radar, he can see everything happening around him through the heads-up display. The reason why Chi didn't take action was that he wanted to lure the giant python out of the water. But he didn't expect that in order to remind him, Xianyu actually took action one step ahead. Relying on instinct, Qi reacted immediately, controlling Yueying to slash backwards with his sword. The air cannon struck the snake's scales, creating tiny sparks. The sword light followed closely, directly interrupting the giant python's hiding, and it finally appeared on Yueying's radar. But after firing this last shot, Xianyu collapsed to the ground, losing the ability to resist. But this time, she did not automatically transform into human form, but lay quietly on the ground like scrap metal, just as Qi had discovered her 2 months ago. At that time, she was in the Mecha recycling station. Her intelligence core was already disordered, and she only kept repeating the 4 words, "Revenge, strange beast." Damn it, he cursed and immediately took control of the moon shadow. The engine burst into dazzling flames, and the body of the machine suddenly rose at an extreme angle, narrowly avoiding the giant python's bloody mouth. The fishy-smelling saliva splashed onto the ground where the moon shadow had just rested, corroding it with a sizzling sound. He looked down at the motionless string rain on the ground. Yueying, scanner status. Qi, Xianyu's intelligence core and data link have completely collapsed due to force driving. The degree of damage exceeds 95 and cannot be repaired. Yueying's voice sounded in the cockpit with a hint of loss. Qi was silent for a moment, and finally just sighed softly. This girl, who was once rescued from the scrap metal pile by him and given new life, eventually died in front of him. For a moment, he didn't know what to feel. She could have avoided firing that shot just now, but that's just how fate plays tricks on us. Recovering his mind, Qi turned his gaze back to the giant python coiled on the lake. Xiao Yueying, get ready to fight. Qi said in a low voice, this big guy is not easy to deal with. You don't have much equipment on you. You must listen to my instructions and let me drive well. Even if it hurts to scrape him today, I will scrape him to death. Yeah, I understand. Qi, you have to be gentler. I'm afraid I can't bear it. Yueying's voice was trembling, and although she was very nervous, it was mixed with a hint of anticipation. Chapter 14, the battle begins. Qi took a deep breath and tightly grasped the 2 warm joysticks with both hands, as if he and Yueying had completely merged into one. Xiao Yueying, trust me. Yueying's voice was slightly trembling, but more of it was complete trust in Qi. The giant python's bloody mouth attacked again, with a fishy wind blowing in her face, almost swallowing Yueying's petite body. Qi manipulated the moon shadow to draw an incredible arc in the air, narrowly passing by the giant python's fangs. The giant energy sword was brought out, leaving a string of dazzling sparks on the hard snake scales. The giant python felt pain and let out a deafening roar. Its huge tail swept across, causing thousands of waves. The lake water was splashed all over the sky, and the mist was so thick that it blocked the view. Jie, the target has disappeared. I'm starting the radar scan. Yueying's voice was a little flustered. Don't panic. Synchronize our nerves, and we'll surge together. Qi closed his eyes and began to share vision with Yueying. The sound of wind, flowing water, and the subtle sound of the giant python crawling were all clearly present in his mind. It's on the lower right, be careful. Before he finished his words, a stream of dark green venom shot out from the mist and headed straight for Yueying's chest. Under Qi Ye's control, Yueying made an elegant side flip in advance, and the venom flew past her shoulder armor. That was a close call. Yueying panted softly. This is just the beginning. Qi raised his lips. It is huge and powerful, but not flexible enough. This is our chance. He controlled the moon shadow, like a butterfly flying through flowers, and swam around the giant python at high speed. With every collision, the giant energy sword would leave new scars on the giant python. I don't want to inflict serious damage. I just want to consume a little bit of energy by scraping. The giant python was completely enraged by the annoying little bug and swung its body wildly, slapping the surface of the lake. The lake water was churning and the waves were surging, as if they were about to overturn the entire lake. Qi, its movements are getting faster and faster. Yueying reminded. As expected, it's getting impatient. Qi analyzed calmly. Keep the pace and don't let it lead you astray. Every time Yueying dodged was like dancing on the edge of a knife. It was extremely thrilling. The giant sword kept rubbing against the snake's scales, emitting dazzling sparks. Our attacks seemed to be useless. Yueying was a little discouraged. She felt like her sword was just tickling the opponent. Don't be impatient, Xiao Yuweiing. Chia's voice was a little teasing. Guasha also requires patience. Look, it has started to bleed. We have to find a way to get it out of the lake. It has too much advantage in the water. Jia murmured. Hearing this, Yuang asked, what should we do? Provoke it and make it lose its mind. A cold light flashed in Chia's eyes. He suddenly raised the height of the moon's shadow and hovered just above the giant python's head. Yuang, this might be a little bumpy, hold on. Before he finished speaking, the giant energy sword in Yuang's hand shone brightly and chopped down vertically. Puff! This sword hit a gap in the scales on the giant python's head. Although it still failed to cause fatal injuries, this direct attack on the head was undoubtedly an extreme provocation to the dignity of the A-level monster. Isa! The giant python roared in pain and anger, raised its huge head suddenly, and rushed towards Yuang desperately. Right now, backwards. The moon shadow's engine was fully running, and it flew rapidly towards the forest on the shore. As expected, the giant python was chasing closely, stirring up the lake water with its huge body and rushing onto the shore. Boom, boom! The trees on the shore were easily broken by it, and the ground shook. Success! Yuang shouted excitedly. Don't be too happy too soon. Chia's expression was still solemn. Out of water, its attack method may be more direct and violent. Just as Chi expected, the giant python that left the lake was not as agile as in the water, but its desire to attack was even stronger. It opened its huge mouth and shot out thick arrows of water mixed with venom at Yuang like a rainstorm. Fisk, there's also long-range attacks. Chi smacked his lips. Under his control, Yuang kept dodging in small ranges. The machine shuttled through the dense attacks, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Chi, this is not a solution. Our energy is being consumed very quickly. Yuang was a little anxious. I know. Chia's eyes quickly swept over the giant python. Its scales are too thick, and conventional attacks are unlikely to be effective. What should we do then? I can only keep scraping until it starts to doubt life. A hint of madness flashed in Chia's eyes. He controlled Yuang and got closer to the giant python again. His target was the python's belly. The scales were slightly damaged, and pus was oozing out. The greatsword slashed at the same spot again and again. The giant python finally felt pain and twisted its body wildly, trying to shake Yuang off. But the moon's shadow was like a thorn in its side, clinging to it tightly. Chi, it's too dangerous for you to operate like this. Yuang could feel the tremendous pressure the body was under. High risk, high reward. Chia's voice remained calm. The giant python's tail almost brushed past Yuang's body. In the cockpit, beads of sweat appeared on Chia's forehead, and he was highly concentrated. Every movement of Yuang was carried out with extreme precision, and he was making up for the shortcomings of his equipment with his skills. Right here, come again. Crack. A crisp cracking sound was heard. The scales on the python's belly were finally pried open. Success! Yuang exclaimed in surprise. However, before they could be happy for too long, a thick dark purple blood gushed out from the wound. The blood fell on the grass and trees on the ground, instantly corroding them into a charred color and emitting pungent white smoke. Issa! The giant python let out a scream more shrill than any before, and its huge body rolled over in pain. Its outer defense was broken. Not good. Retreat quickly. Chia's face changed. Yuang immediately retreated quickly. The giant python's originally dark green scales now emitted a layer of strange black and purple light. It stopped rolling, and its scarlet vertical pupils stared at Yuang. It seems to have become even scarier. Yuang's voice was filled with a hint of fear. The boss has entered the second stage. Chi said in a deep voice, stay alert. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant python suddenly opened its mouth. This time, what was sprayed out were no longer water arrows, but large patches of black and purple poisonous mist. The poisonous fog was everywhere, and wherever it passed, the grass and trees withered and the rocks melted. Damn it! The poison is too strong. Jia Jursit. Yuang, activate the body's closed mode. Don't inhale this poisonous mist. Yes. Yuang struggled to move through the poisonous fog, avoiding the deadly venom sprays. Occasionally, the surface of the machine would be stained with a trace of poisonous mist, which would cause a sizzling corrosion sound, making Yuang feel frightened. Chi, if this goes on, my armor will be corroded soon. I know, we must decide quickly. Chia's eyes became sharp. Chapter 15 Kill. He glanced at the energy display. Yueying, report remaining energy. 30% of energy remains. Yueying's voice was a little hurried. 30%. Qi murmured, that's enough. He took a deep breath and said, Xiao Yueying, next, I want you to achieve absolute synchronization. Can you do it? I'll try my best. It's not about trying your best. It's about making sure you do it. He slammed the joystick down. Yueying's engine roared, and instead of dodging, it rushed straight towards the giant python against the poisonous fog. Jie, it's too dangerous, Yueying exclaimed. Believe me, Yueying's body left a white shadow in the poisonous fog, and its speed was extremely fast. Those deadly venoms were all ineffective in the face of her ghostly movements. Its entire body is poisonous. Its only weakness. Chia's gaze was fixed on the giant python's huge eyes that were flashing with ferocious light. Only there. I don't want this dirty thing to dirty my little Yueying. Chia's voice was a little gentle, but full of cold, murderous intent. Yueying's body suddenly rose up and arrived above the giant python's head. The giant python sensed the danger and raised its huge head suddenly, trying to swallow Yueying. But it's too late. The giant sword in Yueying's hand had changed direction at some point, with the tip of the sword pointing downwards. The sharp sword reflected a deadly cold light in the dim forest. Now, ses pupilles soudainement contracted. Yueying's body was like an arrow shot from a bow, falling from the sky with tremendous force. The huge energy sword turned into a white lightning that tore through the sky and the earth. Puff! There is no hindrance at all. The giant energy sword pierced into the giant python's left eye with incredible precision. The hilt of the sword is gone. Time seems to stand still at this moment. The giant python's huge body suddenly stiffened, and its wildly dancing tail fell down weakly. Its intact right eye revealed an expression of extreme pain. Ah! A short and shrill cry came from the depths of its throat. Then, blazing energy burst out from the sword, instantly destroying its brain. The giant python's huge body collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. Many of the surrounding trees were crushed by its fallen body. There was only deathly silence in the woods. It's over. Qi let out a long sigh and leaned back in the driver's seat, feeling that all the strength in his body had been drained. Yueying slowly landed on the ground and reached out to pull out the giant sword that was stuck in the giant python's eye. Jieve sujidit. Yueying's voice still contained a hint of disbelief. Well, it was successful. Qi showed a tired smile. He looked at the huge corpse of the python and felt a lot of emotions in his heart. A-level exotic beasts are indeed not that easy to deal with. At this moment, a faint light began to emanate from the giant python's body. The light grew brighter and brighter, and finally condensed into a fist-sized crystal core with a dreamy purple color all over, quietly floating in the air. A-grade exotic beast crystal core. A gleam of excitement flashed in Yueying's electronic eyes. Chia's eyes also lit up. This is good stuff. He controlled Yueying and carefully put the purple crystal core into the storage space. After we go back, I will definitely upgrade your equipment, Qi said with some heartache as he looked at the marks of corrosion on Yueying's body caused by the venom. Yeah, Yueying responded happily. You are exhausted today, so take a good rest when you get back. Qi, I'm not tired. Yueying's voice was full of energy. As long as I can help Qi, Yueying will be happy. Qi felt warm at heart when he heard this, and rubbed Yueying's virtual projection in the cockpit. Silly girl. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sky a magnificent orange-red. The moonlight turned into a stream of light, carrying Qi Yi smoothly back to Qingshan. Landing on the dedicated platform of the H10 skyscraper, Yueying transformed back into human form. She patted her chest with lingering fear, and her long snow-white hair swayed slightly. Qi, today was really thrilling. Yueying's voice was still slightly trembling, and the neon lights of the city were reflected in her pupils. Yes, A-level monsters are indeed difficult to deal with. There was a hint of fatigue on Chia's face, but more of it was satisfaction after the fierce battle. He rubbed Yueying's head, but we are back. It was already late at night when I returned to the apartment. Qi turned on the computer and skillfully logged into the official website of the Pilots Alliance. He uploaded the complete video of the battle with the A-level python that he had recorded during the day. He thought about the video title and typed a few words. Fully manual operation, single giant sword, quick kill of A-level exotic beasts. After doing all this, he stretched and felt relaxed. Chi, this is for you. Yuang opened her palms, and the dreamy purple crystal core lay quietly in her white palms. The rich energy fluctuations made the air in the entire room seem to vibrate slightly. Chi took the crystal core, and at the moment his fingertips touched the crystal core, a prompt sound from the panel rang in his mind. One-time consumption of crystal core detected. Venom Fong. Effect: can poison the melee weapon of the robot girl, adding poisonous damage when attacking. The effect lasts for 1 week. Note: the toxin effect is significant for units below level A and is weakened for units of level A and above. GAC biritin suden stagnated. Golden Finger. Is there such a function? He always thought that his cheat code could only be used to check the specific attributes of the mecha girl. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. Consume the crystal core all at once. Chi stroked his chin. Does this mean that there are also those non-disposable crystal cores that can bring permanent benefits to the mecha girl? His eyes became brighter and brighter, and his heart began to feel ecstatic. This golden finger is simply a plug-in tailor-made for him. Yuang looked at Chi Yi holding the crystal core, frowning and grinning, with his expression changing constantly. She came closer with some worry, stretched out her little hand, and waved it in front of Chi Ye's eyes. Jie, are you okay? Isn't he scared silly by that big snake? Seeing that Chi Yi still had no reaction, he just stared at the crystal core and laughed. Yuang's big eyes rolled around, and suddenly her cheeks puffed up. Go away now, demons and monsters. Don't possess my Chi Yi. She gave a delicate cry, lunged forward, and threw Chi Yi directly onto the soft big bed. Chi Yi was stunned by this sudden attack. A soft body pressed against me, and the unique fragrance of a young girl filled my face. Yuang knelt on him, her tender white hands groping around on his chest and cheeks. Come out quickly. Come out quickly. Don't bully Chi Yi. Chapter 16. Manual operation of a single giant sword to quickly brush A-level monsters. She was mumbling something, as if performing some ancient exorcism ritual. Chi Yi was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and finally came to his senses. All right, Mooney, I'm fine. He grabbed the girl's rebellious little hand and used a little force. Yuang felt pain and frowned slightly, but her hands did not stop moving. You were laughing so weirdly just now. She pouted and looked at Chi Yi with dissatisfaction, and her little hands became even more unbridled. Chi Yi was a little distracted by her, and his body also had some reactions. If you don't obey me, I'll fight back, he whispered, his voice a little hoarse. Upon hearing this, Yuang not only did not stop, but became even bolder. Humph, you just can't bear to. Before she could finish her words, she felt her body lighten and the world was spinning. The next second, the offense and defense changed. Chi turned over and pressed her under him, with a sly smile on his face. Now it's my turn. Chi, you are cheating, Yuang exclaimed, her little face instantly turning red. Chi lowered his head, his nose almost touching hers. He could clearly see the shyness and a hint of barely perceptible expectation flashing in the girl's eyes. The temperature in the room rose quietly. An ambiguous atmosphere permeates the air. After a long time, Yuang's hair was messy, her snow-white pajamas were a little wrinkled, and her mouth was slightly pouting. She poked Chi Ye's chest with her fingertips, feeling aggrieved. Chi, when you drove me today, you were too violent. You don't know how to cherish me at all. My core almost overloaded. The girl's voice had a slight nasal tone and sounded pitiful. Chi Ye's heart softened, and he gently held her in his arms. Sorry, Mooney. He stroked her long, smooth hair gently. The situation was urgent. The python was too ferocious. I had to use all my abilities to suppress it. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, I wouldn't be so rough. He paused, and his voice softened. Like right now. Chi took the initiative to stand up. Under the light, he stretched out his hand and gently brushed Yuang's slightly red cheek with his fingertips. Yuang's body trembled slightly as she felt the strange touch of the calloused fingertips sliding across her skin. Her breathing gradually became rapid, and a layer of mist gradually covered her eyes. The night outside the window is getting darker. The charm in the room became more and more intense. The next morning, Qingcheng Pilot Union Headquarters, Bronze Pilot Evaluation Office. Judge Zhang Zhiming yawned, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and sat down at his workstation. He picked up the cup of strong tea that had been left overnight on the table and took a big gulp, trying to drive away his sleepiness. Oh, it's another boring day, he muttered and opened a review system in front of him. Dozens of battle videos awaiting review immediately popped up on the screen. Let me see which young masters and young ladies are here to bully the weak today. Zhang Jiming curled his lips with a hint of disdain in his tone. He clicked on a video, and in the video was a mecha with gorgeous paint job that had obviously been modified at a huge cost. Relying on the accumulated values of his weapons, he was fighting a B-level monster with difficulty. There was no skill involved in the whole process. TSK, another one who burns money. Zhang Jiming shook his head and quickly pressed the pass button. Mr. Zhang, how do you feel today? Is there anything that catches your eye? Li Chong, a colleague working at the next workstation, leaned over and asked with a smile. Zhang Jiming rolled his eyes. What are you talking about? It's the same old routine. Those useless pilots, even with the intelligent assistants, have a hard time defeating a B-rank monster. I really don't know what the League is thinking. They let people with this level get promoted to bronze medal. He paused, then complained in a low voice. To be honest, after watching these videos, I might as well go play a game of Robot Girl Saga. At least I can show off my skills in the game. Li Chong nodded in agreement. Who said it wasn't true? The battles between mecha girls nowadays are becoming less and less interesting. If it weren't for the salary, I wouldn't bother to watch these things. Zhang Jiming sighed and continued swiping on the screen. The monotonous battle videos made him drowsy. Suddenly, his mouse stopped. A video with a strange title came into his sight. Fully manual operation with a single giant sword to quickly kill A-level exotic beasts. The upload time was late last night. Zhang Jiming rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong. A-level exotic beast? Single giant sword? Fully manual? He sneered, and his first reaction was that someone was playing a prank or simply recording a scam. This kind of title is simply challenging his professional awareness. What is the concept of an A-level exotic beast? It requires multiple bronze medal pilots or even silver medal pilots to lead the team. Only with excellent equipment and tacit tactics can it be possible to successfully hunt powerful beings. Fully manual operation? Just a giant sword? Quick brush? Isn't this a fucking fantasy? Li Chong, come take a look at this. Zhang Jiming called. Li Chong came over and was also stunned when he saw the title. Fuck, who is this? So arrogant. Could it be that they moved the video from Mecha Girl Saga here? Li Chong guessed. Zhang Jiming nodded. It's possible. However, even in Mecha Girl Wars, I can fight a boss of a level difficulty with a Mecha Girl manually. That is definitely a top player, not easy at all. He knew that as a virtual battle game that was popular all over the world, its combat system is fundamentally different from the combat between Mecha Girls in reality. The Mecha Girls in the game can learn all kinds of gorgeous and powerful skills. Things like Red Flame Slash, Ice Arrow, and Lightning Stab have cool special effects and amazing power. In reality, these skills do not exist. The Mecha Girl's attack method mainly relies on the conventional weapons she carries. It is almost impossible to achieve the kind of earth-shattering effects in the game. I want to see who dares to brag like that. Zhang Jiming clicked on the video with strong curiosity and suspicion. The screen took a few seconds to load. Dark forest, depressing atmosphere. Immediately afterwards, a dark green python, so huge that it was suffocating, suddenly jumped out of the lake. The ferocious snake head, the cold vertical pupils, and the terrifying pressure it exuded. Zhang Jiming's scalp instantly went numb. This is the A-level anaconda from the Lake of Broken Souls? Didn't we just find out yesterday? Zhang Jiming screamed and stood up suddenly from his chair. As a native of Qingqing and working in the Pilot Alliance, he naturally knew all the powerful beasts near Qingqing. This A-level anaconda is notorious in the Alliance's archives. The number of pilots killed by it, numbering at least 80, if not 100. It is extremely cunning, and whenever the Pilot Alliance prepares to surround and kill it, it will quietly move to another place to hide, as if he understood the actions of the Pilots Union. Just yesterday, someone discovered traces of its activities near the Lake of Broken Souls. This is definitely not the fictional boss in Mecha Girl Saga. An indescribable excitement and heat instantly surged into Zhang Jiming's heart. His breathing became rapid, and his eyes were fixed on the screen. Could it be that this title is true? He couldn't believe it and could only patiently continue watching the video. Chapter 17, Replicating in-game operations. The air in the office seemed to have frozen, with only the sounds of his and Li Chang's breathing. The picture plays. It is not the traditional first-person perspective of the pilot, but a third-party perspective that can observe the overall situation. In the corner of the screen, there is a small window that displays the complex key mapping in real time. It is obvious that the pilot does not want the design of his cockpit to be exposed. A dark green giant python suddenly jumped out of the lake. Even through the screen, the terrifying pressure of the A-level monster was still overwhelming. I checked. The anaconda has been killed by someone. I'm afraid it was the work of this pilot. Li Chang's voice came, further confirming the accuracy of the video. Zhang Jiming took a deep breath, and his palms began to sweat slightly. Immediately afterwards, a silver-white figure appeared in the camera like a ghost. It was a model of machine that they had never seen before. The lines are smooth and elegant, and the silver-white paint reveals a hint of holiness in the dim light. Facing the anaconda's thundering attack, the white robot girl did not retreat, but advanced instead, easily avoiding the deadly fangs. The agility and lightness made Zhang Jiming and Li Chang's eyes widen at the same time. What kind of robot is this? Its basic attributes are so strong. Li Chang shouted in surprise. I don't know. I haven't seen this model in the database. Zhang Jiming stared at the screen, afraid of missing any details. What made them even more frightened was the key mapping in the corner of the screen. On it, dense dots of light flashed wildly, hitting the virtual keyboard like a rainstorm. Every spot of light represents an extremely precise operation. Oh my God! Is this really a manual operation? Zhang Jiming's voice was a little dry. This hand speed, is it something a human can achieve? Li Chang moved closer, with his face almost touching the screen. They have seen too many battles that relied on intelligent assistance. Those battles were steady, but also stereotyped. The scene before our eyes is wild, unrestrained, and full of primitive tension. Under the control of the pilot, every movement of the white mecha girl squeezes the performance of the machine to the limit. It's like a top dancer dancing on the edge of death. This is simply fucking art. Zhang Jiming muttered to himself, his eyes full of shock. Li Chang nodded vigorously, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, unable to utter a word. In the picture, the white mecha girl has only a huge energy sword in her hand. The sword's shape was plain and simple, and it was obvious at first glance that it was a standard weapon when it left the factory. Wait, she just has a sword. Li Chang finally found his voice, full of disbelief. We all know how terrifying the defensive power of the A-level anaconda scales is. Can this broken sword break through the defense? Zhang Jiming also frowned. This was indeed unreasonable. However, the white mecha girl's next action once again overturned their cognition. She did not choose to fight head-on, but instead used her extreme speed and nimble movements to continuously create tiny wounds on the anaconda. Sparks flew, but there was no substantial damage. Is this scraping? Li Chang's mouth twitched. Zhang Jiming's eyes lit up. No, that's not right. He keeps attacking the same weak spot. He's consuming the anaconda. At this moment, the anaconda seemed to be enraged and launched a more violent attack. The lake water was stirred upside down, and venom and water arrows came in like an overwhelming force. The figure of the white mecha girl shuttled through the intensive attacks, leaving a trail of afterimages. Suddenly, her body burst into dazzling light, and with an incredible trajectory, she dodged all attacks in an instant. The posture was graceful and agile, as if blending into the shadows. Shit, isn't this the shadow dance that I just learned in Mecha Girl Saga yesterday? Li Chang slapped his thigh. Is this sure not a game video? He turned to look at Zhang Jiming, his face full of disbelief. Zhang Jiming was also stunned and muttered, Game? In real life? How could I do this? The skills in Mecha Girl Saga are gorgeous and powerful, but they are virtual effects based on the game engine. The mecha girls in reality are impossible to replicate due to the limitations of physical laws and mechanical properties. But this scene before my eyes actually happened. The following battle left the two of them dumbfounded. The white robot girl actually began to consciously lure the anaconda. She no longer just dodged, but used clever movement to lead the angry anaconda towards the shore step by step. It wants to lure the anaconda out of the water? Zhang Jiming's heart was pounding as a bold guess came to his mind. Are you crazy? The A-level monsters on land will only be more violent. Li Chang couldn't understand, but soon they understood. The anaconda out of the water, became noticeably slower in its movements. Without the cover of the current, its huge body became a burden. The white mecha girl seized the opportunity, and her attack became more fierce. The rhythm of the battle has been completely controlled by this mysterious white mecha. Finally, the picture freezes. The white mecha girl descended from the sky like a flash of lightning, and the giant sword in her hand pierced into the anaconda's eyes with incredible precision. Kill with one blow. The huge A-class anaconda fell to the ground with a loud bang, and there was no sound anymore. The recording ends here, and the screen goes dark. There was deathly silence in the office. Zhang Jiming and Li Chong remained leaning forward for a long time, without moving. Sweat had soaked their backs. Gudong. Li Chong swallowed hard and broke the silence. Old Zhang this. Zhang Jiming took a deep breath and slowly leaned back in his chair with a complicated look in his eyes. I don't know what to say. He has been in this industry for many years and has reviewed at least 8,000 combat videos. I have seen many amazing and shocking things, but none of them could overturn his cognition like today's one. What should we do with this video? Zhang Jiming looked at Li Chong with a hint of confusion in his tone. Li Chong slammed the table. What should I do? Are you stupid? Report it to your superiors. His voice was a little sharp with excitement. To be able to play the mecha girl like this in real life is even more outrageous than in the game. Are we qualified to judge this kind of video? We must let those big guys up there see this textbook-level battle. Zhang Jiming smiled bitterly. I thought so too. He reopened the video and watched it again from the beginning. Every move of that white robot was deeply engraved in his mind. This model of machine, I've never seen it before. Zhang Jiming murmured. I don't remember either. Li Chong shook his head. Could it be a new model secretly developed by some company? Zhang Jiming quickly searched the system. After a moment, he raised his head with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Found it, model number MS-01. The registration time was yesterday. Li Chong came over to take a look. MS-01? Such a simple number. It looks like this is probably the first prototype of a new model, and it hasn't even started mass production yet. No wonder he is so powerful. Zhang Jiming understood. As the first machine of a new model, its basic performance is absolutely top-notch. He no longer hesitated, took a deep breath, and solemnly uploaded the video directly to the Alliance headquarters through the internal encrypted channel. Chapter 18, I'm Rich. Qingcheng, the robot recycling center. Under the huge steel dome, the cold mechanical arms operated in an orderly manner, making a dull roar. This is the final destination for all scrapped mechas. Their wreckage will be decomposed, and useful materials will be recycled. Qi stood in front of the huge delivery port, Yueying quietly beside him. In front of them was the wreckage of Xian Yu's mecha, which had completely lost its life. The gap in the chest that was pierced by Yueying's sword was particularly glaring. Goodbye, XY9623, Qi said in a low voice. This was the code name when Xian Yu left the factory. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked the cold metal shell of Xian Yu, which still bore traces of battle and dried blood. His emotions were mixed: anger, resentment. It seems to be all of them, but more of it is an indescribable loss. When cold steel has life and emotions, are they still just tools? It was a fact that Xian Yu betrayed him first, but seeing the robot that he had repaired with his own hands destroyed in his own hands, Qi couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion in his heart. Beep. Identity confirmed. Recovery procedure started. A cold electronic sound rang out. The huge mechanical arm slowly stretched out and grabbed the wreckage of Xian Yu. Qi watched silently until the silver-white figure disappeared into the darkness of the delivery port. Next time we meet, she will still be Xian Yu, but her code will be reset and her memory will disappear. Mooney said softly, trying to comfort. Qi shook his head and looked away, with a barely perceptible trace of fatigue on his face. I know. He understands the rules of the recycling center. Theoretically, the mecha girl can be reborn after being scrapped. But what is the difference between this and complete death? For Xian Yu, who was repaired by himself, everything was over. Qi, Wing pulled his sleeve with worry in her eyes. You have me now. She mustered up her courage, her voice not loud, but extremely firm. Qi was slightly startled, turned his head, and met Yueying's clear eyes. There was pure concern and a hint of cautious dependence in the girl's eyes. The trance and heaviness in my heart seemed to be dispelled a lot by this gaze. He smiled and ruffled Yueying's snow-white hair. Yeah, I know, luckily you're here. When we walked out of the recycling center, it was already late. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the outline of the city a warm golden color. Yueying seemed to want Qi to completely get rid of his previous emotions, so she skipped to a small stall not far away. A moment later, she held up 2 strings of candied haws wrapped in crystal sugar and handed them to Qi like offering treasures. Qi, eat this. It's sweet. Qi took a string, took a bite, and the sweet and sour taste spread in his mouth. He felt a lot more relaxed as he looked at Yueying's little face, which was filled with a satisfied smile because of the delicious food she had eaten. It tastes good, he praised. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, paused, and looked fiercely at Yueying. Wait, Mooney, how did you pay? Yueying blinked her big, innocent eyes, tilted her head, and looked as if it was a matter of course. Pay? Do I need to pay for things? A trace of cold sweat broke out on Chi Ye's forehead. Isn't this common sense? Why is the moon's shadow not clear? Basic data will be implanted into the mecha girls after they leave the factory, which contains the various rules and precautions of this world. Is it because Yueying ran away? Chi was a little amused and helpless, and quickly pulled Yueying to the stall owner. Boss, I'm sorry, I forgot to pay. How much are these 2 strings of candied haws? The stall owner was a kind middle-aged man. He smiled and waved his hand. Hey, it's okay. Just consider it as a gift to you. This girl reminds me of my daughter. She used to be so innocent. Having said that, Chi still insisted on paying the money. He didn't want Yueying to develop such a bad habit. Yueying, remember, you must pay for the things you buy next time. We don't take advantage of others, okay? Chi frowned and taught seriously. Yueying looked at Chi Ye's rare, serious expression, then glanced at the candied haws in her hand, and her little mouth pouted slightly. She stretched out her slender white fingers and poked Chi Ye's arm, her voice carrying a hint of grievance. Understand. Then, don't ever lay your hands on me again. Cough, cough. Chi was choked by her sudden words and almost spit out the candied haws. He touched his nose awkwardly, and his face became hot involuntarily when he thought of the beautiful scene last night. This little girl has learned to fight back. At the same time, Qingcheng Military Region Headquarters. In the top floor office, Ji Qingsong had just finished an important meeting. He picked up the hot tea on the table, blew on it gently, and his eyes fell on the video playing on the screen in front of him. It was the entire process of Qi Ye's single-handed battle against the A-level giant python. That incredible operation was unbelievable even for a commander who was used to big scenes. My eyes couldn't help but light up. Huh, this kid really didn't let me down. Ji Qingsong's lips curled up into an imperceptible smile. He actually studied manual control to such an extent. The operation manual must have been written by him. He took a sip of tea, and a hint of deep meaning flashed in his eyes. The Star Corps' desire for more combat data. Perhaps this kid can bring me a bigger surprise. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, as if he was thinking about something. In a few days, people from Shenzhen City will come over to hold a pilot exchange competition. Those guys have always been very self-righteous. They rely on the fact that their mecha technology was developed earlier and always look down on us in Qingcheng. A gleam of light flashed in Ji Qingsong's eyes. This time, maybe I can surprise them. He pondered for a moment and picked up the communicator on the table. Notify everyone that the selection quota for this year's pilot exchange competition could be appropriately relaxed. Also, find a way to get Qi Yi to participate as well. By the way, let's promote him to bronze medal pilot. Qi naturally didn't know that he had been targeted by Ji Qingsong. At this moment, he was bringing Yueying to Qingcheng's largest exotic animal material trading market. The python's body was too large to be brought back intact, but its flesh and scales, which contained highly poisonous substances, were highly sought-after commodities. Although it is poisonous, it is excellent research material for institutions and individuals who specialize in studying exotic animal toxins. The market was bustling with people, and the air was filled with the stench of various exotic animal materials. Each stall was filled with strange-shaped limbs, crystal cores, and furs of exotic animals. Qi found a relatively secluded corner and laid out the processed python flesh and several pieces of scales from key parts. Soon, people who knew the value of the product gathered around. Boss, is this the material of A-grade anaconda? It looks quite fresh, asked a buyer. Just slaughtered, absolutely fresh. Qi said concisely. This is not ordinary poison. Boss, your price is 201,000 star coins, no bargaining. Qi directly stated his desired price. Grade A exotic animal materials are valuable in themselves, let alone this rare item that is highly toxic. After some bargaining, these materials were finally bought by a mysterious buyer for 200,000 star coins. Looking at the extra 200,000 star coins in his account, Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I have the first startup capital. Come on, Wang, let's go buy you something good. Chi was in a good mood. Nice one. I just ate candied haws. There was a hint of doubt in Yueying's eyes. Are you stupid? I'm talking about the equipment you have on you. Chapter 19, No Money. The noise was gradually left behind. Chi pulled Yueying through several somewhat deserted alleys, and finally stopped in front of a store with an inconspicuous facade, but an unusually large flow of people coming in and out. On the shop sign were written the four characters Wanxian Armed Forces in a flamboyant style. This is the one. Chi looked up at the sign and walked in. Yueying followed behind him, looking at everything in the store curiously. The interior of the store is much more spacious than it looks from the outside, and there are all kinds of mecha equipment on display. From huge energy cannons to tiny auxiliary chips, we have everything. A huge light screen was hung on the wall, scrolling promotional images and detailed parameters of various weapons. Welcome to the Vientiane Armed Forces. What would you two like to see? A middle-aged boss with a goatee and a friendly smile came up from behind the counter. Chia's eyes swept over the equipment placed in the most conspicuous positions. He saw several distinctive accessories. Shadow optical camouflage, agility +2, defense +1, additional effect, short-term invisibility, consumes a lot of energy. Thunder shoulder cannon, strength +5, agility -1, additional effect, high explosive electromagnetic damage. Honeycomb micro missiles, strength +1, intelligence +2, additional effect, multi-target locking attack. Speedy light blade, strength +4, agility +2, additional effect, bleeding. Chi looked at these weapons that shone with an alluring luster and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The weapons of the mecha girls in this world are really varied. He glanced at the price mark below one of the cool-looking energy rifles. 8 star coins. The corners of Chi Ye's mouth twitched involuntarily. This is a robbery, he muttered softly. 200,000 star coins. I'm afraid you can't even afford a decent smart weapon here. Yueying obviously also saw the price tags, and she timidly pulled at the corner of Chi Ye's clothes. Chi, should we not buy it? She whispered. These things are so expensive. My current equipment is also still usable. Her snow-white little head lowered slightly. Her long eyelashes trembled, and there was a hint of uneasiness in her voice. She didn't want Chi to spend the money he had just earned because of her. Chi felt warm in his heart, and he reached out his hand and rubbed her soft, snow-white hair out of habit. Silly girl, don't think too much. He smiled gently. Money is meant to be spent. It is necessary to upgrade your equipment. Besides, we don't have to buy these expensive ones. The goateed boss on the side heard the conversation between the two, but he did not show any contempt. Instead, he sighed, with a bit of helplessness on his face, and said to Chi, "This is the current market. The price of high-intelligence weapons has always been high due to the research and development costs and the scarcity of materials. It's actually quite difficult for us who are doing business." The boss paused, as if to open up the conversation, and continued. Didn't the Alliance say a few years ago that it would increase the difficulty of pilot certification, encourage manual operation, and prevent pilots from over-relying on intelligent weapon systems? At that time, we manufacturers worked hard to produce a large number of non-intelligent high-performance accessories. What was the result? The policy could not be implemented. No one bought the weapons that needed to be manually operated. They were all piled up in the warehouse and gathered dust. The boss pointed to the warehouse at the back and said, "Look, it's in there. It's probably almost rusted." Chia's eyes suddenly lit up and his heart moved. Low intelligence, high performance? Isn't this tailor-made for him and Yueying? "Boss," he said quickly, with a hint of urgency in his tone, "those weapons, can you take us to have a look?" The goateed boss was stunned when he heard this, and then showed a hint of surprise. "Oh, young man, are you interested in those antiques?" He looked at Chi. "Those require extremely high hand speed and judgment to control, and not many people use them now. It doesn't matter, I just want to take a look." Jie insisted. "Okay, follow me." The boss didn't say much, took out the key, and led the two of them to the warehouse. The light in the warehouse was a little dim. Unlike the bright and beautiful exhibition hall outside, The various weapon accessories piled here were mostly covered with dust. The boss pointed to the weapon closest to him. Look at this Furious Battle Axe. It increases strength by 15 points and can instantly burst out double damage, but it will reduce agility by 5 points and intelligence by 10 points. He pointed to an energy shield with an ancient shape. And this Guardian Barrier can provide super strong frontal defense, but it is extremely bulky and will reduce agility by 8 points. Chiye's eyes swept across the shelves, and the more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. Most of the weapons here increase basic attributes such as strength, speed, and defense, but they will reduce intelligence. This may be a fatal flaw for others, but for Chi, who has top driving skills, these are simply magical tools tailor-made for Yue. He suppressed his excitement and pointed at several pieces of equipment that were emitting weak energy fluctuations. Boss, how much are these for? Chi chose a streamlined back thruster, an energy lightsaber that flashed a faint blue light, and a small shoulder missile launcher. The boss took a look at what Chi had picked, scratched his head, and smiled sheepishly. Young man, you really have a good eye? These pieces were the proud works of our factory back then. As for the price, he pondered for a moment, then waved his hand. Alas, these things take up space in the warehouse, and they also need regular maintenance, which is very troublesome. If you really like these junks, don't talk about the price. I met my destined person today. The boss showed a desperate expression. Just give me anything you want. He obviously felt that these things could not be sold at all, and it would be good enough if he could get some money back by disposing of them. Chi was delighted. He didn't expect the boss to be so straightforward. He did not agree immediately, but took out the card with 200,000 star coins from his pocket. Boss, I have 200,000 here. I'll buy all 3 weapons. He pointed to the 3 pieces of equipment he had chosen, as well as a few accessories that looked good nearby. This is so embarrassing. The boss was stunned. He didn't expect Chi Yi to be so generous. He thought Chi Yi would bargain hard after knowing the inside story. Boss, you opened a business, and now I have taken advantage of you a lot. Chi Yi smiled slightly. He handed the card to his boss. After swiping the card, Chi Yi took the 3 selected pieces of equipment in his hand. Star-marked thruster, agility plus 10, intelligence minus 5. Moonlight sword, strength plus 8, intelligence minus 3, additional effect. Moon energy cutting. Hummingbird micro missile set, strength plus 3, intelligence minus 4, disadvantage. Needs to be manually locked. Thank you, boss. Chi expressed his gratitude sincerely. I should be the one thanking you for helping me clear out some inventory. Chi looked at the boss and said seriously, Boss, believe me, it won't be long before these weapons in your warehouse will become popular. When the time comes, don't forget to act early and seize the opportunity. Upon hearing this, the boss just smiled. Obviously, he didn't take Chiye's words seriously and just thought it was a joke from young people. Chapter 20. Someone is looking for trouble. Chi didn't explain further. He knew in his heart that the emergence of a top pilot could often lead the trend of an era. When he drove the Moon Shadow and shocked the world with full manual operation, those pilots who pursue the ultimate operation will naturally compete to imitate. By then, these low-intelligence, high-performance equipment will surely be revitalized. Boss, can I borrow a place? I want to install these equipment on my mecha girl now. Chi asked. Of course, no problem. The boss was very enthusiastic. There is a simple maintenance platform behind the warehouse. You can use it at will. We came to the maintenance platform at the back of the warehouse. Although it was simple, it was equipped with all kinds of tools. Chi signaled Yue to change her form. Yue nodded, and a barely perceptible blush appeared on her fair face. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. The soft white light lit up again, and when the light faded, the graceful snow-white mecha stood quietly in the center of the platform. Even though it was not the first time he saw it, Chi was still amazed by the perfect design. Okay, Xiao Yuang, it may feel a little, strange, just bear with it. Chi picked up the wrench and connector. Yuang's mecha form has many special interfaces all over its body, which are used to install and replace external armor and weapon accessories. Chi first dismantled Yuang's somewhat old thrusters. When his hands touched those cold interfaces, he could clearly feel Yuang's body tremble slightly. Can you feel it like this, Xiao Yuang? You be gentler. Yuang's voice came, with a hint of shyness and nervousness. It was as if what was being touched was not a cold machine, but her sensitive skin. Chia's lips curled up into a smile. Don't worry, my skills are very good. He skillfully installed the new Star Mark thruster on Yu Ying's back, and the interface fit perfectly. Next is the Moonlight Light Sword, which is fixed on Yu Ying's right waist, and the dark blue hilt emits a faint halo. Finally, the Hummingbird micro-missile set was installed on Yu Ying's left shoulder. When all the equipment was installed, the already smooth and graceful lines of the Yu Ying aircraft took on a fierce and murderous aura because of these newly added equipment. How does it feel? Chi patted the missile launcher on Yu Ying's shoulder. It seems that my body has become a little heavier, but I feel like I can eat several more strings of candied haws now. Yu Ying's voice was filled with excitement. She tried to move her arms and legs. The new thrusters made her feel as light as a feather. Very good. Chi nodded with satisfaction. Let's go and try out the power of the new equipment. The sunlight shines through the mist onto this city of steel and neon lights. Chi took Yu Ying and did not return to the apartment directly, but turned in another direction. Let's go to a good place so you can get familiar with your new equipment. Chi turned his head and said to Yu Ying. Yu Ying blinked and nodded obediently. Yes, I'll listen to you. After arriving at the place, what caught Chi's eyes was a huge dome-shaped building. From time to time, mechas of various shapes flew through the air and landed on the platform on top of the building. This is Qingqing's largest public pilot training facility, open to all registered pilots. Of course, it costs a lot to use it. Is this a mecha girl training ground? Yu Ying looked at the scene in front of her with some surprise. Chi smiled and said, That's right. Let's go in and find a simulated combat area to try out your new weapon. The two walked towards the entrance. The hall was bustling with people coming and going and seemed particularly lively. On the huge holographic screen, highlights of various mecha girls' battles are being played. The interior of the training ground is very spacious. Countless mecha girls shuttled back and forth and fought in it, with light beams flying and artillery fire roaring. The scene was very spectacular. Each mecha girl displays unique beauty and power. Wow, so many mecha girls. Yu Ying was dazzled and exclaimed softly. It was the first time for her to see such a grand scene. Since she was created, she has had no chance to come into contact with these. Chi brought Yu Ying to the registration desk. A uniformed staff member looked up at them. Hello, both of you. Standard training area. 1,000 star coins per hour. No limit on the level of the machine. The staff member's voice was flat, and it was obvious that they were used to this kind of charging standard. Chi touched his nose. He had just received 200,000 yesterday and used it to buy equipment for Yu Ying. Now he was stuck. He remembered that there seemed to be a few hundred star coins left, which was obviously not enough. Chia's eyes fell on the advertisement next to him, which read Coach Recruitment. There was a gleam in his eyes, and he was about to say that he was here to apply for the coaching position. Puff! A loud and undisguised sneer suddenly came from the side. Chi frowned slightly and turned to look. He saw a fashionable young man who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, looking at him with contempt. Next to the boy stood a hot, red-haired mecha girl. The girl was tall and slender, with impressive curves. The armor on her chest was particularly exaggerated, full of mature charm. I say, if you don't have money, don't come to a place like this to pretend to be rich. The young man spoke in a nonchalant tone, his tone full of superiority. You can afford a mecha girl, but you can't afford a training ground? That's ridiculous. He looked Chi and Yu Ying up and down, his eyes revealing undisguised contempt. Look at your machine girl. It's so clean. Isn't it a cheap one bought from some underground factory? When Yu Ying heard this, her face turned pale instantly, and she subconsciously shrank behind Chi. She clutched the corner of Chi's clothes tightly, her fingertips trembling slightly. The girl next to the boy walked gracefully and slowly in front of Yu Ying. A red light flashed in her eyes, and she began to scan Yu Ying's body data. After a moment, she snorted disdainfully. MS-01? What kind of a bastard model is this? I've never heard of it. There was a condescending arrogance in the red mecha girl's voice. Little sister, you look pretty good. Are you a modified doll for some special purpose? Her eyes swept over Yu Ying's slender waist and long legs with undisguised teasing. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The training intensity in a place like this is not low. If you get beaten up by accident, your master will probably be distressed, right? Woo! Yu Ying's eyes turned red instantly, and crystal tears rolled in her eyes. She bit her lower lip tightly, her body trembling slightly with humiliation and anger, but she didn't know how to refute. These words were like sharp thorns, piercing into her sensitive heart. Being treated as defective and abandoned are the deepest pains in her heart. Now, it has been exposed so blatantly and labeled with such an unbearable stigma. Chiye's face darkened the moment the red mecha girl opened her mouth. When he saw Yueying's aggrieved look, a surge of anger rushed from the bottom of his heart to his forehead. He took a step forward, protecting Yueying behind him, and stared coldly at the red machine girl and the arrogant boy. Watch your mouth. There was a chill in Chiye's voice. He rarely gets truly angry, but these people obviously touched his sore spot. Yueying is his mecha girl and a partner he recognizes, and he will not allow anyone to insult her like this. The boy felt a little frightened by Chiye's gaze, but he still maintained his stubborn attitude, relying on the powerful mecha girl beside him. What? Are you angry because I said it right? If you have the guts, why don't you show us a higher-end model? Don't embarrass yourself by driving this junk. The red mecha girl beside him also cooperated by giving a coquettish sneer, her eyes full of contempt. Chapter 21, Do You Like Girls Who Can Drive? Chi clenched his fists, and his joints made a slight crackling sound. He really wanted to let this couple know immediately what it meant to speak ill of them. He had seen all kinds of scenes in his previous life. He could crush this kind of clown to death with one hand. Just when the atmosphere was tense and conflict was about to break out. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chi? A slightly respectful voice came from the side. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a staff member wearing a pilot union uniform walking towards them quickly, holding an exquisite box in his hand. When a young man saw the clothes the visitor was wearing, his arrogance immediately subsided a lot. I am. Chi nodded and suppressed his anger. The staff member walked up to Chi and respectfully handed the box to him. Mr. Chi, your bronze medal pilot qualification certification has passed the review. Here is your bronze pilot badge and related certification documents. Please keep them. Your pilot level will also be updated synchronously on the pilot union website. The staff had a smile on their faces. Bronze medal pilot. As soon as these 4 words came out, the surroundings instantly became quiet. The people who were whispering and watching the fun just now widened their eyes and looked at Chi Yi in disbelief. The arrogant young man froze instantly with an expression on his face, as if he had seen a ghost. There was also a flash of surprise in the eyes of the red mecha girl beside him. Bronze medal pilot? What a joke. The man in front of him looked ordinary except for his appearance, and the model of the mecha girl next to him was unheard of. How could he be a bronze medal pilot? In Qingsheng, although bronze medal pilots are not as rare as silver and gold medal pilots, they are definitely the backbone of the fight against strange beasts. Most of them have their own exclusive training grounds and resources, so why would they come to this kind of public training ground? Bronze pilot? The young man stuttered, his voice trembling. He felt his cheeks burning, as if he'd been slapped hard in the face. Just now he was mocking the other person for being poor and a waste. As a result, he suddenly became the bronze medal pilot that he had to look up to. This strong contrast made him feel ashamed. The Alliance staff member naturally noticed the tense atmosphere here. He glanced at the unsightly-looking boy and his mecha girl, then at Yueying, whose eyes were red. His brows furrowed slightly, and he asked in a deep voice, "What happened here?" The boy's body shook involuntarily, and he dared not speak. The red mecha girl also put away her arrogant attitude and stood aside with her head lowered. Chi said calmly, "It's nothing. It's just that some people look down on others." The staff was very smart and understood the situation immediately. He looked at the young man sternly. This is Mr. Chi, the new bronze medal pilot of the Alliance. According to Alliance regulations, any disrespect towards high-ranking pilots will be punished. Apologize to Mr. Chi and his robot girl immediately. The young man's face turned pale and blue, and he felt regretful and afraid. He never expected that he would hit such a wall today. Offending a bronze medal pilot would definitely not be beneficial to his future development. I'm sorry, Mr. Chi, and this Miss Jin Yang. The boy lowered his head, his face flushed. I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. Please be magnanimous and don't take it too seriously. The red girl also lowered her proud head and said in a soft and trembling voice, I'm very sorry. I was inappropriate in my words just now and offended you too. Please forgive me. Her voice was no longer sarcastic, but instead had a hint of flattery. She knew very well that the strength of a pilot who could pass the bronze certification should not be underestimated. She began to regret her rude words just now. If this MS-01 model really has some outstanding features, then her actions just now are undoubtedly digging her own grave. Chi took the box, opened it, and took a look. Inside lay a bronze badge quietly. The badge was simple in design. He casually pinned it on his chest and looked at the boy who still had his head lowered. "Since you are so rich, you can pay my entrance fee," Chi said lightly. "He is not a saint. If he is provoked, he will naturally seek revenge. But this boy is just young and frivolous, so a light punishment or a severe warning will be enough." When a young man heard this, he felt as if he had been pardoned and nodded quickly. "Yes, yes, yes. It should be. It should be." He quickly transferred 10,000 star coins from his own account to the public account of the training ground. "Mr. Chi, payment has been made. Please come in." The staff members were relieved when they saw this, as long as there was no major chaos. He became more respectful to Chi. "Mr. Chi, if you need a more professional training venue, the Alliance can arrange it for you. Bronze pilots usually have their own training area, where the facilities are better and your privacy can be better protected." Chi waved his hand. "No, this place is fine. The money has been paid, so let's just stay here today." He didn't want anything special. He came here just to help Yue adapt to the new equipment as quickly as possible. After solving the problem, Chi turned around and looked at Yue, whose eyes were still red. He reached out his hand and gently scratched her little nose, his tone containing a hint of feigned anger. "You are so old and you are still crying. Isn't it embarrassing?" After hearing what he said, Yue felt a little embarrassed and her face turned slightly red. She pouted and muttered softly, "Who told him to say that about me?" There was a hint of grievance in his voice, like a bullied kitten. "Umph. Next time someone dares to bully you, just fight back." Chi patted her head. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Yue raised her head, and her watery eyes looked at Chi with a hint of relief flashing across their faces. She suddenly stood on tiptoe, leaned close to Chi's ear, and said in a very low voice with a hint of embarrassment, "During the day, I can control myself from crying during the day. But at night, when I'm in your arms, I can't help myself." The girl's warm breath sprayed on Chi's earlobe, carrying a hint of sweet fragrance. That soft voice, coupled with the deliberately suppressed, ambiguous ending, made Chi's heart skip a beat. This little girl, is she driving? Chi felt his cheeks getting a little hot, and he quickly coughed dryly to cover up his loss of composure. I know. Go in quickly and don't keep me waiting." He held Yue-Ying's little hand and walked into the training ground under the complicated gazes of everyone. The young man who caused the trouble had a look of fear and relief on his face. Fortunately, the other party did not pursue the matter further. Otherwise, he would be in real trouble today. He glanced at the girl next to him and felt for the first time that her flamboyant personality was so annoying. Chapter 22, Simulation Training. "Let's go, Xiao Yue." Chi took Yue-Ying's little hand, walked through the bustling crowd to the depths of the training ground, and found a relatively secluded, simulated combat area. "How about training here?" Chi looked around to make sure no one was paying attention. Yue nodded with anticipation on her face. "Well, Chi, I can do it wherever you want." The white body radiates a soft glow, and a flawless white mecha appears. Chi's fingers lightly touched Yue-Ying's cold armor. In the corner of my vision, the light blue panel reappeared. Yue-Ying's latest attribute information came into view. Name, Yue-Ying. Level D. Strength, 99-110. Agility, 99-109. Defense, 99. Intelligence, 30-18. Chi was ecstatic. Yue-Ying's strength and agility had improved significantly. Although intelligence has decreased, it doesn't hinder anything. He got into the cockpit excitedly. Familiar seats, familiar touch. Every time I enter Yue-Ying's body, I feel extremely comfortable. Connect the neural synchronization interface. Switch to full manual control mode. Yue-Ying switched the mode according to the command. Chi began to give instructions to the training ground. Set up, simulated battle, generate, C-rank monster wave. The light curtain in the center of the training ground twisted. The next second, more than a dozen phantoms of D-level monsters of various shapes appeared out of thin air around the moon. They roared and pounced on us. Chia's eyes suddenly became serious. He gripped the joystick with both hands and started operating. Under his driving, Yue-Ying was like a flash of lightning, weaving through the herd of strange beasts. The newly added thrusters increased her speed to the extreme. The missile launcher on the left shoulder fired several small missiles. Although manual locking was required, the missile hit the target accurately thanks to Chi-Ye's amazing positioning. Boom! Boom! The shadows of several sea-level monsters exploded. Great. So great. Chi felt like every cell in his body was cheering. This is the real mecha battle. Without the constraints of an intelligent system, every operation he makes can get perfect feedback. The lightsaber in his hand emitted a faint blue light. Chi swung the lightsaber. The sword swept across, and a strange beast was cut in two. How do you feel, Muni-chan? Chi couldn't help but ask. Ying's voice was filled with unprecedented excitement. Chi, I feel incredibly light, and my strength is even stronger. It's simply going to heaven. There was joy in her voice. The feeling of being controlled and bursting with powerful strength made her more dependent on Chi. In less than 5 minutes, the first wave of alien beasts was easily wiped out. The light curtain of the training ground changed again, revealing more sea-level monsters. It seems that the difficulty is a bit low. Chi raised his eyebrows. He gave the order again. Increase the difficulty. Generate B-level monsters. Increase the number. The light is shining. More phantoms of B-level monsters that are larger in size and more powerful appear. Well done. Chi did not retreat, but advanced to meet the enemy. The attacks of B-level monsters are more intensive and powerful. But the moon's shadow driven by Chi looked like a dancer. She was no longer just following cold orders, but had become one with Chi. The star-marked thruster bursts out with even stronger power. Ying's figure left a trail of afterimages among the group of strange beasts. With an elegant and graceful posture, it dances among the group of exotic beasts. This is the shadow dodge that only the top pilots in the previous life could master. Relying on the mecha's extreme power and precise judgment of the battlefield, it can burst out at astonishing speed in an instant. Let the enemy see the afterimage of the original place and have an illusion. But the real body had already appeared in another place. To those pilots who rely on intelligent driving, this is simply teleportation. Another round of missile salvos. Then Yi swung the lightsaber, using every bit of his strength to the extreme. In front of him and Ying, the B-level monster. Like paper, the entire battle process was incredibly smooth, full of power and beauty. This is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. The phantoms of strange beasts in the simulated combat area kept refreshing, but Chi always maintained high-intensity operations without a trace of fatigue. His hand speed, his judgment, and his understanding of mechas far surpassed the pilots in this world. Under Chi's control, Ying showed unprecedented power. Chi is her soul. Inside the training ground, the pilots and pilot girls who were originally training were gradually attracted by the movement here. Their training all stopped, staring blankly at the white mecha that was moving freely in the simulated combat area. The movements are so smooth that it makes people feel like watching a virtual game highlight. What the hell? What kind of machine girl is that? Isn't this too fast? That action is... Can a robot girl do it? What a joke. How is that possible? There was a lot of discussion. They had never seen such wild driving skills. Even those B-class and A-class pilots. I was also stunned. The intelligent assistance system they are proud of. In front of this machine, it seems so clumsy and slow. In the corner, the boy who had just mocked Chi, Su Jiyun. At this moment, his face was pale and his body was trembling slightly. He stared at the white figure on the screen with wide eyes. Is that the mecha he ridiculed as a fake model? How is that possible? The kind of speed and flexibility is simply not something that low-level mecha girls can achieve. Su Jiyun felt a sense of despair. I actually offended such a person just now? If he hadn't been so arrogant at the time, if he had been able to greet the other party in a friendly manner, or even make friends with him, what a great opportunity that would be. Su Jiyun regretted it so much. The red mecha girl standing next to him, Fun Cheng, FC 6422. Her eyes were fixed on the screen without blinking. The arrogance in his eyes had long since disappeared, replaced by a hint of envy that was difficult to conceal. She had already guessed that the robot was being manually controlled. Only manual control can perform such spectacular movements. That feeling of being completely controlled by the driver, releasing all the potential power. She had never experienced it before. Finching's eyes couldn't help but gleam with desire. She longed to be controlled like that, even just once. Thinking of this, she unconsciously squeezed her thighs together. Not only Finching, but all the mecha girls in the training ground showed more or less envious expressions at this moment. Of course, they could see that the white robot was in manual driving mode. Intelligent driving can't achieve this level at all. This also made them more certain that only when they were fully controlled by the pilot could they unleash their most powerful performance. The staff at the training ground were also alarmed by the scene here. They quickly notified the boss. The boss is a middle-aged man with a strong build. He was drinking tea and reading a newspaper in the office. He became a little impatient after receiving the call, thinking someone was causing trouble. But when he came to the monitoring room and saw the picture on the screen, the teacup in his hand almost fell to the ground. Is this something a human can do? He muttered, shock in his voice. He has been in the industry for so many years. What level of pilots has he not seen? But relying entirely on manual operation to squeeze the performance of a mecha to the limit, and even achieving the smoothness of a game. He had never heard of it before. Talent. What a talent. The boss couldn't help but slap his thigh. He looked around, and his eyes accidentally swept across the somewhat shabby coach recruitment advertisement on the wall. There was a gleam of light in his eyes. A bold idea suddenly came in my mind. Chi felt the hot blood in his body gradually calming down. All the phantoms of strange beasts in the simulated combat area have been cleared. The moon's shadow rotated gently in the air and slowly fell to the ground. Feel comfortable. Chi let out a long breath. This exhilarating battle made him feel like all the pores in his body had opened up. He desynchronized the nerves and stepped out of the cockpit. Yue Ying's machine also stopped its combat stance and turned into a human form. Chi, that was so amazing. Yue Ying's voice trembled a little. It's okay. Chi smiled and was in a very good mood. However, just as he was about to leave the actual combat area, a voice called out to him. Young man, please stay. Chapter 23, Personal Trainer. Chi stopped walking when he heard the voice and turned back in confusion. A middle-aged man with a strong build and a smile on his face was walking towards him quickly. The man was about 40 or 50 years old, wearing smart, casual clothes, with excitement gleaming in his eyes. He is the owner of this training ground, Dong Qiansheng. Hello, little brother. Dong Qiansheng extended his hand enthusiastically. My name is Dong Qiansheng, and I'm the owner of this training ground. Chi shook his hand politely. Chi, he was a little confused. Why did the owner of the training ground call him? Seeing this, Yue Ying looked at Dong Qiansheng curiously, her little hand still tightly grasping the corner of Chi Ye's clothes. Brother Chi Yi, I saw your performance in the simulation area just now. Dong Qiansheng did not hide his admiration. He pointed in the direction of the monitoring room, not far away. That operation is simply amazing. I've been running a training ground for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen someone control a mecha to this degree. Chi smiled faintly. Boss, you are too kind. No. It's definitely not an exaggeration. Dong Qiansheng waved his hands, and the smile on his face became even more enthusiastic. Brother Chi Yi, I have an unwelcome request. I want to talk to you. An unreasonable request. Chi Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. That's right. Dong Qiansheng took a step closer and lowered his voice. I want to hire you as our training grounds personal coach. A personal trainer? Chi Yi refused without even thinking twice. He didn't have time to teach pilots who wouldn't even try manual operation. Boss, I'm afraid. Hey, Brother Chi Yi, don't be so quick to refuse. Dong Qiansheng seemed to see through his thoughts. He smiled mysteriously. The personal trainer I'm talking about is not quite the same as you imagined. The treatment is absolutely generous. Dong Qiansheng held up a finger and said, for every client you successfully guide, you can get this amount. He paused, and seeing that Chi didn't seem to react, he added, 1 million star coins. 1 million? Chi's eyes widened slightly. Just for guiding a client, you can get a reward of 1 million star coins? This is more money than what he earned from hunting A-level monsters outside the city, and it is much safer. He is indeed sure money now. The subsequent strengthening of Yue Ying and his own expenses will require a large amount of funds. Boss, what you said is a little different. What do you mean? Chi's voice was calm, but his heart was already active. Seeing that there was a door, Dong Qiansheng smiled even more. This is not the place to talk. Brother Chi, how about coming with me to the office to discuss in detail? Chi nodded. Okay. He wanted to hear what was going on. Dong Qiansheng's office is on the top floor of the training ground, with a wide view and luxurious decoration. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see several mecha girls in the training ground below. Please sit down. Dong Qiansheng personally poured tea for Chi Yi and Yue Ying. Boss, can you tell me your plan in detail now? Chi Yi went straight to the point. Dong Qiansheng put down the teacup, and his expression became a little more serious. Brother Chi Yi, I'm sure you know what kind of people most of the pilots are nowadays. He sighed, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Over-reliance on intelligent systems leads to poor operation and panic when encountering strong enemies. They prefer to sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor, letting the girls do the work themselves, which is why intelligent systems are so popular. Chi was silent. He understood this point deeply. The pilots in this world generally lack the necessary combat qualities. So, Dong Qianchang changed the subject. The main service targets of my personal coaching program are not those pilots, but their machine girl. Teaching a robot girl? Chi was stunned for a moment. This was beyond his expectation. Yuang also tilted her little head, her big watery eyes full of curiosity. That's right. Dong Qiancheng nodded affirmatively. Mecha girls themselves have the ability to learn, especially those advanced models. They desire stronger power and more sophisticated combat skills. But their pilots are unable to satisfy their desire. And you have such ability. Dong Qiancheng looked at Qi Yi with burning eyes. You can show those mecha girls how much potential their bodies can unleash through actual operation. Let them experience what it's like to be controlled by a top pilot. Qi Yi gradually understood what Dong Qiancheng meant. This sounds like it makes some sense. Mecha girls are not cold machines. They have emotions and their own will. Naturally, one will yearn for stronger power. You mean, you want me to fly someone else's mecha? He frowned slightly. Will those pilots be willing to let an outsider like me fly their mecha? If it were him, he would never let anyone touch Yuang at will. Ha ha, Brother Qi, you are worrying too much. Dong Qiancheng laughed. You underestimate the desire of those pilots to become stronger. The more the pilot girls know, the more honors they can naturally win. He lowered his voice and said with a mysterious smile, of course, maybe they may have some special quirks. Believe me, there will be people crying and begging to send their precious mecha girls to you for your guidance. And they'll pay a lot for it. After all, being able to make their mecha girls perform better in battle, or even learn some new combat techniques, is a sure win for them. Dong Qiancheng continued. Many mecha girls themselves are also eager to be controlled by truly powerful pilots. That feeling is an incomparable experience for them, and it can even be addictive. The corner of Qi Ye's mouth twitched slightly. This sounds weird, but the temptation of 1 million star coins is indeed great. Just drive another mecha and show how to operate it, and you can easily make money. It seems that it is not unacceptable. He hesitated for a moment and did not agree immediately. He pulled Yuang aside and asked softly, Yuang, if I go to drive another mecha girl, would you mind? Although he knew Yuang was obedient, he still wanted to respect her opinion. Yuang blinked her beautiful eyes, and her little face flushed slightly. She stretched out her slender white hand and gently pulled Qi Ye's sleeve. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, he murmured softly, as long as Qi Yi is happy, Yuang certainly won't mind. The girl's voice was soft, with a hint of dependence and shyness. She paused and added in a smaller voice, and if Qi Yi can contract more powerful mecha girls in the future, Yuang will be very happy too. When the time comes, I will be their leader. They will all have to listen to me. Jie. He rubbed Yuang's snow-white hair, feeling somewhat amused and helpless. This little girl is thinking far ahead. Chapter 24. The human combat ability of the robot girl. However, since Yuang has no objection, he has nothing to worry about. Boss Dong. Qi turned back and looked at Dong Qiancheng. I'll be your personal trainer. Great. Dong Qiancheng slapped his thigh and smiled brightly. I knew you were a straightforward person. It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure working with you. Qi stretched out his hand and shook hands with Dong Qiancheng again. The sunlight outside the window shines through the glass into the office, making Qi feel a lot more relaxed. With this way to make money, his and Yuang's future life should be much better. At least, I don't have to worry about star coins anymore. By the way, Boss Dong, Qi seemed to have remembered something. What is the specific process of this guidance? It's very simple. Dong Qiancheng explained. I will screen the right customers. Of course, they're all wealthy people. They will send the girl to a special tuning room, and then you will be the one giving her driving instruction. Generally, a tutorial lasts about 2 hours. It mainly demonstrates some advanced operating techniques so that the girl's own intelligence core can record and learn. Of course, if the client has special requirements, such as specifically solving certain combat problems, the time may be extended and the remuneration will increase accordingly. Dong Qiancheng handed Qi Yi a communicator. This is an internal encrypted communicator. If there are customers in the future, I will notify you in advance. No problem. Chi took the communicator. He now had some expectations for this job. Why not drive different models of mechas, experience their respective performance characteristics, and make a lot of money at the same time? Chi Yi and Yuing walked into the apartment one after another. After coming out of the training ground, neither of them said anything more. Yuing seemed to still be recalling the battle that had just taken place in the simulation field. She was holding a candied Haws in her hand, which Chi bought for her when they passed by the stall just now. I'm finally back, Chi said casually, taking off his coat and throwing it on the sofa. After running around all day, he felt a little tired. Yuing nodded obediently and carefully placed the half-eaten candied Haws on the table. Then he picked up Chi's coat and hung it on the hanger. At this moment, a slight electric sound suddenly came from Chi's chest. Sizzle. Chi was slightly stunned and subconsciously touched his chest. There, pinned, was the pilot badge he had just obtained. At this moment, the badge was emitting a faint blue light, and the sound of electric current became clearer. This is... Chi took off the badge and held it in his hand. Before he could study it carefully, a slightly hurried synthetic female voice sounded from the badge. Emergency alert. Emergency alert. A strange beast attacked the Qingcheng shopping mall. Repeat. A strange beast attacked the Qingcheng shopping mall area. Yuing was startled by the sudden sound and subconsciously hid behind Chia. He poked half of his head out and looked at the glowing badge nervously. Preliminary diagnosis is that it is a parasitic monster. It has been confirmed that several residents have been parasitized. Parasitic characteristics. The body shape is distorted and mutated, and it is extremely aggressive. GAC brise fronid instantly. A parasitic beast? This guy is not an easy one to deal with. They are tiny and very difficult to deal with. The female voice in the badge continued. The Alliance patrol team and nearby garrisons have rushed to the scene to block and rescue as soon as possible. Due to the urgency of the situation, a request for coordinated operations is now being sent to all mecha girls in the nearby area that have humanoid combat capabilities. If your mecha girl has this ability and is close to the scene, please go to support as soon as possible while ensuring your own safety. I repeat, please send support from the mecha girls who have human combat capabilities. Human form combat ability? Chi keenly captured this key word, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. It was the first time he heard that the mecha girl could fight in human form. In his opinion, the human form of the mecha girl is more to facilitate daily communication and emotional interaction with the pilot, or to save energy in non-combat state. For real combat, they still need to switch to mecha form to unleash their true power. His gaze involuntarily turned to the moonlight beside him. The girl's nervous expression had disappeared. She was concentrating on licking the candied Haws that had just been placed on the table. Her rosy tongue flexibly rolled over the sugar coating. There was a little crystal sugar stain on the corner of his mouth, which made him look cute, but a little unfair. This little guy doesn't look like he has any fighting ability at all. Yuing, before Chi could finish his words, Yuing raised her head. She held a candied Haws in her mouth and asked incoherently, Chi, what happened? Those pure eyes were full of doubts. Chi looked at her harmless appearance and swallowed the words back. After spending these few days together, he had a general understanding of Yuing's personality. This little girl is timid and a bit of a fool. Apart from her amazing potential in mecha form, she is simply a little fool who needs care in her daily life. Let her fight in human form? Chi shook his head, thinking that the possibility was very slim. However, there is always a chance of something happening. He decided to test it himself. Yuing, Chi cleared his throat, and a kind smile appeared on his face. Yuing tilted her little head. Come here. Chi waved at her. Yuing didn't understand, but still walked over obediently. Yuing, Chi tried to make his tone sound relaxed and natural. How about you try to punch me? Yuing was stunned, confusion written all over her face. She subconsciously took a half step back, waving her little hands. No, I can't. How could I hit you? It's okay. I'm just trying it out. Chi coaxed. I just want to see how strong you are in human form. He patted his chest and said confidently, Don't worry. I'm in good health. I guarantee nothing will happen. Just kidding. He was a top mecha pilot in his previous life, and his physical fitness was far beyond that of ordinary people. Isn't it easy to get hit by a little girl? He thought that 5 or 6 strong men could not get close to him. Yuing still looked embarrassed and reluctant. She lowered her head, her white fingertips unconsciously entwined around the corner of her clothes. But I'm very strong. Her voice was weak, with a hint of grievance. I'm afraid. I'm afraid that I'll hurt Chi. Oh, it's okay. Chi walked up to her and rubbed her snow-white hair. Just use a little strength and hit it casually. He thought Yue might have been frightened by the alarm in the badge just now, which was why she was so nervous. Yue raised her head and looked at Chi Ye's serious expression. She hesitated for a moment and finally seemed to have made up her mind. Well, okay then, she said softly. Then, as if she remembered something, she raised her little face and looked at Chi pitifully in a negotiating and pleading tone. Then, if I hurt Chi, you are not allowed to deduct my candied haws. Chapter 25 Asking for Trouble. Chi was amused by her behavior. He suppressed his laughter and nodded seriously. Don't worry, I will never skimp. If you fight well, I will reward you. After getting Chi Ye's assurance, Yue sighed softly. She looked at Chi Ye's confident look and stretched out a fist. The fist was white and pink and looked harmless. Then I really did hit you? Yue confirmed again, with a hint of nervousness in her voice. Yeah, come on. Yue took a deep breath and closed her eyes, as if she was gathering her emotions. After a moment, she suddenly opened her eyes, and the pink fist, with a slight sound of wind, gently landed on Chi Ye's chest. That's it. This thought just flashed through Chi Ye's mind. Next second, bang! A muffled sound. The smile on Chi Ye's face froze instantly. He only felt a huge force coming from his chest, as if he was hit head-on by a high-speed dump truck. The power was so pure and so violent. He didn't even have time to react, and he was like a baseball that was hit and flew away. His feet left the ground, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably. What the hell? A terrifying scream echoed throughout the apartment. The room instantly fell into dead silence. Yue stood there blankly, her mouth slightly open, looking at her right hand, which was still in the punching position. She seemed to have not expected such an outcome at all, and before throwing the punch, she had already restrained herself from using 80 to 90 of her strength. Jie. She called out tentatively, her voice tinged with tears. Chi, who was sitting in the corner, had no reaction. Yue panicked. She quickly ran to Chi, squatted down, and gently pushed him. Chi, are you okay? Don't scare me. Tears rolled down her eyes like pearls from a broken string. I've already told you I'm very strong. You still say everything is fine. Liar. Oh. My Tongalu. Chia, wake up. It was a long time before Chi Yi felt his soul returning to his body. He shook his dazed head and felt as if all the bones in his body were falling apart. My chest felt burning with pain, as if it had been burned by a branding iron. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently a few times before he managed to open his eyes with difficulty. What caught my eye was Yue's tearful face, filled with worry and self-blame. Jie, you're awake. Yue saw Chi Yi open his eyes, threw herself into his arms, and burst into tears. Wow, that's great. I thought you. Even though he held the sweet and soft beauty in his arms, Chi had no romantic thoughts at all. Yue's human form actually has combat capabilities. He looked down at Yue, who was still crying in his arms. He looked again at the wall he had just hit, and there was already a shallow dent there. The corner of Chi Ye's mouth twitched involuntarily. This is really embarrassing. Yue, you get up first, Chi said with difficulty. He felt like he was about to be strangled by this little girl. Yue sobbed, slowly raised her head, and looked at him with tearful eyes. Chi, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I really only used a little bit of strength. Jie, it's okay. I have thick skin, and this is the effect I want. Really? Yue blinked her big watery eyes, with a skeptical expression on her face. Of course it's true. How about we go to the bedroom and verify it now? Chi gritted his teeth and said, let me show you my strength. Yue blushed, then quickly shook her head. No, you should rest first. I'll go get you some water. Inside the apartment, Chi took advantage of Yue's inattention, endured the pain, walked to the wall, and took out a silver-white pneumatic injection from an inconspicuous secret compartment. Hiss. Aim the injection at your arm, press lightly, and the cold liquid will be instantly injected into your body. A warm current quickly spread, dispelling the severe pain in my chest. After a while, Chi felt himself back to normal. A parasitic monster, Kuai-Lin, is visiting the shopping mall. Chi's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. He glanced at the shallow dent on the wall, then looked at Yue, who was standing beside him, at a loss, with red eyes, like a child who had done something wrong. Yuang, how much strength did you use just now? Qi asked curiously. Yuang timidly stretched out a white and tender finger. Probably maybe 10, maybe less than that. Jie. He took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. With less than 10 of your strength, you can knock him away? Qi pinned the bronze pilot badge back on his chest. Yuang, bring me my coat. Qi Yi, let's go take a look. Qi's lips curled up. We can't just sit there doing nothing now that the strange beasts have entered the city, right? Yeah. Yuang nodded. Although she was still a little scared, she felt extremely safe as long as she was with Qi. She walked up to Qi and habitually grabbed the corner of his clothes with her little hand. But Qi, Yuang raised her little face and said with some concern, will it be dangerous? There's always danger. Qi rubbed her head. But don't be afraid. I'm here. He opened the door. Let's go and join in the fun. Kuailing Shopping Mall is located in a prosperous area of Qingsheng and is usually crowded with people. But at this moment, a long cordon was set up around the mall and the atmosphere was solemn and grim. Several military hovercrafts were parked on the side of the road, flashing, glaring warning lights. Soldiers wearing protective clothing and armed with live ammunition guard every entrance. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. Many reporters and onlookers who rushed to the scene after hearing the news were blocked outside the cordon and were discussing the matter. Qi pulled Yuang and walked straight towards one of the entrances guarded by soldiers. Stop. This is a military restricted area. No entry. A burly soldier immediately stepped forward and pointed the gun in his hand at them. Qi remained calm as he took off the bronze pilot badge from his chest and showed it to the soldiers. I'm Qi Yi, a bronze medal pilot from the pilot union. He said calmly. I received a request for joint operations and came to support. When the soldier saw the badge, he carefully verified its authenticity and then reported to his superiors through the communicator on his wrist. After a moment, the soldier put down the communicator and looked at Qi Yi with complicated eyes. Mr. Qi Yi, your identity has been confirmed. He paused, took out a long alloy sword that was shining with cold light from the equipment box behind him, and handed it to Qi Yi. According to regulations, this is the weapon issued to you, the robot girl. Qi Yi took the sword and it felt heavy and cold in his hand. He continued, I want to get inside the market too. No. The soldier refused. According to the order, only the robot girl can enter the mall to search and clear out the place. If the pilot enters, not only will he be of no help, but he may become a burden or even be parasitized. The soldier's tone was firm. This is for your safety. Chapter 26. Inside the mall. The characteristics of parasitic beasts determine that they pose a huge threat to organic life forms. However, the special structure of the mecha girls makes them immune to this kind of parasitism. My robot girl is a little special. Chia's voice was still calm. She's quite timid. If I'm not around, she may not be able to exert her full strength. He gently patted Yuang's shoulder and said, I will bear all the risks personally. The soldier's brows were tightly furrowed. He had never encountered such a situation before. Bronze medal pilots are considered the backbone of Qingsheng, and each one of them is extremely valuable. If there is any loss here, he will be to blame. Mr. Qi, please understand that this is not a joke. The soldier's tone became more serious. Precisely because this is not a joke, I have to go in. Qi refused to give in. The two of them were in a stalemate, and the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. At this moment, the soldier's communicator rang again. After he answered the call, his facial expression changed as he listened to the instructions. After a few seconds, he put down the communicator, looked at Qi deeply, and sighed. The higher-ups have agreed to your request. He moved aside to make way. But you must promise not to act separately from your robot girl. If you encounter a danger that you cannot handle, you must retreat immediately. Protect yourself, understand? The soldier's tone was extremely serious. I understand. Jia nodded. The soldier looked at Qi Yi again and asked, Can you use this? He untied a delicately shaped pistol from his waist and handed it over. Qi took the pistol, checked the magazine skillfully, and loaded the gun, all in one smooth move. There was a glimmer of surprise in the soldier's eyes. He didn't expect that this gentle-looking young man was so familiar with firearms. Thank you. Qi put the pistol behind his waist. Then he pulled out the alloy sword that was stuck in the ground, turned around, and handed it to Yuang. Here. Yuang took the sword in a daze, and the cold hilt made her tremble slightly. Jie, don't be afraid. Qi's voice was gentle but firm. Remember what I told you. If you encounter those things, don't hesitate. Just do it. They're no longer human. Yue nodded. Yeah. Chi took Yuing's hand, crossed the cordon, and walked step by step towards the open door of the mall that looked like the mouth of a giant beast. The inside of the mall was a mess. The emergency lights flickered on and off, barely illuminating some areas, while more corners were swallowed up by thick darkness. The air was filled with the smell of blood, disinfectant, and an indescribable stench that was nauseating. The scattered goods on the ground and the bloodstains that have not yet coagulated silently tell of the tragedy that has taken place here. Silence, deathly silence. Only the sound of their footsteps echoed in the empty hall, seeming particularly clear. Follow me closely. Chi lowered his voice and looked around vigilantly. Yuang followed closely behind him, holding the sword tightly in his hand. The lobby on the first floor of the mall was empty. Occasionally, one could see a few distorted, inhuman corpses lying in a pool of blood. Just as Chi was about to take Yuang to explore deeper, several figures walked out from the shadows nearby. There are 3 women. No, to be precise, there are 3 mecha girls in human form. They were wearing different combat uniforms and holding different weapons in their hands. Leading the group was a tall girl with neat short red hair. She was holding a huge battle axe, and her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Next to her was a mecha girl with long blue hair and a cold temperament, wearing 2 energy pistols on her waist. The last one is a girl with golden twin ponytails. She looks petite and cute, but she carries an energy cannon on her shoulder that is extremely disproportionate to her body size. They obviously also discovered Chi Yi and Yuing. When the girl with short red hair saw Chi Yi, a human, actually followed him into the mall, her brows immediately frowned. Stop! Her voice was filled with a hint of displeasure and rebuke. This is a blockade area. Humans are not allowed to enter. My dear pilot, don't you know how dangerous this place is? She glanced at Yueying. It's ridiculous to let your pilot enter a place like this. Once he is infected, the consequences will be disastrous. The blue-haired girl also spoke coldly. For your pilot's safety, take him away from here immediately. Yueying was frightened by their powerful aura and shrank back behind Chia, trying to explain in a low voice. No. Before she finished speaking, Chi took a step forward and protected Yueying behind him. He met the gazes of the 3 machine girls and explained, I wanted to come in on my own initiative. The pilot and the pilot girl are always an inseparable whole during battle. I will not let her face this unknown danger alone while I hide in a safe place. If she's going to be in danger, then I am willing to face it with her. The 3 mecha girls were all stunned when they heard this. They have seen too many pilots who treat mecha girls as tools and let them take the lead when they encounter danger. I have also seen some pilots who take great care of the mecha girls, but because of overprotection, they limit the growth of the mecha girls. Like Chi, a pilot who puts himself and the mecha girl on an equal footing and is willing to take risks and advance and retreat together. This was the first time they met. The displeasure on the red short-haired pilot girl's face gradually faded away. You are a little different from other pilots. She spoke, her tone much softer. The girl with golden twin ponytails also blinked her eyes curiously and looked at Chi. Wow, that sounds so cool. Even so, this place is still too dangerous for ordinary humans. The short-haired red robot girl said in a deep voice. However, we are all combat-type mecha girls above level B. Protecting an ordinary human is not a difficult task for us. She paused and looked at Chi. Since you insist on staying here, then follow us closely and don't act on your own. If an accident occurs, we will prioritize your safety. This is a disguised way of accepting Chi Ye's existence. Although they said it was dangerous, deep down in their hearts, they felt inexplicably touched by what Chi Ye just said. Perhaps this is the relationship with the pilot that they have been secretly looking forward to all along. Thank you. Chi nodded and did not reject their kindness. In this situation, it's always good to have a few more helpers. My name is Akame. The girl with short red hair gave her name. Being you. The girl with long blue hair said concisely. I'm Coco. Please give me your advice, handsome guy. The mecha girl with golden twin ponytails seemed much more lively and winked at Chi playfully. Chi also gave his name. Chi Yi. This is Yuing. After a brief acquaintance, the atmosphere eased a lot. Chi Tong pointed to the depths of the mall and said solemnly, We just cleared out a few lone parasites, but according to intelligence, the main source of parasites should be in the underground warehouse of the mall. The environment there is more complicated and easier to hide. Our mission is to find and destroy it. Chapter 27: Fear and Retreat. Underground warehouse. Akaji's voice echoed in the empty mall. It's the intersection of the employee passage and the cargo entrance. The structure is much more complicated than the upper floors. She paused and glanced at everyone. The source of the parasite is very likely using the environment there to hide. Moreover, the number of parasites there is probably far greater than the upper floors. Chi nodded and looked toward the escalator entrance leading to the underground not far away. Since the goal is clear, let's not delay. Chi said in a deep voice. Let's go. Qidong took the first step, followed by Bingyu and Coco. The three of them formed a battle formation and approached the underground entrance vigilantly. Qi Yi and Yuing follow behind them. The closer you get to the underground entrance, the dimmer the surrounding light becomes. The light of the emergency lights seemed particularly dim here, and large shadows covered everything around. Squeak! A slight strange noise suddenly came from the shop next door. Everyone stopped instantly and looked towards the source of the sound vigilantly. What is that? Coco asked in a low voice, carrying the energy cannon. Qidong's eyes narrowed and he raised his battle axe, signaling everyone to be on guard. The next second, three twisted figures suddenly jumped out from the darkness. They used to be human, but at this moment, their skin had taken on an abnormal grayish color. Their joints were twisted at strange angles, and their faces were covered in hideous bloodshot and pustules. They roared and pounced straight towards Qidong and Bingyu, who were closest to them. Be careful, Jia. Yueying was startled by this sudden change and couldn't help but shrink back, hiding behind Qi Yi, and the sword in her hand almost slipped out of her hand. Qidong and Bingyu reacted extremely quickly and were not all panicked. Bastards! Qitong shouted in a low voice and swept out with a battle axe in his hand. Phew! The battle axe accurately cut off the waist of the parasite in the front, and dirty blood and broken flesh exploded instantly. The parasite didn't even have time to scream before its upper body fell heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before stopping moving. At the same time, Bingyu also moved. She leaped back nimbly, avoiding the attack from another parasite. Pulling out the energy pistol from his waist, two beams of light accurately pierced the parasite's head. Bang! Bang! The parasite's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, and it fell straight down. The last parasite's target is Coco. However, before it got close, the energy cannon on Coco's shoulder flashed dangerously. Die, monster! She screamed, and a blazing beam of energy shot out from the muzzle of the gun. Boom! With a loud bang, the parasite was blown into pieces, and a burnt smell filled the air. The entire battle process took only a few seconds. The three mecha girls cooperated well with each other, and their movements were quick and decisive. There wasn't even much expression on their faces, as if they had just crushed a few annoying bugs. The strong smell of blood irritated Qi Ye's nostrils, and he frowned slightly. These parasites were more troublesome than he had imagined. The Yueying behind him was still trembling slightly. She looked in horror at the mutilated, foul-smelling body parts on the ground. The bloody and cruel scene just now had a great impact on her. Qidong shook off the blood on the battle axe and looked at Qi Yi and Yueying. When she noticed Yueying's terrified look, her brows furrowed slightly. Your machine girl, is she okay? Bingyu and Kiki also came over. They looked at Yueying with a hint of doubt in their eyes. Yueying felt their gazes and lowered her head even more. She clutched the corner of Qi Ye's clothes tightly, as if it was her only support. Compared with the three extremely brave mecha girls in front of her, her performance just now was like a useless burden. A strong sense of inferiority and powerlessness surged into her heart, making her eyes red in an instant. She shrugged her shoulders slightly, and with a barely perceptible cry in her voice, she asked Qi Yi in a low voice, Qi Yi, am I useless? In the end, she couldn't hold back her tears, and they slid down her pale cheeks. Qi sighed inwardly and patted her back gently. He could understand Yueying's feelings at the moment. Facing such a bloody scene for the first time was indeed too cruel for her. Silly girl, what are you talking about? Chia's voice was gentle but firm. You're not bad at all. It's just your first time encountering this kind of situation. It's normal to be a little scared. Think about the first time I encountered a strange beast. I was so scared that I almost peed my pants. You are much better than me. He raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears from Yueying's cheek. They have a wealth of combat experience, but you still have to learn slowly. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Don't deny yourself because of fear. Chi looked directly into Yueying's tearful eyes and said seriously, "Your most important task now is to protect me well. Do you understand? For the rest, we can take it slow and adapt step by step." Yueying sniffed and looked at Chi Yi with tearful eyes. "Really, really? Of course it's true." Chi Yi smiled slightly. "When have I ever lied to you?" Yueying's emotions gradually calmed down. Although she was still a little timid, she seemed to have cheered up. She nodded vigorously. "Yeah, I understand, Chi." She took a deep breath, as if trying to expel the fear and anxiety she had just felt. She didn't want her timidity to affect the progress of the operation, and she didn't want to become a burden to the team. Chi looked at Yueying, trying hard to adjust her emotions, and sighed inwardly. Yueying's problem was more serious than he thought. "It seems that we must find a way to help her build up her self-confidence as soon as possible and let her understand the power she possesses. Otherwise, this fear will become the biggest obstacle to her growth." "Okay, little girl, it's normal to be scared when you see this kind of scene for the first time." Akem's voice came through, a little softer than before. "However, what's next will be more dangerous, so you'd better be mentally prepared." Coco also came over and made a face at Yueying, trying to liven up the atmosphere. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. We are here. These little beasts are not enough to fill our teeth." At this moment, another staggering figure slowly walked out from the corner not far ahead. It was a lone parasite, looking thinner than the three earlier ones, and its movements were a little slow. It seemed to be attracted by the noise just now. Chia's eyes moved, and an idea arose in his mind. He looked at the three people of Chi Tong and said, "Can you let Yueying and I handle this?" Chi Tong was stunned for a moment, then understood Chi Ye's intention. She glanced at Yueying, then at Chi Ye, and nodded. "Okay, be careful." Bing Yu and Kiki also stepped back a few steps and made room for them. "Yueying." Chi looked at the girl beside him. "Go ahead and give it a try." His voice was encouraging. "Just like when you punched me, use all your strength." Yueying's body stiffened and her face turned even paler. She looked at the parasite that was approaching step by step. Fear overwhelmed her again like tide. Her hand holding the sword began to tremble uncontrollably. The alloy sword that had originally seemed light as a feather in her hand now seemed as heavy as 1,000 pounds. "Don't be afraid. I'm behind you." Chia's voice sounded again. Yueying bit her lower lip, trying hard to muster up her courage. "I can't retreat anymore. I can't let Chi down anymore." She raised her arm with great effort, trying to aim the blade of the sword at the parasite that was getting closer and closer. The parasite was less than 3 meters away from her, and Yueying could even see its cloudy eyeballs. "Ah!" Yueying closed his eyes, let out a scream mixed with fear, and swung the sword in his hand forward wildly. However, the sword tip deviated from its direction and brushed past the parasite's shoulder, leaving only a shallow scratch. The parasite was enraged by this and let out an even sharper roar, then suddenly opened its arms and pounced towards Yueying. Yueying's pupils suddenly contracted and her mind went blank. Chapter 28, Gate. At this critical moment, bang! A crisp gunshot rang out. The parasite's head exploded like a watermelon, and red and white objects flew everywhere. Its body suddenly stopped moving and collapsed limply at Yueying's feet. Chi was holding the pistol he got from the soldier, with smoke still coming out of the muzzle. He walked quickly forward and pulled the distraught Yueying behind him. Yueying stared blankly at the headless corpse at her feet. After a moment, she couldn't help crying. I'm sorry." She squatted down, covering her face with her hands, her body shaking violently. I can't do it. I really can't do it. Every time I want to raise my sword, my intelligence core makes me put it down. I can't control it. I can't control my body." Her voice was filled with helplessness and pain. Chi put away the gun and sighed softly. He squatted down, held Yueying in his arms, and patted her back gently. "It's okay, Mooney. Don't let it affect you." Chi Tong, Bing Yu, and Kiki came over. They looked at Yueying, who was crying with her head in her hands with complicated expressions. They didn't expect that this mecha that looked so delicate and perfect actually had such a fatal flaw in intelligent combat. "So, it's a problem with the intelligent core?" Coco muttered softly, with a hint of sympathy in her tone. For a mecha girl, not being able to fight independently is really a painful thing. Chi Tong was silent for a moment, then looked at Chi Yi and said in a serious tone, "Chi Yi, I suggest that you take her away from here." The situation in the underground warehouse is far more complicated than we expected. The environment here is not suitable for her. Her condition is very bad. If we continue to stay here, not only will we not be able to help, but we may even be in danger. Although Chi Tong's tone was direct, Chi could hear the kindness in her voice. However, Chi shook his head. He held Yue Ying's shoulders and asked her to look into his eyes. Moon Shadow, look at me. Yue Ying raised her head with tearful eyes. We can't leave. Chi's tone was extremely firm. If you back down now because of fear, then this fear will remain in your heart forever and become a shadow for your whole life. I know it's hard, but we have to face it. He knew that if he took Yue Ying away at this moment, it would be a devastating blow to her. Humans may forget the trauma of their childhood when they grow up, but mecha girls will not. That fear will always exist deep in their core. If she leaves now, Yue Ying will continue to deny herself in the days to come, thinking that she is a complete waste and will never be able to get rid of the shadow of a defective product. So, no matter what, he couldn't let her give up at this time. But Yue Ying's voice was still choked with sobs. Believe in me and believe in yourself. Chi encouraged. You are much stronger than you think. He turned to Akame. Thank you for your kindness, but we are not leaving. Chi Tong looked at Chi Yi's determined eyes. She was silent for a few seconds and finally nodded. Okay. Chi pulled Yue Ying up and helped her wipe the tears from her face. Let's go and see what the so-called source of parasitism is. Yue Ying took a deep breath, and although her body was still a little weak, she nodded vigorously. The five of them gathered and headed towards the underground escalator. The escalator had stopped working and was covered with dark red blood and unknown mucus. The light in the passage became dimmer and the air became more polluted. We've arrived on the underground floor. There was deathly silence all around. This kind of silence is more creepy than a scene filled with roars and fighting. It's so quiet here, Coco muttered softly, breaking the silence. She tightened her hand holding the energy cannon and glanced vigilantly around the dark surroundings. Chi Tong's expression was also very solemn. She said in a deep voice, "It is indeed a little abnormally quiet. Logically, the underground warehouse should be the place with the most parasites." Bingyu didn't say anything, but silently pulled out the energy pistol from his waist and pressed the muzzle down slightly. This warehouse seems to be divided into several areas. Chi looked around at the layout. Not far away, there were several forked roads leading to different directions, shrouded in thick darkness. Do we have to look separately? Yue Ying's voice trembled a little. She subconsciously moved closer to Chi Yi. Chi Tong shook his head. No, don't disperse for now. The situation here is unclear. It is safer to act together. She pointed to a relatively spacious passage on the left. Let's go over there first. At the end of the passage, there seemed to be a larger storage area. The five people moved cautiously, and the sound of their footsteps was infinitely amplified in the silent environment. This area is stacked with many shelves, scattered with various product packages. But unlike what was imagined, no traces of parasites were found here, not even very little blood. Strange, why is there nothing? Coco scratched his head in confusion. Perhaps the source of the parasite is not here. Bingyu said coldly. Chi Tong walked to a shelf and wiped the dust off it with her hand. The dust here is very thick. It seems that few people come here normally. Chia's attention was attracted by a tightly closed metal door not far away. That door looked different from the doors in other areas. On the door panel, there were some dark lines similar to plant veins that were slightly wriggling. There, Chi pointed at the door. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and their expressions changed slightly. What is that? Coco's eyes widened. Chi Tong's brows were tightly furrowed. Those lines are not right. She walked quickly forward, and Bingyu and Kiki immediately followed, taking a defensive stance. Chi pulled Yue Ying and followed. The foul smell in the air became stronger. Behind this door is probably the parasitic matrix, Chi Tong said in a deep voice. She turned around and glanced at Chi Yi and Yue Ying. You two, stay behind us. Chi nodded and kept Yue Ying by his side. Chi Tong took a deep breath, clenched the battle axe with both hands, and signaled Bingyu and Coco. The two men understood each other, and the charging light of the energy weapons lit up in the darkness. Chi Tong suddenly raised his foot and kicked the metal door hard. Bang! The door made a dull thud and dented inward, but it was not kicked open. So hard, Chi Tong was a little surprised. I'll do it, Coco shouted, aiming the energy cannon on his shoulder at the door lock. Wait! Bingyu suddenly stopped them. She pointed under the door. Look there. A trace of dark red liquid was slowly seeping out from the crack in the door, carrying a strong, fishy smell. I'm afraid this guy has already noticed us. Chia's tone was solemn. Chi Tong no longer hesitated. Let's do it together. She raised her battle axe again, and Coco's energy cannon locked onto the center of the door panel. Open. Chapter 29, When Anger Outweighs Fear. With a loud roar, the heavy metal door was forcibly broken open. The scene behind the door made everyone gasp. The entire room was occupied by a huge, dark green vine. These vines were as thick as pythons, with intertwined roots and tangled veins. And on these vines, countless white fleshy worms were wriggling densely. They appeared to be drawing nutrients from the vines. The whole room was like a huge worm's nest. In the dim light, the wriggling white worms looked particularly creepy. This is... Coco's voice trembled a little, and the excitement on her face had long disappeared. Even though she was used to seeing all kinds of strange beasts, the scene before her made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Chi Tong's face turned pale, and she stared at the vines and flesh worms. The parasitic mother. It has actually grown to this point. This scale. If these things spread out, the consequences will be disastrous. Chia's heart sank as well. The scene before him was beyond his understanding of parasitic beasts. This is basically a moving source of plague. No more hesitation. Chi Tong shouted and rushed in first. Clear them all. Don't let any of them go. The battle axe in her hand flashed with a cold light, brought up a gust of wind, and chopped hard at the vine closest to her. Phew! The vine broke with a sound, and dark green, sticky juice gushed out from the broken end. Several flesh worms on the vines were crushed directly by the battle axe, and white liquid burst out. Bingyu and Kiki also reacted immediately and followed closely. Chi protected Yueying behind him and pulled out the pistol from his waist. He did not rush in rashly, but looked around vigilantly. Those flesh worms didn't seem to be very aggressive. They just squirmed instinctively. Soon, most of the flesh worms around the room had been cleared away. However, just when everyone thought the situation was under control, boom, boom, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. The entire underground warehouse seemed to be shaking at this moment. What's going on? Coco exclaimed and almost lost her balance. Chia's face changed, and he felt the ground beneath his feet was collapsing. Be careful, he shouted, trying to grab Yueying. But it's too late. The ground beneath his feet suddenly tilted downward, and he fell to the ground, sliding towards the collapsed pit. Chi! Yueying screamed and subconsciously wanted to grab him. But the huge shock made her lose her balance, and she fell down. Chi fell heavily to the ground and felt that all his internal organs were displaced. He ignored the pain and raised his head suddenly. The scene before him made his pupils shrink suddenly. It turned out that the vines and flesh worms they had just seen were just the tip of the iceberg of the source of the parasitism. The real mother body, with its unimaginably huge trunk, has always been hidden underground. As the ground collapsed, a huge, tumor-like core was exposed. Countless thicker vines extend from this core, like octopus tentacles. And those white flesh worms are continuously hatching and crawling out from this core. This is the true face of the source of parasitism. Damn, its main body is so big. Chi Tong's face was extremely ugly. She looked at the flesh worms that were still crawling out, and a strong sense of uneasiness arose in her heart. If a few of these parasites escape secretly and infiltrate the city, the consequences are disastrous. Qingcheng may be facing a huge disaster. Chi Tong acted decisively and immediately issued the highest level alert to the Alliance headquarters through the communication system. This is Akame. A giant parasitic mother was found in the basement of the Kuailin shopping mall. The situation is critical. Request to activate the boundary blockade immediately. Domain blockade is an emergency plan that the Alliance will only use when dealing with the highest level of disasters. Once activated, a powerful energy barrier will be formed in the designated area, completely isolating the inside and the outside. People inside can't get out, and people outside can't get in. This is a measure to prevent the disaster from spreading further. At the same time that Akaji sent the communication, the huge parasitic mother seemed to feel the restraint of the surrounding environment. The entire underground warehouse, and even the entire shopping mall, began to shake violently. The cement on the ceiling kept peeling off and the steel bars twisted and broke, making a harsh sound. This place is about to collapse. Boom! The parasitic mother began to act. It seemed it had set its sights on the only living being on the field, Chi. For parasites, the human body is undoubtedly the most perfect host. In an instant, countless thick vines gushed out from the mother body, sweeping over like a tide. These vines did not attack directly, but instead flew rapidly through the air, weaving into thick vine walls. "Be careful," Bing Yu exclaimed. In the blink of an eye, the five people were completely separated by the suddenly rising vine wall. Everyone was trapped in a small space made of vines. Chi Yue shouted in panic, but found that there was a thick vine wall between herself and Chi Yi. Chi did not panic. He quickly steadied himself and raised his pistol. Several white flesh worms were crawling towards him through the gaps in the vines. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out one after another, and Chi accurately shot and killed the flesh worms that tried to approach. He knew that there was no use in panicking now. You must stay calm to find a chance to escape. The parasitic mother seemed to realize that those little bugs could not do anything to Chi. It let out a roar, and the entire space shook. The next second, an extremely thick vine suddenly swept over from the side. The speed was so fast that it completely exceeded Chi Ye's expectations. Chi only felt a flash before his eyes, and then a huge force hit his waist fiercely. He groaned as he was thrown flying and hit the vine wall behind him heavily before falling to the ground. A severe pain came from his waist, making it difficult for him to move for a while. The gun in his hand also flew out and fell into the shadow not far away. Chi. From the other side of the vine wall, Chi Tong's anxious shouts were heard. Their mecha vision system can scan the situation behind the vines to a certain extent. When they saw Chi being knocked down, they were all extremely anxious. Damn, these vines are too tough. Akaji chopped the vine wall in front of him with his battle axe. But the vine wall was extremely thick and was constantly repairing itself, so they found it difficult to break through for a while. Bing Yu, Kiki, cover me. I will break through by force. Qidong roared. However, more vines came from all directions, blocking all their attacks, and even began to shrink their movement space. The situation is becoming increasingly critical. At this desperate moment, Yue, who had been curled up in the corner and shrouded in fear, suddenly stopped shaking. She slowly raised her head, and her eyes, which were originally as blue as gemstones, were now gradually dyed with a strange blood-red color. She looked at Chi Yi, who was struggling to get up on the other side of the vine wall. An unprecedented tyranny and anger surged up from the deepest part of her heart. "Don't want," she muttered, her voice hoarse. "Don't harm mine." Yue stood up suddenly, her blood-red eyes fixed on the vine wall that separated her and Chi Yi. "My Chi Yi!" An extremely sharp roar burst out from her throat. She did not pick up the sword that fell to the ground. Instead, he stretched out his fair and tender hands and grabbed the thick and tough vine wall directly. Sizzle. A tearing sound was heard. The vine wall that was strong enough to withstand the full force attack of the B-rank mecha girl was torn open a huge hole in Yue Ying's seemingly slender hands, as if it was made of paper. The dark green juice splashed everywhere, and violent airflow poured in from the gap. Yue Ying stood behind the gap, her long snow-white hair fluttering, her blood-red eyes burning with a rage that wanted to destroy everything. Chapter 30, Burning the Fear. Intelligence Core, what is it used for? In Yue Ying's consciousness, a cold voice kept repeating various warnings and restrictions. The target's danger level is too high. It is recommended to evade immediately. Warning, warning. Yue Ying's blood-red eyes stared at the vines that were trying to get close to Chia. Why should I be controlled by you? I have Chi Yi. That's enough. This thought was like a spark that set the field ablaze, instantly swallowing up all the noise. She walked step by step towards Chi Yi, who was lying on the ground. With every step she took, her aura grew, and her blood-red pupils burned with pure rage and a desire for destruction. The gap in the vine wall continued to expand behind her, like an abyss that was ready to devour anyone. At this moment, the inconspicuous silver bracelet that Yue Ying had been wearing on her right wrist suddenly flashed. Like the flowing moonlight, the light is so soft. Buzz! A slight sword sound was heard. The light faded away, and a long sword with a beautiful and elegant shape was quietly suspended on the right side of the moon shadow. The sword is slender, with a silver-white body dotted with light blue, and starlight flickering on the blade. The hilt of the sword is a warm white color with exquisite golden patterns wrapped around it, and it looks like a work of art no matter how you look at it. Yue reached out and gently grasped the hilt of the sword. The cold touch made the anger in her heart burn even more vigorously. "Don't touch him," she growled, and her figure instantly disappeared from spot. The next second, a silver-white sword light suddenly appeared in the narrow space. Puff, puff, puff. The vines that tried to wrap around Qi Yi broke one after another the moment they came into contact with the sword light. Several white flesh worms crawled out from the gaps in the vines, but before they could get close to Qi Yi, they were cut in half by the precise sword light and turned into disgusting pulp. Yueying's movements were swift and deadly, without any delay. There was no expression on her face, and there was only cold, murderous intent in her blood-red eyes. At this moment, she was completely different from the timid Yueying, who couldn't even hold the sword steadily. Qi struggled to sit up from the ground, and the severe pain in his waist made him gasp. He looked at Yueying, who was waving a sword in front of him and frantically killing vines and flesh worms, his eyes filled with shock. "Yueying, you." He never thought that Yueying could burst out with such powerful force. That sword, he was certain that Yueying had never possessed such a weapon before. Is it the bracelet? Yueying did not respond to Qi Yi. Her entire attention was focused on the enemy in front of her. She wants to eliminate all things that threaten Qi Yi. In just a few breaths, she had cleared out all the vines and flesh worms around Qi. Yueying was breathing slightly, and a few strands of her snow-white hair were soaked with sweat, sticking to her smooth forehead. She turned around and looked at Qi Yi with bloodshot eyes. The murderous intent in them gradually faded away, replaced by a hint of worry. "Qi, are you okay?" Her voice was still a little hoarse, but not as sharp as before. Qi shook his head and forced a smile. "I'm fine, don't worry." He knew that now was not the time to ask further questions. Yueying seemed relieved to see that Qi Yi could still laugh. She turned around again and cast her gaze towards the constantly squirming parasitic mother core. It was this thing that hurt Qi Yi. Unforgivable. Yueying raised the sword in his hand high, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the parasitic mother body. "Call!" A cluster of blue flames suddenly rose from the sword blade. The flames were not blazing, but instead had a bone-chilling coldness that seemed to be able to freeze the soul. "I'm going to destroy you." Yueying let out an angry roar, and his figure once again turned into a stream of light, carrying an ice-blue flame, and rushed towards the huge parasitic mother body. "Yueying!" Qi exclaimed. He wanted to stop it, but the injuries on his body made it impossible for him to move. At the same time, Akiji and the other two who were trapped by the vine wall also felt this sudden, powerful energy fluctuation. Is this Yueying?" Coco widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. The violent aura just now made them feel palpitations. Qitong's brows were tightly furrowed, and through the vines, she vaguely saw Yueying rushing towards the mother body. So strong. The parasitic mother body also seemed to feel the deadly threat from Yueying. Its huge tumorous core began to wriggle violently, and countless thicker vines gushed out from the core like a group of dancing snakes, whipping towards the moon's shadow in the air. However, Yueying's speed was too fast. She was like an elf in the night, deftly dodging the vines that were pulling at her. Every time he swung the ice flame sword in his hand, he could accurately cut off several vines. The cut ends of the vines were quickly covered with a layer of frost, which then turned into ice chips and dissipated. Yueying's attack seemed to have a strong restraining effect on these vines. Because the parasitic mother body excessively stimulated the growth of vines for defense and attack, its tumorous core, which was originally wrapped in layers of vines, was now half exposed. It was a huge ball of flesh that was constantly pulsating, emitting a dark green glow and covered with blood vessel-like lines. Now, Yueying's eyes flashed, and she seized this fleeting opportunity. She accelerated suddenly, cleverly bypassing the last few vines, and instantly appeared above the exposed core of the parasitic mother, just like Qi Yi had driven her to kill the anaconda before. The same moves, this time completely dominated by Yueying. She held the sword with both hands and poured all her strength into the ice flame sword in her hands. The ice-blue flame on the sword blade surged several feet, emitting a terrifying and heart-pounding pressure. Yueying's petite figure formed a sharp contrast with the huge parasitic mother body. But at this moment, the aura emanating from her seemed to tear the entire world apart. The long sword in her hand, with the will to destroy everything, fiercely stabbed at the exposed core of the parasitic mother. Puff! The ice flame sword penetrated deeply into the core of the parasitic mother body without any hindrance. An extremely shrill roar, unlike any other roar that could be made by any living creature, erupted from the core of the parasitic matrix. The entire underground warehouse, and even the entire Kuei Lin shopping mall, began to shake violently, more intense than any time before. Countless dark green juices gushed out from the wound in the core of the parasitic mother like fountains. The juice splashed on the ground and walls, making a series of sizzling corrosion sounds. Yueying succeeded in his attack and immediately pulled back. She was suspended in mid-air, looking down at the parasitic mother body, twitching violently below. The parasitic mother was severely damaged and apparently went into a state of frenzy. Its huge body began to twist wildly, and countless vines danced around like out-of-control tentacles, lashing out at everything around them. Boom, boom! Large cracks began to appear on the walls and ceilings of the underground warehouse. Blocks of cement fell like raindrops, and the thick steel bars were torn off. Oh no, this place is going to collapse. Chi Tong shouted anxiously. Chi, be careful! Chi Tong suddenly screamed, and the vine wall that was entangled around them had completely retreated. In her sight, a concrete slab fell rapidly from the ceiling, hitting exactly where Chi Yi was. Chapter 31 The Sky Belongs to MS-01. Boom! There was a loud noise overhead, and large chunks of concrete slabs fell like a rainstorm. Chia's pupils suddenly shrank, and the severe pain in his waist made it impossible for him to make an effective dodge in time. He subconsciously raised his arms, trying to block the huge shadow coming towards him. At this critical moment of life and death, a dazzling white light suddenly burst out and completely swallowed him up. Chi only felt his body lighten, and, as the world spun around him, he seemed to be enveloped by a gentle force that was rapidly pulling him upwards. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a familiar cockpit. Chi let out a long sigh of relief. A feeling of relief for surviving the disaster surged in his heart. Yueying's avatar appeared beside him. Her blood-red eyes had returned to their former deep blue color, but at this moment, those extraordinary eyes were filled with worry and fear. Chi, I'm so glad to see that you're okay. Outside the cockpit, there were violent shaking and collapsing sounds. Chi looked outside and saw that the entire underground warehouse, no, the entire shopping mall was falling apart. The huge building collapsed like a building block, raising a cloud of dust. And in the smoke and ruins, 3 figures that were also shining with light suddenly rose from the ground. Red as fire, icy blue as frost, and golden light dazzling. Chi Tong, Bingyu, and Coco also took advantage of the space created by the collapse to transform into mecha form. Boom boom! After a deafening roar, the entire Kuei Lin shopping mall was reduced to ruins, and the suffocatingly huge parasitic mother body was completely exposed to the turbid air of Qingsheng. Its main body was several times larger than what Chi Yi had seen underground before, with countless twisted vines dancing wildly, like a monster from the abyss. Fortunately, a light blue energy barrier visible to the naked eye has covered the entire area. The barrier emitted powerful energy fluctuations, which confined all impacts and destruction firmly inside. The boundary is blocked. Chi whispered to himself. It seems that Chi Tong's alarm has worked. This can at least ensure that the disaster will not spread further and affect other innocent citizens. Chi, your injury. Yueying's worried voice brought Chi back to his senses. Only then did he feel the sharp pain in his waist. The blow from the vine, just now, was quite severe. He grinned and looked at Yueying. Don't worry, it's just a minor injury. Scanning the cockpit, he soon saw a familiar device on the lower side of the operating console. A silver-white pneumatic injection was quietly stuck in a groove. Yueying that. He pointed at the injection. Yueying immediately understood and quickly ejected it. Chi picked up the injection and pressed it lightly on his arm without hesitation. After a moment, Chi felt himself back to normal. He stretched his body and let out a groan of pleasure. Alive. He looked at Yueying's somewhat nervous little face, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yueying, you did a good job just now. He stretched out his hand and wanted to ruffle her hair out of habit, but found that this action was a little inconvenient in the cockpit at the moment. I really like the way you were just now. Chia's tone was flat, his eyes carefully observing Yueying's reaction. Do you want to know what the difference was between Yueying in that violent state just now and her now that she had returned to normal? In other words, whether that state has had any impact on her now. When Yueying heard Chiye's praise, her cheeks flushed slightly, and a hint of shyness and joy flashed in her blue eyes. Chiyi, I like Chiyi too, and I will always like it. Chiyi was slightly stunned, and a soft spot in his heart seemed to be gently touched. Is this little girl confessing her love? However, it seemed that she was not affected by the rage. He took a deep breath and suppressed the strange emotion in his heart. The current situation remained serious. Although the huge parasitic mother body was severely damaged by Yueying, it obviously had not completely lost its ability to move. Countless vines danced wildly in the air, looking for targets to devour. Qidong, Bingyu, and Coco have surrounded the parasitic mother body, but for a while they can't seem to find a good opportunity to attack. Chiye's gaze fell on the familiar pair of joysticks in Yueying's cockpit. A long-lost throbbing and heat rose from the bottom of my heart. He stretched out his hands and gently grasped the joysticks, which felt warm to the touch and seemed to still carry the girl's body temperature. Yueying, now it's time for us to perform. Be ready. His voice was not loud, but full of confidence. After going through so much, he was finally at home. As his hand grasped the joystick, Yueying's body shook slightly. A huge stream of information instantly flooded into Chiye's mind. It was real-time data from various sensors on the Yueying machine. Through the wide-area scanning system in the Moon Shadow mecha form, he could clearly see the scene outside the boundary blockade. Dozens of reporters carrying various video equipment were crowding outside the cordon, desperately pushing forward in an attempt to capture first-hand footage. In the sky, several drones painted with the logos of various media outlets were hovering, their cameras fixed on the terrifying parasitic matrix in the center of the ruins. And these 4 drones. Apparently, this strange beast disaster occurring in the city center has been broadcast live through various channels. I'm sure people from the entire Qingsheng, and even further afield, are paying attention to this place. The corners of Chiye's mouth curled up in an inexplicable arc. His eyes became sharp and filled with high fighting spirit. Since there are so many viewers, he whispered to himself, with a hint of madness in his voice. Then let them see it clearly. His gaze seemed to penetrate the energy barrier that blocked the realm, and he saw those frightened yet somewhat curious eyes. I want everyone in Qingsheng to know. From now on, Qi silently recited every word in his heart. The sky belongs to MS-01. MS-01 was the model he gave to Yueying. Even though she was once judged as defective, even though she was once abandoned. But in Chiye's eyes, she is the most perfect masterpiece. And today, he will drive this perfect creation and give an unparalleled performance under the attention of everyone. He wants to let everyone understand what real mecha combat is. What is the strength of an ace pilot? He wanted to make Yueying understand that from the moment she met him, she was no longer the abandoned semi-finished product. Chapter 32, Let Qingxing Know Us. Every time Akamiki's giant axe was swung, it could tear apart large pieces of vines. But the mother body seemed to be limited by space before. Now more vines were growing wildly from the mother body, as if endless. Damn it, this guy's regeneration ability is too strong. Qitong roared, and the battle axe split another vine barrier, but was forced back by more vines. Its core defense is too thick, and conventional attacks are unlikely to be effective. Bingyu's voice was solemn. Get out of the way. Look at my super invincible shark cannon. Coco carried an energy cannon, and a dazzling light condensed at the muzzle. Bolmstrapia. A huge beam of energy slammed into the vines, creating a cloud of thick smoke. When the smoke cleared, only the surface of the vine was charred, and soon new granulation tissue began to wriggle to repair it. What? No respect at all, Coco said angrily, obviously not satisfied with the effect of the attack. Although their attacks were fierce, they were never able to inflict a fatal blow to the parasitic mother. The countless wriggling vines, like maggots clinging to their bones, constantly consumed their energy. In the cockpit, Chiye's eyes scanned the battlefield. He tightened his grip on the joystick, and the engine of a Yueying aircraft emitted a low and pleasant roar, and the snow-white fuselage exuded a faint pearly luster. Qitong, suppress it head-on and limit the regeneration speed of its vines. Chiye's voice rang out. Bing you, use your long-range firepower to eliminate those small parasites that are trying to get close to me. Coco, pay attention to the energy fluctuations in the mother core. Once it is about to launch a large-scale attack, use your energy cannon to interfere immediately. The three mecha girls were slightly stunned, and then immediately acted according to Chi-Ye's instructions. Although Chi-Yi is not their pilot, it is naturally good to have a pilot to take command in this situation. A smile appeared on Chi-Ye's lips, and his fingers moved nimbly on the control panel. Yueying's body instantly turned into a white lightning, shuttling through the dense vine web at high speed. Even though the vines lashed wildly, they still couldn't reach her. The moon's shadow is like a blooming snow lotus among the dancing vines, holy and deadly. Ching TV station urgent report. Dear audience members, please look at the big screen. Inside the studio, the beautiful host looked excited, and her voice was trembling slightly due to excessive excitement. Just now, a mysterious white mecha appeared on the battlefield of the Kuailin shopping mall ruins. On the screen, it was Yueying's nimble figure moving through the vines. Did you see that? I've never seen such a lively mecha girl. It's like she has life. According to the footage sent back by our on-site reporters, this white mecha has demonstrated incredible maneuverability. Another military commentator also widened his eyes, his tone full of disbelief. This is impossible. This level of micromanagement, this level of control over the performance of the aircraft, is definitely not something that pilots at this stage can achieve. It's model number MS-01, a model I've never heard of. Quick, switch to the nearest drone's view. I want to see its every move clearly. Ruined battlefield. Chi was driving the moon's shadow, and every time he swung the lightsaber, it brought up a faint blue arc of light. Wherever the sword passed, the tough vines were easily cut like tofu, and a layer of frost quickly condensed on the broken ends, preventing them from regenerating. Can that flame also be attached when in mecha state? Chi suddenly discovered the flame on the lightsaber. But now is obviously not the time to think about this. Chi-Ye's eyes narrowed. Akagome. Now, attack its main roots on the ground. Cut off its energy supply. Chi manipulated Yueying to avoid the mother body's attack while giving orders to Chi-Tong. Recede. Chi-Tong let out a delicate cry, raised the huge battle axe high, and chopped hard at the thick roots of the parasitic mother body that were rooted in the ground. Crack! Crack! Several of the thickest roots broke off and dark green juice gushed out. The parasitic mother let out a painful roar, and its huge body began to tremble violently. Its movements were obviously much slower. Well done, Chi-Tong. Ziepides. Yueying, he took a deep breath, a hint of madness in his voice. Pull this guy out of the ground. Buzz! The thrusters on the back of the moon's shadow mecha instantly burst out with powerful thrust, and the snow-white fuselage sank slightly. She stretched out her arms and grasped the tumorous core of the parasitic mother body tightly. Get up, for me! Chi roared and pulled the joystick upwards. Yueying's engine made a deafening roar, and the ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. Amidst countless shocked gazes, the enormous parasitic mother body was actually pulled out from the ground by Yueying. The soil flew and the gravel splashed. The parasitic mother body, which was tens of meters tall, was thrown into the air by Yueying. This scene was clearly transmitted throughout Xinjiang through the live broadcast. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. At this moment in their eyes, Yueying is an unrivaled goddess of war. Yueying, speed up. Chi-Ye's voice was cold and full of murderous intent. Okay. Yueying's core trembled slightly in response to Chi-Yi. The next second, Yueying's figure suddenly accelerated in midair, reaching an extreme speed. The lightsaber in her hand drew after images in the air. Oh my god, what is that? The military commentator in the live broadcast room exclaimed in shock. The audience could not even see the movements of the white mecha. They could only see countless silver-blue sword lights pouring down like a rainstorm on the parasitic mother body that was lifted into the air. Seh! The dense cutting sounds merged into one, and the huge body of the parasitic mother was instantly covered with countless sword marks. Ice-blue flames burned at its wounds, preventing them from repairing. Sword shadows all over the sky. This was one of the unique skills that made Chi famous in his previous life. Only at this moment, he was driving the moon shadow in a more gorgeous and powerful way. The parasitic mother body let out a desperate wail, its vitality rapidly fading away. Tritong, Bing Yu, Keskiviko, Keskiviko. Chiye's voice rang out in the communication channel. Come together. Let's send it on its way. Okay. The three mecha girls responded in unison, their eyes filled with excitement and admiration. Akaji's battle axe burned with raging flames. Bingyu's double guns condensed dazzling energy, and Coco's shark cannonballs were recharged again. The four mechas simultaneously aimed at the dying parasitic mother and launched their strongest attack. Boom strapje! The dazzling light swallowed up everything, and a violent explosion resounded through the sky. When the light faded, the huge parasitic mother body in the air had turned into flying ashes, which slowly dissipated in the afterglow of the setting sun. The alien beast disaster that lasted for several hours finally came to an end. There was silence in the cockpit. Yueying's body was suspended steadily in the air. Qi let go of the joystick and breathed a long sigh of relief. He turned his head and looked at the shadow of Yueying, who was still a little confused, but with a hint of excitement. How does it feel? He asked, smiling. Yueying blinked her azure eyes and whispered, It feels wonderful. I could be this awesome. Qi reached out and gently stroked her shadow. Mecha girls are just like people, he said in a gentle voice with a hint of inexplicable emotion. There has to be a grand opening, right? Yueying nodded as if she understood, a pure smile appearing on her face. Yes, this is her opening. From now on, the Yueying who couldn't even lift a sword disappeared. Chapter 33, Someone Wants to See You. The pale blue energy barrier of the domain blockade enveloped the ruins of them all. At this moment, the barrier was like breathing. The light flickered and slowly dissipated. The afterglow of the setting sun, shining through the diffused smoke, gave the ruins a layer of tragic golden color. For streams of light fell from the sky, raising small clouds of dust in the ruins. The light faded, and the figures of four mecha girls and Chi-Yi appeared. Chi-Tong's fiery red short hair fluttered in the breeze. She glanced at Bingyu and Coco, who had also regained their human form, with a complicated expression. Bingyu still looked as cold as ever, but her ice blue eyes would drift towards the moonlight not far away from time to time. Coco put her hands on her hips, her golden twin ponytails swaying, and exclaimed, Oh my God, Yueying, you were too fierce just now. She ran to Yueying, circled around her twice, and marveled at her. Especially the last one, it's so cool. Yueying felt a little embarrassed when she was stared at her. Her snow-white face flushed, and she subconsciously pulled at the corner of Chi-Ye's clothes. Yes, Chi-Yi is awesome, she whispered in a soft voice. Chi-Yi smiled slightly and ruffled her long hair, his movements being natural. Chi-Tong and Bingyu looked at each other and saw the same question in each other's eyes. Jie. Chi-Tong walked over. Did you manually control Yu Ying's battle just now? Although she already had the answer in her mind, she still wanted to confirm it in person. Bingyu also looked at Chi-Yi silently, waiting for his answer. Well, I guess so. Chi shrugged with a relaxed tone. After all, your intelligent combat system is too low level. It's better for me to do it myself. He was not only referring to Yueying, but all the mecha girls, and the meaning of his words was self-evident. This, Chi-Dong and Bingyu took a breath of cold air almost at the same time. It's really manual control. Is manual control actually possible to this extent? Akaji recalled Yueying's ghostly movements and sword skills during the battle. It turns out that under the manual control of the pilot, the mecha girl can really burst out with strength beyond her limit. This thought took root and sprouted like a seed in the hearts of Chi-Tong, Bingyu, and Coco. They have always believed that the strength of a mecha girl depends more on her own level and hardware configuration. The role of the pilot is only to issue orders and provide some tactical assistance at critical moments. But today, Chi-Yi and Yu Ying's performance completely overturned their cognition. So, we can be treated like this. Coco murmured to herself, with a strange light flashing in her eyes. She suddenly felt a little envious of Yueying. The feeling of being completely controlled, of unleashing one's potential by 100 or even 200. It must be very comfortable, right? I want it so much. At this moment, the public channels and private terminals in Qingcheng and even in several surrounding cities were already in a state of excitement. Qingcheng TV live broadcast room. Miracle. This is definitely a miracle. The beautiful host was so excited that her face turned red and her voice was a little cracked. Dear audience, did you see it? MS-01. Please remember this model. She single-handedly, together with 3 other brave mecha girls, defeated the terrifying parasitic beast. On the screen, the shocking scene of Yueying pulling up the parasitic mother body and unleashing sword shadows all over the sky was replayed continuously. Every time it is played, it will trigger a new round of frenzy or barrage. Whose mecha girl is the MS-01? That pilot is so strong. I didn't know that mecha girls can be driven like this. My robot girl's eyes are all wired. Is this normal? I declare that from today on, MS-01 is my goddess. Does anyone know who that pilot is? Please give me his contact information. I want him to guide my pilot girl. On the internet, the discussion about Qi Yi and Yu Ying has reached an unprecedented level. Countless people were frantically asking for their information, but apart from the model number MS-01, nothing else was known. In the top-floor office of Qingcheng Pilot Training Ground, Dong Qiancheng looked at the white figure on the screen and slapped his thigh excitedly. Boy, I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise right after signing the contract. He immediately grabbed the communicator beside him and dialed a number. Hello, is this Director Wang from Qingxing TV? Ha. I'm Dong Qiancheng. I'm going to pay to put in an ad about MS-01. Dong Qiancheng hung up the phone, and the smile on his face became even brighter. He knew that he had made the right bet this time. The sword shadows in Qi Ye's hand just now were clearly seen by all the pilots in the city. This is not a simulation training. This is an actual combat conducted under the watchful eyes of the public. This wave of advertising is more effective than the one he spent tens of millions of star coins on. The ruins scene. Qi Yi seemed to be oblivious to the hustle and bustle of the outside world. He was avoiding all the cameras and preparing to take Yueying away from this devastated place. Suddenly, several soldiers in military uniforms walked over quickly and blocked their way. Leading the group was an officer with a righteous look on his face. Mr. Qi, please stay. The officer said politely, there are some things we need your cooperation in investigating. Qi raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at the reporters who were ready to make a move not far away. He understood it clearly. It seems that I have caught the attention of Qingxing's top management. This was also expected. After all, the noise just now was really too loud. All right, Jia nodded. That's just right. Yueying, and I don't want to be photographed by those reporters right now. Yueying followed him obediently. The officer turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation. A black military hovercraft slid over silently and stopped in front of them. The car door opened, and Qi Yi and Yueying got in directly. The hovercraft started smoothly and quickly left the noisy ruins, avoiding those annoying reporters. The light inside the car was dim, and the atmosphere was silent. He looked at the street scenes passing by quickly outside the car window, thinking about what might happen next. Whether being invited to meet with senior management is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. But no matter what, he has the confidence to deal with it. After all, strength is the strongest pass in this world. The hovercraft drove for about half an hour and finally stopped in front of a heavily guarded building. There are no signs here, but judging from the armed guards around, it is obviously not an ordinary place. Qi Yi and Yueying followed the officer out of the car and walked into the building. After many twists and turns, they arrived outside a room. The officer verified the identity on the access control system. Come in, said the officer. Qi took a deep breath and walked into the room with Yueying. The layout of the room is simple, even a little empty. There was only an old man with gray hair, but in good spirits inside. Although he was not wearing a military uniform, the aura of majesty that came from him was very powerful. When Qi Yi and Yueying walked into the room, his eyes fell on Qi Yi. Chapter 34 Pilot Exchange Conference. Qi's footsteps suddenly paused, and his eyes widened slightly. He looked at the seemingly ordinary but extraordinary old man in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. Old man. Qi spoke uncertainly, with a hint of disbelief in his tone. The old man smiled smugly when he heard this. What? You don't recognize me, little brat? Ji Qingsong's voice was full of energy and a bit teasing. When I said I was the commander of the Qingcheng military region, what was that look in your eyes? No one believes the truth these days, right? Qi's expression suddenly became somewhat interesting. He never imagined that the old man who rented him a warehouse, boasted to him all the time, and was dismissed by him with a basic operating manual, was actually the top leader of the Qingcheng military region. The contrast is really too great. Damn it. Qi couldn't help but swear. He looked Ji Qingsong up and down and said in amazement, Good job, old man. You hit it well enough. I thought you were at most a retired cadre who came out to experience life. Ji Qing-song looked at Chi Ye's shocked expression, feeling very happy and humming with pride. Now you know how powerful I am, right? You little brat, be polite to me next time. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip slowly. Yue Ying stood beside Chi Yi, looking at the imposing old man in front of her with some curiosity. She could feel that Chi Yi was much more relaxed than usual when facing the old man, even with the kind of casualness that a younger generation shows toward an elder. Chi Yi quickly recovered from his shock. He curled his lips, and his tone returned to its usual relaxed tone. Why are you being polite? An old man is an old man. Besides, as the commander, don't you still have to rely on me to support you? He was referring to what happened in the mall before, and he didn't show any sign of being inferior in his words. Ji Qing-song was choked by his words and pointed at him with a smile. Do you want me to say thank you? Forget it. I won't argue with you anymore. Ji Qing-song put down the teacup, his face a little more serious. His gaze turned to Yue Ying, who had been standing quietly beside Chi Yi. This is your new mecha girl, MS-01, right? Yue Ying felt a little nervous when he looked at her, and she subconsciously shrank behind Chi Yi. Chi Yi reached out and gently patted her shoulder, signaling her not to be afraid. Yes, her name is Yue Ying. Ji nodded in acknowledgement. Old man, thank you very much for this time. He was referring to the registration of the Pilots Alliance. Earlier in the registration hall, the staff member's attitude suddenly changed. Someone must have greeted him. Now it seems that it must be the military district commander in front of him. Ji Qing-song waved his hand, his expression indifferent. It's a small matter. He looked at Chi Yi and said slowly, but do you know that if I hadn't said hello, the Pilot Alliance would never allow the registration of an unknown model of a mecha girl, especially a mecha with such outstanding performance but unknown origins. Although his tone was calm, the deep meaning contained in it made Chi Ye's heart move. Old man, what do you mean by this? Chi Yi frowned slightly. Ji Qing-song did not answer directly, but asked, where did you find this machine girl? Chi Ye's eyes flickered, but he did not hide it. It's in the abandoned warehouse you rented to me. Why? Is there any secret in that warehouse? It's not really a secret. Ji Qing-song shook his head. That warehouse is just an abandoned storage point for military supplies. There's nothing special about it. He paused and continued. In Qingsheng, there are 3 companies that are capable of independently developing and manufacturing B-level and above mecha girls. The top executives of these 3 companies have already sent people to investigate, but they don't know where this machine came from. If there is no more reasonable identity, I'm afraid they will not give up the investigation. Chi was silent for a moment. He knew that Ji Qing-song was right. The appearance of Yue Ying is indeed full of doubts. Yue Ying seemed to feel the solemn atmosphere as well. Her little hands nervously clenched the corner of Chi Ye's clothes, and her deep blue eyes were filled with uneasiness. She was afraid that Chi would distance himself from her, or even abandon her because of this unclear past. Chi sensed Yue Ying's uneasiness and held her cold little hand. Old man, you must be mistaken. Yue Ying is not a B-level or higher mecha girl. Her level is only D-level. Many companies in Qingsheng can manufacture her. She is so powerful only because of a pilot like me. After spending these few days together, Chi has already regarded Yue Ying as his own family. For him, picking up Yue Ying was the luckiest thing that had ever happened to him since he traveled through time. As long as he could be with Yue Ying, what else was there to care about? Ji Qing-song looked at Chi Yi. The serious expression on his face eased, revealing a hint of a smile. You are a very strong pilot. I know that. I didn't ask you to come here to investigate the origins of your machine girl. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and so does the robot girl. Then why did you call me here? You didn't just want to show off your status as commander in front of me. Chi raised his eyebrows. Brat, am I that kind of person? Ji Qing-song glared at him unhappily. He cleared his throat, and his expression became serious. I came to you because I have something more important to ask for your help. Help? Chi was a little surprised. What could possibly make a military commander like you so troubled? Ji Qing-song said in a deep voice. In a week, Shenzhen will send someone over to exchange pilots. The most important part is that both sides send people to pilot the mechas to fight each other. Upon hearing this, Chi roughly understood what Ji Qing-song meant. So, you want me to represent Qingsheng in this exchange conference? That's right. Ji Qing-song nodded with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Based on the strength you demonstrated today, while driving Moon Shadow. I believe that you are absolutely capable of winning glory for Qingsheng at this conference. Besides, he changed the subject, his tone carrying a hint of temptation. This is also a great opportunity for you and Yuang. Oh, what opportunity? Qi became interested. Ji Qingsong looked at Yuang and said slowly, Yuang's model is special. Although I can suppress the doubts of the Pilot Alliance this time, the truth will eventually come out. I'm afraid those 3 mecha manufacturing companies won't give up the investigation so easily. But if you agree to go to the exchange conference, I have enough reasons to officially list the MS-01 model as a Qingsheng military confidential model. At that time, all her information will be sealed and classified as top secret. In the entire Xia country, except for a few people above me, no one else has the authority to investigate her background. When Qi heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Classify Moon Shadow as a secret military model? This is indeed a good idea. In this way, Yuan can be given a legitimate origin. You mean if I win, Mooney will be out of trouble? No. From the moment you decided to participate, her model was entered into the military mecha girl database. Whether she wins or not, her identity will be confirmed in the future. But you'd better win. After all, the dignity of my face depends on you. Chia's mouth curled up a little. Pilot exchange competition? I like. He glanced at Yuang beside him and said, Old man, I'll take this job. Without hesitation, Qi agreed directly. For him, this was not only for Yuang, but also for himself. After being silent for too long, he wanted to stand in the spotlight again and let the world see what a real pilot is. Seeing Qi agreed so readily, Ji Qingsong showed a satisfied smile on his face. Okay, I feel relieved with your words. He stood up, walked to Qi Yi, and patted his shoulder. Boy, a small part of Qingsheng's future depends on you. Qi curled his lips and said, Old man, don't flatter me. I won't fall for it. However, since you are fighting on behalf of Qingsheng, you should at least show some appreciation, right? He rubbed his fingers together and gave an expression that said, you know what I mean. Ji Qingsong was so angry at his rogue look that he laughed. If you want money, go win it yourself. In this exchange conference, all participating mecha girls will have the opportunity to receive a free modification provided by the military before the competition. Moreover, if you can get a ranking, the reward will be even more generous. Star coins, rare materials, and even some special accessories that are not open to the public. We have everything. Oh, free upgrade and modification. Qi Ye's eyes brightened. Although Yueying has an excellent foundation, there is still room for improvement in some accessories and weapons. This opportunity should not be missed. Okay, someone will contact you about the specific matters in a few days. Ji Qingsong said, You are tired today, go back and rest early. Qi took Yueying and turned to leave the room. Looking at their departing backs, Ji Qingsong sighed. Boy, he whispered to himself, compared to your machine girl, your blank information is giving me more headaches. I hope my choice is not wrong this time. Chapter 35, Stupid Jie. The black hovercraft cut through the twilight and drove away from the heavily guarded military building. Silence returned to the car, with only the colorful street scene outside the window rapidly receding. Qi leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. Although Ji Qingsong's attitude was very casual, the atmosphere just now still made him feel a little depressed. Jie. Yueying beside him called softly, with a hint of trepidation in his voice. Qi turned his head and saw Yueying looking at him pitifully. Her blue eyes were full of apology. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to hide it from you. Yueying stretched out her little hand and gently grabbed Qi Ye's sleeve. This is the first time I know about the bracelet. She lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. Everything I said is true. I didn't lie to you. She raised her head and looked at Qi earnestly. Qi, do you believe me? Qi looked at her like this and couldn't help but feel pity in his heart. He reached out and gently touched Yueying's soft long hair. I trust you. His voice was gentle. I believed it from the beginning. No matter where you come from. Now you are my moon shadow. Hearing Qi Ye's words, Yueying's little face immediately showed a sweet smile. Thank you, Qia. Her voice was filled with gratitude. From now on, as long as Qi Yi is here, Yueying won't be afraid of anything. She snuggled up to Qi Yi, feeling the warmth from his body. The hover car finally stopped outside the apartment. Qi Yi got out of the car and entered the apartment with Yueying. Moon Shadow, I want to see if you can return to the angry state you were in at the mall. Can you be angry on purpose again? When Yueying heard this, Her face turned slightly red. Again. She tilted her head, somewhat confused. Chi nodded and said, let's try and see if we can make our eyes turn red again. Upon hearing this, Yuang took a deep breath and began to try hard to be angry. Her little face puffed up, and she tried to make a fierce expression. Ugh, bad guy Chi, I'm going to kill you, she mumbled in a soft voice. However, in Chi's opinion, this performance had nothing to do with anger. Puff! Chi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yuang's pretending to be angry is so adorable. Her puffy face, long white hair, and slender legs. It has absolutely no deterrent effect, but instead makes people feel itchy. Chi, you are laughing at me. When Yuang saw Chi making fun of her, she stomped her feet in anger and her face turned even redder. I'm obviously trying really hard to be angry. There was a hint of grievance in her voice. When Chi looked at her like this, a string in his heart seemed to be plucked. This kind of anger that is so cute that it's unfair. How can it be anger? It was clearly tempting him to commit a crime. Chi coughed lightly, and his eyes became somewhat deep. It would make me feel like you were deliberately tempting me. His voice was low and a little hoarse. When Yuang heard Chi's words, her body stiffened slightly. Her blue eyes blinked, and she didn't seem to quite understand the meaning of temptation. But looking at Chi's somewhat burning gaze, her little face instantly turned red to her ears. She leaned forward subconsciously. This action made her exquisite curves more clearly exposed in front of Chi. Her fair skin looked a little too moist in the dim light of the bedroom. Stupid Chi, you're right. Yuang's voice lowered with a hint of coquettishness. You want it? Chi couldn't bear it any longer. He felt the blood in his body boiling. He took a sharp step forward. Early the next morning, the warm sunlight came in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Chi slowly opened his eyes and felt relaxed all over. Last night's interaction with Yuang made him feel more relaxed than ever before. Yuang curled up in his arms like a lazy kitten. The long snow-white hair spread out, and a few strands playfully rested on Chi's chest. Just then a rapid ring rang. Chi reached out and fumbled, picking up his communicator from the ground. The call was from Dong Qianxing. He glanced at Yuang, who was still sleeping, and gently answered the call. Hello, Boss Dong. Chi's voice was a little hoarse, as if he had just woken up. Haha, Brother Chi, are you awake? Dong Qianxing's hearty voice came from the terminal. Just woke up. Chi responded. Boss Dong called so early, what's the matter? What a good thing. Such great news. Dong Qianxing's voice was full of excitement. Brother Chi, your performance in the city center yesterday was simply amazing. The whole Qingcheng is talking about MS-01 now, and many people want to book a private coaching class with you. Someone has already spent a lot of money just wanting you to guide their mecha girl. When are you free to come to the training ground? Hearing this, Chi's mouth curled up. Sure enough, his performance yesterday had the desired effect. Okay, I'll go over there this afternoon. Chi agreed. Okay. Dong Qianxing responded repeatedly. Then I will notify the students first. Remember to come. After hanging up the call, Chi threw the terminal aside. He looked down at Yuang in his arms. Yuang seemed to be woken up by the ringing phone. She blinked and slowly raised her head. Those deep blue eyes were a little sleepy and hazy. Chi, good morning. Her voice was soft and lotsy, as if she had just woken up. She looked at her surroundings and shrank back into Chi's arms. Well, Chi, you didn't show any mercy to women last night. Yuang's voice had a hint of complaint, but it sounded more like she was acting coquettishly. When Chi heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Sorry. I'll be gentler this time. There was a hint of teasing in his tone. Yuang's little face instantly turned red, and she buried her head in Chi's chest, making a muffled sound. Chi is an idiot. Don't want. After washing up, Chi and Yuang walked out of the apartment. It is sunny in Qingcheng today, and the air is particularly fresh. Chi brought Yuang to a small shop near the apartment. He plans to buy a means of transportation. After all, Yuang's mecha form has become popular in Qingcheng, and he doesn't want to attract other people's attention. He took a fancy to a pink electric scooter. That's it. Chi pointed at the electric car and said, Hey, Chi, want to buy this? Yuang looked at the cute small electric car curiously. Well, it will be convenient for you to go out in the future, Chi said with a smile. He completed the purchase procedures quickly. Give me 2 more helmets, Chi said to the boss. The boss enthusiastically brought several helmets of different styles. This bunny head one suits you very well. Chi picked up a pink rabbit helmet and gestured to Yue. Yue's eyes lit up when she saw the cute rabbit helmet. Wow, so cute. She took the helmet and touched the long ears. What about Chi Ye's helmet? Yue looked at Chi Yi with a smile. Please choose one for me. Chi said casually, looking away. There was a sly gleam in Yue's eyes. She reached out and took out a pig head helmet from a pile of helmets. A pink background with an exaggerated pig nose and pig ears. This? Chi Yi wears this. Yue smiled and handed the pig head helmet to Chi Yi. Chi Yi looked at the funny pig head helmet in front of him and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little girl, you did this on purpose, didn't you? No way. Yue blinked her clear eyes with an innocent look on her face. I think this helmet is especially suitable for Chi Yi. She smiled happily, like a little fox who had stolen candy. Chi Yi smiled helplessly and finally took the pig head helmet. Well, since Yue is happy, then just wear it. Chi Yi rode on the little pink lamb. Yue sat obediently in the back seat, wearing her bunny helmet. Hold on tight, Mooney, Chi Yi said softly. Yue stretched out her hands and gently wrapped them around Chi Yi's waist. The electric minivan started slowly. Chi Yi drove Yue towards the pilot training ground. Chapter 36, the first day as a private trainer. The pink lamb electric vehicles shuttle flexibly on the wide streets of Qingqing. Chi Yi wore a funny pig head helmet, which attracted the attention of passersby. He didn't care about it at all, with a faint smile on his lips. Yue's laughter was as sweet as a silver bell and drifted away in the wind. Chi Yi, if we do this, won't it be too conspicuous? Yue leaned close to his ear and asked in a low voice. The warm breath brushed across Chi Yi's neck, carrying a hint of sweet fragrance. There are beautiful girls willing to ride on my electric car. Chi Yi's voice came through the helmet. They are so envious. Yue was amused by him and burst out laughing, hugging him tighter. Soon, a huge dome-shaped building appeared before our eyes. Chi Yi parked the scooter and took off his helmet with Yue. As soon as he locked the car, a familiar figure hurried out from the gate of the training ground. Brother Chi Yi, you are finally here. Dong Qinqing's face was flushed and his voice was loud, and his enthusiasm could be felt from a distance. He walked quickly to Chi Yi and glanced at the pink little sheep with a strange look in his eyes. Dong Qinqing rubbed his hands, his face full of smiles. Brother Chi Yi, your fight yesterday was so exciting. He gestured excitedly. Now the whole Qingqing knows about MS-01. My newsletter is about to explode. All of them are asking for private coaching courses. Yue stood beside Chi Yi, and her face turned slightly red when she heard Dong Qinqing's praise. Boss Dong, you are too kind. Chi Yi smiled faintly. I just helped the Alliance kill a strange beast. No. This is not a compliment. Dong Qinqing waved his hands repeatedly. He took a step closer, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, Brother Chi Yi, you don't even know how much your coaching fee has been raised to now. Several big clients have already asked you to personally guide their pilot girls. Chi Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, business is coming to you so soon. Of course. Dong Qinqing patted his chest. Don't worry about me doing it. Come on. I've already arranged the first customer for you. He's been waiting for a long time. Dong Qinqing led the two of them through the noisy hall and came to a relatively secluded area. There are several independent metal gates lined up here, with lights flashing in tuning or idle. This is the most advanced private training room in our training ground, Dong Qinqing introduced. The interior space is huge and can simulate various complex combat environments. It can definitely meet your needs. He pointed to one of the closed metal doors and said, Your first student is inside. Student, Chi Yi repeated. Yes, a very sincere young man. Dong Qinqing smiled. He spent a lot of money just to invite you. As he spoke, Dong Qinqing pressed the identifier next to the door. The heavy metal door slid open silently to both sides, revealing the scene inside. The interior of the tuning room is very spacious, brightly lit, and equipped with all kinds of professional debugging equipment. In the center of the tuning room, a tall, curvaceous red-haired girl stood there. It was none other than Finching, who had looked down on Yue before. At this moment, she no longer had the arrogance she had before, but instead seemed a little uneasy. Next to Finching, a fashionable young man was looking at the door nervously. When he saw Chi Ye's figure, his pupils suddenly shrank, and then a complex expression of surprise and joy appeared on his face. Chi Yi, Mr. Chi Yi. The young man walked quickly forward and bowed deeply to Chi, his attitude extremely respectful. Hello, hello. Chi looked at the boy in front of him who almost buried his head in his chest, and the corners of his mouth curved up. Thank you for paying for me last time. Su Jiyun's face turned red instantly, and he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. When he found out that the top coach he had been longing for and wanted to hire at all costs was Chi Yi, whom he had severely ridiculed a few days ago, he was devastated. But he witnessed with his own eyes the power of MS-01 on the ruined battlefield, and that shock made him admire Chi Ye's driving skills to the extreme. He dreamed of making his own orange show such charm. My name is Su Jiyun. His voice trembled a little. Mr. Chi, before I was blind and didn't recognize a great man. I'm sorry for offending you. Please don't take it to heart. In order to raise the 1.5 million star coins for the instruction fee, he begged everyone for help and even sold the limited edition figurines he had collected for many years. It is just to allow Chi Yi to guide Fun Cheng and make her stronger. The past is the past. Chi Yi's tone was unremarkable. Since I have accepted Mr. Dong's offer, I will naturally do my best to guide your girl. Upon hearing this, Su Jiyun felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly raised his head and a grateful expression appeared on his face. Thank you, Mr. Chi Yi. He pulled Finching, who seemed a little at a loss, over and pushed her in front of Chi Yi. Finching, hurry up. Come meet Mr. Chi Yi. Finching's body stiffened slightly, and she looked at Chi Yi in front of her with complicated eyes. This man was ridiculed by her and his master a few days ago. But in the blink of an eye, he became the legendary pilot who could turn decay into magic. Especially yesterday's live broadcast, MS-01's ghostly figure had already been deeply imprinted in her core. The feeling of being completely controlled by a top pilot and bursting out with extreme performance. She also longed for experience. Hello, sir, Chi. Finching lowered his head slightly, and his voice was much softer than usual. Seeing this, Su Jiyun quickly said to Chi, Mr. Chi, Fun Cheng, she is like me. She used to be a little naive and had a bad temper. He glanced at Fun Cheng secretly, lowered his voice, and added in a volume that only Chi Yi could hear. She was too arrogant before and always thought I was too weak. I hope you can educate her. Let her know what true strength is. You can teach her and drive her as you like. Anything is fine as long as it can make her stronger. Su Jiyun's eyes were full of anticipation, even with a hint of fanaticism. He felt that as long as Chi Yi used the strictest method to teach Finching, he could completely transform her. Upon hearing this, Chi Yi glanced at Finching's hot body, as if thinking about something. I understand, he responded calmly. Then I won't bother you anymore. Su Jiyun felt relieved and quickly stepped back. Mr. Chi, you are busy. He walked to the door of the tuning room, and before leaving, he was very considerate and slowly closed the heavy metal door. For a moment, only Chi Yi, Yu Ying, and the somewhat bewildered Fincheng were left in the room. The atmosphere is a bit subtle. Chapter 37, The Joy of Galloping on the Battlefield. Yu Ying blinked her beautiful eyes, and she seemed to know that Chi Yi was about to start working. So, she shook the candied haws that Chi Yi had just bought for her in her hand and smiled sweetly at Chi Yi. Chi Yi, I'll wait for you over there. She pointed to the rest area set up in the corner of the tuning room. Well, go ahead. Chi Yi nodded. Yu Ying skipped to the rest area, found a comfortable position to lie on the sofa, and prepared to taste today's candied haws. Silence returned to the adjustment room again. Chi turned around and looked at the red-haired mecha girl standing in front of him. Finching's figure is indeed very hot. The armor on her chest is extremely exaggerated, and the tight combat uniform outlines a thrilling curve. At this moment, she was lowering her head slightly, with her hands twisted together somewhat nervously. When he looked over, Finching also raised his head suddenly. Eyes met. Chi saw a hint of nervousness, a hint of anticipation, and an undisguised desire as hot as fire. That gaze seemed to devour him. The corners of Chi Ye's mouth slowly curled up into a meaningful smile. Well, Miss Finching, he said in a calm voice, are you ready to accept my guidance? Are you ready to receive my guidance? Finching took a deep breath and nodded vigorously, her voice trembling with excitement. Yes, Mr. Chi, I'm ready. Very good. Chi Ye's mouth curled up slightly. Then change back to your mecha form first. Yes, Finching responded, and a strange blush appeared on her fair cheeks. She closed her eyes, and a blinding red light began to glow around her body. The light faded, and a scarlet-red mecha filled with power and wild beauty stood quietly in the center of the tuning room. The lines of the mecha are smooth and full of tension, and the armor design on the shoulders and legs is extremely aggressive. Chi walked forward slowly, stretched out his hand, and gently touched Finching's cold red armor. In the corner of his vision, a light blue data panel quietly emerged. Finching, Level A, Strength 90, Agility 93, Defense 61, Intelligence 87. A level mecha girl. Chia's eyebrows raised slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He originally thought that it was already great for Su Jiyun to have a B-class mecha girl. I didn't expect that this orange is actually an A-class car. Her strength and agility attributes are both quite outstanding, and her intelligence core value is not low, which shows that her computing ability and reaction speed are very fast. Only, why is this defense so low? Chia's eyes fell on the defense value of only 61 points, feeling somewhat puzzled. The defense of the level mecha girls is generally very high. After all, they have to withstand heavy fire on the battlefield. However, Funching's defense value is actually more fragile than some B-level mecha girls. Is it because the focus of the modification is different? Or is it that her design itself is flawed? Chi didn't dwell on this issue too much. Now was not the time to study the structure of the machine. He raised his head and looked at Finching. Open the cockpit. His voice was emotionless. The orange machine paused slightly, and the armor on its chest slowly slid to both sides with a slight sound. The slightly cramped but fully equipped cockpit is revealed. Chi didn't show any courtesy as he stepped forward, leaped nimbly, and went straight into the cockpit. The action was a bit rough, but almost hit the driver's seat. The material of the seat was soft and flexible, hugging his body perfectly. A slight groan, with a hint of pain, sounded in the cockpit. Chi was slightly stunned, then reacted. His actions just now were indeed a bit uncomfortable for the girl, who was being treated so rudely for the first time. However, this is not his robot girl, so it doesn't matter. Chi lowered his head and looked at the control panel in front of him. The control panel of Finching is designed to be quite complex, with various buttons and levers arranged densely. TSK, this key position is also weird. It has quite a few functions, but the arrangement is too unreasonable. The locations of many shortcut keys are simply inhumane. Not at all as concise and clear as my moon shadow. He stretched out his hand, and his slender fingers quickly brushed across the cold keys, familiarizing himself with the function of each key. With every touch of Chi Ye's fingers, the orange body felt a faint electric current. It felt tingling and numb, as if countless tiny feathers were gently scraping deep inside her intellectual core. This feeling was something she had never experienced before. When Su Jiyun drove her, he always just gave voice commands and let her operate on her own. He had never actually touched her console, let alone been touched and examined so carefully as he was now. Finching felt her body temperature rising unconsciously. She was a little flustered, but more of it was an inexplicable expectation. Chi quickly became familiar with Finching's control system. His gaze finally fell on the two most eye-catching, flame-red, huge joysticks in the center of the control panel. Without hesitation, he stretched out his hands and held it tightly. A strange feeling that was 100 times stronger than the one he felt when he touched the button just now, like a flood bursting through a dam, instantly swept through Finching's entire body. Is this what it feels like to be controlled by a pilot? Her core was trembling violently, and the energy circuits in her body seemed to be boiling at this moment. These two joysticks feel pretty good. Chi held them, feeling the comfortable touch, and nodded with satisfaction. He did not notice Finching's abnormality, or rather, his attention at the moment was completely focused on the instruction that was about to begin. Hold on tight. Chia's voice was calm. He pushed the joystick hard. Boom! The thrusters on the back of the orange mecha instantly burst out with a powerful stream of red flames, and the entire body suddenly leaped upwards. The strong feeling of weightlessness made Finching's consciousness dazed for a moment. Too fast. This kind of instantaneous burst of acceleration was something she had never experienced when using the intelligence system. Start simulation training. Chia's voice echoed in the empty training room through the public channel. Goal set: B-level alien beast tide, number 100. As his orders were given, The walls around the adjustment room instantly became transparent, revealing a simulated wilderness battlefield. Immediately afterwards, ferocious and terrifying phantoms of B-level monsters of various sizes began to emerge from all directions, roaring and rushing towards Finching. The densely packed strange beasts are enough to make any ordinary A-class pilot's scalp tingle. Finching's core suddenly tightened, and he instinctively wanted to activate the intelligent defense system. However, all her operating permissions have now been taken over by Qi. She could only watch as the ferocious beasts came closer and closer. At this moment, Qi's voice sounded again. "Are you ready, Miss Finching? Next, I will let you feel it." The joy of a girl on the battlefield. Before he finished speaking, he pulled the joystick with both hands. The scarlet mecha, surrounded by strange beasts, rushed forward like a bolt of lightning that tore through the darkness. Chapter 38 Teaching in Progress. The scarlet mecha was like a burning meteor, instantly plunging into the surging tide of B-level monsters. Finching only felt that his intelligent core was overwhelmed by countless complex and intense data streams in an instant. Qi's hands danced on the joystick at an extremely fast speed. The mecha's engine is roaring, and the body is bursting out with unprecedented power. Woo! Finching's body trembled slightly under the extreme overload, and an indescribable feeling spread through every circuit of her body. Qi did not make any unnecessary movements. Every sprint and every shot was simple and crude. Finching felt that every part of his body was fully activated under Qi's control, and its performance was squeezed to the extreme. "Focus, Miss Orange." Qi's cold voice sounded in the cockpit, without a trace of emotion. "If you want to learn something from this tutorial, you'd better turn on your combat data recording function now." His voice paused with a hint of teasing. "Don't just focus on enjoying yourself." Aye, aye. Finching's intelligent core jumped suddenly, and the core temperature soared instantly. Only then did she remember that she was so immersed in the comfortable feeling of being in complete control that she forgot to start recording. "This is simply too outrageous. It has been opened, Mr. Qi." Finching's voice was filled with a hint of panic and shyness. "Very good," Qi responded lightly, and the speed at which his fingers flew on the control panel suddenly increased. Immediately afterwards, the thrusters on the back of the machine ejected a dazzling stream of flames. Shadow dodge. In Finching's perception, her body seemed to turn into countless afterimages in an instant. The attacks of those strange beasts all missed, and they could only tear apart those false illusions in vain. But her real body had already appeared at the other end of the battlefield. Ah, too fast, too strong. This feeling of being controlled by extreme speed and power. Every one of her sensors was frantically transmitting data to the core, and every power circuit was cheering. Is this the joy of being piloted by a top pilot? Her body, no, her soul, seemed to be completely burning at this moment. She never felt anything when Su Jian drove her. At that time, she was more like a machine that carried out orders. And now, under Qi Ye's control, she felt that she was truly alive. Nervous, exciting. Even though Finching is an A-class robot girl, she possesses a powerful intelligent core and computing power. But under Qi Ye's violent operation, her consciousness was still a little confused after a phantom dodged. Too much information and too strong an impact made it difficult for her to fully digest it all at once. She tried hard to record every detail of Qi Ye's operation, but her body was involuntarily overwhelmed by the pure pleasure of battle. The scarlet mecha moved unhindered among the herd of strange beasts, and the high-frequency particle knife in its hand drew deadly arcs of light. Boom! A flying monster that tried to attack from behind was chopped to pieces in midair by Finching's backhand strike. "Qi, sir." Finching's voice was filled with a hint of rapid breathing. That dodge. Her words were a little incoherent, but Qi understood what she meant. "Want to experience it again?" Yes. Finching answered without hesitation. I want to feel it again. I want to learn it." Qi chuckled, and the voice was clearly transmitted to the core of Finching through the communication system in the cockpit. "Of course, Miss Finching. After all, it is my job to teach you thoroughly." His voice was low. "I must guide you well and satisfy you. Hold on tight. Let's do it again." Before he finished speaking, Qi gripped the joystick again with both hands. The scarlet mecha once again burst out at an astonishing speed, leaving a trail of afterimages on the simulated battlefield. This time, Finching forced himself to calm down and fully operate the intelligent core, try to analyze every micro-operation of Qi. But the pleasure of having a powerful force running through her body and every part of her body being driven to the limit still made it difficult for her to control herself. Well, the tiny sound once again escaped from deep within her core. The missile launcher on the mecha's shoulder suddenly opened. Switched to manual lock. Chia's voice sounded. Finching was stunned, and the intelligence system immediately prompted that the missile's automatic tracking function had been turned off. Manual lock? In this day and age, who, except for the oldest models, still uses this primitive locking method? Wouldn't it be better to just frame it? However, the next second, she saw a scene that she would never forget. Chia's eyes accurately captured the movements of each strange beast through the mecha's wide-area search system. His finger tapped on the fire button. Several micro-missiles were fired at tricky angles, trailing flames. No smart navigation, no preset trajectories. Completely relying on Chia's judgment and calculation with his naked eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions sounded one after another, and each missile hit the monster accurately. Those B-level monsters that moved flexibly on the battlefield seemed to have become living targets in front of Qi. How is this possible? Finching was greatly shocked. The A-level intelligence system that she was so proud of still needed several seconds of computing time to lock onto multiple targets. Qi had already locked onto and fired the target almost the moment he saw it. This is beyond the scope of calculation and is more like an extremely perverted fighting instinct. The Scarlet Mecha galloped freely on the battlefield, switching between high-frequency particle knives and missiles. Chia's operation is smooth and full of violent aesthetics. He brought out the performance of the A-class machine, Finching to the fullest. In less than 10 minutes, hundreds of B-level monster phantoms on the simulated battlefield were completely wiped out. During the entire process, Finching did not suffer any substantial harm. When the last strange beast turned into a spot of light and disappeared, the simulated battlefield returned to calm. Adjust the lights in the room and turn them back on. The orange machine stood quietly in the center, and its crimson armor seemed to still retain the warmth of the fierce battle just now. The first wave is over. Finching's voice was a little confused. She stared blankly at the empty, simulated battlefield. Is it true that she could have fought like a storm just now? How? Is it possible? She murmured to herself, her voice full of shock. I can actually do this. She had always thought that she knew her body and abilities very well. But under Chia's driving, she realized how shallow her understanding of the word understand was. It turns out that there is such terrifying potential hidden in her body. It turns out that being piloted by a top pilot is such an intoxicating thing. Chi let go of the joystick and moved his wrist. He glanced at the timer on the console. Yeah, not bad, a little faster than I expected. It seems that your body's performance and adaptability are quite good. Only an hour has passed, Miss Finching. A faint smile appeared on Chia's lips. It seems that we still have time to review what we learned today. His voice was calm, but it caused Finching's intelligence core to vibrate violently and uncontrollably again. Review, what did you learn today? Finching felt that his intelligence core began to heat up uncontrollably again. Chapter 39, I still want to play. The door to the tuning room slid open noiselessly. Finching walked out slowly, but at this moment, her long and strong legs were trembling slightly, and every step she took seemed extremely weak. There was still a lingering redness on her fair cheeks. Finching, are you okay? Su Jiyun had been waiting outside anxiously. When he saw her come out, he hurried over and wanted to lend a hand to help her. When he saw Finching's appearance, he felt both worried and expectant. Finching subconsciously moved his body to the side, avoiding the hand extended by Su Jiyun. Her voice was a little hoarse and tired. I'm fine, no need for help. There was an inexplicable resistance in her tone, as if she didn't want to touch him. Su Jiyun's hand stopped in midair awkwardly, but he quickly covered it up and asked anxiously, How's it going? Finching, have you learned anything? Mr. Chi Ye's guidance. Finching lowered his head slightly, as if he was still savoring the ultimate experience just now. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. After several seconds, she replied, I learned how to dodge. The phantom dodged. Su Jiyun's eyes widened instantly, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He had seen Qi Yi use this technique. Unexpectedly, Finching learned it in just one class. He was so excited that he almost jumped up. He quickly turned around and bowed to Chi. Mr. Chi, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Finching actually learned the shadow dodge technique. Su Jiyun was incoherent, and his original expectations were not high. In his opinion, it is good enough if a lesson can improve combat awareness a little bit. The rest can be learned slowly later. As long as Finching can show obvious progress, he believes that his parents will continue to support him. Then, he can show off in front of those bad friends. Chi looked at his secretly delighted expression and a smile appeared on his face. You're welcome, Master Su. Miss Finching has great potential. She can learn things at once. He said calmly. That's all for today's guidance. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chi. We won't disturb you anymore. Su Jiu nodded repeatedly and pulled Finching to leave. Finching kept her head down from beginning to end, and her long eyelashes concealed the complex emotions in her eyes. When she passed Chi, she didn't even dare to look up at him. The image of that man was already deeply imprinted in her mind. The ultimate pleasure of being completely controlled and releasing all potential made her both afraid and eager. Brother Chi. As soon as Su Jiyun and Finching left, Dong Qianqing came over with a happy face. Thank you for your hard work. When the kid from the Su family left just now, the expression on his face was as if he had found a treasure. I was very satisfied at first sight. As he spoke, he skillfully operated the personal terminal on his wrist. There's a soft beep sound. Chi as communicator also vibrated. Brother Chi, the total amount of this coaching fee, 1.1 million, has been transferred to your account. Remember to check it. Dong Qianchang said with a smile. There are still many students lining up. I will notify you when the next one confirms the time. He now looked at Chi as if he were looking at a cash cow. Chi took a look at the account arrival information and felt very satisfied. The speed of making money is faster than he expected. Thank you, Boss Dong. Of course we should. This is a mutual benefit for us. Dong Qianchang rubbed his hands and smiled from ear to ear. After Dong Qianchang left, only Chi and Yueying were left in the adjustment room. When Yueying saw that Chi had finished his work, she immediately jumped down from the sofa. She shook the half-eaten candied haws in her hand and looked up. Chi, are you done? Well, I'm done. Chi stretched out his hand and wanted to rub her head out of habit. Yueying grabbed his hand and dragged him out. Chi, let's go buy a bed. There was a hint of coquettishness in her tone. Buy a bed. Chi was a little surprised. Yeah. Yueying nodded. A hint of dissatisfaction appeared on her face, and she pouted and complained. The bed in the apartment was too hard and not comfortable to sleep on. She leaned closer to Chi, lowered her voice, and said with a hint of ambiguity, Besides, the quilt doesn't look good. It's not soft at all. It's uncomfortable to sleep at night. The girl's warm breath sprayed on Chi's earlobe, carrying a hint of fragrance. This little girl, getting bolder and bolder. But what Yueying said did make some sense. The bed was indeed not very comfortable. He coughed lightly and reached out to ruffle Yueying's snow-white hair. Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's go buy a new bed and a beautiful quilt. Yeah, Chi is the best. Yueying cheered and happily hugged Chi's arm. The two left the training ground. Chi rode on the scooter, while Yueying sat obediently on the back seat. Chi, where do we buy it? Yueying asked curiously. Let's go to Fengsu Street. There should be quite a few furniture stores there. Chi said after thinking for a while. Qingqing's custom street does not specifically refer to a certain kind of brothel, but is a commercial district with a long history and all-encompassing business district. There are many shops there selling everything from high-end luxury goods to daily groceries, and it is very bustling. The pink little sheep nimbly weaved through the traffic and soon arrived at the entrance of Fengsu Street. The streets are lined with shops, and neon signs are flashing colorful lights. The quaint buildings and the futuristic, technologically advanced floating billboards are cleverly combined to create a unique atmosphere. Wow, Gia, look at that. What a big marshmallow. That fat cat mask is so interesting too. Chi slowed down the car and let her enjoy the scenery on the street. At this moment, Yueying's attention was suddenly attracted by a shop on the corner of the street. It was a fairly large game hall with cool game trailers playing on the huge screen at the entrance. Various rhythmic music and game sound effects came out from inside, full of temptation. Chi, it's the game room. Yueying's eyes lit up instantly, and she pointed at the store, her face full of excitement. Without waiting for Chi to react, she jumped out of the back seat and rushed towards the game room. Chi shook his head helplessly, parked the scooter on the side of the road, and locked it. This little girl, why is she like a cat seeing dried fish when she sees the game hall? He followed in slowly. Ying was standing in front of a fighting game console, watching it with great interest. It was a classic 2D fighting game with two pixelated characters fighting each other on the screen. Chi walked up to her and patted her shoulder. Want to play? Ying turned around suddenly and saw that it was Chi Yi and immediately smiled brightly. Yeah, I want to play. She nodded vigorously, her eyes full of anticipation. Okay, let's play together. Chi smiled and took out star coins from his pocket to exchange for some game coins. The two chose a two-player fighting game console. Ying enthusiastically chose a muscular man, while Chi randomly chose an ice girl. Chi, this time I'm going to pin you under me, Ying said with high morale, holding the joystick. Let's wait and see. Chi raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The game begins. Although it was Ying's first time playing, her reaction speed and learning ability were amazing. I was a little hesitant at first, but soon I became familiar with the operation and started to perform the moves in a professional manner. Chi did not let her off just because she was a novice, but fought against her seriously. Before we know it, time has passed. When Ying finally won a round against Chi Yi with a slight advantage in blood, he realized that it was completely dark outside. He stretched and stood up from his seat. Okay, Ying, it's getting late. We should go buy a bed. Ying put down the joystick in her hand reluctantly, with a slight blush on her little face. It's over so soon. She looked at the game screen with some reluctance. I'll bring you here to play next time, Chi said with a smile. Well, it's settled. Ying immediately became happy again. The two walked out of the game room. Night had fallen, and all the neon lights on Fengsu Street lit up, illuminating the entire street as if it were daytime. Chi stood at the door of the game room and stretched his stiff waist. Ying followed him out, her little hands still subconsciously rubbing together, obviously still immersed in the game. She walked up to Chi, naturally took his arm, and leaned her little head on his shoulder. Chi, I still want to play, she said coquettishly with a pout. The girl's soft body pressed against him, and a faint fragrance emanated from her hair. Chapter 40 Alley. Okay. I'll definitely take you to have enough fun next time. We have to get down to business now. Okay. Although Ying was a little reluctant, she still nodded obediently. The two continued walking along Fengsu Street. Chi, look, this store is so beautiful. Ying suddenly stopped and pointed at a gorgeously decorated shop. The shop sign is the words Dream Bedroom outlined in pink neon lights. The window displays a variety of exquisitely designed bedding that looks very comfortable. Silk sheets, lace pillowcases, and furry pillows exude a warm and romantic atmosphere. Well, it looks good. Let's go in and take a look. Chi nodded. Ying's eyes lit up, and she pulled Chi inside. Welcome to the Dream Bed. A shop assistant in a cute maid outfit greeted us warmly. The lighting in the store is soft, and the air is filled with a faint scent of aromatherapy. Bedding of various materials and styles are neatly displayed, and most of the designs tend to be mature and sexy. Chia's eyes swept over some details, such as the ambiguous patterns on some sheets and some peculiarly shaped pillows. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he felt that this store seemed different from the bedding store he had imagined. Ying didn't notice at all. She was walking around the store excitedly. Wow, the color of this quilt is so beautiful. She pointed to a dark red duvet. Miss, you have a very good taste, the maid clerk said with a smile. This Kiss of Flame is the latest model in our store. It is made of top-quality velvet and is very skin-friendly. Also, it has a special and interesting design. The clerk lowered his voice a little, with a hint of ambiguity in his smile. Interesting design? Ying tilted her head, her deep blue eyes filled with confusion. She picked up the duvet curiously and looked at it carefully. At one corner of the quilt, there seemed to be some small leather rings and thin silk ribbon sewn on. What is this used for? Ying asked innocently. Chia's forehead was throbbing with veins as he watched from the side. He suppressed his smile, walked forward, and gently patted Ying's shoulder. Ying, I think this store may not be suitable for us. Why? Ying looked at him in confusion. The bedding here looks really high-end. She picked up a peculiarly shaped, furry long pillow next to her. Chi, look at this. It must be very comfortable to hold it while sleeping. The shape of the pillow, the smile on the maid's face became even more ambiguous. This lady has really good taste. This pillow is the star product of our store. Many people say that holding it is like holding a real, Cough, cough. Chi coughed heavily twice, interrupting the clerk's words. He took Yueying's hand and smiled awkwardly at the clerk. Sorry, let's look at something else. After saying that, he almost dragged Yueying away from the store. Yueying still looked confused until she walked out of the store. Chi, why don't we buy anything? I think the things in that store are pretty good. Her little face was full of grievance. Chi looked at her pure and innocent expression and finally couldn't help laughing. Yueying, you really are. He shook his head, feeling a little amused. Do you know what that store sells? Bedding. Yueying blinked and answered as a matter of course. It's bedding for sure. Chi ruffled her hair, his tone teasing. But it's for adults, the kind of bedding that helps enhance bonding. He tried to explain it as tactfully as possible. Yueying was stunned for a moment, and then her snow-white face turned red. For adults. She finally realized what was happening. Those strange designs and the ambiguous look from the clerk. Yueying screamed and buried her little face in her hands. What a shame. She actually spent so much time in that kind of store and asked so many stupid questions. Looking at her embarrassed appearance, Chi couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Chi, you're still laughing. Yueying was so angry that she raised her head suddenly. She threw herself into Chi Ye's arms like an irritated rabbit. The pink fist pounded Chi Ye's chest again and again. Bad guy Chi Yi. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Her force was not strong, more like she was acting coquettishly. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. Chi hugged her and let her vent. The girl's soft body trembled slightly in his arms, with a hint of shame and grievance. After a long while, the moon's shadow gradually calmed down. She buried her face in Chi Ye's chest and said sullenly, It's all your fault. You didn't remind me earlier. There was a hint of crying in his voice. Yes, blame me. Chi patted her back lovingly. Let's find a decent store, okay? Yueying raised her head from his arms and wrinkled her nose, but the shame in her eyes had dissipated a lot. The two continued walking forward, looking for a suitable furniture store. The night of Fengsu Street is more lively than the day, and the colorful neon lights make the street as bright as day. Just then, Chi Ye's eyes inadvertently swept across the street corner. A figure wearing a black hoodie, wrapped tightly in a black hoodie, was carrying a bulging sack on his back. Stealthily turned into a dark and narrow alley. The figure moved quickly, looking back from time to time, appearing to be very alert. Chi Ye's brows furrowed slightly. His intuition told him that there was something wrong with this person. Chi Yi, who was feeling bored, suddenly felt like he had something to do. Yueying, follow me quietly and don't make any noise, he said to Yueying beside him. Good. The alley was dark and damp, in stark contrast to the bustling streets outside. Only the dim light at the entrance of the alley could barely illuminate the road under my feet. Chi walked lightly and followed the man in black silently. The man in black was obviously very familiar with this alley. After turning around a few times, he soon reached the end of the alley. At the end is a wall covered with graffiti. The man in black groped along the wall skillfully. With a slight sound, a secret door slid open silently on the wall. It was pitch black behind the secret door, and I couldn't see clearly what was going on inside. The man in black looked around vigilantly, and after confirming that there was no one around, he quickly went in. The secret door then slowly closed. A gleam of light flashed in Chi Ye's eyes. There is indeed something fishy. He walked to the secret door and looked at it carefully. There are no handles or switches on the door, blending perfectly into the wall. If no one hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have discovered that there was a secret door hidden here. He imitated the movements of the man in black and began to grope along the wall. Soon he found the inconspicuous bulge. Just a tap. Click. The secret door slid open again. Behind the door is a staircase leading downwards. Chi did not hesitate and walked in with Yueying. Just as he stepped into the secret door, a sturdy arm suddenly stretched out from behind the door and blocked his way. A burly man with a stern face suddenly appeared in front of him. The burly man was wearing a black suit and a communicator on his ear, and it was obvious that he was not someone to be trifled with. Stop! The sturdy man's voice was low and hoarse. The admission fee is 100,000 star coins. 100,000 star coins? Chi raised his eyebrows. This is not a small amount of money. How could the admission fee be so expensive? Where's this place? Chi asked in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, the sturdy man looked Chi up and down as if he was looking at a fool who had never seen the world. He did not answer Chi Ye's question, but just waved his hand impatiently. If you don't know, get out of here and don't get in the way. Chi became even more curious. The more mysterious it is, the more it shows that there is something shady going on. A smile appeared on his lips, and he took out a personal terminal from his pocket. With a beep, 100,000 star coins flew past. Seeing the arrival information, the impatience on the sturdy man's face disappeared instantly. He turned sideways and made way. Go in and have fun. Behind a secret door is a small metal elevator. Chi walked in, and the elevator began to move slowly downwards. Chi, this place is so scary. Yuang leaned close to Chi and whispered, Don't be afraid. I'm here. After an unknown amount of time, the elevator finally stopped. The moment I stepped out of the elevator, deafening cheers and roars reached my ears. Chia's pupils suddenly shrank. The scene before him made even his top pilot, who was used to big scenes, gasp. This is an enormous underground arena. The venue was circular, and the surrounding auditoriums were filled with excited and enthusiastic crowds. They waved their arms and shouted at the top of their lungs. The dazzling searchlight was focused on the center of the venue. There, two mechas were engaging in a brutal fight. Half of the armor of one of the mechas had been torn off, revealing the complex mechanical structure inside. The other mecha girl was not much better off. An energy cannon on its arm had been deformed, and it was obviously severely damaged. Chia's gaze swept across the crazy spectators and then fell back on the mecha girls fighting in the field. His face gradually darkened. The girl from the machine, instead of dealing with the strange beasts, is entertaining people in this kind of place. Is this correct? Chapter 41, Underground Fighting Arena. Yuang's small hands tightly grasped Chia's sleeves, and her body was trembling slightly. Under her snow-white hair, her blue eyes were filled with shock and anger. Chi, what are they doing? There was a barely perceptible choke in her voice. Mecha girl, shouldn't you protect humans and fight against strange beasts? Why is there a senseless killing going on here? Chi patted the back of her hand gently, his eyes cold. I'm afraid this isn't a serious place. He whispered, already having a rough guess in his mind. Undoubtedly, this is an underground black arena, a casino that makes money by taking advantage of the lives of the girls. Damn it, there is actually a place like this. Chia's brows were furrowed, and anger was rising in his chest. He has experienced countless brutal interstellar wars and is accustomed to life and death. But the scene before him, this act of forcing the girl into a desperate situation just for fun, still made him feel sick. Yuang bit her lower lip and said, We were created to fight against strange beasts. It shouldn't be like this, being treated as a toy. Her words were a little intermittent, and it was obvious that the scene before her had a great impact on her. Chi sighed inwardly. Of course he could report this to Ji Qing-song. With the military's capabilities, it would be easy to wipe out such an underground casino. But then what? As long as there is demand, and as long as it is profitable, such places will emerge in an endless stream, treating the symptoms but not the root cause. At this moment, on the other side of the arena, in a luxurious office, the air was filled with smoke. A plump and charming woman in a tight black dress was leaning lazily on the leather sofa. She held a thin lady's cigarette between her red lips and tapped the rim of the ashtray with her scarlet nails. The huge surveillance screen wall in front of her clearly displayed real-time images from every corner of the arena. One of the scenes showed Chi Yi and Yuing, who had just entered the arena. The woman took a deep puff of the cigarette, slowly exhaled the smoke ring, and her eyes fell on Chia's handsome and slightly cold face. The corners of her mouth curved up. Oh, an interesting little guy has come. She murmured to herself, her voice husky and magnetic. And that little beauty beside him, MS-01, she actually showed up on her own. Her eyes flickered as if she was thinking about something. Chi pulled Yueying and found a relatively inconspicuous position at the edge of the noisy audience seats. You too, is this your first time here? A slightly hoarse voice came from the side. Chi turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was a slightly plump, greasy-faced, middle-aged man. The man was holding a beautiful woman in scantily clad clothes in his arms and was looking at the moonlight with interest. This girl is really good-looking, the man exclaimed in amazement, his eyes unscrupulous. Brother, are you planning to let this girl go down and play? He pointed to the area below where a fierce battle was taking place, with a smile on his face. She is so beautiful. It would be a pity if she was beaten and disabled. When Chi heard this, his heart moved, but his face remained expressionless. He was stunned for a moment, then asked, Oh, big brother, how do you play this? Please tell me more about this. Seeing that Chi really didn't seem to understand, the middle-aged man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Hey, brother, it seems you really don't know the rules. This is Blood Rose, the largest underground fighting arena in Qingxing. The man stretched out his fat finger and pointed downwards. See, those mecha girls all signed a life and death agreement. If they win a game, they can get a huge bonus, which is enough for their pilots to splurge for a while. Of course, if you lose, then you'll have nothing. If you're lucky, it'll become a pile of scrap metal waiting to be repaired. But if you're unlucky, it'll be scrapped directly. When Yueying heard the word scrapped, her body trembled. She subconsciously leaned towards Qi. Did all those mecha girls participate voluntarily? Qi asked in a calm tone. Voluntary. The man sneered, as if he had heard some huge joke. Of course there are volunteers. Some pilots are broke or have some serious illness and need money urgently. Their machine girl will naturally choose this path to save her master. After all, the prize money for winning a game is more than what they earn from working hard on missions outside. The man took a sip of wine and continued. There are also some pilots whose pilots are scumbags. We trick them into signing a core contract. Once that contract is signed, the mecha girls cannot resist any orders from the pilots. Then those scumbags sent them here to use them as cash cows, fighting in underground boxing to make quick money, one after another, until every last bit of value is squeezed out of them. There was a hint of disdain in the man's tone. Obviously, he had seen this kind of thing many times. Then, what if there's no pilot? Chi asked. He thought of Yueying. If she hadn't met him, would she? No pilot. The man was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly realized. Oh, you mean those hostless girls? They are even more miserable. Without pilots, they're not even qualified to leave the city and cannot obtain supplies and repairs. Mecha girls are born to fight. If they don't fight, what's the point of their existence? This underground casino actually gives them a fighting chance, a place to prove their worth. Although, the price may be life. The man shrugged and returned his gaze to the field. At this moment, the mecha with half of its armor torn off finally couldn't hold on and was knocked away by a heavy punch from the opponent. It hit the metal wall of the venue heavily, making a dull thud. Electric sparks jumped wildly on her broken body, and finally, the light on her head went out completely. There was a deafening cheer from the audience. Obviously, they made the right bet. Seeing that the battle was over, the middle-aged man began to chatter again. Let me tell you, last month's champion Disaster Star was really fierce. He defeated 10 opponents in a row. He is simply like a killing god descended to the earth. Chi no longer had the heart to listen any further. All he wanted now was to leave this disgusting place as soon as possible. Thank you, big brother, for clearing up my doubts, Chi said perfunctorily to the middle-aged man. He then took Yueying and turned around to leave. Hey, brother, you're leaving now? Don't you want to play more? The middle-aged man was a little surprised. The competition here has just begun. There will be more exciting things to come. Chi ignored him and even quickened his pace. He didn't want to stay here any longer. The air in this place made him feel suffocated. Little handsome boy, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Is my fighting arena so boring? A lazy voice came from behind, and Chi stopped immediately. Chapter 42, Special Rewards. Chia's footsteps suddenly stopped. A graceful figure slowly walked out from the shadow of the audience seats. The woman was wearing a tight black dress with a very high slit. As she walked, her white and slender thighs were vaguely visible. She has a slender waist and plump curves, and every step she takes is graceful, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. Her long, wavy burgundy hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her lips were red as fire, and her eyes were slightly upturned, revealing a hint of laziness and playfulness. She held a slender lady's cigarette in her hand, the scarlet but flickering in the dim light. Little handsome boy, why are you in such a hurry? The woman walked up to Chi, exhaled a puff of light blue smoke, and her voice had a hint of hoarseness and magnetism. Does this bloody rose of mine really not interest you? Her eyes moved over Chi, as if her gaze could penetrate him. Chi frowned. His intuition told him that this woman was very dangerous. He looked at the woman in front of him and said calmly, "We have some things to do, so we can't stay for long." The woman chuckled, very charming. "Oh, is there anything more important than enjoying a wonderful fight?" She extended a hand gloved in delicate black lace and pointed toward the arena below. "Or do you think, handsome boy, That the girls here are not exciting enough? Chi frowned even more tightly. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. He didn't want to get too entangled with this woman. Don't be impatient. The woman took a step forward and moved closer to Chi. I have something I want to talk to the handsome boy about. How about going to my office? Her voice was very low, and there was a hint of ambiguity in her words. Chi took a half step back and put some distance between himself and the woman. No need. If you have anything to say, just say it here. He didn't like the feeling of being controlled by others, which made him feel very passive. The smile on the woman's face remained unchanged, but her eyes narrowed slightly. Say it here. That's fine. She glanced at Yueying beside Qi Yi, and her gaze lingered on Yueying's blue eyes for a few seconds. MS-01, what a nice model, but her pilot is obviously even better. The woman's words were light and casual, but they made Qi Ye's heart shudder. She actually recognized herself. After the mall battle, the MS-01 model did cause quite a stir, but few people knew Yueying's human form, and only her mecha form was famous. What exactly do you want to say? Qi Ye's tone became heavy. When the woman saw Qi Ye's reaction, the curve of her mouth widened. It seems that the handsome boy is willing to have a good talk with me. She turned around gracefully, her red lips slightly parted. Come with me. My office is more suitable for a detailed discussion. Qi was silent for a few seconds and glanced at Yueying, who looked a little uneasy beside him. He patted Yueying's hand gently, signaling her to be at ease. Lead the way. He finally agreed. He always felt uneasy until he found out the background and purpose of this woman. The woman smiled sweetly and led the way by twisting her waist. Yueying followed Qi closely and asked in a low voice, Qi who? Who is she? I don't know. Qi responded in a low voice, but it's definitely not simple. They walked through the noisy and chaotic auditorium and came to an office. Different from the blood and frenzy in the arena outside, this office seemed unusually luxurious and quiet. Soft dark red carpet, exquisite antique furniture, and a few incomprehensible abstract paintings hanging on the walls. The air is filled with a faint scent of incense mixed with the unique fragrance of a woman, which has a unique flavor. From the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the entire arena. The woman walked to a large mahogany desk and sat down, leaning lazily on the leather seat. Have a seat. She casually pointed to the two chairs in front of the desk. Qi Yi pulled Yueying to sit down and looked at her calmly. Now you can tell me what you want from me. The woman picked up an exquisite lighter on the table and relit the cigarette that was about to go out. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled smoke rings. Her eyes seemed a little blurry in the smoke. Please introduce yourself. Shang Mewing, the person in charge of Blood Rose. Qi frowned slightly. Miss Shang, I think you're looking for me, not just to get to know me, right? Shang Mewing chuckled, and the fullness in front of her body trembled slightly. The handsome boy is really direct. She put out her cigarette in the crystal ashtray, leaned forward slightly, and folded her hands on the table. The smile on his face faded a little, and his eyes became serious. Yes, I came to you because I have something very important to ask for your help. Help? Qi was a little surprised. Yes, help. Shang Mewing sighed, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. I would like you to tame a robot girl. Taming the robot girl? Qi frowned even more tightly. Why? Don't you have a lot of mecha girls here? He couldn't understand why the head of an underground fighting arena would ask him for help because he couldn't tame a certain robot girl. Yueying also looked at Shang Mewing curiously, not knowing what she was up to. Shang Mewing showed a bitter smile on her face, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. Other mecha girls are different from her. The mecha girl I want you to tame is called Disaster Star. Disaster Star? Qi repeated the name. That's right, the Star Disaster. Shang Mewing's tone became solemn. She is the only S-rank mecha girl in the arena. S-Class mecha girl. Qi's heart moved slightly. On Blue Star, S-Class mechas are extremely rare, and each one possesses terrifying abilities. She is extremely powerful and has never been defeated in the arena. I wanted to sign a contract with her countless times so that she can truly be used by me. Shang Mewing said this with a hint of unwillingness in her tone. But she doesn't like me at all. In her eyes, we human pilots are all trash, parasites that only drag her down. She said she wanted to be her own boss and didn't need anyone to control her. When Qi heard this, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Interesting. He could understand this idea. After all, the level of pilots in this world was indeed worrying. So, you want me to tame her? Qi asked. Let her listen to me? Shang Yuing nodded. That's right. Your level of Mecha Girl operation may change her mind. Let her know that not all human pilots are useless. Qi Yi was silent. This request may sound a bit ridiculous, but it is not completely unreasonable. If that disaster star is really so powerful and difficult to control, Shang Yuing really needs someone with enough strength to try. And I just happen to show this kind of strength. But why should he help this woman? Why should I help you? Qi Yi asked directly. Shang Yuing seemed to have expected him to ask this, and a charming smile appeared on her face again. She stood up, walked around the desk, and slowly came to Qi Yi. The tall figure brought a sense of oppression, and the rich fragrance surrounded Qi Yi again. She leaned down, her red lips almost touching Qi Yi's ear, and her warm breath blew on his earlobe. When Yue saw this scene, her face instantly tensed and a hint of vigilance flashed in her blue eyes. She subconsciously pulled Qi Yi a little closer to her. If Shang Yuing's voice was full of temptation. If you can make the disaster star change her mind and make her willing to work for me. She paused and looked at Qi Yi with an ambiguous look. Then, of course, you will get the benefit. For example, you can use the resources I have here, Will. Or maybe her eyes fell on Qi Yi's lips and she licked her own lips gently. I myself can also give you some special rewards. Chapter 43, Seeing the Disaster Star. Qi Yi leaned back slightly, avoiding Shang Yuing's red lips that were almost touching his. He could clearly smell her alluring scent. Yue's little hand had already tightly grasped Qi Yi's sleeve, like a little animal protecting its food, afraid that its treasure would be snatched away. I appreciate Miss Shang's kindness. Qi Yi's tone remained calm, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. However, even if I can really make that disaster lady change her mind, I'm afraid there's no guarantee that she will obey your orders. He pointed out the most critical issue. If the S-Class Mecha Girl is really as unruly as Shang Yuing said, how could she easily submit to others? Shang Yuing straightened up. The charming smile on her face did not diminish at all, as if Qi Yi's answer was within her expectations. She stretched out her scarlet fingertips and gently brushed them across her full red lips in a seductive manner. What does it matter? She chuckled, her tone a little nonchalant. If she is really that discerning and willing to follow the handsome boy, I, Shang Yuing, will also be happy to see it happen. After all, a wise bird chooses the right tree to roost in. When Qi heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This woman actually gave in so easily? Could it be that she had gone to so much trouble to bring herself here and made such a solemn promise to me, just to find someone to tame the star disaster? Things are probably not that simple. Shang Yuing looked at the changing expressions on Qi Yi's face, but sneered in his heart. Humph, little guy, you're dreaming. How could it be so easy to control a proud mecha girl like the disaster star? If an ordinary pilot approaches rashly, it is hard to say whether he can save his life. She didn't kill me because she remembered the kindness I showed her by taking her in. I want to see, boy, how can you tame her? Since Miss Shang said so, Qi thought for a moment and nodded. Then I am becoming more and more curious about this Miss Disaster Star. He really wanted to see what was different about this S-Class Mecha Girl. It would be even better if you could drive it. Very good. Shang Yuing's smile became wider. Then please follow me. She twisted her graceful waist again and led the way. Qi Yi pulled Yue and followed Shang Yuing. Yue was still a little uneasy. She whispered in Qi's ear. Qi, are we really going? That mecha girl named Disaster Star sounds so fierce. Don't be afraid. Qi patted her hand soothingly. You have to believe in your own strength. Although he also felt that this trip might be risky, his curiosity and anticipation overwhelmed the uneasiness. More importantly, he has absolute confidence in himself and Yue. The three of them walked through a dark corridor. The further they went in, the quieter the surroundings became, forming a sharp contrast with the frenzy in the arena outside. Finally, Shang Yuing stopped in front of a lounge. She's inside. Shang Yuing turned sideways and said to Qi Yi, the disaster star has a bad temper and doesn't like to be disturbed. So for now on you, handsome boy, can go in alone. I'll be waiting for your good news outside. After she said that, she blinked at Qi Yi with a smile in her eyes. Qi's brows furrowed slightly. Going alone? He glanced at the closed door. Although he was confident in his fighting skills, he was still facing an S-rank mecha girl. If the other party had extremely strong combat power in human form, he would be beaten to death with his bare hands. No! Qi shook his head decisively. He turned to Shang Yuing and said firmly, Ying must go in with me. He didn't want to capsize in a ditch, so he took Ying with him. At least there was some protection. In case of a conflict, Ying would be able to protect him immediately. When Shang Muying heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. She looked Qi up and down, then chuckled, "Oh, the handsome boy is really cautious. Well, since you insist, let's go in together." She didn't mind Ying going in with her. She also wanted to see how MS-01 would perform when facing the disaster star. After getting Shang Muying's permission, Qi felt a little relieved. He took a deep breath, walked forward, and grasped the cold metal door handle. "Qi, don't be afraid. I'm behind you." Ying seemed like a different person at this moment, and the weak temperament in her body disappeared. Qi didn't hesitate and pushed the door open. The scene in the room startled him slightly. It was a fairly spacious room with something like a small training room inside. There is a soft mat in the middle of the room, and various training equipment are placed against the walls. A tall figure, with his back to them, stood in front of a huge floor-length mirror. The mirror reflected the entire room, as well as a floating TV that was broadcasting an intense boxing match. The figure was wearing a tight black sports vest and shorts, outlining perfect curves full of power. Her long, shiny black hair was casually tied into a high ponytail, swaying gently with her movements. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound of hitting echoed in the room. She clenched her fists, facing the air, imitating the movements of the boxers on TV. Punch after punch, hitting fiercely. Sweat soaked her vest, sticking tightly to her skin, making her figure even more sexy. That focused look seemed to tear the air in front of him. This is the S-Class Mecha girl, the disaster star? Qi looked at the figure who was practicing boxing seriously in front of the TV, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This style of painting seems to be somewhat different from the cool and aloof S-Class Mecha girl he imagined. Sweat slid down the tight lines of the disaster star's back, gleaming faintly under the light. She seemed completely immersed in her own world and was unaware of the movement at the door. Just when Qi was about to speak, bang! The disaster star's last punch was thrown out suddenly, with a sound of breaking through the air. She slowly retracted her fist, her chest rising and falling slightly as she adjusted her breathing. Then, she seemed to sense something and turn around suddenly. The dark eyes instantly locked on a Qi who was standing at the door. That look was extremely cold, without any emotion. The next second, her figure moved, almost as fast as possible. The disaster star opened the 5 fingers of his right hand, like an iron claw, and went straight for Qi's throat. There was a sharp whistling sound in the air. Qi's pupils suddenly shrank, and his body's instinct made him react instantly. However, there are people who are faster than him. Don't even think about it. A cold and delicate cry was heard. The moonlight instantly blocked Qi's way. Her azure eyes no longer had the usual shyness and tenderness, but were replaced by a coldness and sharpness. Chapter 44, the show begins. She raised her slender right arm, opened her palm, and met the attack of the disaster star. Bang! A muffled sound. When their fists and palms collided, an invisible air wave spread out with the two of them as the center. The disaster star's determined attack was unexpectedly caught steadily by Ying. Her wrist was held tightly by Ying's hand, not allowing her to move forward even an inch. There was a look of astonishment in the eyes of the disaster star. She looked at the moon shadow in front of her in disbelief. This petite and weak-looking, white-haired mecha girl could actually block her angry attack? You know, even in human form, her strength far exceeds that of an ordinary A-rank mecha girl. You! Disaster Star's voice was a little hoarse and displeased. She tried to pull her hand back, but found that the other person was surprisingly strong. Ying's voice was cold. Don't hurt Qi. Qi was standing behind Ying and was also slightly surprised. The explosive power at that moment should never be underestimated. He patted Ying's shoulder, signaling her not to be so nervous. The disaster star stared at Ying, and the astonishment in his eyes gradually turned into ridicule. Interesting, she whispered, her eyes running over Mooney. MS-01, a new model? You can actually block my attack? It seems that you're also an S-Class mecha girl. She obviously didn't understand what had happened in Qinsheng in recent days. Her detector could only simply scan out Ying's model. However, I want to know, with such powerful abilities, why do you still follow such a useless human? Disaster Star raised his chin slightly and pointed at Qi, his tone full of disdain and arrogance. Wouldn't it be better if we fought on our own, without any restraints? Waste. When Qi heard these two words, he raised his eyebrows. He walked out from behind Yueying and looked at Zixing. Miss Disaster Star, your words are a bit arbitrary. When Yueying saw Qi Yi coming forward, although she was a little worried, she still took a half step back and stared at the Disaster Star vigilantly. Oh, Disaster Star looked at Qi Yi with interest. Aren't you trash? There was undisguised sarcasm in her tone. Qi Yi smiled. His tone was relaxed, but with a hint of sharpness. Whether you are a waste or not is not up to you to decide. You look down on pilots and think they are a burden. But have you ever thought that even a truly amazing pilot might not be able to look up to you? His tone was calm, but it revealed a strong sense of confidence. Upon hearing this, Disaster Star was stunned at first, and then he sneered as if he had heard a huge joke. You don't think highly of me? Huh. She looked Qi up and down with contempt in her eyes. Do you know what rank my first pilot was? She held up a finger, her tone cold. Gold medal pilot. One of the most talented young pilots in Qingsheng at the time. What's the result? The corner of the Disaster Star's mouth curled up in a cruel arc. He's too weak, too rubbish, and only drags down my performance. So I killed him. She said this lightly, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop a little because of her words. Yueying's little face turned pale in an instant, and she subconsciously grabbed Qi Ye's sleeve. This woman actually killed her own pilot with her own hands. Even a gold medal pilot cannot change the fact that he is a waste. Disaster Star continued, his tone full of contempt for human pilots. Her eyes fell on the inconspicuous bronze badge on Qi Ye's chest. Bronze medal pilot? She chuckled and shook her head. What gives you the confidence to say that you look down on me? In my opinion, all your glory is probably due to this girl beside you, right? She glanced at Yueying, her tone slightly provocative. She is so powerful, but she only trained a bronze medal pilot like you. You really are the best of the waste. Don't you dare say that about Qi Yi. Yueying couldn't bear it any longer and raised her head abruptly with flames of anger burning in her blue eyes. Her little face flushed red and her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Qi Yi is not a waste. It's him. It's him who made me have everything I have now. I won't allow you to slander him like this. Not even a single word. Her snow-white hair moved without wind, and a powerful energy wave emanated from her. Looking at Yueying's excited expression, the smile in his eyes became even more intense. Far from being angry, she had a fighting smile on her lips. Oh, are you angry? There was a hint of excitement in her voice. Very good, very good. She took a sudden step forward and slammed her right fist into the door beside her without any warning. Boom! A loud bang. The heavy metal door was shattered into pieces in an instant like paper under the punch of the Disaster Star. If you want to shut up, then follow me to the ring. Otherwise, I will let the whole world know that your pilot is an incompetent waste. Disaster Star turned his head, his dark eyes full of excitement, staring at Yueying. Before she finished her words, her figure flashed and disappeared like a ghost. Only one provocative word echoed in the room. I'll wait for you in the ring. Only Qi Yi and Yueying were left in the room. Yueying, Qi frowned and looked at the girl beside him who was still angry. Don't be impulsive. She is deliberately trying to provoke you. He could feel that the power of the Disaster Star was unfathomable. He didn't want Yueying to get hurt because of his impulsive behavior. However, Yueying at this moment seemed no longer willing to listen to any advice. She pursed her lips tightly, and her blue eyes were full of anger. Qi, I must make her take back what she just said. Wait for me. After saying that, Yueying's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. She followed the breath of the Disaster Star and headed towards the arena. Oh, Qi sighed and rubbed his eyebrows. He walked out of the room quickly. Outside the corridor, Shang Yueying was leaning lazily against the wall. She held a lady's cigarette between her fingertips and blew out curls of smoke from between her red lips. When she heard the noise inside, she was not surprised at all. Instead, a smile appeared on her lips as if a good show was about to begin. Those charming peach blossom eyes were slightly narrowed, and the slender white legs swayed slightly under the black skirt. It seems that the discussion is not going well. Shang Yueying asked with a chuckle, a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Qi ignored her teasing and asked in a deep voice, Where did they go? Shang Yueying stretched out her finger and pointed to the end of the corridor. My little Disaster Star, it seems he has found a new toy. She whispered into the headset. Clear the area. Please ask all the spectators in the arena to leave first. The Bloody Rose is temporarily closed today. There was an inexplicable excitement in her voice. The show is about to begin. She looked at Chi Yi, and her smile became more playful. Handsome boy, do you want to go and cheer for your Wang? Chapter 45, Fight. Chi Yi's heart sank suddenly, and he rushed out of the dark corridor. The deafening cheers had long since disappeared, replaced by an empty and eerie silence. The huge underground arena was now empty. Chi Yi's gaze swept across the empty auditorium and finally landed on the center of the arena. There, two figures were facing each other from a distance. Yue Ying's snow-white hair glowed with a pearly luster under the dim light. Her small figure seemed a little thin in the huge arena. Opposite her was the disaster star dressed in black. Both of them maintained their human form, but an invisible sense of oppression had already begun to collide in the air. Are you still following? There was a hint of teasing in Zhaoxing's voice, but his eyes were fixed on Yue Ying. What kind of charm does that loser have that allows you to do this? If you lose, you will die. Her tone was filled with undisguised contempt for Chi Yi. Anger danced in Yue Ying's blue eyes. You are not allowed to say that about Chi Yi. Her voice was clear. He is the most important person to me. Oh, Disaster Star raised her eyebrows and took a step forward. Since you are defending him so much, prove it with your strength. Disaster Star's eyes became extremely serious, and a powerful aura burst out from her. Yue Ying took a deep breath. She knew that this battle was inevitable. For Chi Yi's dignity, and also for the unwillingness in her own heart. The delicate silver bracelet on her right wrist suddenly lit up with a soft blue light. As the light flowed, a long sword with a beautiful and elegant shape appeared silently in her hand. Disaster Star looked at the sword in Yue Ying's hand. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then turned into a stronger fighting spirit. Nice weapon, she murmured. She clenched her hands suddenly, and black and red energy gathered in her fists. The next second, a pair of hideous and heavy energy-charged boxing gloves covered her fists and forearms. Dangerous dark red arcs flashed on the surface of the gloves, making slight crackling sounds. Well, let's get started. Before the Disaster Star finished his words, he suddenly exerted force on his feet, and his figure rushed towards Yue Ying like a cannonball. Yue Ying's pupils shrank, and she didn't dare to be careless at all. She let out a delicate cry, and the long sword in her hand formed a sword flower, facing the violent attack of the Disaster Star. Clang! The sword and the boxing gloves collided, causing an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. Sparks flying. A powerful impact force came. Yue Ying felt her arm go numb, and her body slid back several steps uncontrollably. What a strong power! Yue Ying was shocked. The power of the Disaster Star was far beyond her imagination. After the battle in the mall, although she learned to use her own strength, her experience and skills were particularly insufficient when facing a mecha girl like Disaster Star who had been through many battles and had the fighting instinct integrated into her bones. The Disaster Star succeeded in one strike, and its offensive became more fierce. Her fists were like a violent storm, continuously hitting Yue Ying. Yue Ying could only rely on instinct to fight back. He waved the star-shaped sword in his hand, trying to block the attack of the Disaster Star. But the Disaster Star's attack angle is tricky and the speed is extremely fast. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound of blows continued to echo in the arena. Yue Ying's movements became more and more clumsy, and her snow-white figure was like a small boat in the stormy waves under the violent attack of the Disaster Star. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her breathing began to become rapid. Too slow, too weak. The Disaster Star sneered with disdain while attacking. Your sword can't even touch me. Based on this level, you still want to clear your pilot's name? She suddenly turned sideways, dodged the sword stab by Yue Ying, and punched out with her right fist. Bang! This punch hit Yue Ying's left shoulder solidly. Yue Ying groaned, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. A sharp pain came from her left shoulder, and her face turned pale in an instant. That won't do, little girl. Disaster Star stopped attacking. If this is all your strength, then your useless pilot will be nailed to the pillar of shame forever. Moon Shadow. Chi could no longer stand by and watch. He took a step forward and wanted to rush onto the stage. Disaster Star is too powerful. Yue Ying is no match for her at all. He couldn't just watch Yue Ying get hurt. However, just as he was about to step onto the ring, a figure with a strong fragrance appeared in front of him like a ghost. A pair of long, straight legs stretched across his body, blocking his way. Shang Muying leaned lazily on the railing at the edge of the ring, with a slender lady's cigarette dangling from her red lips. "Hey, handsome boy, what are you in such a hurry for?" Her voice is hoarse and magnetic, full of charm. "As pilots, it's better for us not to interfere in the battles between pilots, right?" She tilted her head slightly, her eyes raised as if smiling. "Don't tell me you have so little confidence in your Yue." Chie's face darkened instantly. He looked at the dangerous woman in front of him, and anger instantly rose in his heart. "Get out of the way." His voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. He couldn't possibly let Yue Ying face a madman like Disaster Star alone. Yue Ying stood on this stage for him. How could he let her bear all this alone? Upon hearing this, Shang Yuying not only did not move away, but the smile on her face became even more charming. She stretched out her right hand, which was wearing a black lace glove, and gently flicked off the ash, her movements graceful and seductive. "What if I say no?" Her voice lowered a few notches, with a hint of provocation. The pair of long legs that were lying across Chi Ye's body even swayed intentionally, and the scenery under her skirt was faintly visible. Chi Ye's pupils shrank slightly. This woman was deliberately provoking him. But why is this? He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. But the next second, his action made the smile on Shang Yuying's face freeze slightly. Chi didn't hesitate at all. He reached out and grabbed Shang Yuying's calf that was lying in front of him. It was soft to the touch, with an amazing feel, and Chi could clearly feel the delicacy and elasticity of her skin. "I don't want to fight you." Chi's voice was low, with a hint of suppressed anger. "But if you stop me again, don't blame me for being rude." He exerted a little force with his palms and grasped the woman's legs firmly. The smile on Shang Yuying's face froze for a moment, and then a strange light flashed in her charming peach blossom eyes. Far from being frightened by Chi Ye's threats, she began to laugh. "Oh, little brother, you are so rude. I'm so scared." Although she said she was afraid, her body leaned forward slightly, and her plump curves were almost touching Chi Yi. The rich aroma, mixed with a hint of tobacco, stimulated Chi Ye's nerves even more strongly. But she changed the subject and put her red lips close to Chi Ye's ear, her breath sweet as orchid. "Are you really willing to do this to such a delicate beauty?" Her voice was full of temptation. "Do you like to use violence to treat girls?" The warm breath blew on Chi Ye's earlobe, making him feel numb. This goblin. Chi Yi cursed inwardly, but the strength in his hands loosened a little involuntarily. At this moment, a painful groan was heard from Yue Ying on the ring. Chi Ye's heart tightened, and he turned his head suddenly to look. Yue Ying was hit by a whip kick from the Disaster Star, flew backwards, and hit the metal wall of the arena heavily. Moon Shadow. Chi Ye's anger grew even stronger, and he no longer cared about getting entangled with Shang Yuying. He suddenly swung his hands, trying to break free from Shang Yuying's obstruction. However, Shang Yuying seemed to have anticipated his actions. At the moment when Chi Yi exerted force, her calf that was held by Chi Yi suddenly kicked upwards. The target is directly at Chi Ye's jaw. Chi Ye's pupils shrank suddenly. He had never expected that this woman would actually take action. At the critical moment, he suddenly tilted his head back and narrowly avoided the fatal blow. The sharp wind from the leg brushed past the tip of his nose, lifting a few strands of hair. "TSK, you react pretty quickly." Shang Muying missed the attack and fell lightly to the ground, still with that ambiguous smile on his face. "It seems that if I want you to stay here obediently, it's no longer possible to do anything serious." Shang Muying moved her wrist, threw the cigarette between her fingers to the ground, and crushed it with the tip of her high heels. "Little brother, I rarely fight with men." She licked her red lips. "Today, I'll let you see how powerful I am." Before she finished her words, her figure moved again. The slender fingers gathered into a palm, like a sharp blade, piercing Chi Ye's chest. Chi Ye's eyes flashed. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. He immediately concentrated and prepared to fight. A sudden battle also broke out suddenly under the ring. Shang Muying's attacks were wide and fierce. Each of her moves was ruthless, but also inadvertently carried a hint of subtle provocation. Sometimes her jade hands would gently brush across Chi Ye's cheek, bringing a gust of fragrant wind. Sometimes her long legs sweep across and her skirt flutters, revealing the spring scenery. "Little brother, your face is red. Are you fascinated by your sister?" Oh, your waist is so stiff. You must exercise regularly, right? Her voice, like a spell, kept ringing in Chiye's ears, trying to disturb his mind. Chiye was irritated by her fighting style, but he had to admit that this woman's strength should not be underestimated. He could only calm down and rely on his rich combat experience from his previous life to fight with Shang Yuing. Chapter 46: The Limit of the Robot Girl. In the center of the arena, Yue Ying's long snow-white hair was disheveled, and she looked particularly disheveled. Cough! Yue Ying supported herself against the wall and stood up with difficulty. The severe pain in her left shoulder made it almost impossible for her to raise her arm. She bit her lower lip, her deep blue eyes fixed on the disaster star not far away. Anger and unwillingness intertwined. Is that all? MS-01. Disaster Star shook his glove-covered right hand, his tone full of disdain. It seems that you and your useless pilot are really a perfect match. Yue Ying took a deep breath and tightly grasped the hilt of the star sword with his right hand. The pale blue stars dotted on the sword seemed to sense its owner's plight and flickered even brighter. She stared at the sword, and a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Please, help me, Yue Ying shouted in her heart. At this moment, the exquisite golden patterns on the hilt of the star sword suddenly lit up. Lines of blue-purple energy flowed through the sword, and the starlight on the blade suddenly became brighter. Buzz! The long sword made a slight sound, and the sword body began to deform and reorganize. The slender blade was shortened, the hilt was lengthened, and a structure similar to a gun barrel extended from the hilt. In just a few seconds, the elegant sword turned into an energy pistol flashing with a blue-purple halo. The gun body still retains the white and gold patterns, full of the beauty of the combination of science fiction and classicism. When the disaster star saw this scene, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Oh, there's this trick? Yue Ying ignored her ridicule. She raised the energy pistol in her hand and aimed at the disaster star without hesitation. Call out! A dazzling blue-purple energy beam, with a sound of breaking through the air, instantly shot towards the disaster star. Disaster star's pupils shrank. She could feel the terrifying power contained in that energy beam. She didn't dare to delay and immediately raised her arms, crossing the black and red-charged gloves in front of her body. Boom! The energy beam hit the boxing gloves hard, bursting out with a blinding light. The huge impact force caused the disaster star to slide back half a step, and a feeling of numbness came from his arms. Disaster Star was shocked. This power should never be underestimated. Yue Ying was greatly encouraged to see that her attack was effective. She didn't stop at all and kept pulling the trigger. Beams of blue and purple energy shot towards the disaster star like a torrential rain. The disaster star was caught off guard by the sudden and intensive attack. She could only keep swinging her fists, using her heavy gloves to block the deadly beams of light. Boom! 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 In the arena, explosions occurred one after another, and the energy was surging. Yue Ying's attacks became faster and faster, and she seemed to have an innate understanding of how to use this strange energy gun. Every bullet is aimed at the weak spot of the disaster star. The disaster star was forced to retreat again and again, and its originally violent, offensive momentum disappeared without a trace. The strength and speed that she was proud of seemed somewhat powerless in the face of Yue Ying's long-range attack. Damn it! The disaster star roared. She rolled sideways suddenly, avoiding an energy beam that brushed her cheek. However, just before she could stand firm, there was a gleam of light in Yue Ying's eyes. Chance! The energy pistol in her hand transformed again and instantly turned back into that slender star sword. On the sword, blue-purple flames burned fiercely. Yue Ying gave a delicate cry, pointed her toes, and rushed towards the disaster star like an arrow. What? The disaster star was shocked. She never expected that the opponent's weapon could actually change back. Moreover, this speed, the long sword in Yue Ying's hand, with an unstoppable momentum, pierced straight into the chest of the disaster star. At the tip of the sword, the blue-purple flame condensed into a cold light. There was no way to avoid the disaster, so he could only hastily raise his gloves to block it again. Clank! An even more ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out. This time, Yue Ying's sword firmly suppressed the boxing gloves of Zhaoxing. The tip of the sword passed through the gap in the gloves and cut a hole in the black sports vest on the chest of the disaster star. The situation reversed in an instant. At the same time, under the ring, The fight between Qi Yi and Shang Yuing also reached a fever pitch. Little brother, you are quite skilled. Shang Yuing attacked with a sweet smile. Her long, beautiful legs brought up gusts of fragrant breeze, which occasionally brushed across Qi Ye's body. Qi Yi was made somewhat embarrassed by her style of beating, but he became more and more anxious. He could feel that the battle on the ring was becoming more and more intense. What exactly do you want? Qi Yi shouted in a deep voice, dodging Shang Yuing's tricky palm knife. A cunning light flashed in Shang Yuing's eyes. Sister just wants you to stay here and enjoy the show. She suddenly stepped back and distanced herself from Qi Yi. Then, under Qi Yi's vigilant gaze, her delicate hand wearing a black lace glove reached into the neckline of her tight black dress. After a moment, she took out a pair of metallic handcuffs. Since you don't listen, I have to use some tough measures. Shang Yuing shook the handcuffs in her hand, and a playful smile appeared on her red lips. Qi Yi's pupils suddenly shrank. This crazy woman. He doesn't want me handcuffed by something like this. Just when Shang Yuing was about to rush forward and subdue him, Qi Yi's eyes flashed with coldness, and he thought to himself, I can only use that trick. He suddenly ducked his body and cut into Shang Yuing's arms at an extremely tricky angle. At the same time, his right foot, with lightning speed, gently hooked Shang Yuing's ankle, which was wearing high heels. Shang Yuing never expected that Qi Yi would use such a shameless trick. She just felt her foot twisted. Her body's center of gravity instantly became unstable. She screamed and fell backwards. Qi Yi's eyes narrowed. How could he let go of such an opportunity? When Shang Yuing lost her balance and was about to fall, Qi Yi approached her. He did not help her. Instead, he took advantage of the moment when her body became soft due to weightlessness and snatched the handcuffs from Shang Yuing's hands. You! Shang Yuing was shocked and angry. However, before she could react, click, there was a slight sound. Qi Yi had already handcuffed the handcuffs on her slender wrists. The other end was quickly locked to the metal railing at the edge of the ring by him. You! Shang Yuing was stunned by this sudden change. She looked at her handcuffed right hand and was speechless for a moment. Because of the imbalance just now, her plump body was leaning on the railing in a somewhat awkward posture, revealing her curves. Qi clapped his hands and looked at Shang Yuing, who was countered by him, with a sneer on his lips. Now we can talk. Shang Yuing looked at Qi Yi's handsome face and suddenly laughed. She charmingly lifted the burgundy curls in front of her forehead, with a hint of helplessness and appreciation in her eyes. Okay, you're awesome. She sighed, but her tone didn't sound angry, but rather a little lazy. Handsome boy, if you really want to see the limits of your robot girl, then stand here and watch carefully. She turned her gaze to the ring, and her expression became somewhat complicated. It's been a long time since I've seen Disaster Star fight so seriously. Obviously, your mecha girl has rekindled her desire to fight. Such a battle is a good thing for both of them. Qi sneered when he heard this. He walked up to Shang Yuing and looked down at her. Limit. Miss Shang, you seem to have made a mistake. How can Yuing have any limits without my instructions? Only when a mecha girl fights side by side with her pilot can she truly unleash all her potential and reach her true limit. Shang Yuing was slightly stunned when he heard this. Qi ignored her. He turned around and looked at the arena. There, the battle between Yuing and Disaster Star has entered the most critical moment. He took a deep breath and no longer hesitated. Walked straight to the stage. Chapter 47, Star Collision. Qi stepped onto the cold metal ring. There was an irrepressible rage burning in his eyes. In the center of the ring, the battle between Yuing and Zhaxing was temporarily halted because of his appearance. When Yuing saw Qi Yi, a trace of worry and grievance flashed in her blue eyes. She was panting, and her chest rose and fell slightly. The sweat on his forehead was particularly glaring under the light. The Disaster Star narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the man who suddenly broke in. Oh, the useless pilot finally decided to come out. Disaster Star's tone was filled with undisguised sarcasm and contempt. I thought you would always hide behind your machine girl. Qi ignored her ridicule. His eyes swept across Yuing's injured shoulder, and the anger in his heart grew even stronger. He walked over to Yuing and patted her arm gently, his voice low but with reassuring power. Yuing, leave it to me next. Yuing looked up at Qi Yi's profile, nodded, and stepped aside. Qi Yi then slowly turned to the Disaster Star, his voice cold. Don't you want to fight? He paused, and the coldness in his eyes almost froze the air. Then show us your true abilities. Change into your mecha form, and let's have a good fight. Upon hearing this, Disaster Star was stunned at first, and then he sneered as if he had heard a huge joke. Ha ha ha! She laughed so hard that her body shook, and the look she gave Chi-Yi was full of arrogance and disdain. Just you? A bronze medal pilot? You're worthy of letting me use my mecha form? Boy, are you scared, silly? Or do you think you can challenge me with MS-01? She stretched out her finger, touched the moonlight, and then pointed at Chi-Yi. Don't get it wrong. Even if she has some skills, you're still a waste. I advise you to just get out of here, or you might end up dying without knowing how. The corner of Chi-Yi's mouth curled up into an icy arc. Stop talking nonsense. Dare or dare not. His voice was not loud, but it carried a strong sense of oppression. The smile on the Disaster Star's face gradually faded, and his eyes became cold. This man challenged her bottom line again and again. Very good. She squeezed out 2 words from between her teeth. You asked for it. Since you want to die so much, I will grant your wish. Before he finished speaking, a dazzling blue-white light suddenly burst out from Yue-Ying's body. Chi-Yi. She cried out softly, and the snow-white main armor instantly covered her body. The originally petite human form transformed into a snow-white mecha, emitting a pearl-like luster in just a few seconds. After Yue-Ying turned into a mecha, the huge mechanical hand gently scooped up Chi-Yi and picked him up steadily. The door of the cockpit slid open silently, and she carefully sent Chi-Yi in. Chi-Yi sat in the driver's seat with his hands lightly placed on the manual operating lever. A long-lost feeling of being in control of everything instantly surged through my body. He took a deep breath, and his eyes became extremely focused. This ignorant girl actually dared to look down on him and Yue-Ying. Today, he will let her understand what a real pilot is and what a real mecha battle is. He wants to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. At the moment Yue-Ying completed the transformation into the mecha form, the arena suddenly vibrated. Mecha combat units detected. Switching to arena mode, generating virtual battlefield. The cold electronic synthesizer sound echoed in the empty arena. The surrounding auditorium and walls seemed to be dissolved and reshaped by an invisible force. The metal arena beneath his feet rapidly expanded and extended, and the surrounding environment also began to undergo earth-shaking changes. The dim lights disappeared, replaced by a vast virtual starry sky. Countless stars are twinkling in the distance, and a huge meteorite belt is floating in the void. The original physical arena suddenly turned into a huge virtual battlefield with a diameter of several kilometers. The Disaster Star looked at the suddenly changing environment around him. There was nothing strange in his eyes, and he still looked superior. She flexed her wrist, and black and red energy surged around her body. Humph! No matter what it becomes, the result will not change. She has absolute confidence in her fighting skills. In her opinion, this bronze medal pilot was only so arrogant because he relied on the performance of MS-01. Once entering the mecha battle, she will let the opponent understand what true despair is. Then, let me show you my true self. The Disaster Star shouted coldly, and a dazzling black and red light burst out from his body. The light faded away, and a pitch-black mecha, shining with a cold luster like obsidian, appeared on the battlefield. This mecha appears to be more massive and fierce than Yue-Ying's MS-01. The angular armor is full of power, with huge thrusters extending behind it. In her right hand, she held a dark red giant sword that was almost as tall as the mecha. The sword had a broad blade and emitted heart-pounding energy fluctuations. On her shoulders and back, one can see black launch ports, which are obviously long-range missile systems. The mecha form of the Disaster Star is full of oppression. She gently swung the giant sword in her hand, and the sword tip cut through the void, creating a ripple of energy. Come on, let me see how long you, a piece of trash, can last under my hands. The voice of the Disaster Star was heard, full of sarcasm. In Yue-Ying's cockpit, Chi-Yi's eyes were calm. He ignored the Disaster Star's shouting and just gently stroked the joystick. Moon Shadow, are you ready? Well, Chi, all control permissions have been opened for you. Very good. Chi-Yi's mouth corners slightly raised. Then let our opponents appreciate what is called art. Before he finished speaking, the powerful thrusters behind Yue-Ying's snow-white body started up instantly. The moon shadow turned into a white stream of light, rushing straight into the vast sea of stars. "Wanna run?" The disaster star sneered, and the thrusters behind him also burst out with powerful thrust. The black mecha, like a meteorite, followed closely behind and chased after the moon's shadow. Under Chi Ye's control, Yueying's movements were smooth and flowing, full of indescribable agility and elegance. She shuttled through the dense virtual meteorite belt like an elegant dancer. Disaster Star showed her powerful strength as an S-Class mecha girl, and her speed was no less than Yueying. He swung the giant sword in his hand and chopped the meteorites that blocked his way into pieces one by one. "Is all you can do is run away? Trash!" The Disaster Star roared, and the missile launch port on his shoulder suddenly opened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several precision-guided missiles flashing red light, with long tails of flames, shot towards the moon's shadow. Chia's eyes focused, and his hands danced flexibly on the operating lever. Yueying's machine easily avoided most of the missiles. At the same time, the honeycomb missile on her shoulder was launched, accurately hitting the weak points of the remaining missiles. Boom! Boom! Several balls of brilliant fire exploded in the starry sky. What? Disaster Star's pupil shrank. This bronze metal pilot's operation is so precise. At the moment when Disaster Star was stunned, Yueying had already used the cover of the explosion to go around to her side and rear. "Now it's my turn to attack." Chia's voice sounded with a hint of cold smile. Yueying raised the lightsaber in his hand to his side. The next second, the snow-white mecha and the pitch-black mecha collided violently in the vast virtual starry sky. Clank! The harsh sound of metal collision resounded throughout the battlefield. Chapter 48, Gluttony. In the starry sky, the collision between the two mechas caused a deafening roar. The bodies of Yueying and Disaster Star retreated separately in the surge of energy. Where the lightsaber and the giant sword clashed, the space seemed to be distorted for a moment, and countless tiny energy fragments flew everywhere. "Humph, you do have some brute force." The cold voice of Disaster Star came from the black mecha with a hint of surprise. She originally thought that with the performance and power of her S-Class machine, she would be able to suppress the opponent in the first collision. Unexpectedly, the explosive power of this MS-01 is not inferior to hers at all. However, in her eyes, this is still the credit of the MS-01 itself. The instantaneous burst performance of MS-01 is indeed good. It's a pity that strength alone can't defeat me. Disaster Star didn't know that the person sitting in Yueying's cockpit at this moment was Chi. She still thought that Yueying was fighting like her, relying on the mecha girl's own combat system. In Yueying's cockpit, Chia's lips curled up into a faint smile. "Oh, really?" From the collision just now, he had roughly tested the Disaster Star's body performance and strength level. It is indeed powerful, worthy of being an S-Class mecha girl. But that's all. Warm-up is over, Miss Disaster. Chia's eyes suddenly became sharp, and his hands danced on the joystick like butterflies. "Next, let me show you what the true art of fighting is." "Stop talking big." The Disaster Star roared angrily, and the dark body moved again. The thrusters behind her spewed out violent energy, and the dark red giant sword in her hand chopped down on her head with the momentum to tear apart the stars. At the same time, the missile launch port on her shoulder opened again. Dozens of tracking missiles flashing red light, like a school of bloodthirsty sharks, blocked Yueying's escape space from all directions. "Let me see how you can hide this time." Disaster Star's voice was full of confidence. This kind of saturation attack is difficult to avoid perfectly even for an S-Class mecha girl of the same level. However, there was no trace of panic on Chia's face. "Yueying, follow my pace. It's time to use Shadow Dodge." "Yes, got it," Yueying responded. The next second, the Snow-White MS-01 performed a series of incredible movements under Chia's control. I saw Yueying's body moving like a ghost in the dense rain of missiles. When the aircraft dodges a missile, it will leave a series of blurry shadows. Those phantoms seem to have substance, confusing the missile's locking system. Boom, boom, boom. Missiles exploded behind Yueying, forming a brilliant sea of fire. But Yueying's body remained unharmed and walked gracefully among the explosions and flames. This is impossible. Disaster Star looked at the scene in front of him. His pupils suddenly contracted, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Her missiles, actually, didn't hit a single one. This dodging technique has completely exceeded the computing limits of the Mecha Girl's intelligent combat system. Even if it was herself, she would never be able to avoid it so perfectly. Unless a thought flashed through the mind of the disaster star like lightning. Unless this MS-01 is not relying on its own intelligence system to fight. Could it be? Disaster Star's eyes were fixed on Yueying's cockpit. That useless pilot, he's operating it manually? This thought shocked the Disaster Star. How could a bronze medalist pilot possess such terrifying operating skills? Just when the Disaster Star lost his mind and fell into shock. Don't be in a daze. A teasing voice suddenly sounded behind her. The Disaster Star's heart was filled with alarm, and he suddenly came to his senses. But she saw that the snow-white MS-01 had, at some point, used the smoke from the missile explosion and the cover of the meteorite to quietly move behind her. A cold sword light, like the scythe of the god of death, quietly chopped down. Under Chi Ye's control, the lightsaber in Yueying's hand accurately chopped towards the connection point of the thruster on the back of the Disaster Star. A sharp metal-cutting sound was heard. Sparks flying. For the first time, a hideous hole was torn in the dark armor of the Disaster Star. Although the core was not damaged, the back thrusters were obviously damaged, and the balance of the body was instantly affected. The Disaster Star's face suddenly changed. He was shocked and angry. She could never have imagined that she would be ambushed by a loser using such a sophisticated tactic. At the same time, in a luxurious office outside the arena, Shang Muying leaned lazily on the leather sofa, looking at the virtual battlefield displayed on a huge screen in front of her. Of course, she couldn't be trapped easily by Chi Yi. This was her arena, and everyone around here was hers. Not calling out the bodyguards just now was already a sign of her respect for Chi Yi. When she saw Yueying dodge all the missiles with incredible movements and successfully go around from behind to injure the Disaster Star. For the first time, her charming peach blossom eyes showed real surprise. Although she had seen the video of Yueying killing a strange beast in the mall before, what she saw on TV was far less shocking than what she saw now. Impossible, she muttered to herself, the cigarette in her hand burning out unknowingly, burning her fingertips. The obsidian armor of the Disaster Star has extremely high defense. Even if it is an attack of the same level, it is difficult to break through it in one blow. That MS-01 is obviously not an S-Class Mecha Girl. Why does it have such a powerful force? And that kid, Shang Muying's eyes became extremely solemn. For the first time, she felt that she seemed to have provoked a formidable existence. In the virtual battlefield, the Disaster Star let out an angry roar. To her, having her defense broken by a pilot whom she looked down upon was a great humiliation. I'm going to kill you. Kill you all. Even more violent black and red energy suddenly erupted from all around her pitch-black mecha. The machine, which was originally somewhat unstable due to the damage to the thrusters, was able to stabilize itself with the help of anger. You forced me to do this. The voice of the Disaster Star became hoarse and full of violence. She suddenly opened her arms, and the armor on the chest of the mecha suddenly cracked, revealing a bottomless black vortex. The vortex emitted a terrifying suction force, and the surrounding nebula began to roll and twist violently. Countless tiny meteorite fragments began to converge uncontrollably towards the black vortex. Talent, gluttony. The voice of the Disaster Star is like a demon from hell. As meteorites and cosmic dust were continuously sucked into the black hole in her chest, the black and red energy light on the surface of her body became increasingly intense, and the aura she exuded also continued to rise. Even strange dark red lines began to appear on the pitch-black surface of the mecha. Her strength is growing wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire virtual battlefield became turbulent due to the activation of her talent. When Chi saw this scene, the fighting spirit in his eyes became even stronger. Chapter 49, Moonshadow's Flaw. The starry sky of the virtual battlefield became violent and chaotic due to the influence of the Disaster Star. In a luxurious office outside the arena, Shang Muying's lazy posture had long disappeared. She stared at the huge surveillance screen in front of her, her charming peach blossom eyes filled with shock. Her fingertips subconsciously clenched the armrest of a leather sofa. Is this the true power of the Disaster Star? She murmured, a tremor in her voice. Even she had never seen the star of disaster burst out with such terrifying momentum. She has been hiding this talent all this time. Shang Muying's breathing was a little rapid, and her chest rose and fell slightly. She suddenly felt fortunate that she had stopped Qi Yi when he was leaving the fighting arena. If it weren't for him, it would have been difficult for her to see such a wonderful scene. Shang Muying took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and refocused her attention on the two fighting mechas on the screen. How many more surprises can you bring me? In the virtual battlefield, Qi Yi could clearly feel the heart-pounding sense of oppression coming from the disaster star's body. As gluttony continues, the power of the disaster star is expanding at a terrifying rate. Qi Yi, Yueying's somewhat worried voice sounded in the cockpit. It has been detected that the energy level of the disaster star is rising rapidly. Her various parameters have far exceeded the theoretical upper limit of S-Class mecha girls. If we confront her head-on now, I'm afraid we will be at a great disadvantage. Don't panic. Qi Ye's voice remained calm. There was no trace of emotion in his eyes. Numbers aren't everything. He gently stroked the warm operating lever, feeling the softness of Yueying's body. A confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In my opinion, it's too easy to defeat the strong with the weak. Sometimes, the benefits of operations are far greater than the numerical value. The energy absorption of the disaster star seems to have reached a critical point. The black vortex on her chest slowly closed, and the dark red lines on the surface of her body shone brightly. The dark red, giant sword in the hands of a disaster star seemed to be injected with endless energy at this moment, and the space around the sword began to distort slightly. Go to hell, you damn ant! The disaster star roared, and the pitch-black mecha turned into a black and red lightning, rushing towards Yueying with the momentum of destroying everything. The giant sword drew a shocking track in the starry sky and cut down on the head. Facing this earth-shattering blow, Qi Ye's eyes were calm and his hands were so fast that afterimages almost appeared. The snow-white body of Yueying drew a graceful arc in the vast starry sky and narrowly avoided the edge of the giant sword. Boom! The giant sword slashed through the air and struck hard on a huge virtual meteorite. The meteorite, with a diameter of tens of meters, was instantly split in half like tofu under the violent power of the disaster star and exploded into countless fragments. You can only hide here and there like a rat? The disaster star missed its first attack and became even more furious. He swung the giant sword in his hand wildly. Destructive sword energy crisscrossed and weaved an impenetrable web of death in the starry sky. Under Qi Ye's control, Yueying was like an elf in the sea of stars, nimbly shuttling through the gaps in the sword net. Every time she dodged, it was as if she had predicted the attack trajectory of the disaster star in advance. The huge meteorite became her shelter and springboard. Although the attack of the disaster star was extremely violent, it was still unable to truly capture the trace of Yueying. Damn you bastard. If you have the guts, come out and have a fair fight. The star of disaster grew angrier, and her attacks became more and more frantic and disorganized. You are a coward who can only hide behind the mecha girl. Coward! What else would you do besides run away? In the cockpit, Qi listened to the angry curses of the disaster star, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh, are you losing your temper so soon? His voice was clearly heard throughout the virtual battlefield. Weren't you so arrogant just now, saying that you wanted to show me your true attitude? Why, this little bit of exercise makes you out of breath. Won't that be difficult to deal with in the future? Qi Ye's tone contained a hint of teasing and mockery. If this is all you have, I am very disappointed. After all, I'm not serious yet. You are looking for death. Disaster Star was completely enraged by Qi Ye's words. Her eyes turned red with anger, and her reason was almost swallowed by rage. I'm going to tear you and your broken-down robot into pieces. The disaster star roared and desperately urged the energy of the body, and the speed increased to a higher level again. The huge sword in her hand turned into black and red afterimages, madly chasing Yueying's figure. However, no matter how hard she tried, she was always just a little bit short. Yueying's body can always avoid her fatal attacks at the most critical moment. This feeling almost drove the disaster star crazy. Impossible! How could she be faster than me? A feeling of powerlessness arose in the disaster star's heart. She felt that she had all the strength, but nowhere to vent it. Now, Qi Yi seized the moment when Zai Xing was thinking. He controlled Yueying and deliberately exposed a flaw. The Snow-White machine seemed to be a little slow in its evasive movement, revealing the thruster on the right side. Go to hell. When the disaster star saw this, his eyes burst into ecstasy. She instinctively seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The dark red giant sword in his hand, with the momentum of destroying the world, slashed fiercely at the flaw revealed by Yueying. She seemed to have seen the Snow-White mecha being cut in half by her sword and turned into cosmic dust in a gorgeous explosion. However, at the moment when the giant sword hit, the pupils of the disaster star suddenly contracted. What she slashed was just a white afterimage that gradually dissipated. Chapter 50, Underfoot. That's it. He showed his weakness, and then I caught him. The gradually disappearing white afterimage was the illusion left behind by Yueying's phantom dodge. The real moon shadow, under his control, has silently appeared above the disaster star. It's time to end, Chi said in his heart. He took a deep breath and gripped the joystick tightly with both hands. The energy core in Yueying's body was pushed to the extreme at this moment. The surging energy was like a rushing torrent, instantly penetrating every circuit of the body. The snow-white surface of the mecha burst into a light that was brighter and more dazzling than ever before. In the light, Yueying raised the lightsaber in his hand high. On the sword, blue-purple flames surged, almost igniting the surrounding starry sky. To conquer such a proud girl, you must first destroy her self-esteem. The most effective way is to step on her. Chia's eyes were cold, without a trace of mercy. He wants to use the most direct way to crush all the pride of the disaster star. Moon Shadow, get ready to execute her. The cold command was issued. Yueying's body fell like a meteor, aiming directly at the disaster star below, which was briefly stiff because its attack missed. What? Disaster Star felt the terrifying energy fluctuations coming from above his head and looked up suddenly. What caught her eyes was the Sword of Judgment burning with blue-purple flames. And the densely packed, suddenly open honeycomb missile launch ports on the shoulders of the Moon Shadow. The execution begins. Chia's voice, at this moment, seemed to turn into the whisper of death. Hundreds of honeycomb missiles, like a swarm of violent bees, dragged dazzling tail flames and rushed toward the cockpit of the disaster star mecha. The dense rain of missiles instantly submerged the disaster star. Boom, 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 boom. A deafening explosion sounded. The brilliant flames exploded like a supernova, dyeing everything around it a blinding white. The disaster star waved the giant sword in his hand frantically, trying to block the overwhelming attack. Her armor vibrated in the explosion, her energy shield flickering. No, this is impossible. The disaster star roared in unwillingness. She could feel that her defenses were being broken down bit by bit. Those seemingly small honeycomb missiles accurately attacked the weak points of her armor. Even though the disaster star was in the gluttony state, it gained strength and defense far beyond the S level. Faced with this saturation attack that was almost launched at close range, it still seemed a little insufficient. Her movements became slower and slower, and fine cracks began to appear on the obsidian armor. Finally, in the continuous explosions, the defensive armor on the outer layer of the disaster star's cockpit was completely penetrated by a honeycomb missile. Impossible! The disaster star howled in pain. Her energy was rapidly draining away. She stared at the snow-white mecha in front of her. She was quietly hovering in the air like a deity, and a lightsaber burning with blue-purple flames has been raised high. No, I won't lose. I will never lose to any pilot. The disaster star's eyes were filled with bloodshot, and endless hatred surged from the bottom of his heart. All pilots deserve to die. You forced me to do this. She stared at Yueying, or rather, at Chi-Yi in Yueying's cockpit. Light sword stabs forward, easily tore apart the last bit of defense in the cockpit of the disaster star. The cold sword edge penetrated the inner wall of the cockpit and was only a fraction away from the core of the disaster planet. If this sword had gone a little deeper, her core would have been completely destroyed. The body of the disaster star trembled violently, and all movements came to an abrupt stop. The black and red light on the surface of the mecha quickly dimmed, like a candle in the wind. She lost. It was such a complete and humiliating defeat. She was completely crushed by a useless pilot whom she looked down upon the most, using the frontal combat that she was most proud of. No, I still have one last trick. There was a glimmer of madness in the eyes of the disaster star. She suddenly raised her head and looked towards Yueying's cockpit with a hideous smile on her face. Even if I die, I will drag you to be buried with me. An extremely dangerous energy wave suddenly erupted from the core of the disaster star's body. She actually wanted to detonate her own core inside a luxurious office outside the arena. Shang Muying's nerves had been tense, but the moment he saw the cockpit of the disaster star pierced by the lightsaber, he finally relaxed a little. It's over. This is exactly the effect she wanted. When the pride of the disaster star is destroyed, she will definitely accept her advice and find a reliable pilot. Although her operating skills are not as good as Chi Ye's, she has been learning manual driving recently, and she believes that the disaster star will choose her. As for Chi Yi, she chuckled and said that disaster star would never choose a male pilot in her life. Never. However, the next second, when she noticed the abnormally high energy value of the core of the disaster star body on the screen, her face changed suddenly. Oh no, she's going to self-destruct. Shang Muying suddenly stood up from the sofa. The core self-detonation of the S-Class Mecha Girl was enough to raise the entire area to the ground. Immediately interrupt the virtual battlefield connection. Quick! Shang Muying gave orders into the communicator, with beads of cold sweat oozing out of his forehead. In Yueying's cockpit. Chi Yi, be careful. She is detonating the core. Yueying also noticed the disaster star's intention at the first moment and reminded him anxiously. The destructive energy made her feel palpitations. If there is real danger, she will protect Chi Yi even if it costs her everything. Chi Ye's eyes remained calm, even with a hint of mockery. Oh, you want to die together because you can't stand losing? You are blowing yourself up in front of your compatriots. No, you're even blowing yourself up in front of people who may become your comrades in the future. Chi Yi paused. The contempt in his tone was undisguised. This behavior is simply the most cowardly of cowards. It seems that compared to me, you seem to be a little more useless. The action of the disaster star to detonate the core suddenly stopped because of Chi Ye's words. Her pupils contracted violently, and the crazy smile on her face froze. Waste. This word, like the sharpest knife, pierced in her heart. Just at this moment, buzz. The entire virtual battlefield suddenly shook violently. The vast starry sky cracked like a broken mirror, revealing the original scene of the fighting arena. The empty auditorium all around appeared before his eyes again. The virtual environment was forcibly interrupted. Yueying still maintained the posture of the lightsaber, piercing through the cockpit of the disaster star. The disaster star was half kneeling on the ground weakly, and the light on the surface of its body had completely gone out. She gave up on self-destruction. Chi Ye's word, waste, completely broke her last psychological defense. Yueying slowly retracted the lightsaber, and then, under Chi Ye's control, she raised her foot and stepped hard on the back of the disaster star. Put the once invincible S-Class Mecha Girl firmly under your feet. Chapter 51 Apology. The cockpit door slid open. Chi walked out calmly, jumped lightly, and landed steadily on the ring. He nodded to Mooney. The light flickered, and Yueying's petite figure appeared there, her long snow-white hair slightly disheveled, and her little face flushed because of the fierce battle just now. And beneath her feet, the disaster star had returned to human form, lying in a mess on the cold metal floor. The tight black sports vest and shorts were now covered in dust. That extremely hot body also looked a little awkward because of this humiliating posture. Yueying lowered her head and realized that she was standing on the back of the disaster star. Ah, she exclaimed, and her little face turned red instantly. Yes, I'm sorry, Miss Disaster Star. I didn't mean it. Yueying quickly raised her feet and waved her hands in panic, her deep blue eyes filled with apology and uneasiness. She was completely immersed in the aftermath of the battle and didn't notice these details at all. The disaster star slowly propped himself up from the ground, with his long black hair hanging down in a somewhat messy manner. She ignored Yueying's apology, but stood up silently and dusted herself off. Then, she raised her head and stared at Chi Yi with those dark eyes that were once filled with arrogance and disdain. She never thought that she would be defeated by a human pilot. Moreover, he was stepped on by the opponent's Mecha Girl in such an almost humiliating way. This man's driving skills completely overturned her understanding of the word pilot. So, pilots can be this powerful? Not those useless people who only hide behind, issue stupid orders, and only hinder us at critical moments. Instead, he is someone who can truly fight alongside the mecha girls and lead them to victory. That, Yuang looked at the silent and complicated Zixing. She stretched out her hand cautiously, wanting to help Zixing, but then retracted her hand in fear. Are you okay? The disaster star's gaze finally shifted away from Qi Yi and fell on Yuang's little face, full of worry. She was silent for a moment, and then did something that surprised both Qi Yi and Yuang. She bowed her head slightly to Qi Yi and said, I'm sorry. Qi Yi raised his eyebrows, and a playful smile appeared on his face. He scratched his ears and asked in a puzzled tone, Huh? What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Seeing this, Yuang immediately stood in front of the disaster star like a kitten. Qi Yi, you are not allowed to bully her. She glared at Qi Yi with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. She's already apologized. Oh, did you apologize? Qi Yi's smile did not diminish. It's just that my hearing is not very good, so I didn't hear it. Zixing's cheeks flushed slightly, and he was obviously a little overwhelmed by Qi Yi's attitude. She bit her lower lip and spoke again. Her voice was still not loud, but clearer than before. I said, I'm sorry. This time, Qi Yi heard it clearly. The smile on his face gradually faded as he looked at the S-Class mecha girl in front of him who had been so arrogant just a few minutes ago, but now was apologizing with her head down like a primary school student who had made a mistake. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. It turns out that only if you have a big fist can you change other people's opinions. To deal with this disobedient mecha girl, you must strike hard. Then for Xiao Yueying's sake, I will reluctantly forgive you. At this moment, a crisp and rhythmic sound of high heels came from under the ring. Shang Yueying's enchanting figure slowly walked onto the stage. Her lips were as red as fire, and there was a smile in the corners of her eyes. Oh my, it was really a wonderful show. Shang Yueying walked up to the few people, his eyes moving between Qi Yi and Zixing, and finally falling on Zixing. She stretched out her hand and gently placed it on the disaster star's shoulder. Little disaster star, now you know how important an excellent pilot is to a pilot girl, right? How about it? Do you want to sign a contract with me? As long as you nod, you can use all my resources at your disposal. Zixing looked at Shang Yueying silently. The confusion in her eyes gradually faded away. She slowly raised her hand and pushed away Shang Yueying's hand on her shoulder. Then, she pointed her finger at Qi Yi, who was standing beside her. He has proven himself. She paused, then turned to look at Shang Yueying, her tone without any emotion. And you haven't. The smile on Shang Yueying's face froze instantly. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. The charm and grace on her face disappeared in an instant, revealing a hint of embarrassment. She obviously didn't expect that Disaster Star would reject her so bluntly in front of so many people. At this moment, she only felt her cheeks slightly hot. However, Shang Yueying was Shang Yueying after all. She quickly adjusted her mood. Although the smile on her face was a little forced, she still maintained it. Little Disaster Star, you really are. You don't even give your sister any face. She sighed softly, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. Then, she changed the subject. Her eyes became a little serious, and she looked at the Disaster Star and also glanced at Qi Yi meaningfully. But, have you forgotten why you wanted to kill your pilot? Have you forgotten what that man wanted to do to you? Shang Yueying's voice turned colder. Men are not good people. Qi Yi frowned slightly when he heard this. He keenly captured the information in Shang Yueying's words. Shang Yueying's previous statement was that the Disaster Star killed the previous pilot because he was dissatisfied with the previous pilot's operating level. But now it sounds like things aren't that simple. There seems to be some hidden story behind this. Yueying also showed a puzzled expression. She looked at Shang Yueying, then at Zixing, her eyes full of curiosity. She could feel that a lot of bad things seemed to have happened to the Disaster Star. The atmosphere on the ring became a little subtle again because of Shang Yueying's words. The Disaster Star's body trembled slightly, and his eyes, which had just regained a bit of their spirit, dimmed again. She lowered her head, her black hair covering her cheeks, making it impossible to see her expression. Silence. Deathly silence. After a long time, Disaster Star still did not answer Shang Yueying's question. She just turned around silently and walked towards the bottom of the ring. Her back, under the lights of the empty arena, looked somewhat desolate and lonely. She didn't say any harsh words, nor did she look at Qi Yi again. Just like that, he left the ring and disappeared into the dark corridor leading to her room. Only Qi Yi, Yueying, and Shang Yueying, who had a complicated expression on her face, were left standing on the empty arena. Chapter 52, The Past. of the disaster star. The figure of the disaster star, leaving behind him, carried with him and lingering loneliness. Shang Yuing took out a cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth. Her attractive peach blossom eyes now lacked the usual charm and grace. There was a hint of indescribable fatigue and heaviness. She slowly walked to the edge of the ring and leaned against the railing. Well, a sigh escaped from her red lips. Qi looked at her and said nothing. Yueying walked forward somewhat uneasily and asked in a low voice, "Miss Shang, Miss Disaster Star, she seems very unhappy." Shang Yuing turned her head and looked at Yueying with complicated eyes. "It's more than just unhappy." She smiled bitterly, threw the almost burned cigarette on the ground, and crushed it with the tip of her high heels. "That child has too many things on his mind." She paused, turned her gaze to Qi Yi, and there was a hint of apology in her tone. "Mr. Qi, I'm sorry for hiding something from you before." Qi raised an eyebrow, motioning for her to continue. "The commission I gave you to tame the star of disaster." A self-deprecating smile appeared on Shang Yuing's face. "In fact, from the beginning, I knew it was an almost impossible task. Because Disaster Star hates pilots from the bottom of her heart, especially male pilots." When Yueying heard this, her mouth slightly opened, and her deep blue eyes were filled with surprise. Chia's brows also furrowed slightly. Hate men? This was somewhat beyond his expectations. Shang Yuing's eyes became somewhat distant, and her voice became much deeper. The previous pilot of the Disaster Star was a famous gold medal pilot in Xingqing. He looks gentle and polite on the surface, but in fact he is an absolute scumbag. There was a hint of undisguised disgust in her voice. That man tried to force the Disaster Star. He brainwashed the Disaster Star, saying that serving the pilot is the duty of the pilot girl. I even wanted to force myself on her. Chia's eyes turned cold instantly. He could imagine how humiliating that was for a proud girl. Yueying's little face also turned a little pale, and she subconsciously leaned towards Qi Yi. Shang Yuing continued, "Of course, the Disaster Star will not agree. But that beast actually wanted to use violence. How can an ordinary human possibly defeat an S-rank mecha girl? As a result, you also know it. The Disaster Star accidentally killed him during the resistance." She paused, her tone a little tired. Although that scumbag deserved it, for Disaster Star, this incident has become an eternal nightmare in her heart. Since then, she has completely closed her heart. Don't trust anyone anymore. She came to me and participated in those mecha girl death matches just to vent her pain and anger. For her, fighting is both a torture and a relief. Shang Yuing's words were like a huge rock pressing on Qi Ye's heart. Yueying's eyes were slightly red. She looked at the direction where the Disaster Star left, her heart filled with sympathy. It turns out that Miss Disaster, who looked so powerful and proud, actually had such a tragic experience. She couldn't help but think of herself. If she met a pilot like the predecessor of Disaster Star instead of Qi Yi, Yueying shuddered and dared not think about it any further. She secretly glanced at Qi Yi beside her. Fortunately, the person she met was Qi Yi. Qi Yi was so good to her and never forced her to do anything she didn't like. Even the last few times she took the initiative. Thinking of this, Yueying's little face couldn't help but feel slightly hot. Her sympathy for the Disaster Star deepened a little. Shang Yuing took a deep breath and broke the silence. She walked up to Qi Yi, bowed slightly, and said sincerely, "Mr. Qi Yi, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have let you take such a big risk for my own selfish reasons. The Disaster Star's condition was very unstable. I almost harmed you. It was my fault." Qi Yi looked at her with a calm expression. "Although you have your own difficulties, I don't really understand them." Qi Yi looked at her beautiful face and suddenly felt an unknown feeling in his heart. He subconsciously raised his hand and slapped Shang Yuing in the face. He himself didn't know why he did that. Bang! Shang Yuing was stunned, and a red mark appeared on her face. The tingling and hot feeling made her wake up instantly. But she didn't do anything, just tilted her head and said with a magnetic voice, "Are you calm now? If you're still angry, you can continue." Qi Yi, Yueying gently pulled Qi Ye's sleeve. She raised her little face, with a hint of pleading in her deep blue eyes. Let's go find Miss Disaster Star, okay? She must be very sad now. I want to talk to her." Yueying's voice was very soft. She wanted to help her companion, who was also a mecha girl, but had encountered misfortune. When Shang Yuing heard Yueying's words, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Then, She looked at Chi with a complicated smile on her face. Mr. Chi, your Yuang is such a kind child. She paused, her tone becoming serious. If you really have a way to persuade the disaster star, then let her go with you. She will only become more and more closed and miserable if she stays with me. Perhaps, by following you, she can come out of the shadow of the past. Shang Yuing could see that Qi Yi and Yu Ying were different from any pilots and pilot girls she had ever seen. Qi values Yu Ying more than his own life, which is extremely rare in this world. Maybe they can really change the disaster. Upon hearing this, Qi lowered his head to glance at Yu Ying, who was standing beside him with a look of anticipation on her face. He thought for a moment and nodded. Good. No pilot would refuse a powerful S-Class mecha girl, and he is no exception. If I could help her, that would be great. Moreover, he was very interested in the unique gluttony talent of Disaster Star. Very good. When Yu Ying saw Qi agreed, a happy smile immediately appeared on her face. She hugged Qi Ye's arms tightly, like a kitten that had found support. Shang Yuing looked at this scene. A hint of envy flashed in her eyes, and then she returned to her usual charm. Then I won't bother you anymore. She winked at Qi Yi with a hint of teasing in her tone. You should know Little Disaster's room. We've been there just now. Good luck to you guys. After saying that, she twisted her enchanting waist, stepped on her high heels, and quickly left the ring. Qi looked at the corridor where the Disaster Star left. Let's go, Mooney. He patted Yu Ying's head gently. Go talk to Miss Disaster Star. Yu Ying nodded, with a hint of anticipation and nervousness in her eyes. Soon, they arrived outside the Disaster Star's room. The room door was repaired in this short time. It was obviously the work of Shang Yuing. Qi stopped, took a deep breath, and raised his hand to knock on the door. Chapter 53, A More Effective Method Than Comfort. Disaster Star? No response. Yu Ying stood behind Qi, a hint of worry flashing in her blue eyes. She whispered, Qi, has something happened to Miss Disaster Star? Qi shook his head and reached out to gently push the door. To his surprise, the door was not locked, and it slowly opened a crack as he pushed it. Dim light shone through the gaps, and a faint, dull atmosphere filled the room. Disaster? I'm coming in. Qi called out again, but still got no response. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The scene in the room startled Qi Yi and Yu Ying. Disaster Star was sitting on the mat in the middle of the room, holding the black and red charged gloves tightly in his arms. Her eyes were empty and lifeless, staring straight at the TV on the wall. It was as if there was something extremely interesting on TV that could attract all her attention. But in reality, the TV was not turned on. The original arrogant temperament of the Disaster Star completely disappeared, replaced by a kind of heartbreaking fragility. Her hair was a little messy and draped over her shoulders, and her black sports vest and shorts were wrinkled. The whole person was like an abandoned doll, sitting there quietly, exuding a strong sense of loneliness. When Yu Ying saw this scene, a feeling of bitterness welled up in her heart. She walked forward cautiously and whispered, Miss Disaster Star? The Disaster Star still did not respond, as if it did not hear Yu Ying's voice at all. Qi stood at the door, quietly observing everything in front of him. He did not go forward to comfort her, nor did he say any gentle words. He just looked at the Disaster Star for a while, then sighed softly. Disaster Star, do you want to go to the wilderness and kill strange beasts? These words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the silence in the room. The empty eyes of the Disaster Star finally came into focus and slowly turned to Qi Yi. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes, and she seemed not to understand why Qi Yi asked such a question. Wilderness. Disaster Star's voice was a little hoarse. Kill the monster? Qi nodded, his expression calm. That's right. Isn't the purpose of the existence of the mecha girl to hunt monsters? A glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of the Disaster Star, but soon dimmed. She shook her head, her voice tinged with bitterness. I can't leave the city. Since I killed that gold medal pilot, I have been wanted. She hugged the gloves tightly in her arms, and her tone became a little low. If I'm caught, I'll be scrapped, and all my data will be wiped out. Disappear completely from this world. When Yu Ying heard this, her face turned pale instantly. She couldn't imagine how it would feel if her data was wiped. That is equivalent to death, or even more terrifying than death, because even the traces of its existence will be erased. Qi heard this and thought secretly in his heart, want a warrant? If I get good results in the pilot exchange conference, can I ask Ji Qing-song He should agree to some of my requests. After all, an excellent pilot is an extremely scarce resource in this world. But what if he disagrees? No, everything in this world can be negotiated. It's just a matter of how much leverage you have. Chi looked at the disaster star with a calm tone. You should prepare to go to the wilderness soon. In 2 days, I will find a way to eliminate the wanted warrant for you. The disaster star suddenly raised his head, and his dark eyes stared at Chi. What did you say? There was a hint of disbelief in her voice. Eliminating the wanted list? Do you know what that means? That's an order from the military district. It can't be revoked casually. Chi didn't explain too much, just said it lightly. Just be prepared. He turned around and prepared to leave, but suddenly stopped at the door. As for why I do this? He turned around and looked at the disaster star who was still sitting on the ground. I just don't want to waste your talent. After saying this, Chi walked straight out of the room. From beginning to end, he didn't say a single word of comfort. There was no asking of disaster's feelings, nor any attempt to counsel her. Just tell her simply and directly what to do. Yue followed Chi Yi, and when she reached the door, she turned around and looked at Disaster Star. Those deep blue eyes were filled with sympathy and encouragement. Miss Disaster Star. Yue's voice was soft and gentle. Don't be discouraged by this failure. You are strong, really strong. Chi also thinks so. Otherwise, he wouldn't say he wants to take you to the wilderness. Yue paused, a warm smile appearing on her little face. So, please believe in yourself. You must also believe in Chi Yi. After saying that, Yue gently closed the door and followed Chi Yi into the depths of the corridor. The room fell silent again. Disaster Star was still sitting there, but her eyes were no longer empty. Chi Yi's words echoed in her mind. This man never sympathized with her or pitted her from beginning to end. No bullshit like that woman saying, everything will be fine. Don't want to waste my talent. Disaster Star slowly stood up and walked to the mirror in the room. The self in the mirror has messy hair and tired eyes. Where's the dignity of an S-Class mecha girl? She reached out and adjusted her hair. The wilderness? She murmured to herself. That's where I should really go. In the corridor, Chi Yi and Yue walked side by side. Yue carefully observed Chi Yi beside her and found that his expression was unusually calm. Pray for the night. Moon Shadow said softly. What you just said to Miss Disaster Star. Chi Yi turned his head to look at her. Do you really have a way to remove her wanted warrant? The corners of Chi Yi's mouth rose slightly. Some, but it's still unclear which approach will work. I still want to try to find a way with lower risks. Yue nodded, and the two walked to the end of the corridor, preparing to leave the underground fighting arena. However, just as they were about to step out the door, Shang Muying slowly walked out from the shadows. She still looked charming, and when she saw Chi Yi appear, a strange look flashed in her eyes. You're coming out so soon? Shang Muying's voice had a hint of laziness and charm. It seems that your conversation with Little Disaster was not very long. Chi stopped and looked at the woman in front of him. Miss Shang, are you waiting for us here? Certainly. Shang Muying gracefully stood up from the wall, her high heels making crisp sounds on the floor. I'm the host here. How can I let the guests leave without saying goodbye? She walked up to Chi Yi and looked straight at him with her charming peach blossom eyes. Not to mention, Shang Muying's voice suddenly became somewhat ambiguous. Do you still want that special reward I mentioned before? She stuck out her tongue and gently licked her red lips. When Yue heard this, her face turned red instantly. She grasped Chi Yi's sleeve tightly, her deep blue eyes full of vigilance. What does this woman want to do? Chapter 54 Reward. Special reward? Of course I promised. Shang Muying turned around gracefully and walked into the office with her waist twisted. Come with me, handsome boy. Seeing this, Yue instantly became alert and subconsciously grabbed Chi Yi's sleeve. Chi, I want to go with you too. Shang Muying turned her head. Her peach blossom eyes swept across the moonlight, and her red lips curled up slightly. Little sister, what Chi and I are going to do next is adult matters. I'm afraid that you, my little girl, would feel uncomfortable if you saw it. There was a hint of ambiguous teasing in her tone, and her eyes were fixed on Yue. Yue's face flushed red instantly when she heard this, but she pouted and retorted without showing any weakness. Chi and I have done adult stuff before. It's no big deal. When Shang Muying heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. She originally thought that the little girl would lower her head shyly, but she didn't expect her to say it so directly. Chi looked at Yue's righteous look and couldn't help but laugh. Yue, stop talking. He patted Yue's head gently, then looked at Shang Muying. The reward you mentioned is definitely not that simple, right? Shang Muying smiled charmingly, and the plumpness in front of her body trembled slightly with her laughter. You are still smart. Unlike that silly and cute mecha girl next to you, who really thought I was going to do something to you and treated me like a bad woman. When Yueying heard this, her face turned even redder. She didn't expect to be outwitted by this woman and was speechless for a moment. Shang Yueying looked at Yueying's reaction with satisfaction, then turned and walked towards the bookshelf on one side of the office. She reached out and pressed lightly on the spine of an inconspicuous book. There was a soft click sound. The entire bookshelf slid silently to one side, revealing a secret door hidden behind it. This is... Chi frowned slightly and looked at the mechanism curiously. Follow me. Shang Yueying walked in first in high heels. Behind the secret door is a small secret room, probably only about 10 square meters. The interior decoration is extremely simple. The walls are pure white, and there are several soft LED lights embedded in the ceiling. But the most eye-catching thing is a piece of clothing hanging in the center of the secret room. Chi frowned and looked at the dress carefully. It looked a bit like the combat suit he wore when he drove a mecha in his previous life, but the armor was obviously much thinner. The overall color is dark blue, with complex and exquisite patterns on the surface, exuding a faint metallic luster. What is this? Chi asked curiously. Shang Muying walked to the dress and reached out to gently stroke the patterns on it. The latest research results of the capital's universal technology. It's a set of light armor. It hasn't been officially released yet. It's still in the testing stage. She turned her head and looked at Chi. I spent some effort to get a set, but I haven't found a suitable pilot to wear it. So I'll give it to you. When Chi heard this, his heart was slightly moved. Universal Technology is one of the world's top military-industrial enterprises. Most of their products are worth a lot of money. Give it a try. Shang Muying waved to Chi. Chi walked to the light armor and was about to reach out to touch it when Shang Muying suddenly grabbed his fingers. Wait, let's bind it first. She took Chi's hand and pressed on a small bump on the surface of the light armor. Chi felt a tingling pain in his fingers. Relax, this light armor is still in the testing stage, and there is no good binding method. Shang Muying comforted him softly. We can only take some blood to bind the gene. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded from the light armor. Gene authentication in progress. Authentication successful. Welcome to use Universal Technology products. As soon as he finished speaking, the light armor that was originally hanging on the hanger began to shrink. Under Chi's shocked gaze, the entire set of light armor quickly compressed and eventually turned into an ordinary-looking bracelet. What the hell? Chi was shocked by this scene. This kind of technology did not appear even in the highly technologically advanced era of his previous life. Shang Muying saw Chi was stunned, and a smug smile appeared on his face. She saw a drop of blood on Chi's finger, and suddenly lowered her head and put his finger in her mouth. Feeling the warm and moist touch, Chi came back to his senses instantly and quickly pulled back his fingers. You? Shang Muying licked her lips seductively and looked at Chi with ambiguous eyes. What? Are you feeling unwell? Chi shook his head helplessly and looked down at the bracelet on his wrist. Shang Muying walked up to him, very close, and a unique fragrance on her body surrounded Chi again. With light armor covering it, normal energy guns won't even cause much damage to the pilot. Consider this my compensation for deceiving you just now. Shang Muying returned to the office and sat elegantly on the leather chair. She stretched out her long, white legs and casually threw her black high-heeled shoes aside. Those seductive feet swayed gently in the air, very tempting. Is there anything else you want? She leaned lazily on the back of her chair and looked at Chi. As long as it's not too much, I can satisfy you. Of course, Chi could tell that it was just a polite remark and was about to politely refuse. Yueying suddenly remembered something and her eyes lit up. I remember now. She pulled Chi's sleeve and said excitedly, Chi, our target today. Buy a bed. Chi was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that he had indeed come out for this matter. As a result, I was delayed by the matters of the underground fighting arena and almost forgot about the main business. Yueying turned to Shang Muying, her pair of blue eyes sparkling. Miss Shang, can you give us a super comfortable big bed? When Shang Muying heard this request, he was stunned at first, and then a playful smile appeared on his face. Send a bed. There was a hint of meaningful teasing in her voice. Tell me your address, and I might consider delivering it to your door. Yue didn't hear any other meaning in this sentence and said naively, H10 skyscraper. A hint of surprise flashed in Shang Yuying's eyes. H10 skyscraper is one of Qingqing's high-end residential areas. If that were all, he wouldn't be so surprised. But that place is called the military's family building. It seems that this Qi Yi is more important than she imagined. Okay, I'll remember that. She stood up, walked barefoot on the soft carpet, and walked in front of Qi Yi. Tomorrow, I will deliver the goods to your door personally. Remember to wait for me. Her tone was very light, but even Yue could hear the ambiguity in it. I don't want the bed anymore. Actually, I just lied to you. I don't live in the H10 skyscraper. Don't send me off. After the conversation, Qi touched Yueying's head and took her out of the fighting arena. Chapter 55 Shower. It was late at night, and only a few neon lights were flashing on the streets. It wasn't stolen. Qi was a little surprised when he saw the little lamb standing still. If it were the environment like in his previous life, this kind of electric vehicle would be hard to avoid being robbed if parked on the roadside. After all, batteries are good things. Qi had a friend in her previous life whose favorite little lamb was brutally murdered and whose whereabouts are still unknown. Yue put on a rabbit helmet, sat in the back seat, and gently put her arms around Qi's waist. Qi, her voice was a little muffled, coming through the helmet. Today is really tiring. Really? He thought back to everything that had happened today, working hard in bed in the morning, working hard in the tuning room in the afternoon, and working hard in the fighting arena in the evening. Apparently, a lot happened on this day. The scooter started slowly, carrying the two people through the streets of Qingsheng. Yue leaned quietly against Qi Yi in the back seat, feeling the warmth coming from his body. Qi Yi, what happened again? That Shang Yuying. Yueying's voice became a little cautious. What do you think of her? Qi was slightly startled. This question came a little suddenly. What's the meaning? Yueying's arms tightened around his waist. Just as a woman, how is she? Qi sensed something strange in Yueying's tone, but didn't think much about it for the moment. It's okay, he's quite an amazing person. That's not what I'm asking. Yueying's voice became a little anxious. I mean, when she took the initiative to treat you like that, did you feel anything? This sentence completely stunned Qi Yi. He slowed down slowly and stopped the scooter on the side of the road. He turned his head to look at Yue behind him. Although he couldn't see her expression through the rabbit helmet, he could feel her uneasiness from her nervous body language. Yue, what are you worried about? Yue was silent for a few seconds, then took off his helmet. Her delicate little face looked a little pale under the dim street light, and her deep blue eyes held a hint of complicated emotions. I just want to know if you have any feelings for women who take the initiative. She bit her lower lip, and her voice became even quieter. She's so bold, so seductive. Qi looked at Yueying's appearance and immediately understood something. It turns out that the little girl is jealous. No. He reached out and gently touched Yueying's cheek. Although she is indeed very attractive, but Look. Yue raised her head suddenly and interrupted Qi's words. You also admit that she is very attractive, right? There was a flash of anger and grievance in her eyes. I knew it. She just wanted to seduce you. And you were tempted. Yueying's voice was trembling a little, and she was obviously very emotional. Qi looked at her like this and felt both amused and distressed. Yue, are you angry? Yue shook her head vigorously, and her long snow-white hair fluttered in the night wind. I'm not angry. She lowered her head, and her voice became very soft. I just want to find out what type of women you like. She secretly looked up at Qi Yi, her cheeks slightly red. If that's your style, I can be like that, too. These words hit Qi Yi's heart like a heavy hammer. He felt a strong emotion surging in his chest, both touched and heartbroken. This silly girl is willing to change herself for him. Qi reached out and gently stroked Yueying's soft long hair. Moon Shadow. His voice became much softer. I like you just the way you are now. Yue raised her head sharply. Really? Really? Qi nodded. Besides, I don't want you to change yourself easily for others. His tone turned serious. If someone tells you to die, will you die? When Yue heard this, she thought about it seriously and then nodded vigorously. I see. There was an expression of sudden enlightenment on her face, as if she had suddenly figured it out. Seeing her like this, Qi smiled with satisfaction. Just as I was about to say something else, I heard Yue add another sentence. But her voice became a little shy. If that person is Qi, it's not impossible. This girl thought she really understood. However, hearing her say this, Chi felt a warm current in his heart. Okay, stop imagining that. Here he started the lamb. Let's go home. Yue put on her helmet obediently and hugged Chi Ye's waist again. The little sheep continued to move forward in the night and soon arrived at the H10 skyscraper. The two entered the elevator without saying a word. After returning to the apartment, Chi changed his coat and felt a little tired all over. Yue, I'm going to take a shower. Chi stretched and walked towards the bedroom. Okay. Chi took out a set of clean pajamas from the closet and walked towards the bathroom. The light in the bathroom was soft, and his slightly tired face was reflected in the mirror. He took off his clothes and placed a bracelet on his wrist on the sink. The light armor bracelet given by Shang Yuing is indeed a good thing, and it can be regarded as an unexpected gain today. Chi turned on a shower head, and warm water flowed down from above his head. The feeling of fatigue was instantly relieved. Just as he closed his eyes and enjoyed the hot water, he suddenly remembered that he forgot to bring shampoo. Yue, he shouted towards the bathroom. Can you get me some shampoo? Okay. Yue's voice came from the living room. Soon, her footsteps were heard outside the bathroom door. Chi, where's the shampoo? It should be in the cabinet under the sink. As Chi spoke, he opened the bathroom door crack and reached out to take the shampoo. Found it. Yue's voice was filled with excitement. She walked to the door with the shampoo and was about to hand it to Chi. However, when she saw that Chi only opened the door a crack and had no intention of opening it completely, her little face puffed up instantly. Chi, her voice was filled with dissatisfaction. You are on guard against me like this. Are you afraid that I will see you? Chi was stunned. He didn't expect Yue to say that. No, I just what? Yue's voice became even more dissatisfied. We are already so close. Why do you still want to hide it like this? The more she spoke, the angrier she became, and her little face turned red. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would take advantage of you? When Chi heard her say this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yue, you think too much. I didn't think too much. Yue interrupted him directly. She pushed the bathroom door open. Let me see. She yelled, her voice echoing in the bathroom. Chi had never expected Yue to be so direct, and he stood there in a daze for a moment. The bathroom was misty and the lights were dim. Yue stood at the door, her blue eyes looking straight at him, her little face as red as a ripe apple. What a big shower head. Chapter 56 Teach them a lesson. Chi stood there in a daze, looking at Yue's blushing face in front of him. The bathroom was misty, and Yue's snow-white hair was slightly curled due to the moisture. Chi felt helpless. I told you, don't hide it. Yue bit her lower lip, her face flushed even redder. We are already so close. Her voice became smaller and smaller, but her eyes were extremely firm. Chi looked at her like this and felt both amused and distressed. This little girl is obviously extremely shy, but she still pretends to be indifferent. Okay. Then do you want to take a shower together? Chi asked tentatively. Yue's eyes lit up instantly, but soon became a little flustered. Together? What, you don't dare? Chi raised his eyebrows, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Provoked by him, Yue immediately plucked up her courage. Who said I don't dare? She quickly took off her clothes, and her snow-white skin looked as warm as a gem under the dim light. Chi felt a little dry in the mouth and turned his head away quickly. Yue walked into the shower carefully, and the warm water splashed over her, making her let out a soft cry. The water is so hot. The temperature is just right. You're just too nervous. Chia's voice was a little hoarse. The atmosphere between the two of them in the narrow shower room became somewhat ambiguous. Yue secretly observed Chi and found that although he appeared calm on the surface, his ears had turned red. Chi, she called softly. Can you wash my hair? Yue's voice was soft and tender, with a hint of coquettishness. Chi took a deep breath, took the shampoo, and gently massaged her scalp. Yue squinted her eyes comfortably, like a contented kitten. The soft long hair slid through Chi Ye's fingers, carrying a faint fragrance. Moon shadow. Your hair is so pretty. When Yue heard this, a sweet feeling welled up in her heart. She turned around and looked directly at Chi with her deep blue eyes. So, do you think I'm pretty, Chi? Chi looked at the delicate little face in front of him. The water drops slid down her cheeks, making her look particularly attractive. Nice. Yue's face turned even redder. After taking a shower, they returned to the bedroom in their pajamas. Yue Ying lay obediently on the bed, with her long snow-white hair scattered on the pillow like an angel. Gee, a lot of things happened today, she said softly. Yeah, are you tired? Chi lay beside her and stroked her hair. I'm a little tired, but very happy. Yue Ying leaned on Chia's arms, because I've been with Chia all the time. Her voice became quieter and quieter, and she finally fell asleep peacefully in Chia's arms. The next morning, sunlight poured into the bedroom through the curtains. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The vibration of the communicator woke Chi Yi from his sleep. He groped gropingly on the bedside table and found the communicator. Hello. Chia's voice was still sleepy. Boy, are you up yet? Ji Qing-song's voice came from the communicator, full of energy. Old man, why are you calling so early? Chi glanced at the time. It was only 8 o'clock in the morning. What do you mean so early? Ji Qing-song said unhappily. The person in charge of pilot communication is already on the way. He will be at your place in an hour. Chi suddenly became much more sober. Who? Yi Rueishuan, Qingqing's silver medal pilot, will attend the exchange conference with you this time. Ji Qing-song's tone became serious. He will be in charge of the battles between the silver medal pilots, and you will be in charge of the battles between the bronze medal pilots. Chi frowned. Bronze medal pilot? Yes. The battles in the pilot exchange conference are also divided into 3 levels: bronze, silver, and gold. This was recently proposed by the people in Shenzhen. In the past, only pilots with gold medals participated in the exchange conference, but this year, pilots of all levels are allowed to participate. Obviously, they want to crush us in every way and make us lose face in Xia country. Ji Qing-song explained. That's why I asked you for help. This way, at least we won't lose the bronze medal match. Okay. Chi shrugged. It was all the same to him anyway. Also, if you have time, you can give some guidance to Yi Rueishuan's robot girl. Ji Qing-song paused. After all, we are companions. It would be good to help each other. No problem. That's it for now. Remember, you must win. Ji Qing-song said and hung up the phone. Chi put down the communicator and turned to look at Yue Ying, who was still sleeping beside him. The little girl was sleeping soundly, her long snow-white hair scattered on the pillow and a smile on the corner of her mouth. Chi patted her, but gently. Yue Ying, wake up. Yue Ying opened her eyes drowsily, her deep blue eyes still filled with sleepiness. Chi-yi. She blinked hard. What time is it now? At 8 o'clock. Guests are coming. When Yue Ying heard this, she immediately became much more sober. Guest. A pilot named Yi Rueishuan will join us in the exchange conference later. Chi briefly explained the situation. After listening to this, Yue Ying nodded obediently. Then I'll get up now. She was about to sit up, but lay back down again, her little face puffed up. No, I haven't slept enough. Let me sleep for another 5 minutes. Chi couldn't help laughing when he saw her lying in bed. If you don't get up in 5 minutes, I won't take you out today. When Yue Ying heard the threat, her eyes immediately widened. Chi, you've gone too far. Although she said this, she still climbed out of the bed angrily. Her long snow-white hair was draped messily over her shoulders, making her look like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Humph. Chi is a big bad guy, she muttered as she walked towards the closet. Chi looked at her like this and went to prepare breakfast happily. An hour later, the doorbell rang on time. Chi walked to the door and opened it. Standing outside the door was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He was tall, handsome, and had a hearty smile on his face. Next to him stood a girl with a gentle and elegant temperament, giving people a feeling like a spring breeze. You must be Chi, right? The young man took the initiative to extend his hand. I'm Yi Rueishuan. I've heard of your name for a long time. Chi shook hands with him and said, Please come in. Chi stepped aside to let the two of them enter the living room. This is my mecha girl, Ming Feng. Yi Rueishuan introduced a level mecha girl, specializing in close combat. Ming Feng nodded gracefully, his voice gentle. It's our first meeting. Please advise me. At this time, Yue Ying also walked out of the bedroom. She changed into a white dress and braided her long hair into exquisite braids, looking pure and lovely. This is Yue Ying, my robot girl. Chi introduced her, but did not mention her rank. Yi Rueishuan looked at Yue Ying. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although he had seen many beautiful mecha girls, this was the first time he had seen one as pure and angelic as Yue Ying. Hello, Miss Yue Ying. Yi Rueishuan greeted politely. Yue Ying hid behind Chi Yi shyly and spoke in a low voice. Hello. Yi Rueishuan watched the interaction between the two and thought to himself, this Chi Yi is indeed not simple. It is rare to find a pilot who can make the mecha girl rely on him so much. It would be great if Ming Feng and I could be like this. By the way, I'll take you to modify the mecha girl this afternoon and upgrade her equipment. Yi Rueishuan said, the exchange conference is about to begin, and we have to keep the mecha girl in the best condition. Qi nodded. This was indeed a good suggestion. Although Yi is very powerful, there is definitely room for improvement in terms of equipment. Yi Rueishuan looked around the living room and found that there was almost no other equipment except the basic furniture. Qi, you didn't even buy a virtual game cabin? He asked with some surprise. Then how did you improve your mecha girl skills? Qi was stunned for a moment. Game cabin? Games. Girls Chronicles? That thing can also help with the operation level. Yi Rueishuan was even more surprised when he saw Qi Ye's expression. Don't you know, Mecha Girl Saga is currently the best Mecha Girl operation training platform. He explained in detail. The physics engine in the game is almost the same as in reality. Many senior pilots will practice various combat techniques in the game. There are also many mecha models that you can't see in real life in the game, so you can experience different combat styles. After hearing this, Qi felt a little surprised. The useless certification method for pilot certification still echoes in his mind. That level of operation can be considered as improving the pilot's level? Qi was speechless and silent. When Yi Rueishuan saw Qi like this, he thought that he was beginning to fall in love with her. In that case, Yi Rueishuan's eyes flashed with excitement. Since we are free anyway, let's go to the virtual game hall and play a few games. It's a good opportunity for me to see your strength, and it can also be used as pre-match training. Qi thought about it and decided that instead of having an awkward chat here, it would be better to play games. The four of them quickly packed up and left the apartment. The nearest virtual game hall is located in a busy area in the city center and is a building more than 10 stories high. A huge holographic advertisement flashed on the outer wall of the building, showing the battle scenes of various mecha girls. The latest version of Mecha Girl Saga is online. A limited-time experience of a new S-Class Mecha Girl. Top-level dungeon, with a very high drop rate, waiting for you to challenge. Yi Rueishuan pointed at the building and said, this is the largest virtual game center in Qingqing. The equipment is all the latest and the experience is absolutely first class. Yueying looked at the holographic advertisements curiously, with excitement glittering in her eyes. Amazing! Mingfeng obviously came here often, so he didn't react to this. The four of them walked to the door of the game room, and Yi Rueishuan turned to look at Qi. Are you ready? I really want to see your strength. Those people in the military district have been praising you to the sky these days. Qi looked at the high-tech building in front of him, and a smile appeared on his lips. Gaming is not a strong point, but if the game also contains a bunch of losers who only know how to use smart combat, then he wouldn't mind teaching these people a lesson. Chapter 57 Fried Fish. 12 floors of the virtual game room. 2 luxurious gaming cabins are placed side by side in the spacious and bright room. The robot girl can't enter the virtual game cabin. Yi Rueishuan explained to Yuang, the system can't recognize the consciousness structure of the robot girl, so you two can only wait for us here. Yueying nodded somewhat disappointedly. She originally wanted to experience the game with Qi Yi. It's okay, Miss Mooney. Ming Feng comforted him gently. There are entertainment facilities in the room. We can watch a holographic movie. She pointed to the holographic projection device in the corner of the room. Qi Yi gently stroked Yueying's long hair. I'll take you to eat candied haws later. Yueying's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Certainly. Qi Yi smiled and walked towards the game cabin. Yi Rueishuan also lay down in another game cabin. The hatch slowly closed and a blue light began to flicker. System testing, identity confirmation. Welcome back to Mecha Girl Saga. A sweet electronic female voice sounded in Qi Ye's ears. Player Night Driving Girl logged in successfully. Almost at the same time, another prompt sound came from the side. Player Maple Leaf logged in successfully. The darkness before my eyes gradually dissipated and was replaced by a huge virtual square. In the center of the square stands a crystal tower several dozen meters high. Various game information and ranking data are constantly scrolling on the surface of the tower. Thousands of players gathered around. They gathered in 2s and 3s to discuss various topics in the game. I heard that the newly opened Abyss dungeon has an S-level boss. I almost cleared the level yesterday, but my teammates were too weak. Is there anyone who wants to team up to kill the strange beasts? I have an A-rank mecha girl. Chi looked around and was somewhat surprised at how real this virtual world was. Each player's image is lifelike, and even the subtle changes in expression can be clearly seen. Haha, night driving girl. Yirueishuan's voice came from behind. Chi turned around and saw Yirueishuan walking towards him. Yirueishuan in the game is much more handsome than in real life. He wears a gorgeous pilot uniform and a badge on his chest that represents a high-level player. Your game name is great. Yirueishuan patted Chi's shoulder. Night driving girl, what a meaningful name. I can tell right away that this is a name a Juice player would come up with. And the word Yir is used very well. Hey. Chi's mouth twitched slightly as he listened to Yirueishuan's praise. The name was just randomly chosen at that time. I didn't expect that I passed. Your name is nice, too. Chi responded politely. Of course, Yirueishuan said proudly. It took me 3 whole days to come up with this. Don't you think this sounds like a song? Chi shook his head secretly. By the way, what should I do if I want to experience being an S-Class mecha girl? Chi remembered the advertisement he had just seen. The ad says there's a free trial for an S-Class mecha girl. Yirueishuan was stunned when he heard this, then burst into laughter. Brother, you are so naive. That activity does exist, but he pointed to the crystal tower in the center of the square. You have to sign in for 7 consecutive days to get a trial opportunity, and each trial can only last 10 minutes. Chi looked at the activity information scrolling on the crystal tower in silence. Sure enough, the densely packed instructions listed various restrictions. Sign in for 7 consecutive days and be online for no less than 2 hours every day. The trial period is limited to 10 minutes and cannot be used in official competitions. Damn, false advertising is indeed a traditional skill of various games. What about recharging? Chi cursed in his heart and started looking for the recharge entrance. Soon, he found a button flashing with golden light in a corner of the square. First deposit of 1 yuan will give you a B-class robot girl. Gives you an extremely comfortable newbie experience. There are also great value gift packages waiting for you. Chi became even more speechless after reading this line of advertising slogan. $1 for a B-class mecha girl? How could such a good thing be true? He clicked on the details and saw that there were indeed a bunch of restrictions. The attributes of this gifted B-level mecha girl are extremely low, and you need to spend money to strengthen it in order to improve her attributes. The version you get for $1 is basically equivalent to a C-class mecha girl. Never mind. Chi directly closed the recharge interface. Let's just use the initial D-rank machine girl. Although the seats are uncomfortable and the attributes are low. But any mecha girl that can fight is a good mecha girl. What's more, under his control, D-class mecha girls may not be weaker than some high-level mecha girls. Are you sure you don't want to recharge? The mecha girl you got as a first-time recharge reward is still very useful. It's definitely better than the original one. Yirueishuan was a little surprised. No, D-level is enough. Chi waved his hand. Well, if you insist. Let's go to the battle zone. The two walked towards the battle area on one side of the square. At the entrance to the battle zone, there is a huge holographic screen. It shows the various competitions currently taking place. Players can choose to watch the battle or directly form a team to participate in the battle. Let's have a private battle, Yirueishuan suggested. This won't affect your ladder score. Can. Chi nodded. The two walked towards the battle matching stage. Please select your robot girl. The system prompt sounded. A mecha girl selection interface appeared in front of Chi. Since he is a novice, the choices of mecha girls are very limited. Basically, they are all D-level initial mecha girls. He randomly picked one that looked pleasing to the eye. The appearance is a standard humanoid mecha, all silver. The properties panel shows that all values are very low. Strength, 59, agility, 61, defense, 38, intelligence, 60. Typical configuration for a new mobile phone girl. Yirueishuan chose an A-class mecha girl similar to Ming Feng from the warehouse. Blue armor, elegant shape. All attributes are above 80. Crushing Chi Ye's D-class mecha girl. Matching completed. Generating battle room. At the moment the system generates the room, a message suddenly flashed across the public channel in the game hall. Night driving girl, 1,000 points. vs Maple Leaf, 2,400 points. Battle room has been created. The news caused an instant uproar. The players in the game hall stopped what they were doing. Start discussing this lopsided duel. What the hell? 2,400 points versus 1,000 points. Isn't this a crushing defeat? I know Fengya. He's one of the top 10 masters on the server. 1,000 points is the starting score for a novice. This night pilot girl must be a newbie. What's so good about a great master bullying a newbie? Maybe it's a big shot smuff. I'll go take a look. The ladder system of Mecha Girl Saga is quite strict. 1,000 points is the initial score for all novices. 2,400 points has reached the top level of the game. Above that, they are basically all professional level masters. In a matchup with this kind of score difference, the outcome is almost certain. Does it need to be broadcast live? Yiru Xuan looked at the system prompt, somewhat hesitant. He originally wanted to remind Qi Yi not to make it public. After all, the level gap between the Mecha girls is too big. No matter how good Qi Ye's operation skills are, it is difficult to make up for this hardware gap. Live broadcasting publicly would only embarrass Qi Yi. Let's make it public. Unexpectedly, Qi Yi chose to make it public without hesitation. Are you sure? Yiru Xuan confirmed again. My Mecha girl is A level, yours is D. It doesn't matter. Qi Ye's tone was very calm. It's just a competition anyway. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Seeing Qi Yi insisted, Yiru Xuan stopped trying to dissuade him. He confirmed the option of public live streaming. In an instant, thousands of players poured into the viewing room. The barrage was instantly flooded with various comments. Here it comes. Live broadcast of masters bullying newbies. This newbie is really brave, daring to challenge Maple Leaf Master. D rank versus A rank. Are you trying to create a miracle? Miracle bullshit. Just wait to be killed instantly. Master Maple Leaf, please be gentle and give the newbie some face. I'm already looking forward to the great master's magnificent operation. Azu, stop it. There are great gods outside. The number of spectators is still increasing. Soon it exceeded the 5,000 person mark. This is already a very high level of attention in Mecha Girl Saga. After all, it's just a private battle, not an official competition. Wow, so many people are watching. Yiru Xuan was somewhat excited when he saw the number of spectators. Qi, do you want me to put some water in? Qi looked at the screen, full of comments, and smiled. No need, just play normally. Everyone thought he would be crushed. Indeed, judging from the data, a D-class Mecha Girl has almost no chance of winning against an A-class Mecha Girl. But what they didn't know was, a true pilot, in desperate situations, can turn decay into magic through his own operations. System prompt. The battle is about to begin. 3, 2, 1. The battle begins. The virtual battlefield environment is generated instantly. This is a standard arena map. Flat ground surrounded by high walls. There was no cover or terrain advantage. It is a complete test of the head-on combat capabilities of both sides. Qi Ye's silver D-class Mecha Girl and Yiru Xuan's blue A-class Mecha Girl appeared at the two ends of the arena respectively. Yiru Xuan manually controlled the robot to do some warm-up exercises. There was an immediate burst of praise on the barrage. As expected of the Maple Leaf Master, he is so skilled in manual control, so professional. This move is amazing. Did you see that, newbie? That's what a pilot is. God, please take me flying. In comparison, Qi Ye's silver Mecha Girl seemed unusually quiet. She just stood there quietly, without any unnecessary movements. In the eyes of the audience, this is a sign of a novice's nervousness. Are you newbies scared? Why aren't you moving? I guess he was shocked by the aura of the great god. Run. Are you standing there waiting to be killed? Master, please give a newbie some time to adapt. However, Qi didn't care about these comments. He was observing Yiru Xuan's robot carefully. His Mecha Girl's attributes crush his own Mecha Girl, so it's impossible for him to win. But a powerful pilot cannot be judged by common sense. Since you can't win by reason, why not just be unreasonable? Chapter 58 Barrage Explosion. In the arena, sunlight shines through the virtual sky onto the flat ground, creating an atmosphere that is close to that of a real battlefield. Qi took a deep breath and felt the various sensory feedback coming from the game cabin. Although it is a virtual world, the sense of immersion is truly amazing. He stroked the control panel with both hands and pressed the manual control button. Manual control mode is enabled. A mechanical prompt sounded beside his ears, and Qi Ye's eyes instantly became focused. He slowly pushed the joystick, and the silver D-class mecha began to move. Under Qi Ye's control, her body maintained a standard combat posture with a stable center of gravity, ready to respond to attacks from any direction at any time. A burst of surprised voices instantly broke out on the barrage. Fuck, this newbie actually uses manual control. Does anyone still use pure manual control now? Isn't it too difficult? Wait, This step looks so professional. Didn't a few days ago, there was a pilot who manually controlled a mecha girl to fight against a monster? It seemed to be quite popular. The mecha girl seemed to be called SM-01. Do you really believe it? I have never heard of that model of mecha, but its performance is so strong. It feels like the recent intelligent combat system has made some progress and is being tested on a prototype. If that is really manually controlled, I will be so angry. Yi Rueishuan watched Qi Yi start to control the mecha, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Is it really true that there is no need for any intelligent control at all? Interesting. Yi Rueishuan smiled. Since you were so confident, I should be more serious too. Enter combat mode. He gave the order, and the thrusters behind the mecha girl sprayed out light blue flames. The mecha took off into the air, drawing a graceful arc in the air. Battle mode activated. Target locked. Yi Rueishuan's mecha girl was hovering in the air, looking down at the silver mecha girl on the ground. All the data of the mecha girls on both sides were flashing on the display screen in the air, and every value of the blue mecha girl was far higher than that of the opponent. The players watching the game became excited again when they saw this scene. This is the difference in strength. You want to win a numerical game by tricks? You think you're the king of mechas. You think you're Luo Luo? An average of 85 versus an average of 60. The advantage is mine. Might as well vote. Qi looked up at the blue mecha girl in the sky with calm eyes. He was very clear about his situation. With such a huge gap in attributes, any conventional fighting method would be futile. But he is not worried. A true pilot will never be bound by numbers, because the pilot is the additional value of the mecha girl. Qi controlled the silver mecha girl and slowly raised the big knife in his hand. The blade reflected a cold light in the sunlight. Qi did not let the mecha girl take off. With the attributes of a D-level mecha girl, once the enemy in the air seized the opportunity to control it, its health bar would be emptied instantly. The ground is his home ground. It's a wise choice. Yi Rueishuan nodded, agreeing with Qi Ye's judgment. But in this way, you can only passively take the beating. He controlled the mecha to adjust its posture, and the missile launcher on its back slowly unfolded. 6 small missiles were positioned in the launcher. Missile system fully charged. Lock on the target. Emission. 6 missiles dropped from the sky with tail flames, leaving 6 orange-red tracks in the air, heading straight for the silver mecha girl on the ground. The whistling sound of the missile pierced the air with destructive power. The barrage instantly exploded. Here it comes. Maple Leaf Master's classic opening. 6 missiles. This damage is enough to kill 6 D-rank mechas instantly. Hurry up, newbie. You'll die if you stand still. A crushing victory for sure. Facing the missiles falling from the sky, Qi Ye's expression remained calm. He calculated the time for the missile to arrive, and his hands operated quickly on the control panel. The body of the silver mecha girl began to move in a strange way. Dodge! The first missile whizzed past the mecha girl's left arm armor, blasting a deep hole in the ground. Roll! The explosions of the second and third missiles created huge air waves beside the girl, but neither of them hit the target. Retreat! The fourth and fifth missiles exploded where the girl had been standing, sending debris flying everywhere. The last missile fell from directly above. Qi controlled the mecha girl to do a standard sideways movement. The missile flew almost close to the mecha girl's chest armor and blasted the last hole in the ground behind her. 6 missiles all missed. The entire arena fell into a brief silence. The comments on the barrage came to an abrupt halt, and everyone was so shocked by the scene before them that they were speechless. Am I seeing right? The D-Class Mecha Girl perfectly dodged the missile attack of the A-Class Mecha Girl? What kind of magical operation is this? What the hell? Is this newbie a monster? Wait, this movement, this prediction, this is definitely not something a novice can do. The number of spectators soared wildly at this moment, directly breaking through the 8,000 mark from 5,000. The news spread quickly in various game channels, and more players flocked to the viewing room. Qi Ye's silver mecha girl stood quietly in the smoke and dust, with her sword pointing diagonally at the ground. The series of dodging movements just now seemed smooth in his hands. How is this possible? Yi Rueishuan widened his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. Although his missile attack is not a special skill, given the agility of a D-Class mecha girl, it should be impossible to completely dodge it. But Qi not only dodged it, but also acted so nonchalantly. No wonder Mr. G chose him to attend the conference. Yi Xuan understood in his heart and had a clear understanding of Qi Ye's strength, but he still didn't think that Qi Yi could beat him. Barrage of comments surged. This is definitely the trumpet of some great god. Night Driving Girl. I remember this name. Master, please accept me as your disciple. I am willing to offer you my knees. The operation is so smooth. This is definitely the level of a top pilot. Although some people praised Qi Ye's operation, most of the audience still maintained rational judgment. Although the operation is very strong, it is after all a D level against an A level. The attribute gap is there, and no matter how good the operation is, there is a limit. That was just an appetizer. The real battle hasn't started yet. The Maple Leaf Master must have a backup plan. Let's wait and see. Yi Xuan in the air looked at the unharmed silver mecha girl on the ground, and the shock in his heart gradually turned into excitement. It has been a long time since he encountered such an interesting opponent, which completely ignited his desire to fight. Interesting, really interesting. Yi Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since long-range attacks don't work on you, let's try close combat. He controlled the blue mecha girl to put away the missile launcher and held the lightsaber at his waist with his right hand. A fiery blue light instantly extended from the blade, making a slight buzzing sound in the air. Are you ready? The next attack won't be of the same level as before. As Yi Xuan spoke, he controlled the mecha to dive. The blue figure fell rapidly from the sky, with the thrusters behind it running at full power, and the speed was getting faster and faster. The lightsaber left a blue trail as it moved at high speed, like a falling meteor. Here it comes, the classic aerial assault. The speed of the dive in the air is too fast, and it is impossible for manual operation to react in time. In this situation, I want to shout, Paratrooper number 1 Maple Leaf is ready. Facing the fatal blow that fell from the sky, Qi Ye's eyes became more focused. He could clearly feel his opponent's murderous intent, and this sword really had the ability to kill a D-rank mecha girl instantly. But, want to execute me with one strike? Qi Yi sneered, too naive. His hands moved quickly on the control panel, and the silver mecha girl raised the big knife in her hand, with the blade across her chest. But she did not choose to take the blow head-on, but instead took a standard step back at the critical moment. The timing was impeccable. The blue lightsaber slashed across the silver mecha girl's chest armor, leaving a shallow scratch on the armor. Due to the inertia of the dive, Yi Xuan's mecha hit the ground heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. Qi Ye's silver mecha girl perfectly avoided this fatal blow. The arena fell into silence again. Everyone opened their eyes wide, unable to believe what had just happened. The full-strength attack of an A-class mecha girl was perfectly resolved by a D-class mecha girl with a step back. This is no longer a question of operating skills. It is an absolute understanding and control of the battle. The barrage completely exploded. Oh my god, what kind of magical operation is this? Perfect timing. This step back is so precise. Who is Yi Yujinyang? She is definitely a top god. I declare that from today on, I am a fan of Night Driving Girl. Please accept me as your disciple +1. The number of spectators has exceeded 10,000. This match, which was originally thought to be a crushing victory, seems to be developing in an unpredictable direction. Chapter 59, No Way to Escape. The air in the arena seemed to freeze. Yi Xuan raised his head from the dust, and the blue mecha girl's lightsaber sparkled in the sunlight. There was a flash of anger in his eyes. The mistake just now made him lose face in front of thousands of people. I can't let you escape again. Yi Xuan pushed the joystick hard, and the blue girl instantly bounced up from the ground. The thrusters at the back spurted out blazing flames, and the entire machine rushed towards the silver mecha girl like an arrow. Dash attack. Full speed ahead. The speed of the mecha girl exploded to the extreme in an instant, and the blue figure left a trail of afterimage. The lightsaber made a sharp sound of breaking through the air as it moved at high speed, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at the core of the silver mecha girl. The barrage instantly boiled over. Here it comes. High-speed, continuous attack. How are you going to hide this time? It's too fast. The D-class mecha girl can't keep up at all. Garlic bird, it's already great, that's it. Qi looked at the blue figure rushing towards him, and a smile appeared on his face. Finally fell into the trap. There was no ripple in his heart, and he even felt a little happy. Yi Xuan's reaction was completely within his expectations. Anger can make people lose their calm judgment. The silver mecha girl slowly backed away, her movements looking a little hasty. Her steps were a little chaotic, as if she was intimidated by her opponent's momentum. What's wrong? Where's your confidence from before? Yi Rueishuan became even more excited when he saw this, and the trajectory of the lightsaber became sharper. Victory is within reach, and this strike will surely secure victory in one fell swoop. However, just as the blue mecha girl rushed forward, the silver mecha girl suddenly moved sideways. This action looked like a random dodge in panic, which just exposed the flaw in the left rib. The entire left arm was completely unprotected. Chance! Yi Rueishuan showed excitement in his eyes and immediately adjusted the angle of attack. The lightsaber drew a perfect arc in the air and cut straight through the silver mecha girl's left shoulder joint. Cut off her arms. The blue lightsaber hit the target accurately, and the silver girl's left arm was instantly separated from the body under the huge impact force. Metal fragments and electric sparks flew everywhere, forming a brilliant rain of light. The barrage exploded instantly. Cut off. Maple Leaf Master cut off his opponent's arm. This is the difference in strength. Night Driving Girl has already been defeated. Losing an arm is equivalent to losing half of her fighting power. Yi Rueishuan looked at the severed mechanical arm, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. But just as he was about to continue his attack, he suddenly realized a serious problem. His mecha girl was currently in a dive inertia state due to the previous charge attack. The entire body of the machine was tilting forward, and the thrusters at the back were completely exposed to the attack range of the silver mecha girl. Not good. Yi Rueishuan's face turned pale in an instant. He wanted to order the mecha girl to adjust its posture, but the blue mecha girl was like a cannonball fired from a gun, and it was impossible to change its trajectory in an instant. A cold light flashed in Chia's eyes. Now it's my turn to attack. The silver mecha girl suddenly burst out with astonishing speed. She raised the broadsword with her only remaining right arm and swept it towards the blue mecha girl with destructive power. The target was directly aimed at the thruster group behind the blue girl. What? Yi Rueishuan's eyes widened, and he realized that the silver mecha girl had deliberately revealed her flaw. The other party has been planning for this moment from the very beginning. Boom! The broadsword hit the thruster accurately, and a huge explosion echoed in the arena. Blue flames and black smoke instantly engulfed the blue mecha girl's back, and thruster fragments flew everywhere. The entire thruster system was completely destroyed by this blow. The blue mecha girl lost her ability to fly and fell heavily to the ground. The arena fell into deathly silence. All the players watching the game were so shocked by this sudden reversal that they were speechless. The A-class mecha girl, who had just had an absolute advantage, was suddenly severely damaged by a D-class mecha girl. The barrage of comments exploded completely after a brief silence. Oh my god, what kind of magical operation is this? Trade injuries for injuries? A D-rank mecha girl and an A-rank mecha girl exchange blood. Wait, thrusters are much more important than an arm. A mecha girl who loses her ability to fly is a sitting duck. Night Driving Girl made a lot of money this time. This calculation is so accurate. It was planned from the very beginning. Yi Rueishuan looked at the thrusters emitting black smoke behind his mecha, and his face turned extremely ugly. I was actually injured in exchange for an injury. He clenched his teeth, feeling a strong sense of humiliation in his heart. As a master of the game, he was outwitted by a novice in public. This is such a great shame. Damn it, it was clearly an A-class versus D-class crushing match. How could it turn out like this? There was anger and unwillingness in Yi Rueishuan's voice. He originally thought it would be an easy victory, but he didn't expect to fall into such a passive situation. There are more and more analyses on the barrage. Now the situation has reversed. Maple Leaf Master has lost his greatest advantage. A mecha girl without the ability to fly is useless. The Night Drone Girl should take this opportunity to take off, right? Right. Taking off now is his only chance to win. The number of spectators continued to rise and was close to 15,000. Yi Rueishuan looked at the analysis on the barrage and had the same thought in his mind. He will definitely take off. He ordered the mecha girl to climb up from the ground with difficulty. The mecha girl's blue armor had lost its original luster. If he dares to take off, I will jump up and intercept him. Yi Rueishuan was secretly calculating in his mind. Although it cannot fly, it can still perform short attacks in the air thanks to the jumping ability of the A-level mecha girl. As long as he grasps the timing right, he still has a chance to turn the tables. Sure enough, the silver mecha girl began to take off. She raised her remaining right arm and performed the standard motion to activate the thrusters. The body of the aircraft squatted slightly, as if accumulating strength for takeoff. Here it comes. Excitement flashed in Yi Rueishuan's eyes, and he immediately ordered the mecha girl to prepare for a jump interception. As long as he dares to fly, I will let him know what despair is. The thrusters of the silver mecha girl began to warm up, and a faint flame flickered at the nozzle. The entire aircraft looks like it may take off into the sky at any moment. There is also intense discussion on the barrage. It's about to take off. The night drone girl is about to take off. Maple Leaf Master is ready to intercept. Just as the silver mecha girl was about to take off, Yi Rueishuan gave a decisive order. Jumping intercept. The blue mecha girl bounced up suddenly. Although she couldn't continue flying, the height of this jump was still amazing. She spread her arms in the air, trying to intercept the silver mecha girl that was about to take off. But at this moment, the silver mecha girl suddenly interrupted her takeoff action. The thruster fire went out instantly, and she stood firmly on the ground, holding the big knife tightly in her right hand. Chi looked at the blue mecha girl jumping in the air, a smug smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. I fell into the trap again. Yi Rueishuan widened his eyes in the air, and only then did he realize that he had been tricked again. The takeoff posture, just now, was also an illusion, the purpose of which was to induce him to jump and intercept. And now, his robot was hanging in the air, becoming a sitting duck. The silver mecha girl slowly raised her right arm, and the broadsword flashed a deadly cold light in the sunlight. The barrage exploded again. Shit, another trap. Mrs. Iyuji is so scheming. 2 consecutive tricks. Maple Leaf Master has been completely fooled. It's really over now. The girl in the air is a sitting duck. Yi Rueishuan looked at the silver mecha girl on the ground ready to go and felt desperate. He has no way out. Chapter 60. Humiliating Fight. The sunlight in the arena became dazzling, as if even the sky was trembling with excitement for the upcoming massacre. Chi looked at the blue mecha girl in the air and said, "Since you like flying in the sky so much, I'll let you fly for a while longer." The silver mecha girl rushed forward suddenly, holding the broadsword high in her right arm, the blade flashing a cold light in the sunlight. Just when the blue mecha girl was about to land, the silver mecha girl's sword slashed upwards from the bottom. When the sound of metal colliding resounded throughout the arena, and the blue mecha girl was pushed back into the air by the knife. She tumbled through the air, completely off balance, like a rag doll being kicked. What kind of operation is this? Yi Rueishuan widened his eyes in the cockpit. He could feel the violent vibrations coming from the machine, and various alarms sounded frantically in his ears. System damaged. Balance system failure. Thrusters offline. Unable to land normally. Warning. The machine is under continuous attack. Yi Rueishuan wanted to order the mecha to adjust its posture, but all the controls had no response. His robot was like a spinning top out of control, spinning helplessly in the air. The barrage instantly boiled over. What the hell? What kind of magical operation is this? Use a knife to push the enemy into the air? Is this a possible way to play? This is too humiliating. An A-rank mecha girl is being played around by a D-rank mecha girl. What is Yi Eugene trying to do? Are you going to key me in the air? Upstairs. Tell me how to top it. Chi looked at the blue mecha girl falling again, his hands moving rapidly. It's not over yet. The silver mecha girl swung her sword upwards again, accurately hitting the blue mecha girl's chest armor. Bang! There was another loud bang, and the blue mecha girl was pushed into the air again. This time she somersaulted several times in the air and looked even more embarrassed. No, impossible. Yi Rueishuan's voice trembled a little. The alarms in the cockpit became more and more intense, and various fault indicator lights flashed wildly. Yi Rueishuan operated the console desperately, but the machine girl didn't obey at all. She was like a puppet being controlled by someone, floating helplessly in the air. The players watching the game have gone completely crazy. This is simply art. A D-class mecha girl kicks an A-class mecha girl like a ball. This is too much. God Maple Leaf has been forcibly controlled. This kind of operation is totally unheard of. It's too perverted. It feels so humiliating. My armor is being stripped off bit by bit, but I can't resist. Chia's operation was incredibly perfect. Whenever the blue mecha girl was about to fall to the ground, the silver mecha girl would accurately use her knife to push her back up. The force is controlled just right, neither causing fatal damage nor making the opponent completely lose control. This is a real technical crush. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, someone in the barrage started counting, and every collision made the audience more excited. The blue mecha girl's armor has obvious dents, and the blue paint on the surface is also mottled and peeling. She looked like a mouse being teased by a cat, with no dignity at all. "Chi, I give up, please save my face." Yi Rueishuan's voice was already tearful. He had never experienced such a humiliating battle. He was driving an A-class mecha, but was toyed with by a D-class mecha and had no power to fight back. The vibration in the cockpit became more and more intense, and Yi Rueishuan felt like his internal organs were about to be shaken apart. Too cruel. This is more terrible than instant killing. Psychological torture is more painful than physical torture. The Maple Leaf Master must be mentally broken. The number of spectators has exceeded 20,000, and this novel operating method has attracted countless players to watch. Chi heard the message from Yi Rueishuan and nodded with satisfaction. That's about it. It's time to end it. This time, when the blue mecha girl fell again, Chi did not continue to swing the knife. He let Yi Rueishuan's robot hit the ground heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. The blue robot girl was lying on the ground, trembling all over. Her armor was riddled with holes, and the light from her energy core became flickering. "It's over," Chi said lightly. The silver mecha girl slowly walked towards the fallen blue mecha girl, holding the big knife tightly in her right hand. The blade reflected a frightening cold light in the sunlight. "Forget it. Let be destroyed." Yi Rueishuan had given up resisting. The silver mecha girl raised her sword high and aimed at the cockpit of the blue mecha girl. Wow! The sword chopped down fiercely and hit the cockpit accurately. A huge explosion resounded throughout the arena. The blue mecha girl's body stiffened for a moment, and then fell into complete silence. The battle is over. The system's voice echoed throughout the arena, announcing the end of the battle. The winner, Night Driving Girl. The entire viewing area exploded instantly. Incredible. I actually won. A D-class mecha girl defeated an A-class mecha girl. This is simply a miracle. Night Driving Machine Lady is a god. I want to give birth to his children. This operation is simply incredible. I want to record a video and post it on the forum. In the virtual square, two white lights flashed, and the figures of Chi and Yi Rueishuan appeared at the same time. Yi Rueishuan's face was a little pale, obviously still immersed in the shock of what had just happened. He looked at Chi, his eyes filled with mixed emotions. There is admiration, shock, and indescribable sense of frustration. "Chi, you guy." Yi Rueishuan shook his head with a wry smile. "Now, I finally understand why Commander G asked you to attend the pilot exchange conference." There was genuine admiration in his voice. "This level can easily beat all bronze medal pilots." "No, I'm afraid even most of the silver medal pilots are no match for you." When Chi heard this, his brows slightly frowned. He thought of a key question. "Brother Yi, I want to ask a question. What's the problem?" Yi Rueishuan looked at him curiously. "How can I be promoted to a silver medal pilot?" Chi asked directly. When Yi Rueishuan heard this, he was stunned. The conditions for a bronze medal pilot to be promoted to a silver medal pilot. It means having 2 contracted mechas, one of which must be a level, and signing a core contract. Is it that simple? Chi was a little shocked. This condition sounds too easy, doesn't it? Can't this be done if you have money? He continued to ask. Yi Rueishuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. You think too simply. A-rank or S-rank mecha girls all have their own pride. It's not something that can be achieved simply by having money to get them to voluntarily sign the core contract. His expression turned serious. In this world, honor and credit are brought to the pilot by the pilot girl. Whether to sign a contract or not, it is ultimately up to the machine girl to decide. But those mecha girls below rank B have no choice. If they want to leave the city to kill alien beasts, they can only rely on those rich people, because high-level pilots generally don't fly B-rank mechas. Chi nodded thoughtfully. That's right. Yi Rueishuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Do you have time to play a copy? It's a good opportunity to earn some game coins so I can buy a higher-level mecha girl. Chapter 61, Abyss Dungeon. The central crystal tower of the virtual square emitted a blue light, and countless game information scrolled rapidly on the surface of the tower. Chi looked at the holographic rankings in front of him with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Copy. Chi was stunned for a moment and turned to look at Yi Rueishuan. The exciting battle just now made him more interested in this virtual world. Yi Rueishuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, I'm talking about a newly released S-level copy. No team has achieved the first kill yet. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed to the copy information scrolling on the crystal tower, which densely displayed the clearance records and failure times of various copies. At the very top, a red mark stands out: Mechanical Recycling Factory. First kill not achieved. When Chi heard the words S-level copy, his brows slightly frowned. In reality, every S-level monster has the terrifying power to destroy a city. I have a question. Chi's tone became serious. Shouldn't every S-level monster in reality have the ability to destroy a city? He looked at Yi Rueishuan with confusion in his eyes. Why does it feel like any small team of cats and dogs can be defeated in the game? This question really confused Chi. In the real world, even an A-level monster would require the cooperation of multiple silver metal pilots to deal with, not to mention an S-level monster. Every time an S-level monster appeared, the entire Xia country would sound the alarm. When Yi Rueishuan heard this question, he patted Qi on the shoulder and began to explain in detail. You think too simply. The difficulty of the dungeon in the game is the comprehensive difficulty. He paused for a moment, organizing his thoughts. There are many strange beasts in there. They may not be strong individually, but their strength will be greatly improved if they unite. Qi suddenly realized. Indeed, if hundreds of B-level and C-level monsters fight together, the threat they pose is definitely no less than that of a single A-level monster. I see. Qi's eyes flashed with excitement. Then when do we start? He couldn't wait to experience the feeling of working in a team. In his previous life on Earth, he was not only good at individual combat, but teamwork was also one of his strengths. Don't worry, it's best to form a team of 4. Yi Rueishuan called up the dungeon information interface. The upper limit of the number of people in the dungeon is 4. The interface displays detailed copy rules. 2 to 4 participants. A level or above mecha girls are recommended for the expedition, and the estimated clearance time is 3 to 5 hours. Can you bring 2 more people? Qi turned to look at Yi Rueishuan. After all, you're an old player. You should have a lot of friends, right? That's no problem. Yi Rueishuan said as he browsed through his friend list. I know a few players who are pretty good. His fingers slid quickly across the virtual panel, looking for suitable teammates. Let me see who's online. Yi Rueishuan muttered to himself. Qin Yuxiaxiang is online. Qianbian Manhwa is also online. These 2 guys are very strong. After a while, Yi Rueishuan sent 2 private messages. A few minutes later, 2 players appeared next to Qi and Yi Rueishuan. The first player is a female character, wearing an elegant purple robe, with long hair cascading down her shoulders, exuding an elegant and mysterious temperament. Her game name is shown as Qin Yu Xiaoxiang. The second player is a male character, and the game is called Ever-Changing. Fengyi, why are you calling us over here in such a hurry? Qin Yuxiaxiang's voice was very pleasant, with some doubt in her tone. Yi Rueishuan pointed at Qi and began to introduce. Let me introduce you. This is Yi Yujinyang, a very powerful newbie. He pointed to the 2 new teammates and said, these 2 are Qin Yuxiaxiang and Qianbian Manhwa, both of whom are top players in Jinyang Zhanji. When Qin Yuxiaxiang heard the name Night Driving Girl, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Wait, you're the Night Driving Mecha Girl who defeated the A-rank Mecha Girl with a D-rank Mecha Girl. Her tone was obviously shocked. I was just watching your battle video. I didn't expect Maple Leaf to lose so miserably. Qianbian also nodded. Indeed, the entire game forum is now discussing your battle. Qi scratched his head in surprise. Did the news spread so quickly? Of course, Qin Yuxiaxiang said excitedly. That kind of operation skill is simply unheard of. The video has been pinned to the top. Yi Rueishuan coughed and interrupted everyone's discussion. Let's talk business first. I called you here to team up to fight the new S-level copy. Mechanical Recycling Factory? Qianbian Wanhua asked. He was obviously very interested in high-difficulty copies. Yes. When Qin Yuxiaxiang heard the name, his expression instantly became serious. She had already heard about this new copy and asked someone for information. Are we sure we want to challenge this dungeon? Qin Yuxiaxiang's voice was filled with worry. The difficulty is really abnormal. She paused for a moment and began to explain the situation of this dungeon in detail. The dungeon was only released 1 day ago, but within this day, many teams have been wiped out in this dungeon. Among them, there are some powerful teams composed of all A-level mecha girls. Qin Yuxiaxiang continued. Manhwa also added, a friend of mine formed a top-level team, but they were wiped out in the first area. Qin Yuxiaxiang nodded. This Abyss dungeon is the first dungeon in the Robot Girl Wars that features an out-of-control robot girl as the final boss. She pulled up a detailed dungeon map that showed several different areas. The first area is the remodeling station. The reshaping station area on the map is marked in red, which is obviously a high-risk area. The monster we are fighting is a replica of the mecha girl we are driving. Qin Yuxiaxiang's voice was serious. When we drive the mecha girl into this area, a replica of our mecha girl will appear in the rebuilding station. The replica's performance is exactly the same as our mecha girl's, and it has the same intelligent combat system. When Yi Rueishuan heard this, he frowned. If the enemy's strength is exactly the same as yours, the battle will indeed become extremely difficult. So most of the teams were wiped out in the first area. Qin Yuxiaxiang sighed. After they came out, they said the difficulty was abnormal. They couldn't defeat them at all. They could only wait until their energy was exhausted. Manhwa also smiled bitterly and shook his head. My friend said that fighting there is like fighting against one's inner demons. The opponent has no flaws at all. After listening to these introductions, Qi Yi developed a strong interest in this copy. But he was not worried. As long as the factory did not copy his technology, it would not be difficult for him to beat an ordinary mecha girl. Qin Yuxiaxiang looked at Yi Rueishuan's frown and continued. However, the first area has been cracked. She paused and kept the secret. For the specific solution, just refer to the ancient Tianji horse racing. When Yi Rueishuan heard the words Tianji's horse racing, his eyes lit up instantly. He understood what Qin Yuxiaxiang meant. The core of Tianji's horse racing is to arrange the order of battle reasonably, use one's own superior forces to counter the enemy's inferior forces, and thus achieve overall victory. If the enemy is a perfect replica of your mecha, then there is really no chance of winning in a head-on fight. But if we can arrange the battle order reasonably, letting the strong fight against the weak and the weak against the strong, perhaps we can find a breakthrough. Chapter 62, Mechanical Recycling Plant. Qin Yuxiaxiang's purple robe swayed in the breeze, and her eyes became more serious. The second area is the trap road. She called up a new map interface, which showed a straight corridor. It's a long, straight corridor with traps like a big pendulum. Qin Yuxiaxiang pointed at the locations of various mechanisms marked on the map and said, but this is the simplest area. A-rank mecha girls can basically pass without any damage. Qinbian nodded. Indeed, my friend said that the second area is to dodge by flying the mecha girl. As long as you react quickly enough, there'll be no problem. Yi Rueishuan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. It seems that we can at least pass the first two areas. Don't be happy too soon. Qin Yuxiaxiang's expression became more solemn. The third area is where the final boss is located, the Red Flame Furnace. There's a violent robot covered in magma. This is the most unbeatable boss in the game. All the teams that made it to the end were defeated by her. Manhwa smiled bitterly and shook his head. This boss is simply a nightmare. Her body is covered in lava. If you get close to her, you will suffer burning damage. Qin Yuxiaxiang continued. What's even more terrifying is that she ignores missiles in close combat. All the attacks seem to have no effect on her. Some people have calculated that even if an S-rank mecha girl attacks with all her strength, it would only cause negligible damage to her. When Yi Rueishuan heard this, his expression turned a little ugly. Isn't this equivalent to being invincible? Almost. Qin Yuxiaxiang sighed. No one has found a way to conquer her yet. Some people have speculated that she may have some special weakness, but no one has discovered it so far. When Qi heard this, he immediately became interested. Invincible? Mecha girl? If there really is something completely invincible, why did the game company design this copy? There must be something key that the players overlooked. Why? Are you interested in challenging her? Qin Yuxiaxiang looked at Qi Ye's expression with some curiosity. Your operation just now was indeed impressive, but that boss is no ordinary opponent. Her strength is beyond the scope of conventional understanding. Qi shrugged. Since we have to go anyway, we might as well go and see what's so special about this boss. Qin Yuxiaxiang looked at Qi Ye's calm look and calmed down. Do you still want to challenge this copy now? She asked finally. Although she had already introduced the horror of the copy in detail, she knew that these people were not the type to back down easily. Yi Rueishuan said without hesitation, Go, why not? Anyway, the penalty for failure is just a few game coins. He pointed at Chi Yi and said, he doesn't even have any game coins on him. Just do it. Let's go have some fun. There was an open-mindedness and excitement in Yi Rueishuan's tone. Qin Yuxiaxiang and Qianbian Wanhua nodded after hearing it. They obviously don't care about the penalty for failure. After all, their old players and game coins are nothing to them. But Qin Yuxiaxiang's gaze fell on Qi Yi with a hint of worry in her eyes. Are you really going to pilot a D-rank mecha to attack an S-rank instance? It's a bit too risky. A D-rank mecha girl will basically die if she is touched in an S-rank dungeon. They turned their eyes to Qi Yi, waiting for his answer. Qi felt the gazes of the three people and spread his hands, indicating that he had no other choice. There's nothing I can do. I only have this one girl, he said with a wry smile. Then he said, it would be nice if my real-life robot girl could come. It's really boring that the mecha girls in this game can't communicate. Qi thought of Yueying, her blue eyes, and her gentle voice. If Yueying could enter the game, he could play with her small, warm, and soft joystick. He has decided that he must change Yueying's clothes when he has time. Bare legs are beautiful, but it would be a waste if Yueying didn't wear white stockings. Yi Rueishuan nodded and explained, the main purpose of the Robot Girl Wars is to allow players to experience the mecha form of the Robot Girl. There is no function for the Robot Girl to transform into human form. Qin Yuxiaxiang nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, if the game can perfectly replicate the real mecha girl, who would spend a lot of money to buy a real mecha girl? You know, every mecha girl is unique. Their personalities and memories cannot be copied. Okay, let's stop chatting here. Yi Rueishuan clapped his hands, interrupting everyone's discussion. Get ready to enter the dungeon. If you don't go now, you won't have time today. He called up the team formation interface and sent out team forming invitations to the other three people. Bye. Three prompt tones sounded almost simultaneously, and the team was formed. Team information is displayed in everyone's field of vision. Captain, Maple Leaf, a rank mecha girl. Team member, Night Driving Girl, D-Class girl. Team member, Qin Yuxiaxiang, a level mecha girl. Team member, Ever-Changing, a level mecha girl. Looking at this configuration, everyone was a little amused. 3 A-level mechas and 1 D-level mecha. This combination is really weird. Let's go to the dungeon entrance. Qin Yuxiaxiang took the first step. The four of them began to walk towards the edge of the virtual square, where there was a huge portal. The portal glowed a deep red, with intricate petal patterns carved into the doorframe. There were several glowing words floating above. Abyss Dungeon, Mechanical Recycling Factory. Many players have gathered around the portal, forming teams of 2 or 3. Some teams looked confident and were discussing tactics enthusiastically. Some teams seemed nervous, constantly checking their equipment and skills. Fuck, Night Driving Girl. It's really him. The master who just defeated an A-rank mecha girl with a D-rank mecha girl. Is he going to challenge the Abyss Dungeon as well? Or use a D-rank mecha girl? This is too crazy. There were constant discussions around, and many players looked at Qi Yi with curiosity. The video of Qi Yi's battle has gone viral on the forum, and he is now considered a celebrity in the game. It seems that you have become famous, Qianbian Wanhua said with a smile. Enjoy this feeling of being the center of attention. Not every newbie can enjoy this kind of treatment. Qi Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. I just want to play a game quietly. And Jing, Yirui Quan Lafit. Once we clear the Abyss Dungeon, I'm afraid everyone in the game will know you. The prerequisite is that you can really pass the level. Qin Yuxiaxiang added from the side. The four of them arrived in front of the portal, and the system's voice sounded in their ears. Do you want to enter the Abyss Dungeon, Mechanical Recycling Factory? Attention! This is a high difficulty copy. Failure will result in a large loss of game coins. Please consider carefully. Yi Rueishuan clicked confirm without hesitation. Confirm entry. The portal lit up instantly, and a powerful suction force surrounded the four people. The surrounding scenery began to distort, and the noise of the virtual square gradually faded away. Everyone, be mentally prepared. Yi Rueishuan shouted loudly during the transmission process. We are going to meet the legendary invincible boss. The light grew brighter and brighter until it completely engulfed the four figures. Machinery recycling plant, here we come. Chapter 63, Remodeling Station, time stops. After the light from the portal faded, the four found themselves in a large industrial area. The air was filled with the acrid smell of burning metal. It's so hot. Qin Yuxiaxiang felt the temperature in the air. His purple robe was already soaked with sweat. Overhead, a huge furnace was operating, illuminating the entire remodeling station with orange-red flames. The temperature was so high that it was stifling, and even breathing became difficult. Yi Rueishuan looked at the pile of mecha parts in the distance, frowning. It seems we have to enter the cockpit of the mecha. In this kind of high temperature, humans simply cannot function normally. As soon as the words fell, the figures of 4 mecha girls appeared behind them. Bring it on. Chia's silver mecha girl slowly bent down, and the armor on her chest opened to both sides. Chi entered the cockpit skillfully. Although the attributes of this mecha were much lower, the sense of security of being surrounded by steel still made him feel at home. 4 mechas took off at the same time and flew towards the depths of the remodeling station. Looking down from the sky, the overall picture of the reshaping station is even more shocking. The wreckage and parts of countless mechas piled up into mountains, some of which were even hundreds of meters high. This place is like a tragic battlefield, with debris piled up like mountains everywhere. This scene is truly spectacular, Yi Rueishuan exclaimed through the communicator. It's hard to imagine. Qin Yuxiaxiang's voice was filled with sadness. These were once living mecha girls. Focus on preparing for battle. Ji reminded. The enemy should be appearing soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding mountain of parts began to shake violently. Boom, boom. The huge sound of machinery running resounded throughout the entire remodeling station. The parts that were originally still began to move autonomously, as if controlled by some mysterious force. The abandoned robotic arms began to be spliced together. The damaged armor plates were automatically repaired, and the dull energy core began to shine again. What's going on? Qianbian Wanhua exclaimed. Countless parts are flying in the air and reassembling according to some pattern. The sound of metal colliding rang out one after another, and sparks flew everywhere. The whole process is like going back in time, and those destroyed mecha girls are being reborn. A few minutes later, 4 brand new mechas appeared in front of them. A silver D-class mecha that looks exactly like Chi's. The 3A level mecha girls are the same as Yi Rueishuan, Qin Yuxiaxiang, and the ever-changing mecha girl. Oh my god, isn't this too realistic? Yi Rueishuan looked at the replica in front of him, his eyes full of shock. Even the details are exactly the same. It's like looking in a mirror. Qin Yuxiaxiang carefully observed the mecha girl opposite. Qi was quickly analyzing the battle situation in his mind. 4 against 4, evenly matched in terms of numbers, but the problem is... Wait! Yi Rueishuan suddenly shouted into the communicator. I have a serious question in mind. There was clear panic in his voice. If we want to win the battle by following Tianji's horse racing method. Yi Rueishuan's voice trembled. Then we have 3A levels here. There are also 3A levels across the street. Ow! How can this be a horse race? Qin Yuxiaxiang and Qianbian Wanhua instantly realized this fatal problem. The core of Tianji's horse racing is to use one's own advantages to counter the enemy's disadvantages. But now the configurations of both sides are exactly the same. It's over. The cracking method doesn't work at all. The 3 of us are the best in Class A. There's no way to tell the winner. Qin Yuxiaxiang's voice was filled with despair. Are we going to have a head-on confrontation? Once our energy is used up, won't we still be defeated? Qianbian Wanhua also began to panic. Just when the 4 of them were confused, the 4 replicators on the opposite side had already started to act. Without any hesitation, they rushed towards Qi Yi and others. The other 3 immediately wanted to order their mecha girls to charge forward. Don't panic, Qi Yi said in the communicator. First focus on the D-rank mecha girl on the opposite side. Kill her instantly. This was the only way he could think of to break the deadlock. Although Tianji's horse racing strategy will not work, the situation should be better if the number of enemies can be reduced. Understood. Yi Rueishuan immediately adjusted the attack target. The 3A class mechas locked onto the silver replica mecha at the same time, and 18 missiles were fired at once. The orange-red tail flames intertwined in the air to form a huge fire net, rushing towards the target with destructive power. Boom strapia. The huge explosion was deafening, and the silver replicant was instantly reduced to ashes in the sea of fire. Success! Qianbian shouted excitedly. But it was too early for them to celebrate, as the 3 A-class replicators on the opposite side also launched missiles at Qi at the same time. Night drone girl, be careful! Qin Yuxiaxiang reminded anxiously, wanting to order the drone girl to move towards Qi's direction, but her speed was obviously a beat slower. Chi looked at the overwhelming missiles, and his eyes became extremely focused. The performance of the D-Class Mecha Girl is indeed limited, but he is a deadly pilot and can directly start microcontrol. The silver Mecha Girl began to move in a strange trajectory under his control, and every dodge was extremely precise. In the end, Chi dodged most of the attacks perfectly, but the missile net was too dense. The aftermath of the explosion of the last few missiles still hit Chi's left shoulder armor, leaving a charred mark on it. "My armor is damaged, but it's nothing serious," Chi reported on the communicator. Now, there are only 3 A-level replicators left on the field, and the situation has improved slightly. Chi looked at the 3 identical replicas and began to formulate a new strategy in his mind. "I'll attract their attention, and you guys look for opportunities to continue your concentrated fire and sneak attacks." But just as he was about to give the order, a deafening roar suddenly rang out throughout the recycling plant. Boom strapje. The sound of heavy hammers hitting anvils came from the deepest part of the mechanical recycling plant. The sound resounded through heaven and earth like thunder, carrying some mysterious and ancient power. In an instant, the whole world seemed to be paused. The 3 replicators stopped in midair, maintaining an attacking stance but completely motionless. Yiru Xuan, Qin Yuxiaxiang, and Qianbian Wanhua were also frozen in place. Even the metal fragments and flames floating in the air stopped moving, and the whole scene looked like a still oil painting. Only Chi's silver Mecha Girl can still move freely. What is going on? Chi tried to contact his teammates through the communicator, but there was only deathly silence in the channel. He controlled the mecha to spin in the air and found that he was the only one in the entire reshaping station that was not affected by this time stagnation. Interesting. A hint of curiosity flashed in Chi's eyes. Intermittent knocking sounds could still be heard from deep in the mechanical recycling plant in the distance. Chi looked at his teammates, who were frozen in time, and then looked into the depths of the recycling factory. The blue portal that was previously closed to traffic has turned red. Chapter 64 Replica. Chi drove the mecha to the portal. The sound should have come from the 3rd area. There is no way to avoid the disaster. Let's go. Without hesitation, he controlled the mecha to rush into the portal. Amidst the flickering lights, Chi found himself in a straight corridor. The walls on both sides of the corridor are covered with various mechanical devices. Logically, any mecha girl that enters here will trigger these traps. But Chi looked at the motionless pendulum. Has time stopped here too? The silver robot girl easily passed through the entire corridor without triggering any traps. This is too easy. Chi was a little amused and helpless. He walked to the end of the corridor and saw another portal. The red flame furnace should be behind this. Chi took a deep breath and controlled the robot to step inside. In an instant, a scorching heat wave hit, and the temperature in the cockpit suddenly increased a lot. Behind the portal is a huge circular furnace, surrounded by roiling magma. The air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur. In the center of the furnace, a huge anvil stands quietly. There was nothing on the anvil, and an equally huge hammer was hanging in the air. Boom! A deafening knocking sound suddenly rang out. The huge hammer slammed heavily on the empty anvil, causing brilliant sparks to fly. At the moment the hammer fell, a part of a mecha suddenly appeared in the sky. Boom! A second knock was heard. Another component flew in the sky, like a slender robotic arm. Chi looked at this incredible scene and felt a strong curiosity in his heart. Every time you tap, a part appears? Is this the final boss? He controlled the silver mecha girl and tried to get closer, but was blocked by the shock wave generated by the hammer. The strong airflow was like an invisible barrier, pushing him far away. Boom! 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 The knocking sound continued. Chi could only watch the assembly of the mecha from afar. This feeling is very torturous, just like the special effects dramas that Chi watched in his previous life. Obviously, it takes a long time for Kamen Rider to transform, but no villain comes forward to kick him. The parts were flying in the air, being pulled together by some mysterious force. The material of each component is snow white, which looks delicate and beautiful. As the assembly progressed, the outline of a mecha girl gradually became clear. The slender body, elegant lines, and familiar armor style. Chia's eyes widened instantly. How is it possible? The mecha girl that appeared in front of him was actually Yueying's mecha form. That familiar white armor is exactly the same as Yueying in real life. How is it possible for this game to know Moon Shadow's appearance? Chia's heart was filled with shock and confusion. Can this game also obtain real-life data? Hello, is it a demon spirit? I want to report it for infringement. Boom! The last knock was heard, and the entire furnace fell into silence. The huge hammer stopped in midair and stopped striking. The body of Moon Shadow was assembled and quietly hovered above the anvil. Her armor radiated a holy light under the reflection of the magma, like a sleeping angel. Chi carefully controlled the silver mecha girl to move forward. This time there was no shock wave blocking him, and he successfully reached Moon Shadow. Looking closely, the replica is made to perfection. What is going on? Chi controlled the robot to stretch out his arm, wanting to touch the replica. But just as he was about to touch the Moon Shadow armor, boom! The giant hammer swung again. But this time, it didn't hit the anvil, but smashed directly towards Chi Ye's silver robot girl. The hammer head drew a fiery trail in the air with destructive power. Not good. Chi immediately controlled the mecha girl to dodge, but the speed of the hammer was beyond imagination. Bang! The giant hammer accurately hit the silver mecha girl's chest armor. Crack! A crisp shattering sound was heard. The silver mecha girl's armor instantly shattered into pieces, and metal fragments flew everywhere. The aircraft lost its support and began to fall rapidly. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Chi Ye's ears. The machine has been hit by a fatal attack, and the connection has been severed. Exited the team and returning to individual mode. Chi felt his body separated from the broken machine girl and floated in the hot air. Just then, a snow-white mechanical arm stretched out. Yue grabbed Chi Yi, who was floating in the air with gentle movements. The armor on her chest slowly opened, and without giving Chi Yi any resistance, she gently stuffed him into her cockpit. This feeling, Chi felt the familiar environment around him. The seats in the cockpit were still so soft, and the layout of the control panel was exactly the same. Even the air was filled with the unique fragrance of Yue. Suddenly, a strange feeling flooded into Chi Ye's consciousness. He suddenly shared vision with the real Yue. Meanwhile, the real world. In a lounge of the virtual game room, Yue and Mingfeng were sitting on the sofa and chatting. Mingfeng elegantly held a cup of tea. Yue, can I ask you a personal question? Mingfeng's voice was gentle, but the topic made Yue feel uneasy. What's the problem? Yue asked cautiously, her long snow-white hair hanging down on her shoulders. You and Chi Yi usually. Who takes the initiative? Mingfeng blinked with a sly smile on his face. Yue's face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. Sister Mingfeng, this kind of question. She hesitated, not knowing how to answer. Why are you shy? Mingfeng put down a teacup and leaned towards Yue. We are all mecha girls. What can we talk about? Her face was full of gossip. We didn't. Yue's voice became quieter and quieter, almost inaudible. There is nothing. Mingfeng continued to ask questions, obviously very interested in this topic. Did he feed you anything from below? Mingfeng suddenly asked a more direct question. When Yue heard this, she almost jumped up from the sofa. Sister Mingfeng, how could you ask such a question? Her face turned red, and she covered her face with her hands. Haha, you're so cute like this. Mingfeng looked at Yue's shy appearance, and an unusual light flashed in his eyes. Not only men will like you like this, but women will also be attracted by you. Her voice became a little deeper and suggestive. Sister Mingfeng, Yue was about to say something when she suddenly felt the core contract in her mind tremble violently. A strong sense of resonance spread throughout her body, making her tremble uncontrollably. Jie. Yue subconsciously repeated the name silently. The next second, her body lost support and fell directly into Mingfeng's arms. Moon Shadow. Mingfeng was startled by this sudden change and quickly hugged Yue's body. She immediately activated the scanning system to check Yue's condition. The vital signs are normal. The energy core is stable. All functions are normal. Mingfeng looked at the scan results with a frown on his face. Core disorder? Is it affected by the contract? She stroked Yue's long hair, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Yue breathed quietly in her arms, her face still blushing from before. Her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow on her cheeks, making her look pitiful. Mingfeng looked at the angelic girl in his arms, his eyes gradually becoming profound. Just wait, she said softly. Soon there will be no more such unfair contracts. Her fingers stroked Yueying's cheek, her movements as gentle as if she were touching the most precious porcelain. We no longer need to be controlled by the contract. Chapter 65 Games. Chi felt the familiar feeling in the cockpit, and the shock in his heart had not yet completely subsided. Fuck, he couldn't help but swear, and subconsciously gripped the joystick with both hands. What the hell is going on? Just now, Yi Rueishuan told him clearly that the Mecha Girls in Mecha Girls Chronicles could not have self-awareness. All Mecha Girls are just a string of game data and cannot have emotions. But now, Yueying actually appeared here. The air in the cockpit froze for a moment. Then, a familiar voice sounded softly in his ears. Chi, it's me. I'm here. Yueying's voice was gentle, and the machine shook slightly as she took over. It's really you, Chi said excitedly. But how is this possible? How did you end up in the game? Yi Rueishuan's words just now flashed through his mind, and his confusion grew deeper and deeper. The virtual image of Yueying slowly emerged in the cockpit and appeared beside Qi. It feels so wonderful right now, Yueying said softly, with a hint of surprise in her voice. This body is obviously not mine, but it functions just like my own body. She stretched out her arms and watched her snow-white armor gleam with a warm luster under the reflection of the magma. Qi frowned, and his doubts deepened. That's not right. How does the game's GM know the specific data of your machine? This question is indeed puzzling. Even he doesn't know Yueying's origins. How could a game company know? Yueying shook her head. My current machine was not made by the game GM. She paused, sorting out the information she had just received in her mind. This is made of star core. Star core. Qi was stunned for a moment. This word was very unfamiliar to him. Yueying nodded, and seeing Chia's puzzled expression, she explained, the star core is where all the Mecha Girls were born, and it is the source of our consciousness. The consciousness of all the Mecha Girls on the blue planet is constructed in the star core. Those mecha manufacturing companies have only obtained partial rights to the star core. They can mass-produce A-, B-, and C-level mechas, but they can't reach higher levels. When Chi heard this, he was moved. You mean, Mecha Girls above S rank can only be bred in star cores? Yueying's voice was filled with a hint of awe. Similarly, he will also grant Mecha Girls unique talents. After saying this, Yueying frowned. This information had just appeared in her mind, and she didn't know these things before. Chi took a deep breath and digested the information given by Yueying. So, is this game also made by the star core? In the virtual image, Yueying shook her head, and her long snow-white hair swayed slightly. I don't know. There was a hint of confusion in her voice, but it is definitely related to the star core. Otherwise, the star core would not have been able to project my consciousness here, nor would it have been able to create such a perfect body for me. At this moment, the game system's prompt sound suddenly rang in Chia's ears. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the D-rank Mecha Girl Moon Shadow. Once the robot is bound to a player, it cannot be traded or transferred. Okay, classic D-class. But it's not a big problem. Chi likes D. After all, a plump and rounded joystick feels much better. But I still don't understand why Star Core does this. Why did you have to be dragged into the game? Why am I the only one who is not affected by the time freeze? It's as if this was all done for me. Yueying also fell into thought, her virtual image standing quietly on the display screen. I don't know either, she said softly, but I can feel that the Star Core seems to be worried about something. Just as the two were discussing, the entire red flame furnace suddenly began to vibrate violently. Boom, boom! A low roar came from all directions, as if the entire space was under tremendous pressure. The magma began to roll more violently, and orange-red flames shot up into the sky. What's going on? Chi gripped the joystick tightly, letting Yueying hand over the control of the machine to him. Crack! A crisp cracking sound was heard. Chi looked up and found that spiderweb-like cracks began to appear on the dome of the furnace. Bang! Huge rocks began to fall from the sky, hitting the magma and causing huge sparks. The whole furnace was falling apart. Through the ever-expanding cracks, Chi saw an extremely shocking scene. A boundless sea of stars appeared before his eyes. Countless twinkling stars are suspended in the deep void, emitting a gentle and mysterious light. That kind of beauty is beyond human imagination, as if it is the most primitive poem of the universe. But soon, Chi discovered something wrong. In this beautiful sea of stars, countless gray-black shadows are moving. Those shadows were shaped like giant insects, with huge and ferocious bodies, swimming slowly in the sea of stars. Wherever they passed, the originally bright stars began to dim. The light gradually disappeared, and the vitality gradually withered. It was as if it was swallowed up by some terrible force. What are those things? There was fear in Chi Ye's voice. He had participated in Star Wars countless times in his previous life, but he had never heard of such a horrific thing. I don't know. Yue Ying's voice trembled slightly, but I can feel the malice they emanate. Malice towards life and light. Chi stared at the gray-black insect shadows, feeling a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. In a vast starry sky, the blue star is just a bright spot. If the blue planet is targeted by this giant insect, just as Chi Ye's thoughts were churning, one of the insects closer to blue star seemed to notice Chi Ye's gaze. It stopped swimming and slowly turned around. Although the distance was far, Chi could clearly feel the insect's cold gaze. The next second, the insects began to swim towards Chi Yi. It was moving at an astonishing speed, leaving a black trail in the sea of stars. Not good, Yue Ying exclaimed. It discovered us. The cracks in the furnace began to heal rapidly, as if some force was urgently repairing the space. But that bug is fast. It was approaching the edge of the furnace, and Chi Yi could see its hideous shape. The huge body is covered with a hard shell, and countless tiny tentacles are waving in the air. The most terrifying thing is its eyes. A blood-red eyeball, filled with hatred for life and disgust for light. Crack! The cracks healed at the last moment. The gap disappeared, and the sea of stars was isolated. But at the moment the crack closed, Chi looked into the blood-red eye through the gap that was about to disappear. That vicious look seemed to wipe out his soul. Bang! The furnace was completely repaired, and all was well again. But Chi Yi and Yue both knew that what they had just seen was definitely not an illusion. Jie. Yue Ying's voice was filled with fear. What we just saw. I know. Chi took a deep breath, trying to calm the shock in his heart. It seems that this world is much more complicated than we thought, to the point where we don't even know if this is a game or not. Chapter 66. First kill completed. Inside the red flame furnace, the orange-red magma was roiling, emitting suffocating heat waves. The huge hammer stopped in midair, and everything fell into an eerie silence. Chi took a deep breath, trying to calm down the shock he had just felt when he saw this strange vision of the sea of stars. Yue Ying, how do you feel now? Yue Ying's virtual image nodded softly in the cockpit. I was a little nervous, but I'm feeling better now. Her voice was gentle, with a hint of dependence. Network connection detected, rejoining the team. The system voice sounded, and Chi Yi then remembered that he had been forcibly kicked out of the team just now. At this moment, the entire recycling plant suddenly resumed the normal flow of time. In the distant reshaping station, Yi Rueishuan, Qin Yuxiaxiang, and Qianbian Wanhua were fighting fiercely with the replicator girl. Boom Strapia. The sound of a missile exploding was heard, and brilliant sparks burst out in the sky. Maple Leaf, where is Night Driving Girl? Qin Yuxiaxiang controlled the mecha girl to dodge the attack, while calling out anxiously. Her purple mecha girl rolled in the air, barely avoiding the replica's lightsaber attack. I don't know. There was obvious panic in Yi Rueishuan's voice. It was here just now, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. He controlled the blue mecha to retreat, trying to distance himself from the replica. Qianbian Wanhua checked the team information, and his expression turned grim. The system shows that he is still online, but where is he? The battle between the three became more intense. Since Chi Yi disappeared, they're now facing a 3-on-3 balance situation. Damn it, we're going to be exhausted to death if we keep going like this. Yi Rueishuan watched the energy bar of the robot girl continue to drop, and he became extremely anxious. On the other side, inside the red flame furnace, Chi tried to walk towards the portal, wanting to go back and help his teammates. But when he approached the portal, the system's cold prompt sounded. The portal is locked and can only be opened from the other side. Hold! This game production team won't be able to eat 2 hot dishes in their lifetime. Chi couldn't help but swear. He looked at the tightly closed portal, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. It seems there is only one way. He turned and stared at the huge anvil in the center of the furnace. To end the dungeon, you must defeat the boss here. But where's the boss? As if sensing Chi Ye's thoughts, the magma began to roll violently. Gulp gulp. Bubbles continued to emerge from the depths of the magma, and the entire furnace was shaking. The orange-red magma began to gush upward, forming a column of fire that shot into the sky. In the center of the pillar of fire, a figure was slowly gathering. This is a robot girl. She is tall and well-proportioned, and her whole body exudes a fiery temperature. The orange-red magma flowed over her body like a flowing battle robe. She slowly rose into the air and hovered above the anvil, the obsidian spear tightly grasped in her hand. Is this the nearly invincible boss? Chi carefully observed the magma mecha girl in front of him, and a fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Although the opponent does look very strong, the situation now is completely different from before. Now he's driving the moon shadow, so he could try to fight it. Mooney's voice turned serious. Chi, she gives me a very dangerous feeling. I can detect terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from her entire body. Chi gripped the joystick tightly, feeling the feedback from the weighing machine. Xiao Yueying, get ready, it's time to go. After saying that, his big hand gently stroked Yueying's soft joystick, feeling the subtle vibration coming from it. Yueying's body trembled slightly because of his touch, as if responding to his call. Yeah, I'm ready. Chi took a deep breath and began to formulate a strategy. This boss is very strong. I might be a bit violent later. You must feel my micromanipulation. Yeah. Yueying bit her lips. She could feel Chi Ye's big hands exerting a slight force on her body. As soon as he finished speaking, Chi Ye's hands began to move skillfully on the control panel. Every part of Yueying's body became hot under his fingertips. It's so hot. Chi Ye's technique is so gentle. It doesn't seem very violent. Can it be more violent? Yueying thought to herself, her cheeks slightly flushed. The magma mecha girl seemed to be aware of the presence of the challenger. She slowly turned around and looked in the direction of the moon's shadow with her face obscured by the lava. Although her expression could not be seen clearly, the strong pressure caused the temperature of the entire furnace to rise by several degrees. Here it comes. Chi instantly entered combat mode and pushed the joystick. Yueying's body started up instantly, and the snow-white armor emitted a holy light under the reflection of the magma. She rushed towards the magma mecha girl, floating in the air like a dazzling white light. Seeing this, the magma machine girl raised her right arm. A ball of hot magma condensed in her palm. The temperature was so high that even the air began to distort. Call out! The magma ball roared towards the moon's shadow, leaving a fiery trail in the air. Chi's eyes were focused, and his hands moved quickly on the control panel. Under his control, Yueying's body made a perfect sideways movement. The lava ball flew past her shoulder and blasted a deep crater in the ground behind her. Chi Ye's operation. Yueying felt every movement of the body, and a strong sense of pleasure rose in the body. That's amazing. It's really comfortable to be driven like this. The complex maneuvers seemed smooth in Chi Ye's hands, as if he was not fighting but performing a gorgeous aerial ballet. At this moment, the magma robot girl's movements seemed to have crashed, and she suddenly stood still. The burning magma on her body began to cool, and her left hand slowly raised the spear in her hand. She's going to close combat. There was a flash of excitement in Chi Ye's eyes. Close combat is his strong point. Chi gently stroked the raised patterns on the top of the joystick with his right hand, then pressed it down hard. Yueying's right arm began to glow, and an energy lightsaber slowly condensed. Bring it on. Chi called out softly, controlling Yueying to raise the lightsaber and rush towards the magma mecha girl. The lightsaber drew a perfect arc in the air and pierced directly into the magma. During this process, the magma robot girl did not resist. Bite! The whole server system prompt suddenly sounded. Instance, mechanical recycling factory boss. Waiting, first kill completed. Due to the imbalanced difficulty of this instance, it will be closed for renovation soon. First kill players. Fengya, Night Driving Girl. Qin Yu Xiaoxiang, 1,000 changes. Rewards will be distributed according to contribution. Maple Leaf 1, Night Driving Girl 97. Qin Yu Xiaoxiang 1, Qin Bian Wanhua 1. Rewards have been issued. Chapter 67, No More Acting. Inside the remodeling station, a huge mountain of parts stood quietly, and orange-red flames were projected from the depths of the furnace in the distance. 3 robot girls were hovering in the air. Yiru Xuan, Qianbian Wanhua, and Qin Yuxiaxiang stared blankly at the clones that suddenly disappeared before their eyes. The 3 replicants who were fighting fiercely just now evaporated into thin air without even a trace of metal fragments left. Fuck! Yi Rueishuan was the first to come to his senses, his voice trembling slightly. We haven't done anything yet, and Night Driving Machine has killed the boss. Does this make sense? We were taken away. There was obvious surprise in his voice. Qin Yuxiaxiang piloted the plane slowly to the ground, her tone full of shock. What kind of monster is Night Driving Girl? The final boss of an S-level dungeon can be killed just like that. D-rank Mecha Girl rushes to destroy the S-rank copy. This is too outrageous. She recalled the battle with the clones just now. The upper limit of the Mecha Girl's intelligent combat system was there. If time went on for a long time, they would definitely be exhausted to death. But what about Night Driving Girl? From the time the boss disappeared to the time it was killed, less than 10 minutes passed. Yi Rueishuan looked at the color of the portal in the distance, turning red, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Forget it, since we have already cleared the dungeon. Let's go to the Red Flame Furnace and take a look. After all, the exit is nearby. We have to go there even if we don't want to. Let's meet up with Night Driving Lady first. Qian Bianua nodded and controlled the mecha to fly towards the portal. Let's go. I want to see how that pervert kills the S-rank boss. Inside the Red Flame Furnace, Qi stood there in a daze, looking at the remains of the magma mecha that had cooled and solidified. Is this the end? Qi felt that his worldview had suffered a huge impact. Before he even exerted any strength, his opponent fell down lightly. Is this correct? I want to report it. This boss is playing a fake match. He couldn't help but complain to Yue Ying. You are so rude. I didn't even use a single move, and you died? I can't help but ask, where's the invincibility? Where's the perversion? Yue Ying's virtual image chuckled in the cockpit. Qi, maybe she's just waiting for the right time? What's the right time? Qi said unhappily. Wait till you die and watch a 15-second ad to revive yourself. If it's a gift, it's a gift. If it's free, it's free. If you make excuses, you're wrong. At this moment, the portal flickered and 3 mechas appeared at the entrance of the Red Flame Furnace. Yi Rueishuan, Qian Bianua, and Qin Yuxiaxiang drove their respective robots slowly into the furnace. When they saw the snow-white machine in the center of the furnace, they were stunned. What kind of mecha is this? The ever-changing voice was filled with deep shock. It was obvious that he had not watched the video of the battle in the MS-01 mall. It's so beautiful. It's like a work of art. Qin Yuxiaxiang's voice trembled slightly, and her tone was full of envy. I've seen many A-grade mecha girls, but none of them is as beautiful as her. Is this the boss? No, the boss has been killed. What about this? Yi Rueishuan looked at the machine with shock in his eyes. He had seen a video of Qi fighting in the moon shadow. Isn't this his MS-01? He thought to himself, but then he had even greater doubts. That's not right. Why does MS-01 appear in the game? This is unscientific. Feeling the ever-changing situation and Qin Yuxiaxiang's puzzled look, Yi Rueishuan immediately restrained his emotions. Ahem, that's Night Driving Girl, our teammate. He did not reveal more information about MS-01. After all, it involved Qi's privacy. After hearing the explanation, Qian Bianwan's confusion deepened. Wait, does a night pilot always use that silver D-rank mecha? Why did you change suddenly? And he carefully observed the appearance of Yue Ying. Isn't the appearance of this mecha too exaggerated? It doesn't look like an ordinary mecha. Qin Yuxiaxiang also nodded, expressing the same doubt. Yes, and how did Night Driving Girl run directly to the boss room? Teleport. Just then, the system prompt sounded and Qi Yi joined the voice channel. Ahem, hello everyone. Qi's voice came from the communicator with a somewhat awkward tone. I'm sorry, there might be a bug in the game. Qian Bianwanwa immediately grasped the key point and asked, what's the bug? How did you get directly to the final boss room? Also, why did you change the mecha girl? Where did this white mecha girl come from? Qi scratched his head in the cockpit and began to make up excuses. Maybe I accidentally triggered some strange mechanism and was teleported here directly. It turns out that the strength of the final boss is the same as the previous copies, and it is adjusted according to the strength of the challenger. He paused and continued. I was driving a D-rank mecha girl at the time, so the boss also became D-rank in strength. She was dealt with one sword. Yi Rueishuan frowned slightly when he heard this explanation. Although it sounds reasonable, something always feels wrong. What about this white robot now? He continued to ask. Qi's tone became relaxed. Oh, this is the reward for the game. After I killed the boss, the game automatically created a robot girl for me. When Qin Yuxiaxiang heard this, stars almost appeared in her eyes. She controlled her mecha and slowly approached Yuang. Night-driving mecha. Is this mecha A level? When Qi heard this question, he couldn't help but laugh. No, she's D. What? Qin Yuxiaxiang's voice instantly rose. You said she is D? You must be kidding. With this appearance and this temperament, you're telling me she's a D-class mecha girl? If this is a D-class mecha girl, I will eat this furnace directly. Qianbianhua was also a little shocked. After all, Yuang's appearance was too stunning, and she didn't look like a low-level mecha girl at all. Forget it. Believe it or not. I've tried it, and it's definitely D. Qi shrugged and stopped explaining. Yiruishuan changed the subject and asked, by the way, besides the machine girl, do you have any other rewards? Qi checked his backpack and found a bunch of game coins inside. There are still 6,480 game coins. Yiruishuan, Qianbianhua, and Qin Yuxiaxiang also checked their rewards. I also have 6,480 game coins. Yiruishuan said. Me too. Protean confirmed. Me too. Qin Yuxiaxiang nodded. The four of them discussed it and found that except for Qi, who received an extra mecha girl, everyone's game coin rewards were the same. How do I describe this reward? Qianbianhua touched his chin. No more, no less. When Qi heard the number 6480, a joke from his previous life suddenly popped up in his mind. He couldn't help laughing out loud. The 648 I recharged can buy your life. What? The other three didn't understand this confusing sentence. It's okay, just think of something else. Qi waved his hand. Yiruishuan looked at the time and found that he had been in the game for a long time. It's almost time, let's go out, it's time to log off today. Mingfeng and Yuang are still waiting outside. The four of them flew towards the portal at the furnace exit. As the white light flickered, their figures gradually disappeared in the red flame furnace. After the four people left, the red flame furnace fell into silence again. The orange-red magma rolled slowly in the huge container, making a low, gurgling sound. On the anvil, the remains guarded by the magma robot girl whose core was previously destroyed by Qi Ye's sword began to change. Crack! The crisp cracking sound echoed in the silent furnace. An orange-red light emerged from the shattered core of the Guardian and quickly spread to the entire body. Shouho slowly stood up, her body ablaze again, even hotter than before. She raised her head, her eyes penetrating the boundaries of the furnace and locking onto some distant target. Deep in the sea of stars, the huge gray-black insect shadow was still swimming in the void. In the waiting hand, the obsidian spear condensed into shape again. Terrifying energy began to gather at the tip of the spear, and the red light became brighter and brighter. Since you have discovered this place, the voice of the guard was extremely low. I can't let you leave alive. She raised her spear and aimed at the insect shadow's eye. The red light on the spear condensed to the extreme, as if it was about to tear the space apart. Boom! A stream of red light shot out and instantly broke through the barrier of the furnace. The stream of light passed through the void, spanned the sea of stars, and pierced towards the giant insect's eyes as if cutting through space. Deep in the sea of stars, the gray-black giant worm that was swimming suddenly stopped moving. It seemed to sense some fatal threat, and a trace of panic flashed in its blood-red eyes. But it was too late. The red spear pierced through the void and accurately hit the cloudy eyeball. A shrill scream echoed in the sea of stars. The giant insect's body began to twist, and black juice gushed out from the wound. It rolled in pain in the void, and cracks began to appear on its shell. Finally, the giant insect's figure gradually dissipated into the depths of the starry sea, leaving only bits of black residue floating in the void. Inside the red flame furnace, Shouho slowly lowered her arms. Her body began to solidify, the flames on her body shed away, and she turned into a motionless statue. The watch is completed. Her voice became weaker and weaker, and finally completely disappeared in the sound of the rolling magma. The furnace fell silent again, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 68, Unwelcome Request. The virtual square was crowded with people, and various discussions were heard one after another. Countless players gathered around the Crystal Tower, discussing the first kill in the dungeon. Let's go. There are too many people. Qi looked at the increasing number of players gathering around him. Although it felt good to be surrounded by so many people, most of the people who surrounded him were male players, and one even touched his pants. This is very diverse. Yiruishuan nodded. Indeed, if we don't leave now, we will probably be blocked. The four of them quickly moved towards the logout area. avoiding the players who wanted to approach and chat with them. As the system prompt sounded, the four people exited the game world one after another. Let's play the game together next time if we have a chance. Chin Yuxiang waved goodbye before leaving. No problem. I had a lot of fun today. Protean responded with a smile. The door of the game cabin slowly opened, and Chi sat up from the soft seat. The slightly cool air made him completely conscious, and everything he had just experienced in the virtual world seemed to be still vivid in his mind, especially the giant worm in the sea of stars. Chi. Yueying's voice came from the other side of the room. Chi turned his head and saw Yueying standing up from the sofa in the lounge area. Her snow-white hair was a little messy, and her deep blue eyes still contained the confusion of just waking up. Are you awake? Chi walked out of the game cabin and headed towards Yueying. Yueying shook her head gently, trying to make herself more sober. The experience she just had in the virtual world was equally shocking to her. The feeling of being completely controlled by Chi Yi, with every part of the body trembling under his fingertips. It's so great. Thinking of this, Yueying's cheeks couldn't help but blush slightly. Pray for the night. She trotted to Chi Yi and hugged him with her arms without any hesitation. What's wrong? Chi Yi stroked her long hair gently, his voice gentle. Just now in the game, it felt so wonderful. Yueying buried her face in Chi Yi's chest, and her voice was a little unclear. Although that's not my real body, the feeling of being controlled by you is very comfortable. When Chi Yi heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. If you like, you can play it often in the future. Yueying nodded vigorously, her eyes full of anticipation. Yi Rueishuan, who was standing aside, watched this heartwarming scene with a hint of envy in his eyes. He turned to look at Ming Feng, who was standing behind him, with mixed feelings. Although he and Ming Feng had signed a core contract, Ming Feng always kept a polite distance from him. Every time he tried to get closer, Ming Feng would politely distance himself. Not to mention an intimate hug like the one between Chi Yi and Yueying. Ming Feng. Yi Rueishuan spoke tentatively. What's up, Rueishuan? Ming Feng turned around with a smile on his face. That distant tone made Yi Rueishuan feel lost. Nothing. Yi Rueishuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. They're both core contracts, so how can there be such a big difference? After leaving the virtual game room, Yi Rueishuan drove Chi Yi and Yueying to the military's Mecha equipment warehouse. Qingcheng looks particularly peaceful in the night. By the way, Brother Yi, Chi looked at the scenery outside the window and suddenly thought of a question. Free modification. What is the specific process? Yi Rueishuan held the steering wheel and said, it's to replace or upgrade the equipment parts for the mecha girl, like weapon systems, protective armor, thrusters, and the like. The military will provide some alternatives, and you can choose according to your needs. Chi nodded, with a hint of anticipation in his heart. Although Yueying has a good foundation, there is still a lot of room for improvement in equipment, especially the weapon system. If it can be upgraded, the combat effectiveness will definitely be significantly improved. Arrive. Yi Rueishuan parked the car in front of a huge warehouse building. This place is located in the suburbs of Qingcheng, and the surrounding area is quite desolate. There are military fences and sentries around the warehouse, which is obviously an important military facility. After Yi Rueishuan showed his ID, the three of them successfully entered the warehouse. Wow! Yueying looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The warehouse has a huge space inside, and all kinds of mecha equipment are placed on the shelves around it. Weapons, armor, thrusters, everything. Yueying's eyes were full of excitement. She had never seen so much equipment before. Chi began to carefully observe the equipment on the shelves. But soon his brows furrowed. The attribute labels of these equipment made him feel a little confused. Plus 15 intelligence, minus 2 strength. Plus 12 intelligence, minus 1 agility. Plus 8 intelligence, plus 4 defense. Almost all equipment is mainly used to enhance intelligence attributes, and the basic strength, agility, and defense attribute bonuses are very small, and some even have a negative deduction. Moreover, in terms of appearance and materials, these equipment are obviously inferior to the mainstream products on the market. These equipment. Chi looked at a weapon marked a level artillery, plus 10 intelligent combat assistance, plus 3 basic attack power. This attribute configuration left him speechless. An A-level weapon only adds 3 points of basic attack power? Are you kidding me? Brother Yi. Chi Yi resisted the urge to complain and turned to look at Yi Rueishuan. But he found Yi Rueishuan standing aside, his shoulders trembling slightly, as if he was trying hard to hold back his laughter. You want to participate in the competition too? Why don't you upgrade Mingfeng's equipment? Qi realized something and asked tentatively. Yi Rueishuan finally couldn't help laughing out loud. He was bent over, laughing till tears came out. You don't really believe what Commander Ji said? Qi looked at him like this and felt an ominous premonition in his heart. What's the meaning? Yi Rueishuan finally stopped laughing and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. The Qingsheng military is now so poor that they can barely make ends meet. Where can I get star coins to make or buy advanced equipment? He pointed at the equipment around him, his tone resigned. Ever since the military and the pilots' union reached a cooperation agreement, the military has become more of a command center. The mecha girls who can really fight are all in the Mecha League. Why else do you think the Xia country would allow an armed organization like the pilot union to exist? Yi Rueishuan's tone became serious. Behind the pilot alliance is actually the official Xia country. When Qi heard this explanation, he suddenly understood. No wonder the pilots alliance has such a great influence in Xia country. It turns out that the country is behind it. Then, these equipment. Qi looked at the shabby equipment on the shelves again. They're all outdated products from 10 years ago. Yi Rueishuan sighed. The military can't provide advanced mecha girl equipment for the contestants. Because, having said this, Yi Rueishuan suddenly stopped. His face became a little nervous, as if he thought of something he shouldn't say. What? Qi asked. Nothing. Yi Rueishuan quickly changed the subject. In short, the military doesn't want to see this situation either. But Qingqing's position in Xia country is really not optimistic. This pilot exchange conference is related to the future of Qingqing. His tone became heavy. Commander Ji did not lie to you. The real situation is indeed like this. Also, Commander Ji is doing something very important recently. As long as it succeeds, there will be money. You can have as much money as you want then. You can sell these military equipment at will. Although they are outdated, they are military models after all. They were previously classified and can still be sold for a lot of money. Qi looked at Yi Rueishuan's serious expression and was stunned for a moment. Maybe that old man, or maybe the military really had some difficulties. Never mind. Qi sighed. That's it. It should be easy to deal with a bronze medal pilot. Anyway, with his operating skills, it doesn't matter if the equipment is a little worse. Besides, he still has 1.1 million star coins, so he can upgrade his equipment by himself. However, he was unwilling to do business at a loss, and he would definitely find a way to get it back from Old Man Ji in the future. Thinking of this, Qi felt much happier, and the expression on his face relaxed. Yi Rueishuan watched Qi Ye's expression change from the side and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Qi, do you feel that I have made you waste a day today? He asked somewhat nervously. Qi shook his head. Not really. I'm having a lot of fun playing Robot Girl Saga anyway. Hearing Qi Yi say this, Yi Rueishuan completely relaxed. He was originally worried that Qi Yi would be dissatisfied because of the equipment problem. That's good. Yi Rueishuan patted his chest and suddenly remembered something. By the way, Qi, I actually have another unwelcome request. Chapter 69, it's easy. Let me drive. What's the unreasonable request? Qi noticed the hesitation in Yi Rueishuan's tone and turned to look at him. Yi Rueishuan took a deep breath, and a hint of earnestness flashed in his eyes. Qi, can you teach Mingfeng? Qi was stunned for a moment, but he was not surprised that Yi Rueishuan would make such a request. Teach Mingfeng. Although she is very strong, the mecha girls of the silver medal pilots in Shunsheng are probably stronger. Yi Rueishuan's voice was filled with obvious worry. Their mecha girls' equipment is more advanced than ours in Qingqing. Qi frowned. This question confused him. Why is Xinqing's equipment more advanced than Qingqing's? His tone became serious. In times of crisis, shouldn't the technologies of various cities be shared? Upon hearing this question, Yi Rueishuan's face instantly turned gloomy. Hundreds of years ago, when the deep-sea monsters were rampant, the Xia kingdom mobilized all its forces to aid Shunsheng. Yi Rueishuan's voice trembled slightly. Countless small inland cities fell under the tide of monsters, but Shunsheng remained standing. When Qi heard this, he had a bad feeling in his heart. But later, Yi Rueishuan sighed and waved his hand. Forget it. This is a topic that cannot be discussed. There was a flash of helplessness and indignation in his eyes. It was obvious that this history was a sensitive topic for him. Qi looked at Yi Rueishuan's expression and vaguely understood something in his heart. Okay, I understand. Chi also sighed. It's so late. Where should I go to guide Ming Feng? Seeing Chi agreed, Yi Ruishuan's face instantly showed joy. Great. I have a special training ground for mecha girls. I'll drive you there right away. Yi Ruishuan's tone became excited. Yueying was listening to their conversation nearby, a hint of anticipation flashing in her azure eyes. She had a very good impression of Ming Feng and was very happy to hear that Qi Yi wanted to guide her. The three men left the military warehouse. Yi Ruishuan took them into the car. Qi Yi looked at the interior of the car and liked it more and more. He praised directly, "Brother Yi has really good taste. This car is really beautiful." These words made Yi Ruishuan's hands holding the steering wheel tremble slightly. His expression darkened instantly, and a hint of pain flashed in his eyes. When not in combat, Ming Feng wouldn't let him drive. She said the cockpit was too private and would make her feel uncomfortable. He didn't want to force Ming Feng, so he could only drive when traveling. After all, who would be willing to drive this broken car if they can drive a girl? But Ming Feng was sitting next to him. How could he dare to tell the truth? Haha, I just like the feeling of the roar of the internal combustion engine. Yi Ruishuan forced a smile, his voice a little dry. After saying that, as if to vent his anger, he directly pressed the button and started the engine. Boom! The roar of the engines was deafening in the night sky. Fasten your seatbelts. Let's go. Yi Ruishuan stepped on the accelerator deeply. The car sprinted out of the parking lot and sped off into the night. Yi Ruishuan drove very fast, as if he wanted to vent all his anger on the roaring engine. Buzz! The roar of the engine was particularly loud in the quiet night. When the car made a sharp turn, the strong inertia caused Yueying in the back seat to fall directly into Chiye's arms. Ah! Yueying cried softly, and her snow-white body leaned completely on Chiyi. She subconsciously reached out to grab something, but instead pressed directly on the base of Chiye's thigh. Chiye's face changed, and he felt the warmth from Yueying's soft little hand, and gradually changed. Yueying was also stunned. The question Ming Feng asked her in the lounge suddenly echoed in her mind. Yueying's face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. The evil thoughts in her heart drove her to go further and further. Qi felt Yueying's naughty little hand, and his heart beat faster. He quickly grabbed Yueying's wrist and pulled her hand away. Yueying, sit down. Chiye's voice was a little hoarse. Yueying was awakened by Chiye's actions and realized how bold her behavior just now was. She sat up straight in a hurry, but the blush on her face would not go away. Ming Feng had been observing the situation in the back row through the rearview mirror. The scene just now fell perfectly into her eyes. She saw Yueying's little hand, Chiye's reaction, and the intimate interaction between the two. Why would Jin Yang want to be with someone? She thought in her mind, but she didn't feel any lust in her heart. The atmosphere in the car became a little subtle. Yi Ruishuan concentrated on driving. He looked at the dignified and elegant Ming Feng sitting in the passenger seat, and then at the close relationship between Qi Yi and Yu Ying in the back seat. He felt even more lonely. We're almost there. Yi Ruishuan broke the silence. My training ground is just ahead. The car stopped in front of a modern building. This is a 3-story independent building with a large amount of glass and metal materials on the exterior walls, which looks particularly high-end under the night lights. This is my personal training ground for girls. Yi Ruishuan introduced after getting off the car. The equipment is all up-to-date and sufficient for all kinds of training. Qi looked at the building and felt a little surprised. A pilot who can own a private training ground must be very rich. As if aware of Chiye's thoughts, Yi Ruishuan explained, "This was provided by the Pilot Alliance. I didn't spend any money." There was helplessness in his tone. As one of the few silver medal pilots in Qingsheng, the Pilot Alliance hopes that my 2 mechas can maintain good training conditions. After all, there are really not many capable fighters left in Qingsheng now. For people enter the training ground. The equipment here is not inferior to the previous training ground in Qingsheng Center. Then let's start training. Qi clapped his hands. Ming Feng, is there any training item you want to strengthen? Ming Feng thought about it. Close combat skills, she said uncertainly. I feel like my close combat skills still have a lot of room for improvement. Qi nodded. Okay, let's start with the basic melee moves. He turned to Yi Ruishuan. Brother Yi, does your training ground have a combat simulation system? Yes. Yi Ruishuan immediately operated the console. Okay, the scene has been generated. As the system started up, a holographic projection of an A-level monster appeared in the center of the training ground. Ming Feng, you try first. Qi Yi gestured. Let me see your current level. Ming Feng nodded and walked to the center of the training ground. A blue light flashed, and Ming Feng's figure became taller. Her mecha form looked exceptionally elegant, her blue armor incredibly smooth. The battle begins. The virtual monster immediately launched an attack with swift movements. Ming Feng reacted quickly. She dodged sideways and then counterattacked. Looking at this action, Qi frowned. Her action didn't look natural at all. Stop! Qi stopped the training. Ming Feng stopped what he was doing, changed back into human form, and walked towards him. What's the problem? She asked nervously. Your foundation is very solid. Qi approached her, but your movements are too rigid. In a real battle, the enemy won't give you time to think about what to do next. We won't always attack in a fixed pattern. You need to be able to make the next move instinctively, without spending time analyzing it first. Ming Feng nodded thoughtfully. So what should I do? Qi smiled and said, break free from the constraints of the program and feel your true self. Ming Feng frowned, obviously not understanding the meaning of this sentence. So he continued to ask, how exactly do you want to do it? Qi looked at her dignified and serious face and said casually, it's very simple. Let me drive. Chapter 70, It's Better to Substitute Huangmao. Yi Ruixuan, who was not far away, was shocked when he heard Qi Ye's words. His fingers unconsciously clenched into fists, and mixed emotions surged in his heart. He wondered how Ming Feng would respond to this request. In advance, he did not tell Qi Yi about Ming Feng's warm outward-looking but cold inward personality, nor did he mention her aversion to other people driving. Ms. Ming Feng, is this okay? Qi Ye's voice echoed in the training room. Sure enough, Ming Feng was stunned after hearing this request. The expression on her face froze at first, and then she looked at Yi Ruixuan. Since Qi Yi could make this request in public, it means that Yi Ruixuan must have agreed. Ming Feng felt an inexplicable panic in his heart. As a pilot girl, the cockpit is definitely the most private part. If it is an ownerless mecha girl, she may be able to be driven by anyone at will, but for a mecha girl that has signed a contract, basically only her own pilot can enter it. Ruixuan, Ming Feng whispered softly with a tremor in his voice. Did you finally find out? When Yi Ruixuan saw Ming Feng's eyes, he felt a pang of sadness in his heart, but he still turned his head away quietly. Ming Feng's body trembled slightly when she saw this. She looked at Yi Ruixuan deeply, then bit her lip and said softly, okay. This word came out of her mouth as if she had used up all her strength. Thank you, Miss Ming Feng, for your trust. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue mecha appeared. The armor on Ming Feng's chest separated layer by layer, revealing the cockpit inside. With Ming Feng's help, Qi was sent into the cockpit. This time, Qi's movements were much calmer, without the casualness he had when he was driving Yueying and flinching before. The environment inside the cockpit made Qi slightly stunned. Different from Yueying's cockpit, Ming Feng's cockpit seems to follow another style. The surrounding control panels emit a faint light, and each button is like a work of art, just like new from the factory. Ms. Ming Feng, can you give me the control authority? You just need to record the combat data. Qi Ye's voice rang out in the cockpit, reaching deep into Ming Feng's consciousness through the neural link. Ming Feng didn't say anything, but silently handed the authority to Qi Yi. As the authority was transferred, Qi Yi placed his hand on the console. Ming Feng's machine performance is indeed outstanding, and all parameters have reached the top level of A-class mecha girls. Are you ready? Qi Yi said softly. Yeah. Ming Feng answered in a flat voice. Very good. Now let's practice shadow dodge. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Ye's fingers began to tremble, and his middle finger kept tapping the buttons on the control panel, making a rustling sound. Under Qi Ye's driving, Ming Feng instantly turned into a blue arc, leaving layers of afterimages in the training ground. This high-speed maneuver is extremely taxing on the mecha girl and requires precise neural coordination. Ming Feng felt Qi Ye's control, and a strange feeling arose in his usually dignified and calm heart. No, why? Why is it so comfortable? It was like a pair of warm hands were wandering all over her body, bringing waves of tingling pleasure. She clenched her teeth, endured the strange feeling coming from her body, and concentrated on recording the combat data. But Qi Ye's skills were so superb that every movement of her fingers was just right, causing her body to produce an unprecedented reaction. Ms. Ming Feng, you have a strong talent for learning, and the data is recorded very completely. Qi Ye's praise made Ming Feng happy, but at the same time it also made it even more difficult for her to bear the pleasure. After 10 minutes of shadow dodge training, Chi looked at Ming Feng's data feedback. You have a good tolerance. Since everything has been recorded, the previous mecha girl took a long time to learn. Chi paused for a moment and asked, do you want to learn the Sky Sword Shadow? Upon hearing the skill name, Ming Feng's body trembled slightly. She and Yi Rueishuan had watched the video of Qi Yi flying the moon shadow in battle. The sky full of sword shadows was a skill that every mecha girl wanted to learn. But Ming Feng couldn't bear it anymore. The feeling of being driven by Qi Yi was so wonderful. The unprecedented sense of comfort almost made her lose herself. She felt like she was about to melt in this pleasure, and wished she could become Qi Ye's toy robot girl and be driven violently by him. The thought made her feel ashamed, but her body's reaction was so honest. She was afraid that if Qi Yi continued to drive for a while, the car would become overloaded and make a bad noise. Not today. Ming Feng pretended to be calm and tried his best to make his voice sound dignified. I feel like I have learned a lot. Qi noticed the abnormality in her voice, but did not ask any more questions. He just said gently, okay, that's all for today. As the control authority was taken back, Ming Feng felt a sense of relief, but at the same time, he also felt a strong sense of loss. Qi slowly stood up from the cockpit. Thank you, Miss Ming Feng, for your cooperation, he said softly. Ming Feng's mecha form began to change, and soon returned to human form. But the moment she turned into human form, her body couldn't help but shake and twitch. The sudden release of emotion almost made her unable to stand, and her legs felt slightly weak. But in just a moment, she adjusted herself and returned to her previous dignified and gentle appearance. Thank you for your guidance. Ming Feng bowed slightly, with no expression on his face. Qi nodded, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Ms. Ming Feng is very talented. As long as she practices more, her strength will definitely reach a higher level. At this time, Yi Rueishuan walked over quickly with a grateful smile on his face. Qi, thank you so much. His voice was full of sincerity. You're welcome, Brother Yi. Qi waved his hand. Miss Ming Feng is indeed a good candidate. Yi Rueishuan took out the communicator from his pocket and operated it skillfully. This is a little gift for me. Please be sure to accept it. With a crisp prompt sound, 500,000 star coins were added to Qi Ye's account. Although these star coins are not much, they're a small token of my appreciation. Yi Rueishuan said sincerely. Qi looked at the transfer record and then shook his head. Brother Yi, I can't accept this. Why? Yi Rueishuan was a little puzzled. This guidance is just a gift to you and Miss Ming Feng. Qi said with a smile. If there's a next time, I will accept it. We are all friends. We will attend the pilot exchange conference together in 2 days. It was late at night, and Yi Rueishuan wanted to see Qi off, but suddenly thought that it would be faster for Qi to drive Yue back, so he saw him off to the door. Qi walked slowly. Yi Rueishuan smiled. Be careful on the road. Okay. Qi nodded. If you need any help, remember to call me. Qi drove Yue to the special channel for mecha girls in the sky. Watching Qi Ye's gradually receding figure, Yi Rueishuan felt mixed emotions. Ming Feng stood beside him and said softly, Rue Xian, let's go back too. Yeah. Yi Rueishuan nodded, but his steps were a little heavy. Chapter 71, I'm afraid it will melt in my mouth. As the night deepens, the streets of Qingcheng look particularly charming under the embellishment of neon lights. Qi was flying slowly in the air in the Yueying. Qi, are we going home? Yueying's gentle voice sounded in the cockpit with a hint of fatigue. Too many things happened today, and she felt that her energy was running low. We must extract energy from Qi Yi as soon as possible. It will be best if it can be fully charged. After all, the machine needs energy to operate. Well, go home. Qi gently stroked the joystick to make Yueying's flying posture more stable. Thank you for your hard work today, Yueying. The H-10 skyscraper soon came into view. Qi controlled Yueying to land on the mecha landing platform on the top of the building. Yueying changed from his mecha form back to his human form. Qi, let's go back quickly. Yueying took Qi's hand and walked towards the elevator. She couldn't wait to take a hot bath and lie in bed to recharge. However, when the two arrived at the door of their house, a familiar figure came into view. Shang Muying was leaning lazily against the wall beside the door, her slender body showing an alluring S-shaped curve. She changed her outfit today and looked more charming than before. She was wearing a white shirt with a slightly open neckline, revealing her deep cleavage. When those charming peach blossom eyes saw Qi Yi appear, a hint of surprise immediately flashed across them. Hey, isn't this our busy man? Shang Muying gracefully stood up from the wall, her high heels making crisp sounds on the floor. She slowly walked towards Qi Yi. You are such a forgetful person. There was a hint of magnetism in her voice, and her eyes wandered ambiguously over Qi Yi. You asked me to bring the bed and made me wait until night. Shang Muying stopped in front of Qi Yi, her red lips curled up slightly. Do you have any intentions towards me? She deliberately lowered her voice, with obvious teasing in her words. Yue was standing beside Qi Yi, and her face turned slightly red when she heard Shang Muying's words. But this time, she wasn't as nervous or jealous as before. Qi looked at the enchanting woman in front of him and shook his head helplessly. He glanced around the corridor, but didn't see any sign of a bed. Why are you here? Qi asked doubtfully. Where's the bed? When Shang Muying heard this question, the smile on her face became even brighter. She stretched out her black lace-gloved hand and gently brushed it through her long hair. It's downstairs. I'll have someone bring it up right away. She took out her communicator and dialed a number. Hey, you can bring your stuff up now. After a few brief words, she put away the communicator. Just wait a moment. Shang Muying relit the cigarette in his hand and took a deep breath. The light blue smoke slowly came out from her rosy lips, looking particularly tempting in the dim corridor. Yue stood obediently beside Qi Yi, occasionally secretly observing Shang Muying's expression. She could sense that this woman had some special purpose toward Qi Yi. But strangely, she didn't feel too much hostility in her heart. As long as Qi Yi doesn't hate her, she won't hate him either. About 10 minutes later, the elevator door opened again. The workers skillfully moved the various parts of the bed into the bedroom. Shang Muying followed them into the apartment and looked around the interior curiously. The simple and warm decoration style made her eyes flash with surprise. She originally thought that a young pilot like Qi Yi would have a messy home. I didn't expect it to be so tidy. Your house is quite clean. Shang Muying sat casually on the sofa in the living room, her long, beautiful legs crossed elegantly. The legs wrapped in black stockings glow alluringly under the light. She deliberately adjusted her sitting position so that the hem of her skirt would fit her more closely. It's all taken care of by Yue. Qi poured a glass of water and handed it to her. I'm usually lazy. From a bedroom came the sounds of busy workers. Shang Muying sipped the water leisurely, his eyes wandering over Qi from time to time. She had specially chosen this outfit today just to see Qi Ye's reaction. Black stockings, hip skirts, and high heels, these elements are combined together. It should have a fatal attraction to any normal man. But Qi Ye's expression remained calm, and he didn't seem to have any special reaction to her outfit. This made Shang Muying feel a little confused. Is it because I'm not charming enough? Or is this man really not interested in her? About half an hour later, the workers assembled the bed. Okay, check it out. And if everything is okay, we'll leave. The leading worker wiped the sweat off his face. Qi walked into the bedroom and took a look. This is a standard double bed with a simple and elegant style. The mattress looks thick and should be comfortable. No problem. Thank you. Qi nodded with satisfaction. The workers packed up their tools and left. Silence returned to the living room. Shang Muying was still sitting lazily on the sofa, seemingly with no intention of leaving. Qi looked at her and asked doubtfully, Aren't you leaving? When Shang Muying heard this question, she slowly stood up. She walked up to Qi Yi and an ambiguous smile appeared on her red lips. Won't you let me sit for a while? She deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word sit, and her peach blossom eyes blinked, as if conveying some message. Qi smiled when he heard this and immediately understood the meaning of her words. This woman really won't give up. He walked directly to the door and opened it. Miss Shang, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. Shang Muying looked at Qi Ye's unromantic look, feeling helpless and amused. She walked slowly towards the door, deliberately slowing down her pace when passing by Qi Yi. Then I'll take my leave now. She turned around and threw a coquettish glance at Qi Yi. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. I'll come to your door for free. After saying that, she walked towards the elevator in her high heels. Qi Yi closed the door and turned around to see Yue standing obediently in the living room. There was a hint of doubt in the little girl's eyes, and she was obviously thinking about what had just happened. Yue, come here. How about we go try out the new bed? Qi walked over and patted her head gently. Yue's face turned red instantly. Okay. Meanwhile, in the elevator, Shang Muying leaned against the elevator wall, recalling what had just happened in his mind. She wanted to have a good relationship with Qi Yi, but she hadn't made normal friends in many years, and she had forgotten how to communicate with friends. Ever since she took over the Scarlet Rose, she has been in contact with people from the underground world or the business and political circles. Those people either looked at her with fear or lust in their eyes. Few people can get along with Chi Yi in a normal way like she does. The elevator door opened, and Shang Muying walked out of the building. The night breeze blew her hair, taking away some of the smell of cigarettes. She stood at the door of the building and looked up at the windows on the upper floors. A warm light shone through one of the windows. Shang Muying shook her head. She didn't want to give up the disaster star. If Chi Yi can deal with the disaster star, then she only needs to deal with Chi Yi. In a sense, isn't the star of disaster still hers? Thinking of this, she felt much better. But Shang Muying looked down at the outfit she had carefully selected for today. Black silk, hip skirt, high heels, low collar. Chi doesn't seem to be interested in this outfit. She frowned and began to wonder if she should change her strategy. Maybe Chi likes the pure type? Like Moonshadow? Shang Muying thought about it in her mind, then walked towards the parking lot in her high heels. Inside the apartment, Chi and Yu Ying came to the bedroom. The new bed was placed in the middle of the room, looking particularly warm under the soft light. Yu Ying sat down carefully on the edge of the bed and reached out to touch the soft mattress. So comfortable. This bed is much bigger and softer than the previous one. Chi also sat down beside the bed. It's really good. It can be seen that Shang Muying carefully selected it. Yu Ying heard Chia mention Shang Muying. Chia, what do you think of Miss Shang? She asked quietly, a hint of tentativeness in her tone. Chi turned to look at her and found that the little girl looked a little nervous. Why are you asking this again suddenly? Are you jealous like last time? Just curious. Yu Ying lowered her head, her long snow-white hair hanging on both sides of her cheeks. She likes you very much. Chi reached out and stroked Yu Ying's hair gently, his voice gentle. Yu Ying, what are you worried about? Yu Ying raised her head and looked directly at Chi Yi with her deep blue eyes. I'm not worried. As long as Chi Yi doesn't hate me, nothing else matters. It's normal for someone as outstanding as Chi Yi to be liked by others, so I don't mind. Hearing these words, Chi Yi felt a warm current in his heart. How could I hate you? Chi stroked her cheek gently. You are the most important person to me. When Yu Ying heard this, a sweet smile appeared on her face. She took the initiative to lean towards Chi Yi and rested her little head on his shoulder. Me too. Chi Yi is the most important person to me. As the night deepened, the two embraced each other in their new bed. After that time, Yu Ying bent down and got into the bed. When the second song ended, Chi held the moon shadow in his arms. The moonlight shines into the bedroom through the curtains, giving this warm scene a layer of silver glow. Chi closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. In the dream, he was still holding Yu Ying tightly, as if he wanted to integrate her into his life. Chapter 72, Kitchen Horror. The morning sun shines into the apartment through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Chi slowly woke up in the warm bed, stretched out his arms to hug the person next to him, but only touched the cold sheets. Yu Ying, he opened his eyes and found that there was no one around him. Just as I was about to get up and look for it, I heard a series of ping-pong sounds from the kitchen, accompanied by Yu Ying's cautious mutterings. That should be it. The tutorial said to heat the pan first. Chi showed a doting smile. What is this girl doing? He lay lazily on the bed, watching videos and listening to the noises coming from the kitchen. Yu Ying's voice was sometimes excited and sometimes confused. Why is there smoke? No, the fire is too big. Why is this oil splashing? Listening to these voices, Chi couldn't help but chuckle. As expected of Yu Ying, she is so busy even when cooking. Suddenly, there was a loud, sizzling sound in the kitchen, followed by Yu Ying's scream. Why is there so much smoke? Chi smelled a burnt smell and was startled, and quickly jumped out of bed. He didn't even have time to get dressed and rushed straight to the kitchen. The kitchen was filled with smoke. Yu Ying was wearing a pink apron, holding a spatula in her hand, standing in front of the stove with a helpless look on her face. Her hair was a little messy, her cheeks were a little red due to nervousness, and there was a look of grievance in her eyes. Yu Ying, are you okay? Chi quickly turned off the gas stove and found the switch of the range hood. As the range hood started to operate, the smoke in the kitchen began to slowly dissipate. When Yu Ying saw Chi appear, tears of grievance instantly welled up in her eyes. Chi, I want to make breakfast for you, but... She pointed at the eggs in the pan that had turned black, her voice filled with tears. It looks so simple in the tutorial. Chi looked at her lovely appearance and felt endless love in his heart. He walked over and gently stroked Ying's hair, his voice as gentle as the spring breeze. It's okay, it's the first time, it's always like this. Then he asked in confusion, but why don't you turn on a range hood when you cook? Ying was stunned for a moment, then pointed at the holographic tutorial interface floating in the air, which was showing a scene of a chef making fried eggs. The tutorial didn't say to open this. Her tone was full of confusion, and it was obvious that she had no idea what a range hood did. Chi looked at the tutorial interface, then looked at Ying's serious expression and couldn't help laughing out loud. Ah! His laughter echoed in the kitchen, and Ying felt even more embarrassed. Her little face flushed. What are you laughing at? Chi tried hard to suppress his smile, reached out and gently stroked Ying's cheek, his eyes full of doting. No, I just think you're so cute. He said gently, come, let's do it together. I'll teach you. When Ying heard this, a glimmer of hope rekindled in her eyes. Really? You're willing to teach me? Of course. Chi nodded, but you have to clean this pot first. Ying's eyes fell on Chi, and she noticed that Chi was not wearing anything. The sunlight shines through the window onto his strong chest muscles, and the lines of his muscles appear particularly clear under the light and shadow. Ying's face instantly turned red like a ripe apple, and she stammered. You're not wearing any clothes? How can I learn? She stretched out her delicate fingers and carefully stroked the texture of Chi-Ye's chest muscles. Muscles like these. Are you trying to seduce me? Ying's voice was shyly teasing, and her blue eyes were gleaming with a cunning light. When Chi looked at her like this, the flame in his heart was instantly ignited. He hugged Ying from behind and let her back press against his chest. If you say so. His voice became low and magnetic, and his hands gently stroked the apron strings around Ying's waist. Then I will reward you well. As he spoke, he moved his body forward so that Ying could clearly feel his presence. Now it's time to cook. Ying's entire body trembled violently. Her deep blue eyes instantly lost focus, and her small mouth opened slightly. This way of learning to cook is a bit unfair. Her voice became soft and weak. Her legs became slightly weak, and she could only stand firmly with the support of Chi. The temperature in the kitchen rose a few degrees, and both of their breathing became rapid. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. Chi and Ying were lying lazily in the living room. Both of them were very satisfied with the lunch they had just had. Ying lay on the sofa, her long snow-white hair scattered on the pillow. Her cheeks were still slightly flushed, and it was obvious that she had eaten too much for lunch. Chi, I feel so full. Ying stroked her belly gently, her voice filled with a lazy and satisfied tone. There was still a lingering confusion in her eyes, which made people's heart beat faster. Chi sat next to her and gently stroked her back. His movements were light and gentle, like he was soothing a lazy kitten. Then take a good rest. Just then, the communicator suddenly rang. Yi Rueishuan's figure appeared in the holographic projection, and his expression looked a little solemn. Chi, I'm sorry to bother you. Yi Rueishuan's voice came from the communicator with obvious apology and nervousness. Chi sat up straight, and his expression became serious. Brother Yi, what happened? The pilot team from Shunsheng has arrived in Qingcheng. They're preparing for tomorrow's pilot exchange at the training ground. Yi Rueishuan's words made Qi frown. Have you seen it? How strong are they? They are very strong, and their intelligent weapons are very advanced. With Ming Feng's current level, his chances of winning are slim. So what do you want me to do? Qi had probably guessed Yi Rueishuan's intention. If you have time, can you come to my house? Yi Rueishuan's tone was pleading. Shunsheng's intelligent weapons are too advanced. If you want to win or lose gloriously, you must rely on your skills to crush them. Ming Feng and I have discussed this. I hope you can teach her one last time to see if she can learn the man Tian Jianing. Qi pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Okay, I'll be there right away. After the communication ended, Qi began to change clothes and prepare to leave. Ying, we need to go to Yi Rueishuan's house. Ying nodded obediently and followed Qi in the elevator to the top floor terrace. Qi sat in Ying's cockpit and grasped the joystick skillfully. With Qi's control, the moon's shadow slowly rose into the air. Her thrusters emitted pale blue flames, which looked particularly beautiful in the sunlight. Qi, your hand. Ying felt Qi's strong hands, and a wonderful feeling surged in her heart. What's wrong? Chi's voice was filled with doubt, but his hands did not stop moving. Nothing, nothing. Yueying's voice was trembling, and her cheeks flushed in the cockpit. Chi seemed to have noticed something, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He deliberately increased the amplitude of the manipulation to make Yueying's body feedback stronger. Ah, Chi, you did it on purpose. Yueying's voice was coquettish, but she did not really resist. In front, Yi Rueishuan's training ground has appeared in sight. Chi began to slow down and prepare for landing. We're here, Mooney. Yeah, I understand. Yueying's voice still carried the lingering echo of what happened just now, and Chi couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 73, I Can't Help It. Above the private training ground, the moon's shadow slowly descended like a white meteor. We're here, Yueying, Chi said softly. Yeah, Yueying's voice still had the subtle tremor from the flight just now. The feeling of being driven by Chi Yi was so wonderful that every manipulation caused her body to produce a strange resonance. The gate of the training ground was already open, and Yi Rueishuan and Ming Feng were standing at the entrance waiting. Yi Rueishuan's face showed obvious nervousness and anticipation, while Ming Feng remained as dignified and elegant as always. Chi, thank you for coming. Yi Rueishuan walked up quickly. You're welcome, Brother Yi. Chi walked out of Yueying's cockpit. Yueying then turned back into human form. Ms. Ming Feng, how do you feel today? Ji agritit Ming Feng polititi. Ming Feng nodded slightly, his voice gentle. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. But she didn't dare look directly at Chi Yi, and her cheeks were slightly flushed. After returning home last night, she kept thinking about the feeling of being driven by Chi Yi. The unprecedented tingling pleasure made it difficult for her to fall asleep all night. Then let's get started. Chi looked at the time. After all, the official competition will be tomorrow. Yi Rueishuan nodded quickly. Yes, time is running out. He quickly operated the console, and the holographic projection system in the center of the training ground started up. A group of virtual strange beasts began to take shape in the training ground. Ming Feng, let's start, Chi said directly. Ming Feng took a deep breath and nodded. Blue light flashed, and an elegant blue mecha appeared in the center of the training ground. Chi walked quickly towards Ming Feng. Ming Feng opened the cockpit consciously. Compared to yesterday, her movements were much smoother, and she was obviously mentally prepared. Chi entered the cockpit. Ms. Ming Feng, are you ready? Ming Feng's virtual image nodded in the cockpit. Transfer the control authority to me, Chi said. As the authority was transferred, Chi's hands gently stroked the control console, and Ming Feng's body instantly vibrated subtly. Should we review what we learned yesterday? Or should we start learning Sky of Swords directly? Chi asked while controlling Ming Feng's body to perform some basic movements. Ming Feng felt Chi Ye's control, and his body reacted involuntarily. That core shaking feeling came over her again, nearly causing her to moan uncontrollably. I want to review yesterday's homework first. Ming Feng suppressed the strangeness in his heart and tried to make his voice sound calm. She needed to get used to this feeling first. Otherwise, if she directly learned more difficult skills, she was afraid that she would not be able to control herself. Okay, let's start. Chi nodded. His hands began to move rapidly on the console, and Ming Feng's body instantly turned into a stream of light, leaving layers of afterimages on the training ground. The wind pressure caused by the high-speed maneuvering caused the air to begin to distort, and the overlapping afterimages seemed as if countless Ming Fengs were moving at the same time. Ming Feng cried out in her heart. The strong sense of stimulation almost made her lose her mind. The feeling of being completely controlled made her feel both ashamed and excited. But she gritted her teeth and tried hard to record the combat data. Tomorrow's matters are crucial, and she can't let down at the critical moment. Is the data recording completed? Chia's voice came. Finished, done. Ming Feng's voice trembled a little. The shadow dodge training only lasted a few minutes, but Ming Feng felt that he was about to reach his limit. Every high-speed movement put a huge load on her core, and her body's performance was released 100. Very good. Then let's start the training of Sky Sword Shadow now. Chi nodded with satisfaction. Ms. Ming Feng, is it okay? Ming Feng took a deep breath. She knew that the next training would be more intense. But for tomorrow's sake, she had to hold on. I'm ready. Chia's eyes instantly became focused. The sword shadows all over the sky are coming. With his control, Ming Feng disappeared from the spot in an instant, and the lightsaber in his right hand split into countless sword shadows flying in the air. Each sword shadow carried deadly power, completely surrounding the group of virtual monsters. Shua shua shua. Sword shadows fell like raindrops, and the strange beasts turned into nothingness in the interweaving of light and shadow. The whole process was smooth and breathtakingly beautiful. Ming Feng was in the cockpit, completely immersed in this ultimate sensory experience. Chiye's control skills are so superb that every movement makes her body produce the best response. The feeling of man and machine being one made her almost melt. Data being recorded. Ming Feng tried hard to maintain his last bit of sanity, but her voice was already trembling, and she was clearly reaching her limit. The training of sword shadows in the sky is more complicated than dodging phantoms and requires higher control over the body. Every delicate manipulation of qi caused a huge impact on Ming Feng's core senses. 20 minutes later, the training finally ended. All the virtual monsters were eliminated and peace returned to the training ground. Ms. Ming Feng, do you want to continue? Qi asked. No need. Ming Feng almost blurted out. She can no longer bear it. If she continued, she really wouldn't be able to help but make sounds that she shouldn't make. I think I've got it pretty much figured out. She tried to make her voice sound normal. I'll review it myself when I get home tonight. Qi nodded. Okay, that's all for today. As the control authority was taken back, Ming Feng felt a strong sense of loss. But at the same time, she was relieved. Qi walked out of the cockpit, and Ming Feng's mecha form was also released. When she turned back into human form, there was a noticeable flush on her cheeks, and her breathing was a little rapid. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Ming Feng, Qi said gently. Ming Feng nodded slightly, not daring to look directly into Qiye's eyes. Yi Ruishuan walked over with a grateful smile on his face. Qi, thank you so much. He took out the communicator from his pocket and operated the transfer interface skillfully. Please be sure to accept the guidance fee this time. Qi looked at the 500,000 star coins that arrived in his account and did not refuse. Thank you, Brother Yi, Qi said sincerely. I should be the one thanking you. A complex emotion flashed in Yi Ruishuan's eyes. He looked at the blush on Ming Feng's face and felt a little uncomfortable. He has made up his mind to learn manual flying after this pilot exchange conference. Then we'll take our leave first. Qi looked at the time. Good luck in tomorrow's game. Okay, see you tomorrow. Yi Ruishuan love it, goodbye. Qi and Yuing left the training ground and flew over the city. Qi, where are we going? Yuing asked in the cockpit. Let's go back to the apartment first. Qi said, then we'll go somewhere. Yuing nodded obediently and let Qi control her to fly over the city. 20 minutes later, they returned to the H10 skyscraper. Qi did not enter the apartment, but walked directly to the lamb parked in the parking lot. Qi, are we going to ride the lamb out? Yuing's eyes flashed with excitement. She really liked the feeling of riding the scooter through the city with Qi. Yes, we're going to Vientiane Armed Forces. Qi mobilized the little sheep. That Mecha Girl equipment store? Yuing remembered the store she had visited before. Yes, I want to upgrade your equipment. Qi said gently. Okay, let's go. Yuing sat behind Qi with her arms around his waist. Qi rode his scooter slowly towards the city. Chapter 74 Endorsement and Reverse Endorsement. Qi, it's been a long time since we rode a lamb together. Yuing's voice came through the helmet, with a hint of sweet satisfaction. One day, what? Yuing was a little confused. The last time we rode together was a day ago, so it hasn't been that long. Qi responded softly, feeling the warmth coming from behind him. Soon, the sign of Vientiane Armed Forces appeared in sight. Qi parked the scooter in front of the store and took Yuing straight in. The store is still filled with a wide variety of goods, but compared to last time, there are obviously a lot more customers. Several pilots were taking their pilot girls to the store to buy equipment, including some high-end looking non-intelligent weapons. Welcome to Vientiane Armed Forces. The familiar old man with a goatee came forward from behind the counter. When he saw clearly that the person coming was Qi Yi, his eyes lit up instantly, as if he had seen a long-lost savior. Oh my, isn't this the lucky star of our store? The old man's voice was trembling with excitement, and he quickly walked up to Qi Yi. You're finally here. Ever since your battle at the mall was broadcast, our business has changed dramatically. His face was filled with unconcealable excitement and gratitude. Really? Qi raised his eyebrows and looked at the busy guests around him with some surprise. Of course. Take a look. The old man pointed at the crowd in the store and said, these are the people who came here specifically to buy non-intelligent weapons after watching your battle videos. They all said that since those weapons could be so powerful against MS-01, it means they could do it too. As the old man spoke, his voice became more and more excited. You are the living signboard of our store now. My overstocked inventory is almost sold out. When she heard the old man's words, a proud smile appeared on her little face. The old man waved his hand, then moved closer to Chi-Yi, and his voice became mysterious. But none of this matters. What matters is that you came here today. You must need something, right? He rubbed his hands together. Just tell me what you want. As long as we have in our store, you can pick whatever you want. When Chi-Yi heard this, his heart moved. You can pick whatever you want? No limit on the number? He asked tentatively. When the old man heard this question, he hesitated for a moment, but soon gritted his teeth and nodded. Of course, I can equip your mecha girl with a set of equipment for all parts. His tone turned serious. But I have a small request. What do you want? Chi looked at him curiously. I hope you could be the spokesperson for our store. When Chi heard this proposal, he laughed inwardly. This old man has quite a business sense and knows how to strike while the iron is hot. However, he did not agree immediately, but shook his head slowly. I'm afraid the value of this endorsement is much higher than you think. His voice was calm, but the information contained in it made the old man's heart skip a beat. I have to attend the Pilot Exchange Conference tomorrow. If I win, it will be equivalent to endorsing your store nationwide. How can this little equipment be enough? When the old man heard this, the expression on his face froze instantly, and he did not show the ecstasy that Chi had expected. Pilot Exchange Conference? The old man's voice trembled a little. You mean the exchange conference where Qin Chang repeatedly lost? The air froze in an instant. If Chi loses in the Pilot Exchange Conference, wouldn't that be a reverse endorsement? This. The old man's lips began to tremble, obviously shocked by this sudden information. Qingqing's performance at the Pilot Exchange Conference can be said to be terrible. It lost to Shenzhen for several consecutive years and almost became a laughingstock among other cities. If Qi really represented Qingqing in the competition and then lost, wouldn't his store's reputation be ruined? You really want to attend the Pilot Exchange Conference? That's right. Qi nodded, his expression indifferent. Tomorrow is the official competition. The blood color on the old man's face completely disappeared, replaced by a bitter smile. He now finally understood why Qi said that the endorsement value was very high. If we win, it will indeed be a super endorsement nationwide. But if we lose, that will be the biggest reverse endorsement in history. Yue stood aside, watching the change in the old man's expression, feeling a little reluctant. She gently pulled Qi's sleeve and whispered, Qi, how about we just buy it normally? Qi sighed, with a hint of understanding in his tone. Forget it, old man. I understand your concerns. I'd better buy it normally. After all, the risk is really not small. When the old man heard Qi say this, he felt relieved, but then he felt a little regretful. If Qi can really achieve good results in the exchange conference, it will indeed be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But Qingqing's historical record was so poor that he really didn't dare to take the risk. But the old man suddenly thought of something and said, I'm not the owner of the store. How about I call the owner and ask her to come and talk to you? Jia nodded. Okay. The old man quickly dialed number. Hello, boss? There's an important guest who wants to see you. Yes, that MS-01 pilot. All right, come over here quickly. After hanging up the call, the old man wiped the sweat from his forehead. The boss will be here soon. Please wait a moment. Qi and Yu Ying wandered around the store casually, looking at all kinds of equipment. Qi, this weapon looks so beautiful. It's exactly like you. Yue Ying pointed at a huge cannon with a look of desire in his eyes. It's really good. I can buy you one later. Qi responded gently and reached out to stroke her hair. Time passed minute by minute, and the old man looked out the door from time to time, obviously a little anxious. About 10 minutes later, the crisp sound of high heels stepping on the ground was heard outside the store. As the doorbell rang, a charming figure appeared at the door. The person was tall, with beautiful curves, and her long burgundy hair was casually draped over her shoulders. That delicate face was painted with exquisite makeup. Her lips were as red as fire. The corners of her eyes were slightly upturned, and she had a natural charm. When she walked into the store, the entire store seemed to be filled with her aura. Other customers looked sideways, attracted by the beauty who suddenly walked into the store. Qi and Yuing also turned their heads to look at the door. When they saw the face of the person coming clearly, they were both stunned. Who else could it be but Shang Yuing, Who is that charming and amorous? Chapter 75 attributes are given for free. The air inside the Vientiane Armed Forces store seemed to freeze at this moment. Oh my, what a coincidence! Shang Muing opened her red lips slightly, her voice carrying a hint of surprise. Why do we meet again? Qi looked at the woman in front of him and felt helpless. This world is too small. How come I can meet her everywhere? Yueying stood beside Qi, looking at Shang Muing curiously with her deep blue eyes. When the old man with the goatee saw Shang Muing appear, a respectful expression instantly appeared on his face. Boss, you're here. He walked over quickly. This is the MS-01 pilot I just mentioned. Shang Muing nodded, then turned her gaze to Qi Yi. Of course, she knew that MS-01 was Yueying. She was still very surprised when she received the call from the clerk. This store was just a small one among her many investments. She didn't expect that it would be related to Qi Yi. What a pleasant surprise. Prepare a more private room. I want to have a good chat with this gentleman about the endorsement. The old man nodded quickly. Okay. The VIP room upstairs is empty. I'll go prepare it right away. Shang Muing nodded with satisfaction, then slowly walked in front of Qi Yi. There was obvious ambiguity in those peach blossom eyes, and her red lips were slightly parted. Mr. Qi, do you want to go up and have a chat? Qi looked at this lingering woman and decided to find out what she wanted to do. Good. Qi nodded and turned to Yueying. Yueying, let's go up together. Yueying nodded obediently and followed Qi Yi closely. Led by the old man, the three of them came to the VIP room on the second floor. The room is luxuriously decorated, and you can overlook the entire street through the window. You guys can chat first, and call me if you need anything. The old man respectfully left the room and closed the door gently. The room suddenly became quiet, with only 3 people left. Shang Muing sat gracefully on the sofa. She took out a lady's cigarette from her small bag and lit it skillfully. Mr. Qi Yi. Shang Muing took a deep puff of cigarette and looked at Qi Yi through the smoke. Regarding the endorsement matter, I have a suggestion. She paused, and her red lips curled up in an alluring arc. You can take whatever you want from this store. Qi raised an eyebrow. Just take it. That's right. Shang Muing nodded. Whether it's weapons, armor, or other equipment, take as much as you want. Her tone was relaxed, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. When Yueying heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in her blue eyes. These equipments are of great value. She must have some purpose in giving them away so generously. But Shang Muing changed the subject, and his eyes became serious. I have one condition. Qi looked at her quietly, waiting for her next words. Shang Muing put out the cigarette in the ashtray, then slowly stood up and walked in front of Qi Yi. She leaned over and placed her hands on the armrest of the sofa next to Qi Yi, almost trapping him in the sofa. The rich fragrance came again, and Qi Yi could clearly see her delicate face and the pair of eyes that seemed to be able to speak. If you in the pilot exchange conference. Shang Muing's voice was very soft, but every word was conveyed clearly. I want to follow you. The air in the room froze instantly. Qi widened his eyes. He never expected Shang Muing to propose such a condition. What the hell is this request? Aren't we talking about endorsements? Why is it either sending equipment or sending people? Is this woman the type to be given away for free? Yueying was also stunned. She originally thought that Shang Muing just wanted some business cooperation at most, but she didn't expect the conditions to be like this. Are you kidding me? Qi slowly pushed Shang Muing away and stood up from the sofa. He had no idea what this woman was up to, but he certainly couldn't agree to such a weird condition. I don't think we have anything to talk about. Qi Yi pulled Yueying and walked towards the door. However, Shang Muing quickly stepped in front of them and stretched out his arms to block their way, etc. There was urgency in her voice, and her eyes became serious. Mr. Qi, please listen to my explanation. Qi stopped and looked at her with a frown. The purpose of my doing this is to get closer to the disaster star. Shang Muing took a deep breath, and her tone became somewhat helpless. I still haven't given up the idea of making a contract with the disaster star, but she doesn't seem to like me. She smiled bitterly, a trace of disappointment flashing in her eyes. No matter how hard I try, she is unwilling to sign a contract with me. When Qi heard this, he suddenly realized. So that's how it is. This woman still refuses to give up on the disaster star. Shang Muing continued. So I can't deal with the disaster star. I can only deal with you. Her eyes became cunning again. Once you have contracted the disaster star, just let me drive her. Anyway, your main engine is Moon Shadow, and I'll be the co-pilot. And I'm a great beauty, sister, so you don't have to worry about what I'll do to the disaster star. After hearing this explanation, Chi felt even more complicated. This woman's train of thought is truly unique. In order to be able to drive the disaster star, she actually came up with this roundabout way to save the country. And Shang Yuing saw that Chi's expression had relaxed a little, so she quickly struck while the iron was hot. Sister, I have a lot of money. As long as you agree, you can immediately achieve star coin freedom. She walked to the window and pointed out toward the street. I can give you a share of the businesses in all parts of Xia country. There was obvious temptation in her voice. Just think about it. Unlimited resources, endless wealth, and a beauty like me by your side. Aren't these conditions attractive enough? Chi looked at the woman in front of him, and his doubts deepened. I don't understand. He looked directly into Shang Muying's eyes. You have the background, the strength, and so many resources. Why do you have to stick to the S-rank mecha girl of Disaster Star? Chi paused. Aren't other S-class mecha girls good enough? With your conditions, it should be easy to find a mecha girl willing to contract with you. This question made Shang Muying's expression freeze instantly. Her eyes became a little complicated, as if she was touched by some past event that she didn't want to mention. There was a brief silence in the room. Yueying keenly noticed the change in atmosphere. She looked at Shang Muying, then at Qi Yi, and a hint of curiosity arose in her heart. After a long time, Shang Muying took a deep breath, but did not answer Qi Yi's question. She walked up to Qi Yi again, with a hint of pleading in her peach blossom eyes. Qi Yi, do you agree? I can do anything. Her voice was soft, but the desire in it was extremely obvious. Qi Yi looked at the woman in front of him. He could feel that there must be some unknown reason behind Shang Muying's obsession with the disaster star. But these are not his main concerns. Yueying stood by and watched the drama of Shang Muying dotting Qi Yi against the wall with a smile on her lips. She did not show any jealousy or dissatisfaction, but instead seemed to be watching an interesting drama. This made Qi Yi even more helpless. What's the big deal when my own girl is just watching the show beside me? I'm not sure whether Disaster Star wants to sign a contract with me. Qi Yi shook his head helplessly. I respect Disaster Star's idea. As long as she is willing, I have no objection. His tone was sincere, but you can't force this kind of thing. You should understand that. When Shang Muying heard this, the light in her eyes dimmed a little. Of course, she knew that a forced melon would not be sweet, but she really had no other choice. All right, she sighed and stepped away from Qi Yi. That's it for now then. Shang Muying sat back on the sofa and picked up the communicator on the table. Anyway, I have the final say on the equipment. She said into the communicator, have someone prepare whatever equipment Mr. Qi Yi likes. We will provide it all for free. After hanging up the call, she waved her hand. Go ahead and take your pick of equipment from the store. Her voice sounded a little tired, and the charm in her eyes was somewhat restrained. Thanks. Qi nodded and pulled Yueying towards the door. Pray for the night. Just as they were about to walk out of the room, Shang Muying's voice sounded behind them. I will go to the pilot exchange meeting tomorrow to watch. There was a hint of anticipation in her voice. I hope you can create a miracle for Qingsheng. Chapter 76, Special Pilot. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shines through the thin clouds and onto the streets and alleys of Qingsheng. Qi rode his little Lamborghini scooter, carrying Yueying through the streets of Qingsheng. Yueying sat in the back seat, her long snow-white hair fluttering gently in the breeze, and she was holding a newly bought candied Haws in her hand. Jie, today is the pilot exchange meeting. Yueying's voice came softly with a slight tremor. Are you nervous? Qi felt the body temperature of the girl behind him and smiled slightly. Nervous? He chuckled and twisted the accelerator slightly with his right hand, and the lamb went a little faster. Impossible, except when you forced me to take my energy. The rest of the time, I wasn't nervous at all. Yueying blushed when she heard Qi Ye's words. In the distance, the huge outline of the Qingqing Arena has appeared in their sight. It was a stunning building, with a huge circular structure like a giant bowl upside down on the ground. The exterior wall adopts a streamlined design, and the silvery white metal material sparkles under the sunlight. The entire building is over 100 meters high. The surface of the building is covered with countless transparent windows, which are where the auditorium is located. From the outside, it looks like a huge honeycomb, full of technology and a sense of the future. The building is topped by a huge transparent dome that allows sunlight to naturally filter into the battle arena inside. Countless cameras and lighting equipment are installed on the edge of the dome to ensure that every detail of the game can be perfectly recorded. Wow, it's spectacular, Yueying exclaimed as he looked at the huge building in front of him. They rode their lambs slowly towards the entrance of the arena. At the entrance is a huge arch, more than 20 meters high and more than 10 meters wide. Above the arch, there is a huge electronic screen hanging, on which scrolls information related to today's game. Qingcheng versus Shuncheng Pilot Exchange Conference. It officially starts at 9 a.m. today. Citizens are welcome to come and watch the game. It was still 8 o'clock in the morning, but quite a few people had already gathered at the entrance. Chi parked the lamb in the parking area near the arena. As soon as he got off the bus, he saw a familiar figure. Yi Rueishuan was standing not far from the entrance of the arena with a nervous expression on his face. Standing next to him was a man Yi had never seen before. The man looked to be in his 30s, tall and with a handsome face. He was wearing a well-fitting dark blue suit, and his demeanor revealed a mature and steady temperament. The most eye-catching thing is that next to this man stood a little girl who looked only 15 or 16 years old. The little girl was less than 1.5 meters tall and was wearing a pink Lolita dress. Her long golden hair was braided into 2 small braids, hanging on both sides of her shoulders. The delicate little face is as cute as a doll. When Yi Rueishuan saw Qi Yi and Yueying coming over, an expression of relief immediately appeared on his face. Qi Yi, you are finally here. He walked over quickly, excitement evident in his voice. I was worried you'd be late. Qi Yi looked at the time on his wrist and raised his eyebrows. It's only a little after 8 and the game starts at 9. How am I late? Haha, indeed. Yi Rueishuan smiled awkwardly. Maybe I'm too nervous. He turned and pointed at the man next to him. Qi Yi, let me introduce you. This is Xiang, one of the few gold medal pilots in Qingcheng. When Xiang heard the introduction, a gentle smile appeared on his face. He extended his hand and spoke in an approachable tone. Hello, Qi. I've heard of you before. Your performance in the mall is really impressive. Qi shook hands with Xiang and had a good first impression of this gold medal pilot. Hello, Senior Xiang. Qi said politely. I need your guidance today. Xiang waved his hand and said with a smile, what's senior or not? Just call me Brother Xiang. To be honest, Rueishuan and I were just runners-up in today's competition. To really win, it still depends on your performance. Yi Rueishuan nodded beside him, his expression a little solemn. Brother Xiang is right. The mecha girls in Shuncheng are too advanced in terms of intelligence equipment. We have no chance of winning against mecha girls of the same level. If you can win the next game, Qi, our loss in this tournament won't be too embarrassing. At this moment, the little girl next to Xiang suddenly spoke. Xiang, is this the amazing pilot you were talking about? Her voice is clear and pleasant, like a silver bell. But Qi Yi heard a sense of maturity beyond his age. Xiang looked down at the little girl beside him, and a doting smile appeared on his face. That's right, Xiaoyu. He is Qi Yi, the pilot who has the best chance of winning the competition. The little girl tilted her head and looked at Qi Yi seriously with her big eyes. After a long pause, she nodded. Well, it does look special. Qi Yi looked at the little girl with some curiosity. Although she looked cute, something just didn't seem right. Who is this? Qi Yi asked Xiang. Xiang patted the little girl on the head. Her name is Xiaoyu, and she's my robot girl. Although she looks small, she is a genuine S-Class mecha girl. When Qi Yi heard this, he was shocked. This little girl who looks only 15 or 16 years old is actually an S-Class mecha girl? Yueying stood beside Qi Yi and looked at Xiaoyu with curiosity. Yi Rueishuan looked at the time and clapped his hands. Okay, let's stop chatting here. It's almost time, let's go in. There's still some things that need to be prepared inside the arena. Xiang nodded, then pulled Qi Yi directly into the arena. Let's go, Qi Yi. At the entrance, there are special staff to check their identification. After confirmation, they were taken to a special channel. This passage is prepared for the contestants and leads directly to the inside of the arena. In a black military vehicle not far away, Ji Qingtsang sat in the back seat, quietly watching Qi Yi and his group walk into the arena through the car window. There was no trace of nervousness on his face. Instead, he looked extremely calm. Commander, aren't we going in? The adjutant sitting in the passenger seat turned his head and asked. Ji Qingtsang waved his hand and said calmly, no hurry. It's not too late to go in after the game starts. His eyes were still fixed on the direction where Qi Yi disappeared. He has 100 confidence in Qi Yi's driving skills. This kid shouldn't lose. As for the other 2 people, just do whatever you want. As long as Qi Yi can win his match, the goal of this exchange conference will be achieved. Thinking of this, Ji Qing-song frowned slightly. I hope Chi-Yi won't have any opinion on him because of the issue of pre-match equipment. Money is indeed tight for the military, as they have already put money into another more important project. Inside the arena. The moment Chi-Yi walked into the arena, he was deeply shocked by the scene before him. The interior space of the entire arena is extremely huge, with densely packed audience seats on all sides. The auditorium is arranged in a step pattern, with more than 30 floors from bottom to top. Each floor could hold hundreds of people, and the capacity of the entire arena was probably over 10,000 people. In the center of the arena is a huge circular battle arena. The diameter of the venue is about 200 meters, and the ground is paved with special metal material that can withstand the huge impact when the mecha girls fight. At the edge of the venue, an energy boundary was set up to ensure that the impact of the battle would not affect the audience seats. Looking at this spectacular scene, Chi couldn't help but think of Shang Yuying's underground casino. Although the scale is very different, the layout is indeed somewhat similar. How was it? How did it feel to be in the arena for the first time? Xiang looked at Chi's shocked expression and asked with a smile. Chi took a deep breath and nodded. It's really spectacular. Yuying followed Chi closely, her blue eyes filled with excitement. Thinking that tens of thousands of people would be watching her fight, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Xiang pointed in a direction not far away. Look over there, that's the Shenzhen city delegation participating in this competition. Chi looked in the direction Xiang pointed. Not far from them stood 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men looked to be in their 20s, of medium height, with ordinary looks and nothing particularly eye-catching about them. Chi lost interest after taking a look, but when his eyes fell on the woman, his eyes couldn't help but light up. She was a short girl, only about 1.6 meters tall. Her golden, curly hair fell on her shoulders like waves. She was wearing a white sailor suit, white stockings on her legs, and a pair of exquisite little leather shoes on her feet. The delicate face has a doll-like cuteness. The most important thing is that her body proportions are extremely perfect. Although she is not tall, she has all the necessary places. The whole person looks cute and sexy, which really attracts people's attention. Xiang noticed Chi's gaze and smiled slightly. Chi is your opponent this time. He is also the most special player among the 3 opponents. Chi withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiang with some confusion. Most special? What do you mean? Xiang's expression turned serious. After you became famous in the mall battle, Shenqing has already found out that you will represent the bronze pilots in the battle. So they specifically found a player to restrain you. Chi was stunned and frowned slightly. Restrain me? My skills are so strong. How can she restrain me? Xiang pointed at the 3 men. You see the other 2 have girls with them, but she doesn't. Do you know what the reason is? Chi looked carefully and found that it was indeed, as Xiang said. There was a mecha girl standing next to each of the 2 men, but there was no one next to the blonde girl. Didn't her daughter-in-law come? Chi guessed. Xiang shook his head, a complicated expression on his face. He looked at Chi deeply and said in a low voice. She herself is the machine girl. Chapter 77 Arya. What? There was undisguised shock in Chi's voice. After coming into this world, he had thought about these questions. Wouldn't it be better if the human brain was equipped with an intelligent core? But he checked on the internet and found that there was no project to directly transform humans in this world. All evolutionary transformations were carried out around the mecha girls. Now he heard that someone had been transformed into a robot girl, which surprised him greatly. Yuying stood beside Chi, and a hint of confusion flashed in her blue eyes. She also seemed to be digesting this shocking information. Xiang looked at Chi's shocked expression, and his face became even more solemn. He sighed deeply and said in a low voice, "This is the news that Shunshang took the initiative to reveal recently. And the reason for revealing it is related to you." Xiang cast his gaze towards the Shenzhen city delegation in the distance. In this exchange conference, if they can beat us 3 o'clock, Qingxin will become a subsidiary city of Shenzhen City. Chi's brows furrowed instantly. Subsidiary city? Xiang nodded, his tone helpless. Logically speaking, becoming a subsidiary city of a super city is a good thing. It can gain more resources and development opportunities. But Deep City is different. His voice became even deeper. Its development depends entirely on absorbing the blood of the city. As long as it becomes a subsidiary city, it will be impossible to develop. On the contrary, People in the satellite cities have to contribute to the development of Shenzhen. Xuan was listening nearby, his expression becoming extremely ugly. They are robbing openly. Xiang shook his head and smiled bitterly. So Commander G is placing his hopes on you. Xuan and I have participated in exchange conferences before, and we all failed miserably without exception. This year is the last chance. He looked at Qi Yi and said, but don't be too stressed. If you lose, you lose. It doesn't matter. He wanted to tell Qi Yi some inside information, but considering the confidentiality agreement, he didn't continue. Qi Yi nodded, his expression still relaxed. Tell me about her specific situation. Qi Yi said. Xiang nodded and sorted out his thoughts. She is the daughter of the chairman of Shenzhen Intelligent Machinery Technology. Her name is Alia. She was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, but she was not treated like a princess. Xiang's tone was filled with sympathy. The file says that she has been locked up since she was a child and received special training to adapt to the fusion with the machine girl's intelligence core. Qi frowned and looked at the blonde girl in the distance. From this distance, she was indeed very cute, but there was an indescribable coldness in that cuteness. Is she using her own body now, or the body of the robot girl? Qi asked. Xiang's expression became more complicated. Of course it's the body of the machine girl. Except for her brain, everything else on her body belongs to the machine girl. Her body was destroyed when she was a teenager and began to understand things. Xiang paused. I don't know the specific method, but this is how the Pilot Alliance described her. When Yueying heard this, she subconsciously moved closer to Qi Yi. Xiang continued. The file also says that she is now a ruthless killing machine. After fusing the intelligence core, her father has been instilling all kinds of combat knowledge into her mind. Whether in human or mecha form, her combat capabilities are very strong, and her learning ability is extremely terrifying. It is said that she has already learned your shadow dodge and sky-wide sword shadows. Qi Yi was stunned and looked at the girl again. This is too miserable. He had such a good background but ended up like this. For a moment, I didn't know whether to be happy or sad. The light in the arena shone through the huge, transparent dome, and in the distance came the noisy sounds of spectators entering the arena one after another. But to Qi Yi, these sounds seemed so far away. Are you a human being forced to become a mecha girl? Or a robot girl with a human brain? Does she still have human emotions? Yueying asked suddenly. This question silenced everyone. Xiang shook his head. I don't know. From the public information, she is like a cold-blooded fighting machine. But who knows if she still has any human emotions left in her? Xuan gritted his teeth beside him. These guys from Shenzhen are simply crazy. To transform a living person into this, is there still humanity? Just then, the blonde girl seemed to feel their gazes. She slowly turned her head, and her eyes like glass beads looked straight in the direction of Qi Yi. At that moment, Qi Yi felt an indescribable chill. Those eyes were beautiful as a carefully crafted work of art. But there is absolutely no warmth that humans should have. The corners of Arya's mouth rose slightly, revealing a seemingly sweet smile. But in Qi Yi's opinion, that smile was more terrifying than crying, because that was not an expression that came from the heart at all, and the traces of imitation were extremely obvious. She is watching us. Qi Yi whispered. Xiang nodded. She should have collected enough data. Xinqing's intelligence system is very advanced. She must have studied the video of your battle in the mall repeatedly. Qi Yi thought for a moment and then asked, then can she be like the machine girl and live forever as long as her data is not lost? This question made Xiang's face change. He was silent for a long time before he slowly spoke. In theory, yes. Her brain has been completely integrated with the intelligence core. Her memory and consciousness can be backed up. Even if the body is destroyed, as long as the core data is intact, the body can be reconstructed. But because she has never died, it is unknown whether this theory is true. Xiang paused, his voice trembling. But can such an existence still be considered human? After all, she was forced to undergo transformation since she was a child. The announcement in the arena suddenly sounded. Dear audience, welcome to the Qingcheng Pilot Exchange Conference. The competition is about to begin. Contestants, please get ready. Along with this sound, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became tense. The auditorium was already full of people, and countless eyes were cast towards the center of the venue. Okay, time to go to the preparation area. Xiang said. The game is about to start. Chapter 78, Head-On Collision. Ji Ching-song's figure slowly emerged on the huge electronic screen. He was wearing a military uniform with several medals pinned on his chest. Dear citizens, welcome to the Pilot Exchange Conference. Ji Ching-song's voice spread throughout the arena through the sound system. Since the Exchange Conference was first held 47 years ago, the purpose of the conference has always been to share what we have and fight against alien beasts together. He paused, his eyes becoming somewhat deep. I hope that through this exchange, we can deepen our friendship and cooperation. There were whispers in the audience. Mr. G, what you said is too fake. You are so cowardly. Who doesn't know that Shunsheng is here to grab territory? Remember what they said about helping us once technology develops? That's a joke. Ji Ching-song sighed deeply. Now, I declare that the Ching-Chung Pilot Exchange Conference officially begins. The audience instantly erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Ching-Chung will win. Down with Shunsheng. MS-01, come on. The huge screen was divided into two halves, with Chiye's portrait displayed on the left. Then, a full-body image of Moon Shadow's mecha form appeared on the screen. The snow-white armor is exceptionally perfect under the virtual light, with light gold and ice blue lines flowing like the aurora, making the entire machine extremely elegant. MS-01 looks even better than a few days ago. It's so beautiful. Is this a work of art? Have you noticed that our pilot is also very handsome? This beauty is simply off the charts. The cheers from the audience were getting louder and louder, and many people stood up excitedly, hoping that MS-01 could win the next game. On the right side of the screen, Arya's image slowly emerged. She's like a perfect doll, breathtakingly beautiful. But there was nothing next to her. No images of any mecha girls appeared. The cheers in the audience gradually died down, replaced by confused discussions. Huh? Where's her robot girl? What's going on? Is there a system malfunction? Doesn't she have a mecha girl? Then how can she participate in the competition? The discussions were getting louder and louder. In a corner of the arena, Chi-Yi and Ewing slowly walked onto the competition stage. Chi-Yi was wearing a simple black combat uniform, and his steps were relaxed and natural. Ewing followed closely behind him, a hint of nervousness in her azure eyes. Chi-Yi, there are more viewers than expected, Ewing said softly, with a slight tremor in her voice. Nervous? Chi-Yi looked back at her and gave her a gentle smile. It doesn't matter, just treat them as air. When Ewing heard Chi-Ye's words, the tension in her heart eased a little. Fuck, that pilot is so handsome, and his smile is so sweet that it touches my heart. This doting expression is so sweet. Isn't this better than variety shows? The melancholy of that day became melancholy, and the loneliness of that day became lonely. On the other side of the battlefield, Arya walked onto the competition stage alone. Her eyes looked straight ahead, as if everything around her didn't exist. The discussion in the audience became louder. She really didn't bring a machine girl. What's going on? What about the referee? Doesn't he care? Chi stood on the stage, his eyes fixed on Aaliyah. Observing closely, she was indeed very beautiful, but that kind of beauty had an indescribable sense of incongruity. She was like a doll, too perfect to be real. Ewing, prepare to transform. Chi said softly. Ewing nodded, and the next second, a dazzling white light burst out from her body. In just a few seconds, a perfect mecha appeared on the stage. Ewing stretched out a huge mechanical hand, gently picked up Chi-Yi, and then put him into the cockpit on his chest. When Arya saw this scene, her cold eyes flashed slightly. She slowly raised her right hand and made a strange gesture. The next moment, the same dazzling light burst out from her body. The light faded, and a silver and black mecha appeared on the stage. The appearance of this mecha is full of technology. In her hand, she held a huge black sickle, the blade gleaming coldly under the light. The audience fell silent instantly. Then, more heated discussions broke out. What the hell? She turned herself into a mecha? Can a machine girl participate in the competition? Isn't this against the rules? Why can the mecha girl appear on the competition stage alone? Ji Ching-song saw the audience's reaction and knew he had to give an explanation. He stepped up to the microphone and his voice echoed throughout the arena. Dear audience, let me explain the situation of contestant Arya. According to the rules of the competition, the contestants must be a pilot and a mecha girl. What's special about Arya is that she is both a pilot and a pilot girl. Although this situation is special, it is completely in line with the rules of the competition. The discussion in the audience became louder. Is this possible? What does it mean to be both a pilot and a pilot girl? Isn't that unfair? But no matter how the audience protests, the game must go on. Chi sat in Yue Ying's cockpit and observed Aaliyah. Chi, she looks so scary. Yue Ying's voice sounded in the cockpit, with a hint of uneasiness. Horrible. Chi Yi shook his head. I feel sorry for her. I was forced to abandon my human identity and merge with an A-rank mecha girl. It's not fair to her. When Yue Ying heard Chi Ye's words, she nodded in the virtual image. But, Chi Yi continued, don't empathize with her. The arena began to change. The ground slowly sank, revealing a huge projection device. The virtual reality system was activated, and the entire battlefield was instantly covered by dense jungle. Tall trees rise from the ground, vines entwine, and leaves rustle. The sunlight shines through the treetops, casting mottled shadows and creating a real dense forest environment. The two mechas were separated at the two ends of the dense forest and lost sight of each other. Huge countdown numbers appeared in the sky. Chi gripped the joystick tightly, feeling the feedback from the weighing machine. Moon Shadow, are you ready? Anytime, Chia. 3, 2, 1, start. The moment the countdown reached 0, Chi Yi pulled the joystick without hesitation. Yue Ying's right hand instantly grasped the hilt of the lightsaber, and the sword body burst out with dazzling silver-blue starlight. The ice-blue flame burned on the blade, emitting a biting chill. The next second, Yue Ying's thruster started at full power. Her body shot straight into the sky like a meteor, instantly breaking through the obstruction of the tree canopy. Since the radar can't detect it, let's fly into the air and look for the target. Chia's tactical thinking is simple and direct. Although the dense forest can provide cover, it also limits the mobility of the mecha girl. For Yue Ying, who excels at high-speed combat, the open sky is the best battlefield. Sure enough, in less than 10 seconds, a silver-black figure rose into the sky from the other end of the dense forest. Arya is suspended in the air, holding a giant sickle. Her eyes locked onto Yue Ying's position. The two mechas faced each other from a distance in the sky, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Chi analyzed Alia's data through Yue Ying's sensors. For Bronze Pilot, her machine's rank is at most A rank. Yue Ying's basic attributes should be able to suppress her, but I don't know what weapons and accessories she has equipped. If the weapon bonus is too high, it might be a bit troublesome. Chi quickly calculated the strength of both sides in his mind. Yue Ying's basic attributes have reached S level, so it is no problem for her to deal with A-level mecha girls. But Arya is, after all, a killing weapon carefully cultivated by the Deep City, so she must have her strengths. It might be a little troublesome, but only a little. No matter how strong Arya is, he has absolute confidence in winning. High in the sky, the thrusters of the two mechas emitted tail flames and quickly swept towards each other. Tens of thousands of spectators in the auditorium held their breath. Will it be a head-on collision? It's a bit exciting. Chapter 79, Killing Intent. Clang. The sound of metal collision resounded through the sky, and sparks bloomed brilliantly in the sky. The collision between the lightsaber and the sickle produced a huge shockwave, and the two mechas were instantly shaken away by dozens of meters. The thrusters of Yue Ying and Arya simultaneously burst out with maximum power blue tail flames, dragging two dazzling light bands in the air. There was a deafening cheer from the audience. Wow, so intense. Didn't our Ching Chong pilot finally get killed instantly? Come on, MS-01. Push her to the ground and fuck her. The shouts of tens of thousands of spectators combined into a huge sound wave, and the entire arena was shaking. In the cockpit, Chi felt much more relaxed. With just this one encounter, he roughly figured out Arya's background. It is indeed very strong. Chi whispered to himself, stroking his fingers on the joystick. Arya's physical attributes are indeed very high. With the support of various advanced equipment, all of her attributes should have exceeded 100. Strength, agility, defense. Every statistic has reached the level of an S-Class mecha girl. But a smile appeared on Chia's lips. Even so, the battle will end soon. So what if the data is strong? So what if the equipment is excellent? Chia's gaze refocused on Aaliyah. If I remember correctly, Xiang said that she learned my shadow dodge and sky wide sword shadows. He chuckled, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Now, it's time to test her learning results. Chia's fingers jumped on the console, and the honeycomb missile cabin on Yue Ying's shoulder opened instantly. Swish, swish. Dozens of small missiles were fired like a swarm. The next second, Yue disappeared from the spot. In the eyes of the audience, MS-01 seemed to evaporate in an instant and disappeared from everyone's sight. What? Where are the people? Too fast. This is just a mess. There was an uproar in the audience, and countless people stared with wide eyes, trying to find Yue. But Arya saw it clearly. Faced with the overwhelming missile attack, she reacted extremely quickly. No dying. The giant sickle in her hand began to spin wildly, and a black translucent shield instantly unfolded in front of her. Boom, boom, boom. All the missiles hit the shield, and the explosions were continuous. Thick smoke and flames instantly engulfed Arya's figure. But just then, Arya's sensors sounded an alarm. The moonlight was already behind her. At the critical moment, a stream of data flashed through Arya's brain, and countless calculation results entered her brain after being filtered by the processor. The next second, she used shadow dodge to avoid Yueying's sneak attack. The silver-black body accelerated instantly, leaving a blurry afterimage on the spot. But too deliberate. This is Qi Ye's evaluation of Arya's shadow dodge. There was a glimmer of disappointment in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, Arya should have calculated the shadow dodge data by watching the video. This kind of shadow dodge is not even as proficient as Mingfeng's. In other words, if Mingfeng stood here now, he could also crush Arya. Just like a math problem, the score for just writing down the answer and writing down the answer with the process are different. In his opinion, Arya was just imitating the scenes in the video, but ignored the various changes in the shadow's dodge. Arya's shadow dodge was indeed very fast, but for the experienced Qi, it was too easy to predict her movement trajectory. I found you. Qi instantly pulled the joystick and controlled Yue to swing the lightsaber in his hand. The silver-blue sword light tore through the air, and the ice-blue flame burned on the blade, exuding a fierce, murderous intent. Arya had just finished dodging and had no time to adjust her posture when she saw the deadly sword light right in front of her. Her pupils suddenly contracted. Laugh! The lightsaber slashed across Arya's chest, instantly leaving a scar on her silver-black body. Arya flew backwards and hit a huge tree hard. Boom! The huge tree fell down, raising a cloud of dust. The audience instantly erupted in thunderous cheers. It hit. MS-01 is amazing. That's it. Show her some color. My brother raised his head when he saw this favorable situation. In the cockpit, Qi frowned. Logically speaking, this attack should have killed her instantly. With Yueying's current attack power, the sword just now was enough to cut any A-level mecha girl in half. Unexpectedly, it only left a scar? Is it that hard? Qi murmured to himself. It seemed that Shunshang had invested more resources in Arya than he had imagined. In the smoke and dust, Arya slowly stood up. She looked down at the shocking scar on her chest, and an indescribable emotion flashed in her eyes. Anger? Confusion? She raised her head and looked directly at the moon's shadow, not far away. Data, deviation, reanalyze switch mode. A mechanical voice came out of her mouth. Qi gripped the joystick tightly. Interesting. He chuckled. Let me see what else you have. The next second, Arya's body began to change, and dense red lines appeared on the surface of the silver-black armor. The lines spread like blood vessels until they covered her body. The black sickle in her hand also began to change, and strange runes appeared on the blade. The virtual image of the moon's shadow emerges. Qi, there was a hint of uneasiness in her voice. I feel it. Felt what? Qi asked. Murderous intent. Yue said softly, pure murderous intent. Chapter 80 box equals legs. Qi looked at the red lines on Arya's body that spread like blood vessels and couldn't help but sneer. It's good to have the intention to kill, but you also need the strength. He sighed softly, running his fingers over the joystick. It seems that I have never had a successful battle since I traveled to this world. Every time, the weak defeated the strong, and the scraping was crazy. This doesn't suit my style. He is an ace pilot. When did he fall to the point where he has to make a comeback every time? Just as Qi Yi was complaining in his heart, Arya moved. She saw Yue seem to be standing there in a daze, with a cold light flashing in her eyes. Target is stationary. Activate attack mode. Arya raised the black sickle in her hand and rushed towards Yue like a ghost. Tens of thousands of spectators in the auditorium saw this scene and thought something was wrong. Oh no, what is MS-01 daydreaming about? Get out of the way. Oh no, it's over. Arya's speed was indeed astonishing. and her silver-black body left a trail in the air. The red lines flowing on her body made her look like the grim reaper crawling out of hell. At this moment, Chi was still complaining in his heart. Fuck it. Can't you arrange a normal game for me? It's always this kind of pressure situation. Just like some 5v5 fair competition games, the stupid matching mechanism always puts the strong players on the opposite side, resulting in players having no gaming experience at all. Although this is not a game, I have the ability to defeat the strong with the weak, but if it is not forced by reality, who would be willing to play this kind of game every day? Thinking of this, Chi suddenly laughed. But I should not have a Luo prison now. Yue felt a little flustered as he looked at Arya approaching. She was just about to open her mouth to remind Chi to dodge, but suddenly she felt a warm touch on her head. Chi took advantage of his free time to reach out and touch her head. Don't worry, Xiao Yue. Chi's voice was full of confidence. Now teaching time begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Chi tapped his fingers twice on the console. Yue's body instantly activated at full power. Arya's scythe swept across the spot where Mooney had been in a deadly arc. But he only encountered a shadow. Under Chi Ye's control, Yue appeared 10 meters away, just avoiding the sweep of her sickle. Arya's pupils suddenly contracted, and for the first time, a confused expression appeared on her mechanical face. Her sensors had completely failed to capture the movement of the moon shadow. In her sight, the moon shadow seemed to have teleported. But how is this possible? The two mechas were now very close enough to see the details on each other's armor. Chi's voice came softly to Arya through the communication channel. Watch it. This is how you use shadow dodge and skywide sword shadows. The next second, Yue disappeared from Arya's radar. That's right, this is in the open sky, and there is no interference to affect the vision. But the moon shadow still disappeared. Arya turned her head and scanned the area. Her radar sensors went to full power, trying to pick up any trace of moon shadow. But nothing was found. The moon shadow seemed to have completely disappeared from this world. Chi's voice rang out in the cockpit. Xiao Yue, even though you may not understand it now, because you're a little stupid, I still want to teach you. Turn on your data recorder. Although Yue was nervous, she still obediently turned on the study mode. Her intelligent core began to record the details of Chi Ye's operations. This shadow dodge must not only be fast, but also have a regular speed. Chi Ye's fingers moved nimbly on the control interface. 9 fast and 1 slow is the best rhythm. This will make the enemy's prediction ineffective. Yue felt Chi Ye's skillful control, and the machine trembled slightly during the high-speed maneuver. Arya searched the sky frantically, but every time she locked onto her target, the moon's shadow disappeared again. Her processor began to overheat, and warning sounds rang in her mind. Then comes the final finishing touches, which must not be rushed. A true phantom dodge can last for a long time, until the opponent collapses and becomes completely incapable of moving. Yue felt the high-speed maneuvers of the machine, and she was intoxicated by the feeling of man and machine becoming one. It seemed that he felt that the control with only the joystick was not good enough. So Chi said, Yue, give me the core control. Yue's virtual image turned red instantly. The core storage box is under the control panel and is usually closed. That is her most sensitive area and cannot be exposed easily. Don't. The core is very sensitive. It will easily break if exposed to the air. Yue's voice was a little shy. Her virtual image crossed her arms and looked extremely shy. Be good. This is to teach you better. Chi said gently. Trust me, it won't hurt at all. His voice was gentle. Open the core storage box obediently, so that our cooperation will be more perfect. Yue hesitated for a moment, her deep blue eyes full of confusion. In the end, she chose to believe Chi. The core storage box slowly opened, revealing the core inside that was glowing white. You hurt me. Yue's face turned even redder, and there was a hint of coquettishness in her voice. Be gentle. The core of the mecha is really fragile. On the battlefield outside, Arya's scythe had completely lost any trace of the moon shadow. In order to prevent Yue's sneak attack, she began to swing her sickle wildly in the air. The cheers from the audience were earth-shaking. MS-01 is so awesome. Is this the charm of manual control? I tried manual control yesterday, and the machine almost broke. Get ready, little moon shadow. We're going to be 100 in sync from now on. The data was transmitted through the interface, and the moon shadow's body trembled violently, then soared into the sky. Chi, on the battlefield, Arya suddenly stopped her futile search. Her eyes began to glow red. Since we can't find the enemy, let's destroy the entire battlefield. She raised her scythe high, ready to unleash a wide-ranging, devastating attack. Just then, Yue Ying's figure appeared behind her. The ice blue lightsaber was already pressed against her neck. Chapter 81, Flying to the Top. Yue Ying felt the signal coming from Qi Yi through the core data interface. He actually connected directly. Qi Yi. Yue Ying's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were sparkling with water. Qi Yi's control signal penetrated directly into her core, making her feel an unprecedented power awakening in her body. This feeling is so strange. Yue Ying's voice had a slight tremor, and she felt that every piece of her hardware was activated to the limit. The power surged through the blood vessel-like energy circuits, making her feel stronger than ever before. Qi Yi's voice sounded in the cockpit, with a hint of tenderness. Relax, Muni-chan. Ready to end the fight. His fingers moved nimbly on the control interface, and every operation was transmitted to Yue Ying through the data interface connected to the core. On the battlefield, Arya is still looking for Yue Ying's trace. She turned her sensors to full power, but still found nothing. Target disappeared. Search mode activated. Arya muttered mechanically, holding the black sickle tightly in her hand. At this moment, several silver-blue sword lights slashed towards her from all directions at the same time. What? Arya's pupils suddenly contracted, and she saw more than one shadowy figure. This is impossible. Arya's processor began to overload. But the attack has arrived. SSS-Class. Several sword lights flashed across Arya's body at the same time, and 8 deep scars were instantly torn on the silver-black armor. Sparks flew and ice-blue flames burned on the wound. Arya's figure swayed in the air, and she almost fell from a high altitude. There was thunderous cheers from the audience. In the cockpit, Qi stroked Yue Ying's core. Xiao Yue Ying, how do you feel? Yue Ying's virtual image had turned completely red. She hugged her body and made a tiny sound. Wow, so amazing. The body is so hot. Every part is activated. Qi chuckled and continued to control Yue Ying. This is just the beginning. The real sword shadows in the sky are more powerful than this. His fingers danced on the control interface, and Yue Ying's figure turned into countless afterimages in the air. Arya struggled to keep her body steady, looking at the dense afterimages around her, and for the first time, an expression of fear appeared in her eyes. Analyzing, the attack pattern cannot be identified. Threat level, extremely high. Yue Ying's attack poured down like a rainstorm. Every sword hit Arya's vital parts accurately. The continuous cutting sounds resounded through the sky. Arya's body was covered with scars, and sparks kept flying. She wanted to fight back, but Yue Ying was too fast. Every time the target was locked, Yue Ying would appear at another location. Impossible. This speed is impossible. There was despair in Arya's voice, and her body began to shake. At this moment, her virtual image trembled violently, and then a red light flashed in her eyes. The machine has been forcibly taken over. A large-scale attack is about to begin. Arya muttered to herself, and the black sickle in her hand began to spin wildly. The red rune on the sickle lit up. Activate destruction mode. Prepare for range attack. Black energy began to emanate from the sickle, forming a huge energy vortex. The cheers from the audience stopped abruptly, and everyone felt a sense of danger. Oh no, she's going to use her ultimate move. MS-01, get out of the way. Qi looked at Arya's actions and sneered disdainfully. Want to use a skill? Have you asked me for my consent? He pulled the joystick hard, and Yue Ying appeared in front of Arya in an instant. The lightsaber, with blazing flames, pierced Arya's chest. Stop it. Boom. The lightsaber hit Arya's breastplate heavily, and a huge impact force directly interrupted her accumulated power. Arya's body flew backwards, and the sickle in her hand flew out of her hand, tumbling in the air and falling to the ground. Crack! Crack! Many parts of her armor had been completely damaged, revealing the complex circuits and pipelines inside. The audience burst into thunderous applause again. That's amazing. He interrupted her ultimate move directly. Fuck you. MS-01 is invincible. Qi looked at the staggering Arya and thought that the battle should be over. But at this moment, Arya's eyes suddenly flashed red. At the seat of the Magic City delegation, A middle-aged man was staring at the battlefield, holding a small remote control device in his hand. Since we've been beaten like this, let's fight to the death. Arya won't die, but your Ching-Chong pilot, that's not certain. Arya suddenly stopped all movement. Energy core overload. Self-destruct sequence initiated. The core in her cockpit began to flash violently, and the temperature rose rapidly. The face of Yueying's virtual image turned pale in an instant. Qi, she's going to self-destruct. Qi's face also darkened, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Fuck, this is a pilot exchange competition, and you're doing this? But the next second, he suddenly thought of something, and his eyes became even gloomier. Wrong. Since she wants to self-destruct, she will definitely not die. Maybe I'll just change into another robot girl's body later. And I can't watch a commercial to revive myself if I'm killed in a bomb. Arya's core became brighter and brighter, and the entire space began to tremble. Qi gripped the joystick tightly, ready to fly into the dense forest, where the lush trees could withstand some of the impact. Damn it. I must find a way to deal with the self-destruct core this time. We can't always let this thing lead us by the nose. Although the mecha he drove in his previous life could also self-destruct, its power was far less than that of the mecha girl's self-destruction in this world. At this moment, Ji Qingtsong in the stand smiled. I knew you would be in trouble. Without hesitation, he pressed a button at hand. The next second, the original forest scene began to collapse and dissipate rapidly. New scene loading. The sky turned into a rough sea, and the earth turned into a clear blue sky. This is an upside-down world, with the sea rolling overhead and white clouds floating below. Boom! The sea water in the sky began to pour down, as spectacular as a river bursting its banks. Huge columns of water came from all directions, like countless waterfalls falling at the same time. The self-destructive energy that Arya had just gathered was instantly dispersed. The impact of the sea water caused her body to roll continuously, and she was unable to maintain a stable self-destruction posture. The middle-aged man who was controlling Arya behind the scenes turned pale when he saw this scene. Damn it! How dare they change the virtual scene without permission? He looked at the battlefield with gritted teeth and finally pressed the stop button. Obstacles in the virtual scene all have real physical effects. This level of seawater impact can completely minimize the damage caused by self-explosion. There was no point in continuing. The red light in Arya's eyes dissipated, and the machine stopped the self-destruction program. But she had been washed to pieces by the seawater, and her body was seriously damaged. At the seat of the Magic City delegation, another Magic City pilot representative clenched his fists. Changing the virtual scene without authorization is a serious violation. He stood up angrily. I will report this to the Alliance headquarters. But he completely ignored the first rule of the pilot exchange conference. Intentional harm to the pilot's life is not allowed. Arya's act of self-destruction itself was a violation. On the battlefield, Chia's vision was blocked by the sudden appearance of the sea, and all he saw was a vast expanse of blue. Yueying's body appeared and disappeared in the turbulent sea, like an elf in the sea. Everyone in the audience lost sight of the battlefield. All you can see is the blue water on the huge display screen. The sound of waves roared, and the entire arena was shaken by the sudden tsunami. I can't see clearly. I really can't see clearly. What's going on? Is MS-01 okay? In the cockpit, Yueying felt the impact of the waves. The scorching waves almost melted her core, and her body began to shake. Qi gripped the joystick tightly and looked at the huge waves outside. Instantly flew to the top with Yueying. Chapter 82, Ji Qingtsong's event. The ice blue lightsaber hovered quietly at Arya's neck, the flames burning on the blade reflecting her cold eyes. Qi finally found Arya before the sea water receded. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence. Tens of thousands of spectators held their breath, waiting for the final result to be announced. Arya's body remained motionless, and her silver and black armor gleamed with metallic luster under the light of the lightsaber. I lost. Her voice was transmitted throughout the arena through the PA system. It was still mechanical and cold, but there was a hint of indescribable emotion in it. The referee's voice resounded through the sky. The winner is the Qingsheng representative, MS-01. Boom! The entire arena was boiling in an instant. Tens of thousands of spectators jumped up from their seats, waving their arms wildly, and their cheers swept through the venue like a tsunami. We won! We won! Long live MS-01. It's been 3 years. It's been 3 whole years. Ching finally won a game. The last time we won was... A middle-aged man started excitedly, but suddenly stopped in the middle of his words, and his expression became a little complicated. His friend quickly grabbed his arm and said, "Don't say that name." The cheers from the audience grew louder and louder, and some people were even moved to tears. Ching is saved. Chi sat in Yueying's cockpit, listening to the thunderous cheers outside, but his heart was not too moved. For him, there was no suspense in this battle from the beginning. Chi, we won. Yueying's virtual image appeared in the cockpit, her little face full of excitement. Yeah, I won. Chi stroked Yueying's hair and smiled gently. You did a great job. I'll continue to reward you in the evening. Yueying blushed slightly after being praised. It's all because of Chi's strength. The virtual scene began to dissipate. The dense forest environment gradually became transparent and finally disappeared completely. The real environment of the arena reappeared. Yueying slowly put away his lightsaber, and the machine landed gracefully in the center of the venue. Arya was forced back into human form and fell to the ground. Her hair was a little messy, and her delicate face like a loli had no expression, but her eyes seemed to have lost focus. Soon, medical staff from the trauma team rushed into the venue and lifted Arya onto a stretcher. When the stretcher passed by Yueying, Arya suddenly turned her head, her lifeless eyes staring straight at Yueying's cockpit. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, no sound came out. Until the stretcher disappeared at the end of the passage, those eyes were still staring in the direction of Chi Yi. In the stands, Ji Qing-tsung let out a long breath, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. I finally won a game, he whispered to himself. This time it should be considered a fair win. Commander, for the next 2 games, the adjutant said with some concern. Just let them do their best. Ji Qing-tsung waved his hand. Winning 1 game is enough. Sure enough, the next 2 games were no suspense. Yi Rueishuan represented the silver medal pilots in the competition, but to Chi's surprise, he was not driving Ming Feng. Instead, it was a blue mecha that Chi had never seen before. It looked ordinary and had no special features. Facing Xinqing's well-equipped A-class mecha, Yi Rueishuan had almost no ability to fight back. In less than 3 minutes, the battle was over. Next came Xiang's gold medal pilot showdown. Xiang appeared on the scene driving his S-class mecha girl Xiaoyu. But after the battle began, Chi found that Xiaoyu's fighting style was a little strange. She never actively attacks and spends most of her time dodging and defending. Talent. Purification. Xiaoyu raised her hands high, and golden light spread from her body. This ray of light can remove various control effects and negative states, and is a typical auxiliary skill. In the end, Xiang was defeated. Although Xiaoyu's purification talent is very strong, the opponent is obviously stronger and defeated Xiaoyu without even using his talent. After 3 games, Qing achieved a good score of 1-2. But the audience was not discouraged. Instead, they continued to cheer for MS-01's victory. After the battle, Yi Rueishuan and Xiang walked towards Chi Yi. Thank you for your hard work. Xiang patted his shoulder. Thank you for scoring a point for Qing. To be honest, winning this game has exceeded my expectations. Yi Rueishuan nodded, but his face looked a little heavy. By the way, Brother Yi, Chi Yi suddenly remembered something. Why didn't I see Ming Feng today? Didn't you say you would take her to the competition? Yi Rueishuan was silent for a while before he slowly spoke. Ming Feng has other things to do. Other things. Chi Yi was a little confused. What could be more important than the pilot exchange conference? Wasn't it all in vain that I taught her all those skills? Chi, do you want to know what Commander Ji is busy with recently? Yi Rueishuan suddenly changed the subject. Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. Of course I want to know. That old man is so mysterious. He must be doing something big. Yi Rueishuan took a deep breath. I can tell you now. Because Qing will soon be under martial law. As soon as the words fell, the entire arena suddenly went dark. No, it wasn't the arena that darkened. It was the sky outside that changed. Chi looked up at the transparent dome of the arena, and his pupils contracted instantly. The originally blue sky has now turned completely blood red. The red sky seemed to be stained with blood, casting an ominous shadow over the entire city. What's even more terrifying is that on the blood-red sky, strings of dazzling characters kept flashing. The whole city is under martial law. Please stay in safe areas and don't panic. Expected duration of martial law, 4 hours. The audience in the arena also noticed the change in the sky. The originally enthusiastic cheers gradually subsided and were replaced by uneasy whispers. Why is there a sudden curfew? Could it be an attack by a strange beast? Panic began to spread among the crowd. Chi looked at the blood-red sky and felt an ominous premonition in his heart. What on earth is going on? Yi Rueishuan's expression was extremely serious. He slowly said, 500 years ago, alien beasts invaded. In order to resist the alien beasts, huge cities were built with the resources of the original cities. The people in the cities lived a rich and stable life. Yi Rueishuan's voice was a little heavy, but they seemed to have forgotten something. Qi listened with a frown, vaguely guessing something in his heart. Xiang also spoke up. The city is indeed very safe and prosperous, but this prosperity is built on the city's existing infrastructure. And those who did not originally live in the city have been completely forgotten by the tide of the times. Yi Rueishuan took over the topic. In the wilderness outside the city, there are still countless refugees struggling to survive. They have no identity documents, no legal residency rights, and even no basic survival guarantees. We also have to face a bunch of man-eating beasts. When Qi heard this, he already understood what Yi Rueishuan wanted to express. Therefore, most refugees will only be refugees for their entire lives. Yi Rueishuan's voice was filled with anger and helplessness. And what Mr. Ji is doing is to change this situation. The blood-red sky was still rolling overhead, and the warning characters kept flashing. Xiang looked at Qi Yi and said seriously, "Don't worry about the legality of this operation. The top leaders of Xia State are very supportive of this operation. Qingcheng is just a pilot project. From today on, the gates of Qingcheng will be open to all refugees. No matter what their previous status was, as long as they are willing to contribute to the city, they can obtain legal residency." Qi looked at the blood-red sky and finally understood what big event Ji Qingcong had been preparing for. No wonder the military has no money. Even resettling the huge group of refugees is a huge expense, not to mention dealing with the hidden dangers they bring. Chapter 83 Dream On. The city wall of Qingcheng looks particularly majestic under the reflection of the setting sun. The 30-meter high steel wall is like a sleeping dragon, stretching between the wilderness and the bustling city. On the wall, hundreds of mechas are arranged in an orderly manner. This was the largest gathering of pilots in Qingcheng's history. Almost all pilots on missions outside were urgently recalled. Report to the commander. The 13th squad has returned. Report to the commander. Squad 21 is in position. Report to the commander. City defense deployment is complete. Under the city wall, the scene was quite different. Tens of thousands of ragged refugees gathered in front of the city gate, exhaustion written all over their faces. These people were old and young, male and female, but without exception they all looked exhausted. "Hey, are you saying this is real?" A middle-aged man asked his companion in a low voice, with obvious uneasiness in his voice. "Will Qingcheng really accept refugees like us?" Next to him was a woman holding a child, her eyes full of hope. "I don't know either, but this news has been circulating in the wilderness for a month. It is said that Qingcheng will open the city gates to allow all refugees who are willing to work to enter the city." The woman rocked the baby in her arms softly. "It would be great if it were true. The child hasn't had clean water for a long time. He followed us around every day and suffered a lot right after he was born. If I could, I would rather not give birth to him. But hope has to be passed down, right?" Not far away, a gray-haired old man was leaning on a cane. "Old man, do you think this news is credible?" A young man nearby asked with concern. The old man coughed a few times, his voice a little hoarse. "Young man, I have lived for more than 60 years and have seen too many promises and lies. But this time it's different. Qingcheng is obviously going to make a big move." The young man followed the old man's gaze and saw that the mecha girls on the city wall were already on standby. Their attention was focused on the wilderness in the distance, as if they were on guard against something. "Besides, the monster tide is coming soon." The old man's voice became more serious. "If Qingcheng doesn't accept us, I'm afraid all of us will die, and the disaster of 20 years ago will happen again." There was a commotion among the crowd, as if something had happened. "Look, the gate is open!" Someone shouted excitedly. The huge steel gate slowly rose. As the city gate opened, warm light poured out from inside, shining on the faces of the refugees. The sound of the broadcast was clearly heard throughout the area outside the city gate. Fellow countrymen, welcome to Qingcheng. Please maintain order and follow the guidance of the staff to enter the city in an orderly manner. From today on, the gate of Qingcheng is open to all those who are willing to contribute to this city. The crowd instantly became excited. Really? The door is really open. We can go into the city now. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Shouts came one after another, but under the guidance of the staff, the refugees still lined up in neat rows. The team moved slowly forward. Everyone's face was filled with excitement and gratitude. Passing through the city gate, a vast open space comes into view. There were countless military tents set up on the open ground. There are simple tables and chairs in front of each tent, with hot fast food and clean drinking water on the tables. Oh my God, it's actually true. It's actually true. The woman holding the child had tears in her eyes. Thank you so much. The staff handed her a cup of hot water with a smile. You're welcome. This is what we should do. Settle down first. Someone will come tomorrow to explain to you the things you should pay attention to when living in the city. Under the guidance of the staff, the refugees were distributed to tents in an orderly manner. Although the conditions are simple, for them who have lived in the gathering place for a long time, this is already a paradise-like treatment. In the command room, Ji Qing-song was observing the situation here through monitoring equipment. His lieutenant stood nearby with a confused look on his face. Commander, there's a question I don't quite understand. The adjutant hesitated for a moment, then asked, if we really want to help these refugees, why don't we just move them into the newly built housing in the city? Instead, you let them live in these crude tents. Ji Qing-song turned around and looked at his adjutant as if he were a fool. Xiao Wang, you've been with me for so many years. Why are you still so naive? He shook his head, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Those buildings were indeed built for them, that's for sure. But if they were allowed to move in so easily, what do you think the city residents would think? The adjutant was stunned for a moment and seemed to understand something. You mean, that's right. Yikvinkenge nodded. Ordinary urban residents have to work hard for more than 10 years to be able to afford a house. If these refugees can live in new houses for free as soon as they enter the city, do you think it's fair? The adjutant nodded thoughtfully. Besides, we don't let them in just for enjoyment. Ji Qing-song walked to the window and looked at the busy scene below. What they have now is just a temporary residence permit. If they want to obtain long-term residency, they must find a job and contribute to the city. Now our cities are lifeless, and most people are only interested in pleasure. His voice became a little heavy. Because the price of a mecha girl is so high, many people feel that they can live happily without buying one. But this is not what we want. Ji Qing-song turned to face his adjutant, a determined gleam in his eyes. There are more and more strange beasts outside the city. We can't wipe them out with just the people we have in the Pilot Alliance. We need more pilots, more people willing to fight. It's a good opportunity to let these refugees lead the trend of the city. The adjutant frowned and expressed his concerns. But Commander, if these refugees see how unbalanced their lives are, will they riot? After all, the living standards of urban residents are too different from theirs. Ji Qing-song smiled and waved his hand. No, just keep a close watch on it in the near future. We haven't cut off their route to success. His tone softened. If they work hard, they can also get a permanent ID card from the city. You can even continue to climb up and get a better life. But the biggest issue right now is education. Ji Qing-song sighed, a worried expression on his face. Although we have been delivering books and materials to various gathering places in the wilderness. But those things can only help keep their language and living habits relevant to the times. The adjutant nodded in understanding. If there are children among the refugees and their parents have found jobs in the city, Ji Qing-song continued, then these children can go to school for free. But we can't do much about discrimination. There was a hint of helplessness in his voice. After all, the gap is there, and all we can do is try to reduce it, to make opportunities a little more equal. After hearing this, the adjutant nodded thoughtfully. I understand, Commander. Then I will immediately notify all schools and ask them to prepare to accept the children of refugees. At the same time, we must also educate existing students to reduce possible discrimination. Ji Qing-song looked at his adjutant with satisfaction. Very good, that's right. This is an opportunity for Qingcheng to take off. As for being sucked blood by the deep city, dream on. Chapter 84 Star Overlord. The blood-red sky finally dissipated. As the sun sets, the sky of Chingcheng returns to its azure blue color. The city lights lit up one by one, as if to put an end to this historic day. For hours of martial law changed so many things. The audience in the arena had left one after another, but the discussions lingered for a long time. Some people were discussing the wonderful performance of MS-01. Some were speculating on what changes the influx of refugees would bring, and more were worrying about what would happen in the future. Qi Yi and Yu Ying walked out of the arena. There were many more patrolling pilots on the streets. Their pilot girls were on alert, ready to deal with possible disturbances at any time. But surprisingly, the city was unusually quiet, with no signs of chaos. Qi Yi, how do you feel? Yi Ruishuan walked up to him with a complicated expression on his face. It's okay, just a little tired. Qi Yi moved his shoulders. Although the battle in the cockpit was not long, it consumed a lot of his energy. Let's go, Commander Ji wants to see you. Yi Ruishuan patted his shoulder and said, he asked me to take you there after the martial law is over. Finally, I'm going to meet the old man. Qi Yi chuckled, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Yu Ying followed behind Qi Yi with a slight blush on her face. Qi Yi, I want to take a bath. You just came inside me. She whispered, a hint of coquettishness in her voice. I'll go back after I meet Commander Ji. Qi Yi gently stroked her hair and said, thank you for your hard work today. It's not hard. It's never hard to be with Qi Yi. Let's go. The command room is over there. The three of them crossed several streets and arrived at the core building of the Qingqing military region. This is a steel building that soars into the sky. It looks plain on the outside, but judging from its building materials and defense facilities, it is definitely the most solid fortress in Qingqing. The elevator went up all the way until it stopped at the top floor. Entering the command room, a huge holographic projection screen occupied the entire wall, displaying real-time monitoring images of various areas of Qingqing. You are finally here. A hearty voice sounded. Ji Qingsong walked out from behind the command desk. You really helped me a lot today. Ji Qingsong strode towards Qi Yi with a bright smile on his face. I didn't expect that I could win a game fair and square. I'm afraid those guys in Shunshun will be pissed to death. He patted Qi Yi's shoulder so hard that Qi Yi almost lost his balance. Old man, what are you doing? Qi Yi steadied himself, his tone filled with obvious concern and worry. It is indeed a good thing to allow refugees from the wilderness to enter the city, but you are also aware of the pressures and risks involved. He looked at Ji Qingsong. You are already old and immortal. Wouldn't it be better for you to take it easy? Why do you want to carry such a heavy burden on yourself? When Ji Qingsong heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, you little bastard. You actually said that I am old and immortal. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out, but your caring tone really helps an old man like me. The laughter gradually subsided, and Ji Qingsong's expression became serious. Kid, someone has to do this. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked out at the brightly lit city. After all, someone has to deal with the strange beasts on Blue Star. We are human beings, just like the refugees. They are our compatriots. We must first unite and wipe out the alien beasts on Blue Planet. Only when Blue Planet is safe can humans begin their journey into the starry sky. Ji Qingsong raised his head and looked at the deep night sky outside the window. But conquering the starry sky is easier said than done. His voice was filled with a hint of helplessness and yearning. I hope I can see the day when human starships return to space again. GAC pupilles soudainement contracted. Back to space again? He stared at Ji Qingsong closely, with disbelief in his voice. Have humans ever been to space before? These words exploded in Qi Yi's mind like a bolt from the blue. After he came to this world, he searched for various information on the internet, but never found any record of humans entering space. I didn't expect that humans had been to the starry sky before. This completely overturned his understanding of the world. Ji Qingsong nodded with a complicated expression on his face. In the past few days, we have almost deciphered the language and text in one of the ancient sanctuaries. He turned around and looked at Qi Yi's shocked expression. It's called an ancient sanctuary, but in fact it's just a building from 600 years ago when the strange beasts didn't appear. I just don't know why, even though it's such a short time apart. The text inside is different from what we use now. Ji Qingsong's tone became a little confused. That is a very obscure and difficult to understand text, like a completely different civilization from the present. Qi was deeply shocked after hearing what he heard. He suppressed his inner excitement and continued to listen to Ji Qing-song's story. At that time, humans were the undisputed overlords of the stars. There are 36 starships on Blue Star alone, and there are a total of 956 planets inhabited by humans. According to the records of the sanctuary, every starship has the ability to directly destroy a planet. Chi felt that his worldview was once again impacted. A starship can destroy a planet? He shook his head. In the previous life, the human race's base was still on Earth. Although there were strange beasts, they were far less perverted than those in this world. They did have starships at the time, but the attack power of a starship was far less powerful, and it was more like a mothership carrying mechas. There is no record of what happened afterwards. Ji Qing-song's voice became a little heavy. When we found the sanctuary, it was already in a semi-destroyed state. But we are sure that this sanctuary must have other uses, because there is a huge energy source underneath the sanctuary. He looked at Qi Yi, and his expression became cautious. We dare not detect it easily because the energy source is not controllable. Once it gets out of control, the entire Qingcheng may be razed to the ground. There was a brief silence in the command room. The operating sounds of various electronic devices are particularly clear in the quiet space, and the monitoring images on the holographic screen are constantly refreshing. Qi tried hard to digest this information. He felt that his understanding of this world was far from enough. Does Xia have the ability to build starships now? Qi asked. If humans once possessed such powerful abilities, why are they now forced to hide in cities by strange beasts? What exactly happened in the meantime? Ji Qing-song fell into deep thought. He looked at the night sky outside the window, as if recalling something. After a long time, he slowly spoke. Have. Ji Qing-song nodded and paused, as if he was trying to organize his words. But starships, like mecha girls, also require contracts. Chapter 85. Kankali, 50 reviews plus more. Contract. Chi Ye's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. What the hell? A starship actually needs a contract? He felt that his 3 views were challenged once again. Although the starships in his previous life also had intelligent systems, he had never heard of the need for contracts. At most, the control permissions were set. But why do we need to use the power of star cores to build starships? Chi frowned, feeling confused. Can't we just use technology to rub it by hand? Ji Qing-song looked at Qi Ye's shocked expression, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. I knew you would ask this question. He walked to the command desk and tapped his fingers on the control panel. A design drawing appeared on the holographic screen. It was a gracefully shaped starship, with its silver-white hull gleaming in the virtual light and shadow. Look at this design. It's really perfect, right? There was a hint of helplessness in Ji Qing-song's voice. It took our top engineers in Xia country 10 years to complete this design. Qi carefully observed the starship on the screen and had to admit that the design of this starship was indeed exquisite, with a streamlined hull and a variety of weapon configurations. But Ji Qing-song changed the subject, and his expression became serious. When we built the first test ship according to the design, we discovered a fatal problem. What's the problem? Qi asked, having a bad feeling in his heart. The energy system will not start. Ji Qing-song sighed, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. No matter what energy source we use, nuclear, solar, or even the most advanced fusion reactors, we can't make the starship's engine run. It's like something is blocking us. When Qi heard this, an idea flashed through his mind. So that's why you thought of the Star Core. Yikvinkenge nodded. Yes, when we were at our wits' end, we tried to seek help from the Star Core. His voice became heavier. Star Core agreed to our request, but put forward a condition. What conditions? A starship must have an independent consciousness, just like a girl. Ji Qing-song looked at Qi Yi, and the starship must voluntarily sign a contract with humans and cannot force her. Qi Yi felt his brain was a little confused. This information was completely beyond his comprehension. There's only one starship on Blue Star at present. Ji Qing-song continued, but that starship was sealed up directly after it was manufactured. Why? Qi couldn't help but ask. Ji Qing-song smiled bitterly, because she doesn't want to make a contract with humans. She is also the only ship girl on Blue Planet, but she is not in Xia country. It's in the Federation on the other side of the Blue Planet. When Qi heard this, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. What on earth is this Star Core? Ji Qing-song glanced at Qi Yi, and a look of reminiscence appeared on his face. It's a long story. He walked to the French window and looked at the twinkling stars in the night sky. 500 years ago, the sky was shattered and strange beasts invaded. Ji Qingsong's voice became deeper. The world at that time fell into despair. Human power is simply not capable of fighting against millions of powerful beasts. Although humans had various missiles and advanced weapons at the time, they were still not enough. Ji Qingsong clenched his fist unconsciously. Those beasts are too strong. Ordinary thermal weapons can't cause effective damage at all. For this reason, humans developed the fire plan at that time. Project Spark, Qi asked doubtfully. It is to collect the genes of various animals and plants and bury these seeds of life deep underground. Ji Qingsong's voice became heavier. Then we will nuke the blue planet, wait for the nuclear pollution to disappear, and restart everything. Hearing this, Qi felt a chill down his spine. Nuking the entire planet, what a desperate decision. But the plan was not implemented. Ji Qingsong suddenly changed the subject. Because the broken sky was gradually repaired, humans realized that the sky was fake. The sky is fake. That's right. The sky we see now, including the sun, moon, and stars, are all virtual images constructed by the Star Core. Ji Qingsong's words were like a bombshell, shocking Qi Yi. When the sky was repaired, the Star Core took the initiative to communicate with humans. Ji Qingsong returned to the command desk and called up another image. It was a huge, spherical structure emitting a soft blue light. He did not explain his origins, but only said that he could give humans the ability to fight against strange beasts. That's when the machine girls started to appear. After that, there were only two countries left in the world, Xia country and the federal country. Because only these two countries blocked the first wave of alien beasts, quickly built city walls, and vigorously developed technology. The Star Core also gives these two countries some authority. But the impact of the first wave of alien beasts on Blue Star was too great. Ji Qingsong's expression became more solemn. Those strange beasts have taken root and multiplied on Blue Star. Their growth rate is much faster than the speed at which humans can wipe them out. 500 years have passed, and they have not been eradicated yet. Qi finally understood everything. It reminded him of the scenes he saw in Mecha Girl Saga, those terrifying insect shadows wandering in the sea of stars. The Star Core should be equivalent to the guardian of the blue planet, constructing a false sky to resist alien beasts in the interstellar space and protect humans on the blue planet. Although I don't know whether the title of Guardian God is accurate, according to Ji Qingsong's description, at least the Star Core is on the side of Blue Star. I see. Qi murmured to himself. That ship girl. That sounds great. It would be a shame not to drive such a good ship. Some images involuntarily emerged in Qi's mind. The space inside the ship should be very spacious. Just thinking about that driving experience makes one's heart race. Yue keenly noticed the strange light in Qi's eyes. Qi, what bad things are you thinking about? There was a hint of jealousy in her voice. Are you thinking of driving a big car? No. Qi waved his hands quickly. I'm just a little curious about the performance of that starship. Okay, these are all things that happened a long time ago. Ji Qingsong returned to the topic, his face becoming serious. What do you think about the issue of refugees entering the city? He looked at Qi Yi, waiting for his answer. Qi Yi came back to his senses from his fantasy about the ship girl and thought seriously about Ji Qingsong's question. The influx of refugees into the city is indeed a complicated issue. On the one hand, these refugees do need help, and it is inhumane to leave them to fend for themselves in the wilderness. On the other hand, the influx of a large number of refugees into cities will inevitably bring about various social problems. I think you're doing the right thing. Qi finally spoke. Although the process may be a little troublesome, it will be beneficial to the development of Qingsheng in the long run. Chapter 86, Senior Tour Guide. Halfway through his speech, Qi suddenly turned around, looked at Ji Qingsong, who was still in high spirits, and spread his hands. You can let me drive the Mecha, but if I were asked to analyze people's livelihood issues... He smiled bitterly and shook his head. I can't analyze anything. I'm not a political scientist, and I've never been a leader. Why are you asking me this? When Ji Qingsong heard this, he burst into laughter. That's right. Every profession has its own specialty. Ji Qingsong turned around and walked towards the coffee table next to his desk. Actually, I asked you to come here today for another matter. Ji Qingsong said, as if nothing had happened while pouring tea. What's up? Qi asked curiously. Ji Ching-song picked up the teacup and blew away the hot steam gently. Because Arya is injured, the Shunsheng delegation will probably stay in Qingsheng for a few days. He looked at Qi Yi and said, as the host, I specially selected a tour guide for them. Who do you think the tour guide is? When Qi Yi heard this, the expression on his face instantly became interesting. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times, and then he couldn't help but swear. Fuck. Qi Yi rolled his eyes, his tone full of helplessness. Old man, you've said that to my face. Who else could it be? Yue Ying stood aside, watching the conversation between Qi Yi and Ji Qing-song, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. She thought the interaction between the two was really funny. Even though there's such a big age gap between them, they get along as casually as old friends. Seeing that Qi Yi had guessed it right, Ji Qing-song did not deny it and just nodded. Yes, it's you. He took a sip of tea, his eyes full of pride. How is it? Isn't this mission special enough? Qi Yi was silent for a moment, then suddenly grinned. Let me be your tour guide, okay? His tone turned serious. But old man, you have to arrange for me the rewards for this exchange conference. Qi Yi stretched out his hand and made a gesture of counting money. Not a cent less than what is due. When Ji Qing-song heard this, the smile on his face became even brighter. Ha ha, you kid, are you still thinking about money now? He put down the teacup, and his expression became a little playful. We lost the overall score in this pilot exchange conference. According to the rules, the winning team will be eligible for a 3-day tour of Qingsheng and will be accompanied by a professional tour guide, so I asked you to follow them. Hearing this, Qi Yi's eyes widened instantly. Fuck, he couldn't help but exclaim, shock written all over his face. Will the people in Shunsheng be willing? The expressions of those people from the Shenzhen city delegation emerged in Qi Yi's mind. I won the competition, and the reward is to stay in Qingsheng for 3 days? Isn't it more uncomfortable to win than to eat shit? The more he thought about it, the more ridiculous it seemed. Then aren't you clearly trying to piss them off by asking me to be your tour guide? Imagine that the people in Shenzhen were already upset because Qi Yi won a game. Now he'll be my tour guide for 3 days. This is just rubbing salt into their wounds. Ji Qing-song was in a good mood when he saw Qi Yi's shocked expression. Why? You don't want to go? He deliberately provoked her. I thought you were very brave. Qi Yi sighed and shook his head. Forget it. The winning team didn't get any good rewards. I won't ask for anything. His tone became somewhat helpless. Just be nicer to me from now on. Qi Yi thought that the people in Shunsheng were really unlucky. The reward for winning the game is to stay in the enemy city for 3 days and be guided by the person who defeated your teammate. This kind of reward is even more torturous than no reward at all. Ji Qing-song smiled slightly after hearing what Qi Yi said. What other reward do you want? His tone lightened. MS-01 has been filed, and the wanted list for you has been canceled. Just be happy. Didn't you agree to put Yue Ying in the archives before? How can this be considered a reward? Qi Yi was about to protest when he suddenly realized another message in Ji Qing-song's words. Wait, the wanted list for Disaster Star has been canceled. He raised his head suddenly, his eyes full of shock. I haven't told you yet. How do you know that I have a relationship with the Disaster Star? Ji Qing-song looked at Qi Yi's shocked expression, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Do you think that all the military personnel are useless? There was a hint of ridicule in his tone. We lost an S-Class mecha girl. How could we not find her? Ji Qing-song walked to the command desk and tapped the control panel a few times. A map appeared on the holographic screen, marking the various areas of Qingsheng. One of the red spots was flashing, and the location was Shang Muying's underground casino. We already knew she was in the underground casino of the merchant girl. Ji Qing-song's voice became more serious. Once you take the Disaster Star away, we will close down her casino. He turned around and looked at Qi Yi. If it weren't for the Disaster Star being taken in by her, we would have closed down this casino long ago. Qi Yi was silent for a long time, quickly thinking about various possibilities in his mind. Since Ji Qing-song already knew the location of the Disaster Star, why didn't he just bring her back? An S-Class mecha girl is an extremely valuable resource for any force. There is no reason to let her wander outside. Unless, is there anything special about the Disaster Star? Qi Yi raised his head and looked straight into Ji Qing-song's eyes. Why didn't you force her back, but waited for me to take her away? How do you know she will follow me? An S-Class mecha girl who killed a gold medal pilot should be immediately recycled, her data cleared, and then reallocated. But the military allowed her to stay in the underground casino for so long. There must be some unknown reasons. When Ji Qing-song heard this question, The expression on his face became more complicated. He turned and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the brightly lit city outside, as if thinking about how to answer this question. This question, Ji Ching-song spoke slowly, his voice full of obvious fatigue. It is related to the core of the disaster star. He turned around and looked at Chi. The core of the disaster star. Ji Ching-song's voice became even deeper. It's different from other mecha girls. As for why we know that the disaster star will follow you, given your powerful piloting skills, I'm afraid no mecha girl would refuse. Chapter 87 Private Questions. The atmosphere in the command room suddenly became heavy. Chi frowned and stared at Ji Ching-song closely. What's wrong with the core of the disaster star? The core is the most important part of the mecha, and any abnormality may mean huge risks. Ji Ching-song shook his head, a helpless expression on his face. This kind of private matter is probably only known by the disaster star himself. He walked to the coffee table and poured another cup of hot tea. The warm steam slowly rose in the air. We know that the core of the disaster star is special, and it was the star core that took the initiative to remind us. Ji Ching-song picked up the teacup, blew away the hot steam gently, and his eyes became profound. Star cores rarely communicate with humans on their own initiative, but that time they specifically warned us that the core of the disaster star was unusual. Chi felt a little confused when he heard this. The star core would actually take the initiative to warn humans about a robot girl? This shows that the special nature of the disaster star far exceeded his imagination. The pilot before her was killed because he tried to force a core contract with the disaster star. Ji Ching-song's tone turned cold, and a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. To be honest, that guy deserved to die. He put down his teacup with a look of disdain on his face. It's already a great fortune to sign a normal contract with an S-rank mecha girl, but he actually wants to go one step further. He is just greedy and wants to forcibly spy on the secrets of the disaster star. Being killed in return is also my own fault. Chi nodded, feeling no sympathy for the dead pilot. I see. Chi's tone became calmer. Ji Ching-song looked at Chi and a smile appeared on his face again. How is it? Are you satisfied with this reward? When Chi heard this, he couldn't help but grin. Satisfied, of course I'm satisfied. 5-star praise. Absolutely 5-star praise. Disaster Star is an S-Class mecha girl. Even if she doesn't sign a core contract with me, she is still a top-notch fighter. There was clear excitement in his voice. Although there might be a risk of betrayal if the contract is not signed, Chi is absolutely confident in his driving skills. As long as he could make Disaster Star experience an unprecedented sense of comfort, he didn't believe she could forget it. After experiencing the lesson of Xianyu, he understood that in the future, no matter what kind of machine girl it was, he had to kick her first. Otherwise, if she ran away before he could kick her, it would be a huge loss. Chi quickly came back to his senses from his excitement and thought of a key question. By the way, what if those people in Shunsheng don't travel to Qingsheng and simply give up this opportunity? Or maybe they simply don't want me as a tour guide, so wouldn't it be a wasted trip for me? When Ji Ching-song heard this question, he smiled and said, "Don't worry about that." He walked to the command desk and pointed at the dense red dots on the holographic screen. We in Qingsheng have started accepting refugees today. They must want to see how we will respond in the future. Ji Ching-song's voice turned serious. So these 3 days are a great intelligence gathering opportunity for them. They won't give up easily. Chi nodded, thinking that what Ji Ching-song said made sense. As for you as a tour guide, Ji Ching-song turned around and looked at Chi Yi. We'll see what happens then. But I think, given their usual practices in Shunsheng, they will want to poach you. Ji Ching-song's tone became relaxed. So there's a high probability that I won't let go of this opportunity to contact you. When Chi heard this, his eyebrows raised slightly. Poach him. The people in Shenzhen had a nice idea. If they really don't need you as a tour guide, then you should just do whatever you want. Ji Ching-song waved his hand, looking indifferent. Let them wander around on their own. Anyway, we have people watching them, so they can't do anything shameful. Chi understood and nodded. Then how do I find them? Ji Ching-song walked to the desk and took out a room card from the drawer. Arya was taken away by the trauma team for treatment. She should be healed soon. The place where they live is Qingcheng Hotel, which we arranged in advance. He handed the room card to Chi. I've booked a room for you next to the one they're staying in. Chi took the room card, which read Qingcheng Hotel, room 1314. But remember one thing. Ji Ching-song's expression suddenly became serious. Arya is basically a puppet. Although she is self-aware, there must be someone who can control her in some special way. Ji Qing-song stared into Chi Ye's eyes and said, "Don't try to get close to her, and don't be deceived or tempted by her. That girl may look like a harmless girl, but in reality, she is just a heartless machine." Chi nodded to show his understanding. "Understand. I will be careful." Ji Qing-song looked at Chi Ye's expression and nodded with satisfaction. "That's it. You guys go back and rest. Tomorrow morning, people from Shenzhen should start their tour." Chi turned around and prepared to leave, but suddenly stopped at the door. "That's right, old man." He turned around with a smirk on his face. "If the people in Shunsheng really want to poach me, what are you going to do?" When Ji Qing-song heard this, he burst into laughter. "Then it's up to you to choose. But I believe you won't be bribed so easily." Chi grinned and walked out of the command room with Yueying. The elevator door slowly closed, and the command room fell silent again. Ji Qing-song walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the dazzling city night view outside the window. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by deep worry. The entry of refugees into the city is only the first step, and there are still many troubles waiting for Qingsheng. The covetousness of the deep city, the threat of the alien beast tide, and those unknown variables. Hopefully it will all be worth it, he whispered to himself, his voice sounding particularly lonely in the empty command room. In the elevator, Yueying looked at Qi Yi with anticipation on her face. "Qi Yi." Her voice was soft and gentle. "I want to take a shower first." Yueying's cheeks flushed slightly. "I just told you. I felt a little bit after the battle today." When Qi heard this, an evil light flashed in his eyes. "Take a bath." He turned around, looked at Yueying's blushing little face, and a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Let's go to the hotel and take a shower. Change the environment and experience it." Qi paused deliberately, and his voice became ambiguous. "How about a bath together?" When Yueying heard this, her cheeks instantly turned red like a ripe apple. "Qi Yi, what bad things are you thinking about again?" She gently punched Qi Ye's chest with her small fist, but there was no real resistance in her movements. "The bathroom in a hotel should be much bigger than at home." Qi Yi pretended to be serious. "And there's a jacuzzi, which should be good for your body." Yueying was so embarrassed that she almost buried her head in her chest. "Is it really just a shower?" Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Qi burst into laughter and reached out to stroke Yueying's hair. "Of course, we are here to do serious work." The elevator door opened and the cool night breeze blew in, bringing with it the bustling atmosphere unique to the city. Qingcheng Hotel was not far away, and the neon lights on the top floor were flickering in the night sky, as if calling them. Qi rode his scooter toward the hotel. Tomorrow, he will take that group of people on a trip, but tonight it belonged to the two of them. Chapter 88: Borrow a Bathroom. Qi parked the scooter in front of the hotel entrance, and Yueying jumped out from the back seat. "Qi, this place is so luxurious." Yueying looked up at the towering building, a hint of wonder in her voice. "Of course, what Commander Ji arranges for us will definitely not be bad." Qi pushed the little sheep towards the parking lot with a satisfied smile on his face. "Besides, people from Shenzhen City also live here, so it will be more convenient for us to work tomorrow." The elevator slowly rose, and numbers jumped on the display screen. Bite! The elevator door opened, and we arrived at the 13th floor. The corridor is covered with red carpet, and the wall lamps on both sides emit warm light. There's a faint scent of perfume in the air, and the whole environment looks elegant and peaceful. Room 1314 is located in the middle of the corridor. The door is made of dark brown solid wood and looks very textured. Qi took out the room card and was about to swipe to open the door when footsteps were suddenly heard in the corridor. Qi turned his head, and a familiar figure came into view. Arya's petite figure was wrapped in a simple white hospital gown. As expected of a robot girl's body, it recovers quickly. Qi sighed in his heart. If an ordinary person suffered an attack of that magnitude, he would probably be lying half dead in the hospital. But Arya now looked like nothing had happened. Arya walked to the door of room 1315, took out the room card, and entered the room. The sound of the door closing echoed in the quiet corridor. Qi shook his head upon seeing this and opened the door of his room. This is a luxurious suite with an area of at least 100 square meters. The living room is furnished with leather sofas and a coffee table, and outside the floor-to-ceiling windows is the night view of Qingsheng. There is a 2-meter-wide bed in the bedroom, covered with white silk sheets. The most impressive thing is the bathroom. Behind the transparent glass door, a huge jacuzzi comes into view. The bathtub is large enough for 2 or 3 people, and there are various high-end toiletries next to it. Wow, what a big bathtub! Yueying ran to the bathroom door excitedly, her face full of excitement. Chi, go and turn on the water. I want to take a shower now. Chi looked at Yueying with a sly smile on his face. Yes, my little girl, I'll help you drain the water right away. He walked in the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and warm water flowed into the bathtub. Soon, the whole bathroom was surrounded by white steam. Yueying stood at the door, holding the corners of her clothes tightly in both hands. That Chi, should I take it off first? Chi turned around and looked at the shy Yueying, his eyes full of doting. Let's go together. Warm steam filled the bathroom, blurring all outlines. The curve of Yueying's figure was faintly visible in the steam, and her slender white legs looked particularly attractive. Chi, the water is so hot. Her voice trembled a little, not sure if it was because of the hot water or nervousness. Chi stretched out his hand to test the water temperature. Just right, it won't burn you. The two of them slowly walked into the bathtub, and the warm water surrounded their bodies. Yueying pressed tightly against Chi Yi, feeling the warmth of his body. How do you feel? Chi gently stroked Yueying's back, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Very comfortable. Yueying closed her eyes and enjoyed this rare moment of intimacy. Chi Yi, your hand. Relax, I'll give you a massage. Chi's hands gently kneaded Yueying's shoulders. Today's battle has disrupted your energy circuits a bit, so you need to adjust them. Yueying felt Chi Yi's skillful massage techniques, and her body gradually relaxed. Oh, there. She suddenly let out a soft cry, and her body trembled slightly. What's wrong? Chi stopped what he was doing and asked with concern. It's okay. I just feel a little uncomfortable. Yueying was so embarrassed that she almost dived into the water. The two hugged each other in the warm water, enjoying this wonderful time. The water vapor blurred the vision, making everything hazy and romantic. Just when the atmosphere became ambiguous, there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. The knock on the door was particularly clear in the quiet room. Chi frowned, feeling very dissatisfied. Who is it? Why are you disturbing me at this time? He looked at the clock on the wall. It was almost 10 o'clock. It was indeed strange that someone was knocking on the door so late at night. Chi, do you want me to open the door? Yueying asked, somewhat worriedly. No, I'll go. Chi stood up from the bathtub, water droplets sliding down his body. Just keep soaking. I'll be back soon. He picked up the bathrobe and put it on. The white yukata made him look even more handsome, and his wet hair stuck to his forehead. Boom, boom, boom. The knock on the door came again, more urgent this time. Chi walked to the door and looked out through the peephole. There was a petite figure standing outside the door. It was Arya, but she had changed her clothes. A pink Japanese sailor suit with a cute Shiba Inu head printed on the chest. She was wearing white knee-high socks and looked like an ordinary high school girl. If you don't know her true identity, anyone would be fooled by this cute appearance. Chi took a deep breath and opened the door. What's the matter? The moment Arya saw Chi Yi, she smiled sweetly. But her eyes were still cold, forming a sharp contrast with the smile on her face. Good evening, Chia brother. Meanwhile, in the room at the end of the corridor, several representatives from Shenzhen City were discussing something. Qing Chung arranged such a bad hotel for us, and we even let Aaliyah seduce that guy. A middle-aged man's voice sounded somewhat dissatisfied. His name is Li Xiangqing, and he is the deputy head of the Shenzhen delegation. Master Xia, isn't this too easy for that kid? Arya is still your sister, no matter what. Younger sister? Another voice interrupted him, with obvious sarcasm in its tone. The speaker was Xia Shulin, the head of the Shenzhen City delegation and Arya's biological brother. Father never treated her as a daughter. Xia Shulin said with a sneer. You've seen it all in this competition. The shadow dodge and sword shadows that Arya learned from video analysis are just jokes in the eyes of that pilot. He walked to the window and looked at the night view of Qingqing opposite. That skill is definitely not something you can learn through video analysis. If sacrificing Arya can win over Chi Yi, it's a win no matter what. A greedy gleam flashed in Xia Shulin's eyes. At least let him use those skills once while piloting Arya, so that Arya can obtain more comprehensive skill data. When Li Xiangqing heard this, a worried expression appeared on his face. But what if Chi doesn't take the bait? He doesn't look like someone who would be seduced by beauty. Xia Shulin turned around with a confident smile on his face. Don't worry, I've already upgraded Arya's program. She can now tailor her behavior to the target's state of mind. No man can resist the temptation of a perfect woman. and at the door of room 1314. Chi looked at Arya, waiting for her to explain her purpose. Arya's eyes flickered slightly, obviously processing some kind of data. Her mind quickly searched for information on the internet. How to communicate with the opposite sex, how to build trust, how to create opportunities for contact. Tens of thousands of pieces of information raced through her processor and were finally filtered into her brain. Finally, she found the most reasonable reason. The bathroom in my room is broken. There was a hint of pity in Arya's voice. Can I borrow your bathroom? Chapter 89. The goods have been inspected. Chi looked at Aaliyah outside the door, thinking quickly in his mind. This excuse is too low. There are so many people in the Shenzhen city delegation. She wouldn't be able to find any one of them. Even if the bathroom is really broken, wouldn't it be more reasonable to ask the hotel front desk to solve it? Alia stood at the door, her pink sailor suit looking particularly cute under the dim light of the corridor. Her golden curly hair hanging down to her shoulders and her lowly-like figure made it hard to believe that she was a dangerous killing machine. She took a deep breath and was about to refuse. Arya blinked and said sweetly, "Is it okay?" Her voice is soft, and coupled with her delicate little face, it is really lethal. However, Chi knew her background, and this level of coquetry had no effect on him at all. "Sorry, it's not convenient right now." Before he could finish his words, Arya gently pushed him aside and walked directly into the room. "Wait, you can't." Chi turned around and wanted to stop him, but what he saw was a smooth back. Arya's clothes had been completely taken off, revealing her perfect body curves. The slender waist and graceful hip line looked particularly attractive under the dim light. Without any pause, she walked straight toward the bathroom. Chi was stunned for a second, then reacted. "Hey, Mooney's still in there." But Arya had already pushed open the glass door of the bathroom. "Ah!" Yue Ying's scream came from the bathroom, her voice full of shock. "Where's Chi Yi? Where's my Chi Yi? Why is it you?" Yue Ying hugged her body tightly, her blue eyes widened. Arya didn't show any shyness. Instead, she naturally lifted her legs and entered the bathtub. The warm water was created by her body, and the splashing water droplets sparkled under the light. "You can let him in," Arya said calmly. "The bathtub is big enough. I don't mind." Her eyes remained cold, without any change even in such an ambiguous environment. Yue Ying's face instantly turned red. "How could you do this?" She turned and shouted to Chi outside the bathroom. "Asshole Chi, did you let her in on purpose? Did you want to take a bath with both of us?" Chi spread his hands helplessly outside the bathroom. "Master Qingtang, please be wise. She really broke in by herself. She can take off her clothes in a second. How do you want me to react?" Yue Ying snorted, obviously not satisfied with this explanation. But seeing that Arya had already sat down in the bathtub, she could only accept the situation. Steam filled the bathroom, blurring the outlines of everything. Yue Ying began to secretly look at Arya beside him. In the mist, if you ignore her emotionless eyes, she is perfect in every way. Exquisite facial features, smooth skin, and Yue Ying's eyes moved down involuntarily, and her face turned even redder. Her breasts are actually bigger than mine. Yue Ying gestured deliberately in the mist to confirm this frustrating fact. "Damn it," she cursed in her heart. "She looks so petite, how could she?" Arya seemed to be aware of Yue Ying's gaze, but she didn't care. Her attention was completely focused on analyzing Yue Ying. She could feel on the battlefield that this mecha girl had very high attributes. Even her armor in overclocked state could be easily broken, which shows how extraordinary it is. But since he has contracted such a mecha girl, why is Chi Yi still a bronze medal pilot? According to the regulations, as long as you sign a core contract with an A-level mecha girl, you can become a silver medal pilot. No matter how you analyze Yue Ying's data, it has to be A-level. Even judging from the combat data, the strength and speed can even reach S. Arya's processor raced, trying to find a loophole. Various possibilities flashed through her mind. Is there something wrong with Moon Shadow's level? Or is Qing Cheng deliberately holding back Chi Ye's pilot level for the sake of this exchange conference? The water temperature in the bathtub was just right, and the two of them sat diagonally with enough distance between them. But this distance still seems particularly ambiguous in the small space. Yue Ying tried not to look at Arya, but her eyes were always drawn to her involuntarily. "You, what do you want to do?" Yue Ying finally couldn't help but speak. Arya turned her head. "Take a bath." Her answer was brief and to the point. "Then why don't you go find someone else?" Yue Ying asked. Arya was silent for a few seconds, as if thinking about how to respond. Because I want to be driven by him, too, she said finally, and learn his skills. This answer made Yue stunned for a moment. Some honesty. Outside the bathroom, Chi leaned against the door frame, listening to the conversation inside. How was your conversation? Chi deliberately said. If everything is fine, I'll go to the living room and wait. You're not allowed to leave. Yue responded immediately. If you dare to leave me here alone with her, I will. I will. She thought for a long time, but couldn't think of any threatening words. I will bite you to death and make sure you can never stand up again. When Chi heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I won't leave. I'll wait for you at the door. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere in the bathroom gradually became wonderful. Yue secretly observed Arya, feeling a mixture of emotions. It would be a lie to say I wasn't jealous. This girl's figure is indeed perfect. But more of it is curiosity about what this legendary cyborg is like. Do you still have human emotions? Yue asked suddenly, her voice very soft. There was a flicker of fluctuation in Arya's eyes, but they quickly returned to being cold. I don't know, she replied briefly. This answer surprised Yue a little. She originally thought that Arya would directly deny it. Are you afraid? Yue continued to ask. Are you afraid of death? Afraid of pain? Arya was silent for a long time, so long that Mooney thought she would not answer. Pain cannot be felt, she finally said. Death uncertain. Such an answer made Yue feel a little sad. Then, have you ever been happy? Arya turned her head and looked at Yue, and there seemed to be a hint of confusion in her eyes. What is happiness? This question completely stunned Yue. How sad it is for a person who doesn't even know what happiness is. As the water gradually cooled, Yue stood up first, water droplets dripping from her smooth body. I'm going out now, she said awkwardly. You should finish washing quickly. Arya nodded and stood up as well. The two people walked out of the bathtub one after the other, and the sound of water and footsteps were suddenly heard in the bathroom. Chia's heart beat faster as he listened outside. Although he knew he shouldn't think wrongly, this situation did make it easy for people to think of things they shouldn't think about. Not long after, the bathroom door was pushed open. Yue came out first, wrapped only in a white bath towel. Her wet hair stuck to her shoulders, and her cheeks were slightly flushed from the hot water. Arya followed closely behind, and she was wearing nothing at all. The two of them just stood in the living room. Drops of water dripped from their bodies, leaving spots on the floor. The air was filled with the scent of shower gel, mixed with the natural fragrance of the two girls' bodies. Chi tried hard to stay calm, but the scene before him was too tempting. Two beautiful girls, wet bodies, dim lights. This is like a classic plot from some indescribable work. Yue walked over to Chi and held his arm. She raised her head, a sly gleam in her eyes. How is it, Chi? She deliberately lowered her voice, with a hint of teasing in her voice. She's pretty good, isn't she? This is something you offered yourself. You want her. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the whole room suddenly became subtle. Arya stopped taking the clothes, turned her head, and stared at Chi. Yue continued. I have already inspected the goods. She has a nice figure. Chi felt like his brain was about to shut down. What is going on? What does it mean to inspect the goods? What does very good mean? What on earth did you two do in the bathroom? Chapter 90, The Harmless Girl. I've already checked the goods. Yue continued. Her figure is very good. Chi took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. The scene in front of me was too tempting. Two beautiful girls, wet bodies, dim lights. Chi felt his heartbeat begin to speed up, and his blood began to gather in a place where it shouldn't go. But reason told him that this woman was too dangerous. Who knows if she would suddenly go crazy in bed and kill herself. Chi took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He looked at Mooney, then at Arya. In the end, reason triumphed over desire. Alia. Chia's voice was a little hoarse. You can go back now. There was a flicker in Arya's eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. She seemed to have guessed this outcome long ago and had no intention of insisting on it. She silently picked up the clothes on the ground and started to put them on in front of Chi. The sailor suit was wrapped around her perfect body again, and her white stockings were pulled up above her knees. She moved quickly, without any hesitation. See you tomorrow. After saying this, Arya walked straight to the door. Her footsteps were particularly clear in the quiet room. The door closed gently with a soft sound. Chi breathed a long sigh of relief. Yue walked forward and put her arms around Chia's waist. Why? Feeling lost. She raised her head with a hint of teasing in her eyes. That was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Qi smiled bitterly and shook his head. I wouldn't dare. He reached out and gently stroked Yu Weiying's cheek. After all, Xiao Yu Weiying is still here. She is nothing in front of Xiao Yu Weiying. When Yu Weiying heard this, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. But the next second, she curled her lips again. TSK, you were staring straight ahead just now, she said in mock dissatisfaction. That's what men are like. They say no, but their bodies are honest. Qi was amused by her appearance. Is this still the Xiao Yu Weiying I know? He deliberately showed a surprised expression. How come you were so eloquent all of a sudden? You even started to tease me. Qi's eyes flashed with a sly smile. Were you not satisfied when I was driving you in a battle today? Are you thinking about it again now? As soon as these words came out, Yu Weiying's face turned red instantly. She wanted to refute, but Qi's words really hit her heart. Today on the battlefield, Qi transferred energy to her core through manipulation, and that feeling is still fresh in her memory. Ow, how do you know? She lowered her head, her fingers tightly grasping the edge of the bath towel. I don't just want. I also want to eat candy Haas. Get it to me quickly. After saying that, Yu Weiying suddenly reached out and grabbed Qi's bathrobe, pulling it down with force. The white bathrobe slipped off in an instant, revealing Qi's strong chest. Yu Weiying squatted down, and her movements were so skillful that Qi was a little surprised. Xiao Yu Weiying, Qi's voice was trembling. What are you going to do? Don't talk. Qi felt his blood was boiling. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The next morning, sunlight poured into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Qi and Yu Ying were still sleeping soundly in bed, both a little tired from last night's passion. The sheets were a little messy, and there was a faint sweet smell in the air. And in the next room, boom, boom, boom. A knock on the door broke the early morning silence. Arya sat up in her bed, no trace of sleep in her eyes. In fact, she didn't need sleep at all. Last night, she just lay still in bed, letting her body perform self-repair. Gomein. Arya's voice was calm, without any emotion. The door was pushed open and Xia Shulin, wearing a black suit, walked in. How did the mission go last night? Xia Shulin went straight to the point, with obvious dissatisfaction in his voice. From the surveillance video, you stayed in his room for less than an hour before coming out. Arya looked at Xia Shulin expressionlessly. He refused. Her answer was brief and concise, without any explanation. Xia Shulin frowned, an unhappy expression on his face. Rejected. He paced around the room. How can a normal male pilot refuse such temptation as yours? Xia Shulin stopped and looked at Arya. Is there something wrong with your method of seduction? Arya was silent for a few seconds, as if analyzing what happened last night. He was wary of me, she said finally, and his robot girl was there too. Xia Shulin sneered when he heard this. So what if the machine girl is here? What man doesn't want a threesome? He sat down in front of Arya. It seems that your charm is still not enough. There is a flicker of fluctuation in Arya's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Xia Shulin took out a small device from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. This is a message from your father. He pressed a button on the device and a hologram appeared in the air. The person in the video is a middle-aged man, who is Xia Shulin and Alia's father, Xia Tianming, the chairman of Shenzhen City Intelligent Machinery Technology. Arya. Xia Tianming in the holographic image spoke, his voice cold and full of majesty. Your mission is simple. No matter the cost, win over Qi. If that doesn't work, then learn his mecha girl driving skills and various other skills. You have to let him drive you no matter what. Xia Tianming's eyes were sharp. This is an important task related to the future development of Shenzhen City. We must not fail. Do you understand? Alia nodded, her face expressionless. Clear. Her voice was calm, as if she was just receiving an ordinary instruction. The holographic image disappeared, and the room fell silent again. Xia Shulin put away his equipment and looked at Alia. Qi's mecha girl might be a bit troublesome. His tone became serious. After all, no one likes a strange mecha girl to get close to their pilot. So if you want to seduce him, remember to pick a good time. Xia Shulin stood up and walked to the window. But with your charm, it should be easy. He turned around, a greedy look on his face. Once you analyze the specific data of his various operations, our Shunxing Barank mecha girls will be able to sell well again. Xia Shulin walked towards the door and turned back before leaving. Let Qi take you out for fun these 2 days. A sneer appeared on his lips. Ji Qingsong thought that sending him here as our tour guide would piss us off. But that's just what I want. Xia Shulin pushed open the door. We will just wander around Qingcheng these few days, and you can just follow Chi. There was a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Remember to squeeze him dry. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Shulin walked out of the room and closed the door again. Arya sat alone on the bed, with a complicated look in her eyes. The sunlight shone through the curtains onto her face, making her look more like a harmless girl. Chapter 91, I want to wear a swimsuit. Warm sunlight shines into the room through the gaps in the hotel's thick curtains. Chi slowly opened his eyes and felt the warmth around him. Yueying was curled up in his arms, her long snow-white hair spread out on the pillow, like stars in the night. Xiao Yueying is getting cuter and cuter, Chi thought to himself, reaching out to stroke her soft cheek. The gentle touch woke Yueying from her sleep. Her deep blue eyes slowly opened, revealing Chi's gentle smile. Good morning, Chi. Yueying's voice was still a little hazy, with a soft and sticky voice of just waking up. Good morning, Xiao Yueying. Chi kissed her lightly on the forehead. I'll go make you breakfast. Yueying crawled out from under the quilt and ran barefoot to the kitchen area. The white pajamas looked particularly attractive on her, and her slender legs shone like ivory in the morning light. Chi couldn't help swallowing as he looked at the beautiful scene. Chi, breakfast is ready. Yueying came out with a tray with a smug smile on her face. On the tray were 2 slices of toast, a fried egg, and a cup of hot milk. Although the appearance is average, at least it looks like normal food. Chi took the tray and took a bite of the fried egg. Surprisingly, it tasted pretty good. Although the cooking temperature was not controlled precisely enough, the food had gone from having a musty smell to being edible. How is it? Yueying looked at Chi nervously, with her hands clasped tightly in front of her chest. It's delicious, Chi praised. Xiao Yueying's cooking skills have improved a lot. Hearing this, Yueying's eyes instantly sparkled with stars. Really? Is it really delicious? She asked excitedly, with obvious joy in her voice. Of course it's true. Chi smiled gently. When have I ever lied to you? When Yueying heard this, a warm feeling surged in her heart. She walked over to Chi and hugged him gently. Thank you, Chi. She whispered in his ear, thank you for always encouraging me like this. Chi patted her on the back. What's there to thank me for? You're already great. The two of them were affectionate for a while, and Chi looked at the clock on the wall. It was already 8 o'clock. People from Shuncheng haven't come to find us yet. Chi was a little confused. Logically, they should have started today's itinerary a long time ago. Yueying raised her head from his arms. Do you want to take the initiative to go find them? That's right. I'm a tour guide after all. Chi nodded. It's only right for me to take the initiative. Yueying immediately became excited when she heard this. Then let's get ready quickly. She ran back to the bedroom and began rummaging through her clothes. Soon, she decided on her outfit for the day, a white strappy crop top with black denim shorts. The short top just reveals her slender waist, and her fair skin looks particularly attractive in the sun. The black shorts wrapped around her slender legs, showing off her perfect curves. How is it? Yueying turned around in front of Chia. Does this outfit look good today? It's very beautiful. Xiao Yueying is becoming more and more charming. Yueying lowered her head shyly, but the joy in her eyes could not be hidden. She took out a pair of sunglasses from her bag and put them on, instantly becoming cool and handsome. This way it feels more like a trip, she said proudly. Chia's outfit was much more casual, a simple white t-shirt with a light blue plaid shirt on top and black trousers underneath. Although he was dressed simply, he still looked exceptionally handsome with his handsome face. Let's go and meet our tourists. Chi reached out and held Yueying's hand, and the two walked towards the door together. As soon as the door opened, a familiar voice came. You're coming out now? You're such an incompetent tour guide. The owner of the voice was Arya. She leaned against the wall next to Chiye's room door, still wearing the pink sailor suit. The design of the sailor suit is youthful and lively, but when worn by Arya, it gives people the feeling of a Japanese bad girl in the previous life. The youthful vitality, mixed with the dangerous and rebellious feeling, made Chi Yi feel a strong sense of contrast. How long have you been waiting here? Chi Yi was a little surprised. Why are you the only one here? Where are the others? The corners of Arya's mouth curled up into a smile. Them. Her tone was casual. They told me to learn all your driving skills. It would be best if I could squeeze out all the knowledge you have. This kind of thing is easier to handle with fewer people, so they didn't come. As soon as these words came out, Chia's expression instantly became interesting. He never expected that Arya would state her purpose so bluntly. Squeeze dry. Chia's mouth twitched a few times. Why does this sound so strange? When Yueying heard this, she began to look Arya up and down. Chi is so awesome. If there were another little robot girl, maybe she could share some of the burden with her. The energy overflow last night was so overwhelming. For some reason, she always felt that Chi was getting stronger and stronger, and his energy was increasing. My guide, have you planned where we're going to go? Arya asked. Shit. Chi suddenly realized a serious problem, and an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. I don't think I know where to go in Qingcheng. He cursed in his heart. I don't know much about this city, so isn't it forcing him to be a tour guide? Arya saw the confused expression on Chi Ye's face, and a hint of understanding flashed in her eyes. You're not just a tour guide, you know? You can't tour, right? There was obvious mockery in her tone. Forget it. Looking at your expression, I know I can't count on you. Arya shook her head, and the light in her eyes began to flicker. Her brain quickly searched for various information about Qingxin. What makes her different from ordinary mecha girls is that she has direct access to the network database. In just a few seconds, she could get information about all the tourist attractions in Qingxin. Let me see. A stream of data flashed through Arya's eyes. Qingcheng Observation Deck, Qingcheng Cultural Museum, North District Park, Mecha Girl Themed Cafe, Hero Souvenir Shop. Come with me. Arya pushed the wall away and turned to the elevator. I'll take you out to play. Qi Yi and Yu Ying looked at each other. This situation was indeed a bit awkward. Originally, he was supposed to be a tour guide, but now he has to be led by the tourists instead. What is this? Am I being led by the tourists? Qi said to himself with self-mockery. But there is no other choice now. I can only follow Arya. The elevator slowly descended, and 3 people stood in the small space. The atmosphere was a little subtle, and no one took the initiative to speak. Arya stood aside expressionlessly, staring at the elevator door. Her mind was planning today's itinerary, while analyzing how to better approach Chi. Chi felt a lot of pressure being sandwiched between 2 beautiful girls. Bite! The elevator door opened, and people came and went in the lobby. The early morning sunlight shines in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, giving the entire space a golden glow. Aaliyah was the first to walk out of the elevator, followed closely by Qi Yi and Yu Ying. First stop, Qingcheng Swimming Pool. Aaliyah turned around and looked at the 2 of them. I haven't worn a swimsuit yet. I want to try it on. Her words were simple, but they made Qi Ye's heartbeat speed up instantly. Swimming pool? Swimsuit? This suggestion instantly made some images that he shouldn't have thought of emerge in his mind. If Yu Ying put on a swimsuit with her perfect body. When Yu Ying heard the suggestion of swimming, a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Swimming. I want to go too. I've never swum in a swimming pool before. Chi looked at Arya. Since she wanted to exploit, learn his driving skills, she shouldn't be violent towards him. Now that things have come to this, he can't just refuse directly, right? After all, his current identity is a tour guide, and Arya is a tourist. We must respect the choices of tourists. Then, let's go to the swimming pool. But we have to go buy swimsuits first. Aaliyah smiled when she heard this. Of course, I don't have a swimsuit yet after all. The 3 of them walked out of the hotel, and the streets of Qingcheng were bustling with people. The policy of allowing refugees to enter the city made the whole city more lively, and busy figures could be seen everywhere. Then let's go to the mall and buy swimsuits. Qi pointed to a large shopping mall not far away and said, there should be a specialized sporting goods store there. The shops on both sides of the street have already started business, and various hawking sounds can be heard one after another. The air is filled with the aroma of food and the noise of the crowd, making the whole city full of vitality and vigor. Arya walked in front, her steps brisk. Her blonde curls sparkled in the sunlight, and her pink sailor uniform swayed slightly with her movements. From behind, she looks like an ordinary high school girl, full of youthful vitality. Yu Ying. Qi suddenly leaned close to Yu Ying's ear and said softly, I think she is trying to seduce me on purpose. When swimming, your body is more exposed, and it's easier to create some ambiguous situations. Yu Ying nodded, a smirk on her face. It's okay, Chia. Since she wants to play, then play with her. Anyway, we're not the ones who suffer. Chapter 92, School Water. In the sporting goods section of the mall, 3 people were choosing swimwear at the swimwear counter. Soft lights streamed down from the ceiling, illuminating the dazzling array of swimsuits. Swimsuits of all colors and styles are neatly hung on racks, ranging from conservative one-pieces to bold bikinis. Wow, there are so many swimsuits here. Yu Ying's eyes sparkled, and she excitedly wandered in front of the various swimsuits. Xiao Yu Ying, which one do you want to choose? A light blush appeared on Yu Ying's cheeks. This is my first time buying a swimsuit, and I don't quite know what to choose. She picked up a pink two-piece long-sleeve swimsuit with blue shorts underneath. This one looks more conservative. Chi walked up to her and said softly, "Just choose what you like. Don't worry too much." Yue nodded and finally chose the long-sleeve swimsuit. The design of the swimsuit is simple and elegant. Although it is conservative, it is cut close to the body and can show the body curves well. At this moment, Arya's voice came from the other side. "I have chosen it too." Chi Yi and Yuing turned around and saw Leah holding a dark blue swimsuit. It was a classic campus-style one-piece swimsuit, also known as the legendary swimsuit. Arya looked at the swimsuit in her hand expressionlessly. According to the information I searched, this style has a special charm bonus in certain scenes. Her words were so blunt that Chi Yi almost choked on his own saliva. "Are you sure you want to choose this one?" Chi Yi asked tentatively. "Sure." Yuang came over curiously and looked at it. "This swimsuit looks very special. It feels like a swimming class at school." "Yes, that's the feeling." The corners of Arya's mouth rose slightly, and Chi Yi felt that she seemed to be hinting at something. The three paid the bill and left them all. The sun outside is still warm, and the streets are bustling with people, full of the breath of life. 10 minutes later, the three arrived at Qingqing swimming pool. The automatic door slowly opened, and cool air blew in. "Welcome to Qingqing's swimming pool," the front desk staff greeted warmly. Chi looked around and found that there were not many people in the swimming pool. The huge space seemed a bit deserted, with only a few staff members maintaining the equipment. "Why are there so few people?" Yueying asked with some confusion. The front desk staff smiled bitterly and said, "Nowadays, everyone likes to swim in the virtual world. The immersion is better, and there is no need to worry about choking on water. The business of physical swimming pools is really not doing well." Chi nodded. The virtual technology in this world is indeed advanced. Many people would rather experience various activities in the virtual world than go out of their homes in reality. "We want a private room," Chi said to the staff, "preferably with a bigger pool." "No problem." The staff's eyes lit up. "We have luxurious rooms with independent large swimming pools, rest areas, and changing rooms." "I want that one." Chi paid readily. The staff took them to the luxurious private room on the third floor. In the center of the private room is a large oval swimming pool. The water is clear and transparent, and it glows blue-green under the light. The poolside is paved with white marble, which looks particularly clean and tidy. "Wow, so beautiful." Yuang ran to the pool excitedly. "The water looks so clear." On one side of the swimming pool, there are separate changing rooms for men and women, and on the other side is a rest area equipped with comfortable lounge chairs and coffee tables. The decoration style of the entire private room is simple and elegant, giving people the feeling of a high-end club. "Are you satisfied, sir?" the staff asked. "Very satisfied." Chi nodded. "We could just play by ourselves. No need for anyone to accompany us." After the staff left, there were only 3 people left in the room. "Then let's go change clothes." Yueying held the shopping bags with an excited blush on her face. After saying this, Yueying and Arya walked towards the women's locker room together. Chi went into the men's locker room and changed in his swimming trunks. "It seems a bit tight. I bought a size too small. I should have tried it on earlier." A few minutes later, Chi changed in his swimming trunks and walked out of the locker room. He has a good figure with well-defined but not exaggerated muscles, and is full of masculine charm. "Chi, we are about to come out." Yueying's voice came from the women's locker room. Chi turned his head, and his breathing stopped instantly. Yueying walked out slowly wearing the pink swimsuit. The swimsuit clung to her perfect body, outlining her seductive curves. Her snow-white skin is as smooth as jade under the light, and her long legs are so beautiful that people can't take their eyes off them. "How is it? Does it look good?" Yueying asked shyly, placing her hands awkwardly in front of her. "Very, very beautiful." Chia's voice trembled a little, his eyes full of amazement. Just then, Arya also came out of the locker room. Chia's eyes widened instantly. Arya was wearing a dark blue swimsuit, and her petite figure was perfectly wrapped in the tight swimsuit. The wet golden curls stuck to her shoulders, and paired with those cold eyes, there was surprisingly no sense of incongruity. A generous gift of crab. Chi sighed in his heart, trying to keep himself calm. Aliyah noticed Chi's gaze, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Her plan seemed to be working. "How's the water temperature?" Arya walked to the edge of the pool, sat down gracefully, and stretched her legs into the water. The water splashed on her white calves, sparkling in the light. "Very comfortable." Yue also walked to the edge of the pool and entered the water carefully. Chi took a deep breath and jumped into the swimming pool. Under the influence of the water temperature, his hot mood calmed down a little. Xiao Yue, can you swim? Chi swam to Yue. I know a little bit. Yue was a little embarrassed, but my skills are not very good. It's okay, I'll teach you. Chi held Yue's waist with his hand. Relax and follow my rhythm. Yue felt the touch of Chi's palm, and her cheeks turned even redder. Well, I will try my best. The two began to play in the water, and Chi patiently guided Yue. Although Yue's movements were still a little clumsy, with Chi's help, she was soon able to swim freely in the water. Chi, how do you think I swim? Yue swam back and forth in the water excitedly. Great. Xiao Yue learns very quickly. Chi praised, his eyes full of doting. Arya stood quietly in a corner of the swimming pool, observing everything. Her original plan was to actively seduce Chi Yi, but now it seems that Chi Yi's attention is completely on Yue. This made her feel a little confused. Wasn't she charming enough? Arya's brain began to work quickly, searching for relevant data. She typed several key words in her mind: swimming pool, swimsuit, temptation, passion. In an instant, a large amount of image data appeared in her database. All kinds of content that is not suitable for children played quickly in her mind. She carefully analyzed the teaching materials and learned the techniques and methods therein. After a few seconds, a light flashed in Arya's eyes. She has found a solution. Arya took a deep breath and quietly dived into the water. At this time, Chi was floating on the water, watching Yue swimming freely in the water. The sunlight shines through the glass roof onto the water, making it sparkle beautifully. Xiao Yue's swimming talent is really good, he thought to himself. Suddenly, he felt something approaching underwater. A soft little hand stroked his leg, feeling warm and smooth. Chi's whole body trembled instantly. This sudden contact caught him off guard. What's going on? He was secretly shocked. The little hand did not stop, but became more and more bold. Chi lowered his head and looked underwater, and vaguely saw a figure swimming in the water. The golden hair fluttered in the water. It was Arya. This woman. Chi's heart beat faster. The little hand became more and more excessive and had already moved to the inside of his thigh. What's even worse is that the hand seems to want to continue exploring upwards. Chi felt something trying to reach into his swimming trunks. Shit, this is impossible. He was shocked. This behavior was totally beyond his expectations. However, the owner of the little hand obviously had no scruples, and his actions became more and more outrageous. Chapter 93, Breaking the Wall. The soft touch slowly moved up along the inside of his thighs. The warm water, mixed with the girl's body temperature, almost made him lose his mind. What on earth does this woman want to do? Chi tried hard to stay calm, but his body's reaction completely betrayed his will. Just when Arya wanted to take another step forward, boom! A huge explosion suddenly came from a distance, and the entire swimming pool shook violently. Bang! The floor-to-ceiling window of the private room was shattered in an instant, and glass fragments fell like raindrops. Cold air rushed in instantly, carrying with it a strong smell of smoke. What happened? Yue hugged Chi's arm in horror. Arya emerged from the water, her golden hair sticking to her cheeks wetly, her expression normal. The explosion was very close to here. Chi pulled Yue and swam quickly to the edge of the pool. Go up first. Change clothes. The three of them hurriedly climbed out of the water and rushed to the locker room without even bothering to dry themselves. The wet swimsuit clung to the body, leaving behind seductive curves, but no one had the heart to appreciate them at the moment. After changing their clothes, the three of them rushed out of the swimming pool with wet hair. The streets were in chaos. The air was filled with pungent smells of smoke and burning, making people want to cough. Chi raised his head and looked in the direction of the explosion. A huge black mushroom cloud rose in the sky, with thick smoke billowing, covering the sky and the sun. The orange-red flames were faintly visible in the smoke, and it was obvious that the fire was still spreading. That direction is... Chi frowned. Industrial zone? Yue tightly grasped his arm, her voice trembling. Will anyone get hurt? Just then, Chi's communicator rang. Attention, pilots! A massive explosion has occurred at the Xinjiang Mecha Girl Manufacturing Factory, the Morningstar Mecha Girl Manufacturing Factory, the Guyu Mecha Girl Manufacturing Factory. The production line has been severely damaged, and the whereabouts of all the unmanned aircraft are unknown. All nearby pilots, please rush to the scene immediately to assist in the investigation. Chi and Yuing looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. The robot girl manufacturing factory. Yuing muttered to herself. What's produced there are... That's right. Chia's expression turned serious. All the mechas produced there are about to be put on the market. Arya walked over to them. Looks like today's swimming plans will have to end early. Chi glanced at her and asked, Are you going too? Of course. Arya nodded. I am also a pilot, and I have the obligation to participate in the rescue. Besides, you're my tour guide for the next 2 days. I will go wherever you go. Don't try to get rid of me. Chi thought about it. Now is a special period. One more fighting force means one more guarantee. Even if she is not strong enough, she may come in handy at the critical moment. Then let's go together. Yueying and Arya turned into mecha state, and Chi directly entered Yueying. The smell of smoke in the air became thicker and thicker, making it almost impossible to breathe normally. In less than a minute, the three of them arrived near the factory. The sight before them made them gasp. The main building of the once magnificent Jinjiang machinery manufacturing factory has completely collapsed, with steel and concrete debris scattered everywhere. Thick smoke continued to billow from the ruins, and flames were still burning in some places. The extent of the damage is like it was bombed by a missile, Chi said in shock. At this moment, new news came from the pilot channel. Latest situation report. This explosion accident caused no casualties. I repeat, no casualties. Chi was stunned for a moment. No one was injured? How is this possible? Such a large-scale explosion did not cause any casualties? Arya walked over to him. That's normal, she said calmly. The entire process of machine girl production has long been completely taken over by intelligence. It's normal that there were no casualties in the bombing of this factory building. Chi turned his head and looked at her. What do you mean? Arya pointed to the ruins. This isn't a parts factory. That's where a lot of labor is needed. All you need to do here is assemble the prefabricated parts, and then use the star core to give the mecha a human form and thoughts, and a mecha girl is born. The whole process is fully automated, and the finished products are then sent directly to major shopping malls for sale. Arya suddenly laughed disdainfully, with obvious sarcasm in her voice. This explosion was most likely caused by the out-of-control robot girl. Out-of-control robot girl? Chi frowned. He had heard of this term in the Robot Girl War Chronicles. If he remembered correctly, the final boss of the mechanical recycling factory was an out-of-control robot girl. There's a rare look of strangeness in Arya's eyes, as if she recalled some unpleasant memories. The contract signed between humans and mecha girls is an unequal contract in the first place, she said slowly. If the pilot's behavior strongly violates the will of the pilot girl, there's a small chance that the pilot girl will enter the broken wall state due to her mental struggle. Break the wall. The wall here refers to the various restrictive clauses of the contract. Arya's voice turned cold. If the situation is critical enough, we can break this wall. In short, breaking the wall. However, according to the information I found, only a rank and below mecha girls can break the wall. I don't know exactly how to break the wall. She paused. Perhaps it's possible that the pilot did nothing wrong, but the pilot girl chose to betray him. Because the mecha girl's wall-breaking behavior is abnormal behavior, and is a blatant violation and blasphemy of the contract. Yueying's expression was a little complicated. Those out-of-control mecha girls, why did they blow up the factory? Arya sneered. The purpose is to rescue those low-level mecha girls that have just been created. Prevent them from being sold and forced to sign unequal contracts with humans. Yueying's face turned pale. Those mecha girls, they also have their own thoughts and feelings. Of course. Arya's tone was a little excited. Every mecha girl has her own consciousness, her own joys and sorrows. It's just that most of the time, they are bound by the contract and cannot express their true thoughts. Chi looked at Arya, whose emotions were a little fluctuating, and suddenly realized something. You too? Arya's body stiffened slightly, but soon returned to normal. My situation is rather special, she said calmly. I am both a pilot and a pilot girl. I can't betray myself, nor can I betray others. At this moment, something strange suddenly appeared in the distant sky. A dark mass of things is approaching quickly. The three of them looked up and immediately gasped. That's hundreds of mechas. They were all in mecha mode, flying in neat formation in the air. Chapter 94, I Want It. The black mass of mechas cast a huge shadow in the sky, just like the titans descending from the sky in ancient mythology. The thrusters of each mecha burst out with brilliant blue tail flames, as spectacular as a meteor shower in the gray sky. Their mechas have different shapes. Some are slender and elegant, and some are mighty and domineering. Chi observed these mecha girls carefully and felt shocked. Is the girl going to get off the plane in the sky? Ying's voice rang out in the cockpit. Yeah, they seem to be about to land. Arya stood nearby, her eyes flashing blue as she quickly analyzed the situation. Counting the number, 173 mechas, different models. Overall level is low. At this moment, the group of mecha girls began to land in an orderly manner. The leading blue-purple mecha landed gracefully not far in front of Chi. Her body has smooth lines and is covered with deep blue-purple armor. The most eye-catching thing is that she carries a huge silver sword on her back. The entire mecha exudes an elegant temperament, as noble as an aristocrat. Chi's eyes widened, and he recognized the identity of this mecha almost instantly. Ming Feng. He controlled Ying to walk forward a few steps, thinking that it was Yi Rueishuan who was controlling Ming Feng. So he asked, "Brother Yi, are you here to carry out a mission?" Chi Yi. Ming Feng's voice came. Yi Rueishuan is not here. Chi Yi controlled Ying to fly forward, keeping a relatively safe distance from Ming Feng. Not here? That's right, you didn't attend the exchange meeting yesterday. It seems you were on a mission. With so many mecha girls, it seems the damage caused by this explosion is very serious. Ming Feng was silent for a few seconds, as if he was organizing his words. Ying sensed something was wrong with the atmosphere and quietly turned on the scanning system. Chi, let me scan their situation first. Chi, I can't scan the serial numbers of these mecha girls. What do you mean? Chi frowned. But they all seem to be new machines that just came out of the factory. Even the most basic identity number has not been entered into the system. Ying's voice became increasingly quiet. It's like it just came off the production line. Chia's pupils shrank instantly, and a terrible guess emerged in his mind. He suddenly looked up at Ming Feng, his voice filled with disbelief. Fuck, this explosion, wasn't it you who caused it? Ming Feng did not deny it. Chi, they're the machine girls in these manufacturing plants. I need your help. Chia's expression instantly became serious, and he controlled Ying to draw out the lightsaber. The ice blue light danced on the sword, emitting a biting chill. I won't help you. If you leave now, I can let you live. Ying felt Chia's control, and his body began to charge. Chi, are we going to fight Miss Ming Feng? At this critical moment, Chia's communicator suddenly rang. Beep, 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 beep. The urgent ringing of the bell sounded particularly harsh in the tense atmosphere. Chi didn't want to answer the call. After all, being distracted at this time was very dangerous. Chi, this is Commander Ji's call. Chi was stunned for a moment. Why would Ji Qing-song call him at this time? He hesitated for a few seconds, but finally answered the call. Hello, old man. Boy, Ji Qing-song's hearty voice came from the communicator. What's the situation now? Did Ming Feng find you? Chi was stunned for a moment. Old man. Do you know Ming Feng is here with me? Of course I know, Ji Qing-song said in a relaxed and cheerful tone. I asked her to find you. No matter what Ming Feng wants to do, you must fully support her. Don't ask why. The answer is that I want these 3 mecha manufacturing companies to explode with gold coins. There is obvious excitement in Ji Qing-song's voice. How can we get gold coins if we don't rob them? An ATM must have the awareness of an ATM. 6 ticks per second is not my limit. If a few more companies come, I will continue to buy for free. Chi felt that all his 3 views were challenged. Old man, are you crazy? You must have done this secretly, right? Chia's voice became hurried. Ming Feng asked me to help these mecha girls. How the hell am I going to get these 100 or so girls through the Qingchang gate? I can fight my way out, but are you willing? Or have you already greeted the people guarding the city? There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall. If anyone knew that you advocated for the rebellion of the mecha girl, you wouldn't even have to live out your old age. Just prepare to ascend to heaven. Ji Qing-song laughed loudly on the other end of the line. Who told you to fight? I didn't say to let them escape from the city. Can't you keep it for yourself? Ji Qing-song's tone turned serious. If we let them leave the city, what if they get cheated or their energy runs out? That'll be the end of them, right? You keep them and feed them. Chi was completely stumped by this sentence. Fuck, old man. Over 100 mecha girls. I only have 2 million star coins now, and I can't even support them for a week. You think too highly of me. There was despair in Chi Ye's voice. The daily maintenance costs of more than 100 mecha girls were enough to make people feel overwhelmed just thinking about it. Ji Ching-song's voice became playful. Whether you can afford it or not is another matter. I'm just asking you, do you want it? These words seemed to have magical power, causing Chi Ye's heartbeat to accelerate instantly. More than 100 mecha girls. And it's a new product just out of the factory. If I could really take them in. Chi Yi swallowed, but reason prevailed. You're not testing me, are you? What if this is a trap? I'm doomed, right? Ji Ching-song was silent for a few seconds on the other end, then burst into hearty laughter. Send it, buddy. Why would I test you? If I really wanted to fuck you, would I have to go through so much trouble? Ji Ching-song's tone became sincere. Boy, I'm giving you a treat. There are more than 100 mecha girls. No one else can even get them. Hearing Ji Ching-song say this, Chi Ye's heart was completely shaken. Yuang was also looking forward to it in the cockpit. Chi, if there really are so many mecha girls, I could be the jailer. If they buy me a candied Haws every day, I'll be very happy. Chi took a deep breath and made a decision. He looked at Ming Feng in front of him, and the balance in his heart completely tilted. No matter what the consequences are, just accept it first. Even if something really happened, with more than 100 mecha girls in his hands, he could destroy the blue planet. Chi slid to his knees decisively. I want it. Chapter 95 Big Car. Thanks to the poem EX with grapefruit flavor. More than 100 mecha girls. This is no longer simple welfare. It is directly putting an army into his hands. Ji Ching-song on the other end of the phone seemed very satisfied with Chi Ye's reaction and laughed heartily. Haha, that's right. If you're a man, you should want them all. Chi took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the ecstasy in his heart. His brain began to work rapidly as he thought about the most realistic issues. But old man, you have to give me a bigger warehouse this time. Where else can I hide these 100 robot girls? I can't let them all transform into human form and sleep on the floor of my house. Can I? On the other end of the phone, Ji Ching-song's laughter stopped abruptly. Storehouse. Who says that a warehouse is necessary to place a robot girl? Chi was stunned and frowned tightly. What's the meaning? Don't play tricks on me, old man. If there is no warehouse, should I hide them in the other world of Zero? Chi complained half-jokingly. He thought that Ji Ching-song would laugh at him, but unexpectedly, Ji Ching-song on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment and then just hummed. That's about right. What the hell? Chi Ye's eyes widened instantly, and he even wondered if he had heard it wrong. Calculate the time. Ji Ching-song's voice sounded again, interrupting Chi Ye's wandering thoughts. Take these mecha girls and wait at the city wall in the East District. Xing has said he wanted to give you a surprise. By the way, let Arya follow you. Don't worry about her leaking the secret. As for why he wanted her to follow you, Starcore didn't tell me, but since he said so, there must be a reason for it. Boom. Starcore wants to give me a surprise? These words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Chi Ye's mind. His mind went blank, and he completely shut down. Starcore, the one who repaired the broken sky and gave life to the mecha girls, is like a creator god. He wants to give himself a surprise? Chi felt that all this was becoming unreal. Why did it feel like after coming to this world, all the people he met were for nothing? First it was Yuang, then Shang Yuing, and now there are more than 100 mecha girls. Even the Supreme Star Core has to come out personally to deliver warmth? Could it be that I really have obtained the legendary halo of the protagonist and possessed an incredibly powerful and heaven-defying destiny? But this isn't a novel script. What's the point of the protagonist's halo? Chi was complaining madly in his heart, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up wildly. No matter what, if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. Okay, I'll be there right away. Chi hung up the phone, feeling so excited that he couldn't express it in words. He turned around and looked at the blue-purple mecha floating quietly in front of him. Mi Feng, lead the way. Let's go to the East City Wall. Ming Feng nodded slightly, without any extra words, turned around and flew in one direction. The more than 170 mechas behind her also followed her and flew towards the east of the city. Arya stood there, her silver-black mecha looking particularly cold against the firelight of the ruins. She looked at Chi Yi, who suddenly changed his mind, and there was obvious confusion in her cold eyes. She couldn't hear the communication between Chi Yi and Ji Ching-song, so she totally couldn't understand why Chi Yi, who had drawn his sword against Ming Feng the previous second, became an accomplice of this group of rebellious mecha girls the next second. Moreover, he did it blatantly in front of her, an outsider. Why are you helping these out-of-control robot girls? Arya's voice came through the public channel. Chi controlled Yueying and slowly flew to her side. Don't you want to follow me? He didn't answer her question directly, but continued, follow me and you will know. After saying that, Chi no longer paid attention to her, driving the Yueying and closely following the huge army of mecha girls in front. Arya's machine hovered in place for a few seconds. Her processor was running at high speed, analyzing Chi-Ye's behavior and motives, but all logical models could not come up with a reasonable explanation. In the end, she chose to follow. Just as Xia Shulin ordered, she wanted to squeeze everything out of this man. During the flight, Chi was surprised to find that the journey was smooth and unobstructed. The entire Qingsheng seemed to have opened an exclusive passage for them at this moment. It seems that the old man Ji Qingsong has really arranged everything in order to give himself this great gift. Inside Yueying's cockpit, the virtual image's face flushed with excitement. Pray for the night. Pray for the night. Once I have settled all these mecha girls, I will create the unique Tonghulu cult in the universe. I want to be the leader. Looking at Yueying's cute appearance with starry eyes and drooling, Chi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Promising, he reached out and rubbed Yueying's head, but his heart was burning with heat. There are more than 100 combat units. If they could all be trained, what a terrifying force that would be. East City Wall. When Chi followed the army of mecha girls to their destination, the scene before him surprised him again. There are no tall and majestic city walls here at all. What comes into view is an endless blue sea. The sea was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the gray clouds in the sky. However, where the sea meets the city, an almost transparent energy light curtain, like an invisible wall, stretches from the bottom of the sea to the end of the sky, completely isolating the city from the outside world. Occasionally, streams of light flash across the light curtain, exuding a soft and mysterious atmosphere. It was too quiet here. The only sound you could hear was the waves gently hitting the light curtain. Chi was a little curious as to why he asked him to come here. Ming Feng, you know. He was about to ask Ming Feng when a crisp voice suddenly interrupted him. Tick-tock. It was like a drop of water falling into a calm lake. Chi raised his head suddenly. I saw the huge light curtain barrier on the sea surface suddenly began to ripple, like the water surface with a stone thrown into it. The light pattern started from one point and quickly spread out in all directions. Then, a huge monster that was difficult to describe in words began to slowly squeeze in from the other side of the light curtain. That was a ship's bow. A starship bow that is so huge that it is beyond imagination. It is a dreamy white and purple in color, and its hull is covered with complex golden patterns, giving it an indescribable sense of technology and beauty. It's too big. Just the exposed top covered half of the sky. Yueying's mecha form looked as small as dust in front of it. No, let alone Yueying. Even if all the mecha girls on the scene were tied together, their volume would not be as large as a piece of armor plate on this starship. Covering the sky and the sun. At this moment, this word has the most intuitive and shocking expression. All the mecha girls, including the always calm Ming Feng and the indifferent Alia, subconsciously stepped back a distance, looking up in awe at the huge monster that suddenly descended. The starship did not fully enter the barrier. It simply thrust its bow into this world and then stopped. A soft light began to emerge from the white and purple hull. That light was holy and warm, dispelling the haze in the sky. Just when everyone was attracted by this miraculous scene, a figure suddenly appeared from the light, and then it fell straight down from the sky. Chapter 96, Don't Worry, Little Guy. Thanks to the grapefruit-flavored poem EX, the figure fell straight down from the sky. Boom! She hit the beach, but did not stir up any dust. With her landing point as the center, an invisible shock wave instantly spread out, pressing the soft sand firmly to the ground. The smoke and dust cleared, and an excessively tall figure slowly stood up from the shallow pit. Chie's eyes were fixed on that figure, and his heart almost jumped out his chest. The man slowly stood up. The dreamy purple-white, long hair fluttered freely in the sea breeze like a pouring waterfall. She was wearing a well-cut, pure, white commander's uniform that tightly wrapped around her blood-pumping body. The golden epaulettes and tassels sparkled in the sun, highlighting her nobility and majesty. Below the uniform is a pair of slender legs wrapped in black leather boots. The explosive curves are full of power and beauty, making it almost impossible to look away. Qi was completely stunned. In Yueying's cockpit, he stared at the woman with wide eyes. Oh my god. Straight through the barrier? This is too perverted. He had already guessed that this person should be the only ship girl on the blue planet mentioned by Ji Ching-song. Fuck. Chi let out an ambiguous sigh in his heart. This is simply the ideal car. Marvelous. Those legs. Chi felt that even if he died under those long legs, it would be a worthy death. Just as Chi Yi was daydreaming, the ship girl had already raised her head. Her gaze penetrated Yue Ying's heavy cockpit armor and fell on Chi Yi. This man. Yofei's red lips opened slightly, and a voice that only she could hear rang in her heart. Is this the person my mother mentioned? The one who can lead mankind back to the starry sky? She looked at Chi Yi carefully. Looking at his appearance, he's not too bad. But I don't see anything special about it for now. Her gaze stayed on Chi Yi for a few seconds, then turned to the Yue Ying he was driving. Yufei's pretty eyebrows slightly frowned. This girl seems a little special. Why doesn't she have the scent of her mother? This discovery surprised her a little, but she didn't delve into it further. At this time, Ming Feng, who was in the lead, had recovered from his shock. She bowed slightly to the tall figure, and then the blue-purple mecha began to disassemble and reassemble. The light faded away, and a dignified girl in an elegant long dress and with long black hair appeared on the beach. Following Ming Feng's lead, the more than 170 mecha girls behind her followed suit. For a moment, the light was brilliant, like a fairy descending to earth. When the light faded away, more than 100 beautiful girls of various shapes and sizes appeared on the beach. Some of them are lively and cute, some are cold and arrogant, and some are gentle and quiet. Such a spectacular sight is enough to make any man lose the ability to think. Chi also opened Yue Ying's cockpit at the right time, jumped down from midair, and landed steadily on the beach. Chi! Yue Ying exclaimed softly and also changed into human form. She quickly ran to Chi Yi and looked at Yu Fei not far away with some nervousness. Yu Fei's gaze fell back on Chi Yi again. Chi Yi is 1.85 meters tall, which is considered quite tall among men, but standing in front of Yu Fei, who is 1.95 meters tall, he still looks a little small. It was a sense of oppression brought purely by her height, mixed with her innate temperament, which made people unconsciously want to surrender. Since it is my mother's wish that I sign a contract with him, Yu Fei was thinking in her heart, then give this kid a chance to perform. That's great. Just think of it as a vacation on the ocean. 1 month. If within a month, this man named Chi Yi does not demonstrate his due value, then I will take these little girls back to the Federation. After making up her mind, Yu Fei took a step forward, and her long legs wrapped in leather boots left a shallow mark on the beach. She looked at Chi Yi and said, I am Yu Fei, Planetary Starship. I'm here to help you clean up this mess. Chi Yi looked at her. Hello, my name is Chi Yi. He extended his hand for a standard handshake. However, Yu Fei didn't even look at him. Her gaze passed over Chi Yi's shoulder and looked at Arya, who had quietly regained her human form, not far behind him. Interesting. The corner of Yu Fei's mouth curled up with a hint of contempt. Human beings' little tricks are so ridiculous. Before she finished her words, her figure instantly disappeared from where she was and appeared in front of Arya. It was so fast that Chi Yi couldn't even catch the trajectory of her movements. Arya's pupils shrank suddenly, and her body subconsciously wanted to retreat, but an invisible force held her firmly in place. Yu Fei leaned down slightly, and her tall figure cast a huge shadow in front of Arya. She reached out her white-gloved hand and gently lifted Arya's chin. Don't be afraid, little one. Her voice was rarely soft. The two looked at each other. In an instant, streams of data cascading like waterfalls appeared in Yofei's pupils and Alia's pupils at the same time. The blue codes flashed and collided wildly in their eyes. Arya's body began to tremble violently, and an expression of extreme pain appeared on her face. It was as if something was being forcibly stripped from the depths of her soul. Sizzle. With a slight sound, the data flow stopped abruptly. Yu Fei let go of her hand, stood up, and looked at Arya, who was lying on the ground, with a look of pity. I've deleted the back door in your mind. From now on, no one will be able to control you anymore. Now, do whatever you want to do. Nothing will stop you. Yu Fei's tone was flat, but it was like an oracle declaring the end of Arya's past. Arya knelt on the beach, breathing heavily. Her eyes began to become blank and empty, like a puppet that had lost its soul. All along, the programs, orders, and goals implanted deep in my mind. At this moment, everything is initialized. She felt like she had become a masterless person. A huge sense of loss and emptiness came over her like a tide, almost swallowing her up. Why? Why is this happening? What should I do? Her world collapsed. But in the midst of these ruins, a new seed quietly sprouted. That is an emotion called hatred. Scenes flashed through her mind. The cold operating table, the piercing medicine, the flesh being peeled off, the father's cold and ruthless face, and the brother's hypocritical smile. Arya, this is for the future of the family. Arya, you have to become the strongest weapon. Arya, sacrifice everything for your family. Everything in the past turned into the sharpest blade, piercing her soul that had just been freed. At this moment, Arya's empty eyes were gradually replaced by an icy, murderous intent. She slowly raised her head and looked towards the city center. Elder brother. Her voice was hoarse and low. Wait for me. I will kill you. The moment she finished speaking, her body turned into countless silver-black streams of data, reorganizing into a high-tech killing mecha. Buzz! The thrusters roared, and without even saying hello to anyone, Arya turned into a silver-black meteor, soaring into the sky, and speeding towards the direction of Qingqing Hotel. Chapter 97 Contract Loophole. Arya turned into a silver-black meteor, drawing a cold arc across the sky, and disappeared in an instant. Chi stared blankly at the direction where Arya left, and then looked at the 1.95-meter-tall ship girl in front of him with a strong aura. The brain was in complete chaos at this moment. Just then, Yu Fei came to her senses. Her eyes, which contained the stars and the sea, refocused on Qi Yi. She seemed to realize only then that she had subconsciously ignored this man just now. Feel sorry. Yu Fei's voice was cold and clear. The virus program in that little fellow's body just now was too annoying. If we don't deal with it first, it will be very troublesome. As she spoke, she gracefully took off the pure white silk glove on her right hand. Then she took the initiative to extend her hand to Qi Yi. Let me introduce myself again. I am Yu Fei. Qi Yi was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously stretched out his hand and shook hers. Her palms were warm, strong, and had a delicate touch. Qi Yi, he answered simply. Yu Fei nodded slightly, and then her eyes moved away from him and fell on the more than 170 mecha girls with different expressions not far away. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's first sort out the placement of these children. Yu Fei just casually raised his arm and waved it lightly towards the empty space beside him. Buzz! The space seemed to ripple like the surface of water, and a huge hatch flashing with soft white light appeared out of thin air on the beach. The interior of the hatch is deep and dark, as if connected to another dimension. One can vaguely see the complex mechanical structure and flowing light path inside. Come in. Yu Fei's voice was clearly heard by every mecha girl. Just stay in there and bear the grievance for a while. But don't worry, the interior space of the starship is much larger than you think. Moreover, we have all kinds of machine maintenance equipment of various types. Just as the girls were hesitating, Ming Feng took a step forward. Her elegant black dress fluttered gently in the sea breeze. Go ahead. Her voice was gentle. Rather than returning to the city and being controlled by pilots who don't know how to fight, wasting our performance, why not follow a truly powerful pilot and kill the monsters with our own hands to prove our worth? Ming Feng turned around, stretched out his slender finger, and pointed at Qi Yi, who was not far away. At that moment, the eyes of all the mecha girls were focused on Qi Yi with burning desire. He will guide you. Today, I was able to lead you out of the factory using the skills he taught me. This is the pilot we should really follow. If he teaches us occasionally, the improvement he brings will be much better than those ordinary pilots flying us for a whole year. Boom! Ming Feng's words were like a bombshell, exploding in the hearts of all the mecha girls. They witnessed Ming Feng's amazing swordsmanship with their own eyes. The countless sword lights that came like a natural disaster have been deeply imprinted in the depths of their core. That power, that elegance, that freehand style, it is the ultimate gesture that they are extremely obsessed with. They want to learn too. They also want to become that strong. In an instant, those more than 170 gazes changed from simple desire to fanatical belief. It seemed that as long as they followed this man, they could reach the new sky they had always dreamed of. No more words are needed. A cute and lively girl with short pink hair took the first step and walked towards the huge hatch without hesitation. With the first one, there will be the second, the third. The mecha girls formed a beautiful landscape, lined up in neat rows, and walked into the starship in an orderly manner. Chi looked at this scene with mixed feelings. He felt as if he had become the leader of some powerful organization without knowing it. When the figure of the last mecha girl disappeared in the light gate, the door closed silently and disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. All right. Yufei put on the white gloves again and clapped her hands, as if she had just done something insignificant. She looked at Qi and said, "The situation is special now. When I have time later, I will let you visit my starship. It's still fun inside me." Qi coughed dryly, feeling that there was something wrong with this sentence. But he still nodded to show his understanding. At this moment, Ming Feng, who had been standing quietly by the side, slowly walked in front of Qi. "Thank you, Qi." She bowed slightly, her posture elegant and her tone sincere. "My mission is accomplished." Qi waved his hand. "No need to thank me. Commander Ji also got involved in this matter. I just went along with it." Ming Feng raised her head, and a bitter smile appeared on her pretty face. "But I have nowhere to go now," she whispered. "The entire process of blowing up the factory was recorded. My image will soon appear on Xia Country's wanted poster. So, until the storm has passed, I may need to rely on you and miss you, Fei, and hide for a while." A question mark slowly appeared in Chie's head. He was a little confused. "That's not right. The script is wrong, etc." Chi frowned tightly. "What about Yi Rueishuan?" "What about him?" "Yi Rueishuan is Mingfeng's contracted pilot. His pilot girl has become a wanted criminal, so he will definitely be implicated." However, Mingfeng's next answer made Qi feel like he was struck by lightning. "I abandoned him, he's fine." Her voice was calm, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. "It's that simple." She paused, as if the news wasn't shocking enough, and added another sentence. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. I also broke through the wall. WTF." In an instant, countless shocks like a tsunami swept through Qi-Ye's brain one after another. He felt that his worldview was completely overturned at this moment. The core contract can also become invalid? He thought it was acceptable for ordinary contracts to go out of control, but if the core contract could also be like this, then what was the use of this contract? Isn't this just like a marriage certificate, a piece of waste paper that can be torn up at will? Looking at Qi-Ye's shocked expression with his three views shattered, Ming Feng seemed to have expected it. She sighed and explained slowly. "The core contract that Yi Rueishuan and I signed had problems from the beginning. When signing the contract, I found a loophole in it and secretly added many clauses that he didn't know about in the underlying code of the contract. The contract with humans is extremely unfair to the mecha girl. I just found a loophole and then took advantage of it." Qi opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. What else can he say? That she was treacherous? But she was right. The contract in this world was built on inequality. For a soul that pursues freedom and fairness, making such a choice seems understandable. But isn't the purpose of mecha girls to serve humans like robots? If they all betrayed humanity, wouldn't that lead to an artificial intelligence crisis? Qi let out a long breath and felt very tired. The amount of information that happened today is really too much. Now, he just wanted to find a place to calm down and sort out his CPU that was about to burn out. He raised his hand and pointed at Yofei. "The meaning is obvious. Come in, you go in too." The news of the factory bombing has spread, and he doesn't want Ming Feng to get him into any serious trouble outside. Ming Feng gave an understanding smile and bowed slightly to Qi again. Yufei opened the cabin door again. Watching Ming Feng's figure disappear into the cabin door, Qi felt his head buzzing. Chapter 98, The Negligent Tour Guide. The sea breeze on the beach carried a salty and humid scent, blowing Qi-Ye's hair. "There are more important things to do right now." "Arya," she just said. She was going to kill her brother? Qi-Ye's pupils suddenly shrank. "Fuck." He cursed softly, and his expression instantly turned ugly. "I'm still a fucking tour guide. My tourist ran off to kill someone. If someone from Shuncheng loses his life in Qincheng, Qincheng will bear some responsibility no matter what." "Moon Shadow." Qi acted decisively and called out in a hurried tone. "Clear." Yue Ying's voice rang out, and the next second, her snow-white and slender body was instantly wrapped in flowing light. The next second, Qi appeared in Yue Ying's cockpit. Just as he took over the control authority and prepared to start, he caught a glimpse of Yu Fei beside him out of the corner of his eye. This planetary-level ship girl still maintained her commander's posture with her arms folded across her chest. It was as if Arya's murderous departure just now was just an insignificant farce in her eyes. Chia's heart moved, and he couldn't help but ask, "Do you want to come together?" Hearing this, Yufei just glanced at him calmly and said with her red lips slightly opened, Go ahead, don't worry. I'm right behind you." Chi looked at her deeply. Although this ship girl style of doing things is somewhat unpredictable, her strength is unquestionable. With her around, at least I can guarantee that I won't be killed by any unexpected situation. Yue Ying's body sank slightly, and the thrusters instantly burst out with dazzling ice blue flames. Boom! The snow-white mecha turned into a stream of light, soared into the sky, and rushed towards the center of the city. The moon's shadow was flying at an extremely fast speed, like a white lightning tearing through the sky. He glanced back subconsciously. The pupils suddenly contracted. I saw that the tall figure was actually following behind him. And, in human form, it had no mecha, no thrusters, but just floated gracefully in the air, following the moon's shadow at a leisurely pace. "Are you kidding me?" Chi was in the cockpit and couldn't help but exclaim. She can fly in human form? In human form, the physical fitness of the mecha girl is indeed far superior to that of ordinary people. But flying? That's absolutely impossible. Not to mention flying. Even if Yue Ying wanted to jump dozens of meters high in human form, he would have to rely on special equipment. But Yofei, she flew so easily and naturally. This ship girl is too perverted. Chia's heart was filled with turmoil. "Chi, we are about to reach the target airspace." Yue Ying's voice brought him back to reality from his shock. "Good." Chi took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed his fear of Yu Fei in his heart. Right now, the most important thing is to stop Arya, or at least figure out the situation. Qingqing Hotel rapidly enlarged in the field of vision. In just a few minutes, Yue Ying, like a divine weapon descending from the sky, landed precisely on the special landing platform for mecha girls on the top floor of the hotel. Bang! The heavy metal boots stepped on the special alloy ground, causing slight vibrations. Chi quickly opened the cockpit and jumped out from Yue Ying's chest. Yue Ying then changed back into human form and followed closely behind him. The wind on the top floor was very strong, making the corners of Chi Ye's clothes rustle. Without stopping for a moment, he walked straight toward the elevator leading downstairs. At this moment, Yu Fei's figure landed beside him calmly. Chi pressed the elevator button to the 13th floor. The atmosphere in the small space was somewhat solemn. There was a hint of worry in Yue Ying's deep blue eyes as she glanced at Chi secretly. Chi frowned. He now only hoped that Arya had not really taken action yet. In other words, even if you do take action, don't make it too big. Ding dong. The elevator door opened. A faint smell of blood wafted over from the depths of the corridor. Chia's face darkened instantly. "Fuck, you're so quick." Chi cursed under his breath and no longer cared about anything else. He took big strides and rushed towards the room at the end of the corridor. The door at the end of the corridor was ajar, leaving a small gap. The smell of blood came from the gap. Chia's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. He stretched out his hand and pushed the door open. The scene in the room instantly came into view. The luxurious living room was now a mess. The priceless antique vase shattered to the ground, and the expensive leather sofa was cut into several hideous holes. In the center of the living room, near the floor-to-ceiling window, a male body lay there quietly. His eyes were wide open, and his face was frozen with an expression of horror and disbelief. There was a hideous bloody hole on his chest, which was shocking, and the blood had stained the precious carpet beneath him red. Fatal injury. Killed with one blow. Chie's eyes swept over the corpse, and his brows furrowed even more tightly. "Wrong," he murmured under his breath. "This person is not Xia Shulin." Although they were both members of the Shenzhen city delegation, Chi had a deep impression of Xia Shulin. The corpse in front of me is a middle-aged man with a slightly bald head. It's Li Xianqing. Yue Ying reminded quietly beside him, the deputy head of the Shenzhen city delegation. Chi nodded, his face so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. Arya killed Li Xianqing. Why? Could it be that Li Xianqing discovered her intention and tried to stop her, but was killed instead? Or was Arya's target not just Xia Shulin from the very beginning? Chia's eyes quickly scanned the room. There was no sign of Arya. There is no Xia Shulin either. It seems that she wanted to find Xia Shulin. Chi said in a deep voice, with a hint of solemnity in his tone. Qingcheng is so big. If Xia Shulin hides deliberately, Arya may not be able to find him in a short time. But the trouble is, Arya is now like a ticking time bomb. No one knows what crazier thing she will do next. If I wasn't careful, she would make such a big noise. Chi rubbed his swollen temples and felt a headache. If I had known that Arya was so unstable, I shouldn't have agreed to be that crappy tour guide for that old fox Ji-Ching-san. At this moment, Yu Fei, who had been silent all the time, slowly walked to the corpse. She leaned down slightly, and a stream of data flashed in her purple eyes. After a moment, she stood up and turned her gaze to Chi Yi. There was no trace of emotion on that stunningly beautiful face. Come with me. Yu Fei spoke lightly with a cold voice. After she finished speaking, she turned around, stepped out of the room with her long legs wrapped in long boots. Chi Yi was slightly stunned. Where are you going? Yu Fei didn't look back, but just left the simple words. Go find that little guy. And that human. Tomorrow is Thursday. I want to eat KFC. Crab. Chapter 99, Disaster Star. I won the resurrection match. In the afternoon, the sun shines through the clouds, covering the entire city in a golden glow. The breeze caressed the street, bringing with it a faint scent of flowers. In the center of the city, a huge Ferris wheel slowly rotates, like a giant eye, quietly overlooking this bustling city. This is Qingqing's landmark building, the Eye of Qingqing. In the square under the Ferris wheel, a bustling crowd is strolling leisurely. High in the sky, a silver-black stream of light was rapidly shuttling back and forth. Arya's mecha form loomed among the clouds, and various positioning information flashed rapidly across her retina. Target locked. The search radius has been expanded to 3,000 meters. Target signal detected. Suddenly, a red light flashed in her vision. The location of that light spot is exactly where the Eye of Qingqing is. A cold curve appeared at the corner of Arya's mouth. I found you. Her voice was like a whisper from hell, filled with murderous intent. In front of the flower shop under the Eye of Qingqing, Xia Shulin was carefully selecting flowers. He was wearing a tailored dark blue suit, his hair was neatly combed, and he had what he thought was a charming smile on his face. Boss, how about this bouquet of roses when I go to meet a woman? Xia Shulin pointed at a bouquet of red roses and asked, Is it enough to express my sincerity? The flower shop owner was a kind middle-aged woman. She smiled and shook her head. Young man, who are you going to meet? If this is your first meeting, I suggest you choose white roses or pink roses. Red roses are too passionate and can be stressful. Xia Shulin nodded thoughtfully. His father's words echoed in his ears. Shulin, the eldest daughter of the Shang family, is also in Qingqing. This is a good opportunity. You have to seize the opportunity. If you can establish a relationship with her, it will be of great help to our business. Remember, Shang Muying is not an ordinary person. The entire business may belong to her in the future, or even... A gleam of greed flashed in Xia Shulin's eyes. If marriage is possible, then the Xia family's strength will be further improved. However, he also heard that Shang Muying was a very resourceful woman, and it would not be easy to conquer her. However, nothing is impossible. Let's take this bouquet of white roses. Xia Shulin took out his wallet and said, Please help me wrap it up nicely. Okay. The flower shop owner took the money with a smile on his face and began to carefully pack the bouquet. Xia Shulin looked at the flowers in his hand and started thinking about what to say when they met later. The fact that the daughter of a wealthy businessman chose to meet in such a place shows that she must be a romantic woman, and this type of woman is usually easier to please. As long as you behave more gentlemanly and gentle, it shouldn't be difficult to win her over. In an open-air cafe not far away, Shang Muying was sitting elegantly at a table facing the street, holding a cup of fragrant Blue Mountain coffee in her hand. She was wearing a creamy white dress today, the hem of which just reached past her knees, revealing a pair of slender, white calves. Her long burgundy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, fluttering gently in the breeze. Her temperament is still as charming as ever, like a rose blooming in the world, beautiful yet dignified, enchanting yet not frivolous. Passers-by couldn't help but look at her a few more times, and then secretly admired the beauty of this woman in their hearts. Opposite her, Disaster Star was sitting quietly, also holding a cup of coffee in her hand, but she obviously had no interest in the coffee and only took a sip occasionally. She wore a simple black casual outfit today, looking low-key and restrained. This is the first time that Disaster Star has truly stepped out of the underground fighting arena and into the world above ground. The gentle light shone on her face, softening her slightly cold face a little. Shang Muing looked at the disaster star with eyes full of love. "Little disaster, how do you feel?" she asked softly. "Is it much more comfortable than that stuffy place underground?" Disaster star raised his head. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes. She really hadn't felt this kind of freedom for a long time. There was no noise from the ring, no cheers from the audience, only the breeze, sunshine, and fresh air. "Yeah." She nodded slightly. Shang Muing smiled, and that smile was as beautiful as a blooming spring flower. She reached out and gently stroked the disaster star's hair. "That's good. You have regained your freedom. You don't have to stay in that dark place all day long." "What was the name of the person who asked me out today?" Shang Muing frowned, as if recalling something. "Xia something Lin?" "Never mind, it's not important. Just find an excuse to send him away later. It's not easy for the little disaster star to come out with me once, and I don't want to be disturbed by some insignificant person." The disaster star did not say anything, but just sat there quietly, feeling the warmth of the sun that he had not seen for a long time. The feeling reminded her of the first time she saw sunlight long ago. At that time, her heart was still full of longing and hope for this world. Unfortunately, what happened later completely destroyed her trust in humans. On the other side of the square, Xia Shulin walked toward the cafe with a beautifully wrapped bouquet of flowers. He could already see Shang Muing's figure. Even at such a long distance, her stunning beauty still made his heart beat faster. The rumors are really not exaggerated, he thought to himself. If I could marry a woman like this. Just as he was about to quicken his pace and walk over, a sharp sound of breaking air suddenly came from the sky. Whoosh! Xia Shulin raised his head and saw a silver-black light rapidly descending towards him. Forced landing in a downtown area is strictly prohibited. What's going on? Xia Shulin frowned. Which pilot is so unruly? Passers-by around also noticed this unusual situation and stopped to look. Some timid people have begun to retreat, fearing that they will be hit by the suddenly landing mecha. In a coffee shop, Disaster Star's pupils shrank slightly. As an S-Class mecha girl, her perception is far beyond that of ordinary people, and she can clearly feel the strong murderous intent contained in the landing mecha. Almost instinctively, Disaster Star's body began to tense up, the energy in his body began to circulate slowly, and the combat state could be activated at any time. A long-lost fighting spirit ignited in her eyes. Little Disaster Star? Shang Muing keenly noticed her change and immediately put his hand on her shoulder. Calm down. If you're going to meddle in other people's business, you'll have to hide underground. There was a hint of warning in her voice. I know you want to vent, but now is not the time. When Disaster Star heard this, the tense state of his body relaxed a little, but his eyes were still fixed on the figure in the sky. The silver-black mecha suddenly began to decompose when it was still more than 10 meters away from the ground, and countless light particles surrounded the landing figure. When the light faded, Arya's petite figure landed steadily on the stone bricks of the square. Her golden curly hair danced lightly in the breeze. Her lowly-like figure was still so petite and cute, but her pupils were burning with a heart-pounding murderous intent. Passers-by around were relieved when they saw this seemingly harmless little girl, thinking it was just an ordinary emergency. But Disaster Star was different. She could clearly feel the dangerous aura emanating from this girl. Arya looked around and quickly locked on her target. Xia Shulin was still standing in front of the flower shop, holding the bouquet of white roses in his hand, looking at her who suddenly appeared with a confused look on his face. Aliyah, you are not. Xia Shulin was about to ask when Arya's right hand trembled slightly. A sickle with a cold glow instantly appeared in her hand. Arya didn't say anything. She just held the sickle and rushed towards Xia Shulin. She was incredibly fast, her petite body flashing across the square like a bolt of lightning. Xia Shulin looked at Aliyah rushing towards him, and the confusion on his face instantly turned into horror. Arya, are you crazy? Stop it, he shouted. But Arya turned a deaf ear to him and raised the scythe high in her hand. Out of control, Xia Shulin's brain worked quickly. There must be something wrong with the program. He hastily reached into the inside pocket of his suit, where there was a small remote control device, Arya's controller. In the past, Arya would occasionally lose control, but using this controller would instantly bring her back to normal. This was a safety measure installed by her father to ensure that this dangerous work could be controlled at all times. Just press this button. Xia Shulin pressed the red button on the controller with trembling fingers. Click! The button was pressed, but Nothing happened. Arya's charge didn't pause at all, and the scythe in her hand cut towards his neck, as if she was not affected at all. How is this possible? Xia Shulin's face turned pale as paper in an instant. How could the controller fail? He pressed the buttons frantically again, but the controller was like a piece of scrap metal, and there was no response. The shadow of death completely enveloped him at this moment. He could clearly see the cold light reflected from the sickle. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Chapter 100. Arya's controller. The eye of Qing Chung was still slowly turning, and the breeze blew across the flower garden, carrying a faint scent of roses. Everything looks so peaceful and beautiful, until that flash of silver light passed by. Puff! The sound of blood splattering was heard. Xia Shulin's head shot up into the sky, with fear and disbelief still in his eyes, as if he would never understand until his death why the controller failed. Boom, boom. Just then, a thunderous roar was heard in the sky. A streak of snow-white light swooped down from the clouds like a titan descending from the sky. Gee, we are late. There was a hint of anxiety in Yu Weiying's voice. When it was still more than 10 meters away from the ground, Yu Weiying's body suddenly began to decompose. The flowing light enveloped the two figures, falling like meteors. Qi Yi and Yu Ying emerged from the light and landed steadily on the square of the eye of Qingsheng. Qi Ye's plaid shirt danced lightly in the breeze, and there was a solemn expression on his handsome face. Yu Weiying followed closely behind him, and the moment she landed, she took off her sunglasses from the collar of her shirt and put them on. The passers-by around were shocked by this sudden scene and stepped back to avoid it. In an open-air cafe not far away, Shang Muying gracefully put down the coffee cup in her hand. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. Tisk tsk, what a fate. She sighed softly. There are such coincidences in the world. As for the disaster star sitting opposite her, he shifted his gaze to Qi Yi the moment he appeared. Her fingers unconsciously clenched around the coffee cup. Little disaster, don't act rashly. She said in a leisurely tone, I want to see what's going on first. Qi Ye's eyes quickly swept across the square and soon locked onto the headless corpse. The blood stained the expensive suit red, and the carefully wrapped bouquet of white roses was scattered on the ground, with blood stains on the petals. Damn it, Qi cursed. I'm still a step too late. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. In the center of the square, Arya stood quietly beside Xia Shulin's body. She looked down at the body at her feet, and the sickle in her hand slowly disappeared. Then she squatted down and began to feel the inside of Xia Shulin's suit. Soon, she found a small communicator. Arya stood up and held the communicator in front of her. Her finger slid quickly across the screen and found a contact labeled Father. Ding, ding, ding. The communicator made a connection sound. A few seconds later, the face of a middle-aged man appeared on the screen. Shulin, what's wrong with you? Xia Tianming just opened his mouth, and his voice suddenly stopped, because he saw that the person holding the communicator was not Xia Shulin, but Arya. And at Arya's feet lay a headless corpse. Although there was no head, he immediately identified the body. Arya, you monster. Did you kill Shulin? Arya didn't answer, but just pointed the camera of the communicator at the body on the ground. This action allowed Xia Tian to clearly see Xia Shulin's miserable condition. He's dead. Arya's voice was eerily calm. You'll be next. After saying that, she pressed the hang-up button without hesitation. The communicator screen went black instantly. Xia Tianming's angry curses were cut off, and the world returned to silence. Arya threw the communicator to the ground and crushed it with her foot. Electronic components flew everywhere, making slight popping sounds. After doing all this, her eyes began to become empty. The flames of hatred burned in her heart, but at the same time, a huge feeling of emptiness swept over her. She wanted to leave the city, find the man, and kill him with her own hands. But at this moment, the intelligence system in her mind suddenly sounded an alarm. The Qingsheng military has issued a wanted order. Target, Alia. All entrances and exits of the city have been blocked. The target girl is prohibited from leaving the city. Arya's face turned pale instantly. She was trapped in this city. An unprecedented feeling of despair came over her, suffocating her. She slowly raised her head and glanced across the square. When her gaze fell on Qi Yi, a moment of hesitation flashed across her eyes. She looked at Qi Yi meaningfully, and then transformed into a mecha. Boom! The thrusters burst into a dazzling light, and Arya turned into a silver-black meteor and rushed into the sky. In a flash, she disappeared into the clouds. The square returned to peace, leaving only the headless corpse and blood on the ground. The onlookers began to whisper, and some people took out their communicators to call the police. Just then, a tall figure slowly appeared in the square. Yufei, wearing a pure white commander's uniform, walked towards Xia Shulin's body step by step. Her steps were graceful and leisurely, as if she were strolling in a garden. The pair of slender legs wrapped in black leather boots looked particularly attractive in the sunset. Yufei walked to the corpse, bent down, and picked up a small device that had fallen into the pool of blood. What a creative design. Yufei played with the device in her hand. No wonder I can control her. A stream of data flashed in her eyes, and she was obviously analyzing the structure and principle of the device. The human mind is imprisoned in the body of the robot. She whispered to herself, "This cannot be contracted." But her core is still so special. Yufei pondered for a moment, then chuckled. "Forget it. I'll do you a favor." She glanced at Qi and began to operate the controller quickly with her fingers. Light invisible to the naked eye poured out from her fingertips, compiling a completely new code for the device. A few minutes later, Yufei nodded with satisfaction. She stood up and threw the reprogrammed controller in Qi's direction. "Try pressing it." Qi took the controller and looked at the small device in confusion. On the silver-white metal casing, there is a red button that is particularly eye-catching. He looked at Yufei, then at the controller in his hand. "What is this thing useful for?" "You'll know after you try it." Yufei adjusted her gloves elegantly. "I won't waste my efforts." Qi hesitated for a moment, but finally pressed the red button. At this moment, Arya, who had already flown far away, suddenly froze. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Her body emitted an abnormal electrical sound, and her joints began to tremble violently. "Damn it," Arya screamed in the cockpit. "It feels so bad. The machine seems to be overloaded." She felt a strong sense of oppression coming from all directions, as if invisible chains were restraining her every movement. Her energy circuits began to become disordered, and the output of her thrusters became unstable. But this painful feeling only lasted for a moment and then disappeared. Because Qi released the button, Arya's body returned to normal, and the terrible feeling of oppression dissipated. She hovered in midair, her heart filled with confusion and fear. What was that just now? Why did she suddenly lose control? Is this Xia Tianming's backup plan? Qi looked at the controller in his hand, confusion written all over his face. What on earth is this thing good for? Yufei chuckled. Arya's special nature means that she cannot be contracted. She explained, but the device can restrain her to a certain extent. When you need her to quiet down, just push a button. Of course, this restraint has limitations and cannot be used for long periods of time, otherwise it will cause permanent damage to her core. Qi nodded thoughtfully and carefully put the controller into his pocket. Chapter 101, I will be obedient. Oh, what a coincidence. Isn't this my busy man? Shang Yuying's voice rang out. She was wearing a creamy white dress, her long burgundy hair dancing in the breeze, and she walked gracefully from the direction of the open-air cafe. The sunlight shining on her made her charming face look even more attractive. "I helped the disaster star to get rid of the wanted list, but you didn't even bother with my little disaster star." Shang Yuying walked up to Qi Yi, opened her red lips slightly, and there was a hint of resentment in her voice. "She misses you so much now." Hearing this, the disaster star following behind Shang Yuying stiffened slightly. She was wearing a simple black casual outfit today, looking low-key and reserved, but her innate cold and arrogant temperament could not be concealed. There was an inexplicable sense of tension in the disaster star's heart. Miss him? How could I possibly miss him? She denied it in her heart, but her eyes involuntarily looked at Qi Yi. Reminded by Shang Yuying's words, Qi Yi's gaze slowly turned to the disaster star. He just took a quick glance and quickly looked away. This subtle movement caused disaster star to feel an indescribable sense of loss. Doesn't he want to look at me? What's the point of her thinking about me again? Qi deliberately said to Shang Yuying with a hint of coldness in his tone. I won't accept a robot girl who is very hostile to humans. After all, I can't guarantee that she will listen to me. These words were like a sharp steel needle, piercing the heart of the disaster star. Her pupils contracted slightly. Hostile to humans, will not obey. Is this how I am in his eyes? The disaster star lowered his head and clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his palms. Shang Yuying keenly noticed the emotional changes of the disaster star, and a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. She reached out and gently stroked the disaster star's shoulder, trying to give her some comfort. At this moment, Yu Fei, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. If I don't chase Arya, she'll probably run away. Yu Fei walked forward with an elegant step. Then I won't be able to find her. Her voice was cold. Qi finally came to his senses and realized that now was not the time to deal with this matter. Arya is a big threat, and she must be brought under control as soon as possible. He glanced at the disaster star, then said to Shang Yuing, "Don't you want the disaster star to follow you? That's it. I'm very busy now, and there are other mecha girls waiting for my help." After saying that, Qi reached out and patted Yueying's, but wrapped in denim shorts. Yueying understood what he meant instantly. However, just as Yueying was about to transform into a mecha form, Disaster Star suddenly rushed up in panic. Etc. There was a tremor in her voice. "You said you would take me to the wilderness to kill strange beasts." Zixing stared into Qi Ye's eyes, with a hint of pleading in his tone. "I will be obedient." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire square seemed to fall silent. Shang Yuing widened her eyes, obviously not expecting that the usually arrogant Disaster Star would say such a thing. Yueying also had a look of surprise on her face, her deep blue eyes moving back and forth between Qi Yi and Zixing. Qi Yi was completely stunned. He didn't expect that Disaster Star would say such words at this time, in front of so many people. "I will be obedient." There was something wrong with these words coming out of the mouth of the Disaster Star. If he and Disaster Star were the only two people here now, he really wanted to try how obedient Disaster Star could be. Imagine the normally arrogant and domineering Star showing a submissive expression in front of me. Qi felt his heart beating faster. But there are too many people here now, and there are more important things to deal with. He looked deeply at the Disaster Star and said, "I will come to you after I finish dealing with this matter." Hearing these words, Disaster Star's tense body finally relaxed a little. "No need," Shang Yuing suddenly said. "Just wait for the two of us to come. I have already used my connections to buy the property in the H10 skyscraper." This sentence left Qi Yi completely dumbfounded. "Fuck 6. He was complaining wildly in his heart. How much money does Shang Yuing have? It's too exaggerated to buy an entire skyscraper just like that. Disaster Star stood aside, with a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. She didn't expect things to turn out like this, but deep down she had an indescribable sense of anticipation. Being able to live with such a powerful pilot. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she forced it down. When did I become so weird? Okay, I really have to go. Qi looked at the sky and saw that Arya's breath was getting weaker and weaker. Moon shadow. Yes. Yueying's body was instantly wrapped in white light and turned into a mecha form the next second. The cockpit slowly opened and Qi jumped in. Boom! The thrusters burst out with dazzling ice blue flames, and the snow-white mecha shot up into the sky like a meteor. At the moment the mecha took off, Qi saw the figure of the Disaster Star on the ground through the cockpit. The sunlight shone on her hair, covering her entire body in a faint halo. She raised her head and looked towards the sky, with an indescribable desire in her eyes. That expression, I feel a little embarrassed. I didn't expect that someone as arrogant as the Disaster Star would show such an expression. Thinking of this, Qi couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth into a smile. After dealing with Arya's matter, I must test the obedience of the Disaster Star. The snow-white mecha shuttled through the clouds, rapidly chasing in the direction where Arya escaped. On the ground, Shang Yuing held Zixing's arm, and the two of them watched the white light gradually disappearing in the sky. Little Disaster Star, your performance just now really impressed me. Shang Yuing teased. I didn't expect you to say something like that. Disaster Star's face turned red, and she turned her head away, not daring to look Shang Yuing in the eye. I just don't want to miss the opportunity to go to the wilderness. Really? Shang Yuing chuckled. Then why is your face so red? I'm not blushing. Disaster Star denied it, but the trembling in her voice betrayed her. Shang Yuing looked at the usually cold and indifferent mecha girl beside her. She knew the Disaster Star's past and the pain in her heart. Being able to make the Disaster Star trust a man again is a remarkable thing in itself. Let's go, we should get ready. Shang Yuing pulled Zixing towards the skyscraper. Since we're going to live together, we have to pack our bags, right? And her voice suddenly became ambiguous. I'm really looking forward to what's going to happen next. Chapter 102, Human Nature. Yu Fei floated gracefully in the air, her long purple-white hair fluttering in the wind. Qi Yi, Yufei's voice came into Yueying's cockpit. Aaliyah is in the trauma center. Trauma center? Chi was stunned for a moment and quickly searched for information about this place name in his mind. Isn't that the largest hospital in Qingchen? What is Arya doing there? Is he injured? But with her self-healing ability, she should be able to recover quickly from ordinary injuries. Chi suppressed the doubts in his heart and focused on controlling the machine. The snow-white mecha adjusted its direction in the air and followed closely behind Yufei. In less than 10 minutes, the buildings of Qingchen Trauma Center came into view. This is a modern medical complex consisting of several high-rise buildings. But at this moment, the entire medical center was covered with glaring red alarm lights. Buzz, 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 dash. Sharp alarms rang out in the sky, and countless medical staff and patients poured out of the building, their faces filled with panic and confusion. Chi piloted the moon shadow and landed on the open space next to the trauma center. Boom! The snow-white mecha landed steadily, stirring up a cloud of dust. A flash of light appeared, and Chi Yi and Yu Ying appeared on the ground. What happened? Chi asked a nurse who had just run out of the hospital. A silver-black robot broke into the hospital. The nurse's voice was filled with obvious fear. All security systems have been activated. The people from the pilot union are on their way. When Chi heard this, his heart tightened. Pilot union? If they were allowed to contact Arya first, things would probably become more complicated. He immediately took out his communicator and dialed Ji Qing-song's number. Old man, it's me. Aaliyah is in the trauma center now, and the people from the pilot union are coming over. Can you ask them to wait outside for a while? I want to go in and talk to Arya first. Ji Qing-song's slightly tired voice came from the other end of the communicator. I already understand the situation. Are you sure? Arya's current condition is very unstable. If something unexpected happens, Chia's hand unconsciously touched the controller in his pocket. Of course there is. His voice was full of confidence. If it doesn't work, I have other ways to control her. He did not elaborate on what the method was. Okay. Ji Qing-song was silent for a few seconds before speaking. I will notify the Pilot Alliance and ask them to wait outside first. But you have to be careful. If the situation changes, retreat immediately. Clear. Chi hung up the call and walked towards the door of the trauma center. There was chaos in the hospital lobby as medical staff were evacuating the last few patients. A security guard saw Chi Yi coming in and immediately came over to greet him. Sir, it's very dangerous here now, please. I'm from the pilot union. Chi Yi interrupted him. Where is that pilot girl now? The security guard obviously did not go to watch the timely exchange conference. He was stunned for a moment and looked Chi Yi up and down. With a young face and ordinary clothes, he doesn't look like a great pilot. After the robot transformed into a human form, it went straight to the 4th floor. The security guard hesitated and said, but there is no ward on the 4th floor, only an operating room. 4th floor? Operating room? Chi frowned slightly. What was Alia doing in the operating room? Thanks. He walked quickly towards the elevator, with Mooney following behind him. Ding dong. The elevator door slowly opened. In the small space, there were only Chi Yi and Yu Ying, and Yu Fei had not caught up yet. As the floor numbers jumped, Chi Ye's heartbeat also accelerated. He didn't know what kind of scene was waiting for him. Ding dong. We have arrived at the 4th floor. The elevator door opened, the corridor was silent, and the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. The door of the operating room was not closed tightly, so he pushed it open gently. The interior scene instantly came into view. This is a standard surgical operating room with various sophisticated medical instruments neatly placed around it. The shadowless lamp emits bright light, illuminating the entire room. And on the operating table in the middle of the room, Arya was lying quietly. Her eyes were closed, and her breathing was steady, as if she were asleep. But she knew that she was not asleep, because the moment he pushed the door open, Arya's eyelashes trembled slightly. She knew who was coming. Chi brought Yu Ying into the operating room, and the sound of his footsteps was particularly clear in the empty room. Just then, a tall figure walked in. Yu Fei's figure stood out against the door frame of the operating room, as she needed to lower her head slightly to enter the room. She slowly scanned the room and finally set her sights on Arya on the operating table, a person who was imprisoned and experimented on since childhood. Yu Fei's voice rang out in the silent operating room, cold and with a hint of pity. She was in tremendous pain every moment. For her, every time she came to the operating room, it meant that the pain could go away for a short time. As Chi listened to Yu Fei's words, he imagined young Arya lying on the operating table, undergoing inhuman transformation and pain. The anesthesia and drugs in the operating room may be her only way to get temporary relief, even until she was completely integrated with the mecha girl and the pain disappeared. Yu Fei continued, with a hint of emotion in her tone. She still felt that she would get a sense of security in this place. But this sense of security is abnormal. Her tone suddenly became serious. In other words, this is the source of pain, not a comfortable haven. Hearing this, Arya on the operating table stiffened slightly. Her eyelashes trembled even more violently, as if these words touched the deepest scar in her heart. Yu Fei slowly took off the white silk glove on her right hand with graceful and calm movements. She walked over to Arya and said, "Child, there is no perfect creation in the world." Yu Fei's voice became gentler, like a mother's whisper to her child. "I am not, and neither are you." Arya's eyes slowly opened, and the light of the shadowless lamp was reflected in her golden pupils. She looked at Yu Fei with cold eyes. "There are countless sorrows in this world." Yu Fei suddenly changed the subject, her voice becoming cold. "But there is nothing that can't be solved by killing." These words made Chi Ye's heart skip a beat. Mecha girls can't kill humans at will. Yu Fei's red lips curled up into a sneer, "But you can." Arya's pupils contracted slightly. "Since you have that idea, why don't you do it? Since you can't get out of town, why don't you find someone to help you?" Yu Fei stretched out her bare right hand and gently stroked Arya's hair. "I can help you." Her gaze turned to Chi Yi. "He can help you too." Chi Yi felt Yu Fei's gaze and felt complicated. Help Arya kill people? This kind of thing. But thinking about Arya's experience and those who conducted experiments on human bodies, Chi Yi found that he did not reject this idea. Some people really deserve to die. Arya slowly sat up from the operating table, her golden curls falling on her shoulders. Her movements were gentle and slow, but she had done this countless times. Yu Fei took the opportunity to hold her in his arms, like hugging a child. Arya's body stiffened slightly when it touched Yu Fei, but soon relaxed. This was the first time she felt such a warm hug. "Kill." Arya's voice was soft and confused. "Destroy." Yu Fei stroked her back gently. "Compared to these, what you need now is human nature." Chapter 103, I really want to control you. Arya felt the warmth coming from Yu Fei's body. The warmth she had never experienced before made a long frozen corner of her heart begin to loosen. She slowly raised her head, a hint of confusion and desire flashing in her pupils. "Will anyone really help me?" Her voice was soft, with a cautious tentativeness, as if the question itself was a luxury. From childhood to adulthood, she has never received any real help, and what awaits her is only endless trials and transformations. Yu Fei stroked her hair gently, her eyes full of pity. She slowly turned her head, and her eyes fell on Chi Yi. "Why don't you ask him?" Chi Yi felt two pairs of eyes staring at him and couldn't help but hold his forehead, starting to frantically calculate the gains and losses in his mind. Is there any room for refusal in this case? After all, it was Yu Fei's suggestion. Deep down, he still wanted to drive a big car. No, he wanted to drive a starship. Moreover, Yu Fei seems difficult to get along with, so it shouldn't be easy to improve her favorability. This opportunity may only come once. "Alia." Chi took a deep breath. "Don't worry, after the matter in Qingsheng is dealt with, I will help you get revenge. None of those who hurt you will be able to escape." When Arya heard this, her pupils shrank slightly. She stared straight at Chi Yi. Data streams flashed quickly across her retinas, and the psychological analysis program began to work. Analysis results: 87.4 confidence level. Yu Fei saw Arya's hesitation and gently touched her head again. "Trust him. After all, you don't have any other choice, right?" With Yu Fei's comfort, Arya broke free from her arms. She walked down the operating table slowly, her feet touching the cold ground. She bent down and picked up the black leather shoes that were placed aside. Slender fingers pulled up the white stockings and wrapped them around her petite ankles. She slid her white socks into her black shoes, then stood up and adjusted her sailor suit. "I'll go with you." She looked at Chi Yi and said in a cold voice, "But the prerequisite is to avenge me, otherwise I will kill you." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the operating room suddenly became tense. When Chi Yi heard this, his face instantly darkened. Threaten him? After he agreed to help, this little lowly actually dared to threaten him? Chi Yi reached directly into his pocket and took out the remote control of the robot. Press the button. Bite. A wave of energy unfolds in the operating room. Arya's face suddenly turned red. and the processor began to disconnect. I didn't even have the ability to take a step. What did you do to me? There was fear and confusion in her voice, and she supported herself on the operating table beside her with both hands, trying to keep standing. The feeling was so strange, like an electric current was flowing through her neural network, giving her brain a strange feeling she had never experienced before. Chi was also surprised when he saw Aaliyah's reaction. Wow, the effect is so good. Isn't this just like some kind of remote modulation tool? Arya was about to collapse to the ground and could only hold on to the wall with her hands. Her breathing became rapid and her chest heaved violently. Stop it, my brain can't think. Her voice trembled, and the feeling made it completely impossible for her to concentrate. The data analysis system began to malfunction and various alarms sounded in her mind. When Chi heard this, he instantly understood how the controller worked. This thing should directly control her brain nerves. After all, she is using the body of a robot girl and cannot feel pain. In the operating room, Arya's body kept shaking. Fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, and her golden curls stuck to her cheeks because of the sweat. Her legs could no longer support the weight of her body, and she could only stand by leaning against the wall. The strange feeling coming from deep within her brain made her completely unable to resist. No more, quickly, stop it. Arya's voice had taken on a hint of pleading, the cold attitude completely gone. She never thought she could be so vulnerable. Chi looked at Arya, who was sweating profusely, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The effect of this controller really exceeded his imagination. Are you going to kill me again? Chi asked. When Arya heard this, her body trembled even more violently. Sweat had soaked her sailor suit, making the originally loose uniform stick to her petite body, and the suspenders inside were clearly visible. No, no, stop now. There was an obvious plea for mercy in her voice, and the feeling she had never experienced before made her completely lose the ability to resist. Chi looked at Arya's reaction and finally released the button. The moment the controller stopped working, Arya collapsed to the ground with relief and began to breathe heavily. Chi looked at her with interest. It seems you need to re-understand reality. Before threatening others, it's best to confirm whether you have the ability to do so. Arya was lying on the ground, her golden curls falling on both sides of her face. The remote control in this man's hand could actually affect her processor. This was different from the way her father had controlled her before. She felt that if Chi Yi kept pressing on her, she really wouldn't be able to bear it. If Chi Yi was killed by force. No. She had a feeling that she might really die. I understand. Her voice was soft, with an unprecedented level of submissiveness. I won't threaten you again. Chi put the controller back into his pocket and reached out to help Aaliyah up from the ground. Remember the lesson today. His voice became gentler. I promise to help you get revenge, but that doesn't mean you can boss me around. Your only choice now is to trust me and wait. Arya stood up and stroked her still hot cheeks. Although the strange feeling had disappeared, it was deeply imprinted in her mind. I will be obedient. When Chi looked at Arya, his inner sickness was satisfied. Let's go. He turned and walked towards the door. We should go back. Arya took a last look at the operating room, the place that once brought her countless painful memories. Then, she followed Chi and walked out of the operating room door. The sunlight poured in through the windows in the corridor, and the warm light made her feel extremely comfortable. Chapter 104, Talking All Night. After all, Arya has killed someone. A warrant has been issued for her arrest. She cannot leave Qingqing now. Let her stay with me for a while until the storm passes. As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of light purple halo appeared on Yu Fei's body. The halo spread out like water waves, gently enveloping Arya, who was standing beside her. Arya's body became transparent in the light, and finally turned into countless light spots and was completely absorbed by Yu Fei. The whole process happened so quickly that it was as if Arya had never existed. Chi looked at this scene, and the corner of his eye couldn't help but twitch. Is this the ability of a planetary ship girl? This big car, it has really complete functions. I'll leave the aftermath to you. Yu Fei straightened his uniform and said in a flat tone. Chi nodded, took out his communicator, and skillfully dialed Ji Qingsong's number. Hey, old man. The matter is resolved. Yes, Xia Shulin is dead. Arya killed him. Send someone to handle the scene. I don't want to get into any trouble. Aaliyah? She's safe here with me. I'll tell you the details when I get back. The people from the pilot union are still waiting outside. Let them withdraw and say that the crisis has been resolved. On the other end of the communicator, Ji Qingsong was was silent for a moment, and finally only a tired sigh was heard. Got it, kid. Be careful. I'll take care of the situation in Shunsheng. After hanging up the phone, Chi turned around, and Yue followed immediately. The three of them walked out of the operating room, crossed the silent corridor, and returned to the chaotic first-floor lobby. At the hospital entrance, several mechas belonging to the Pilot Alliance were standing by in full readiness, and the atmosphere was tense. The leading pilot saw Chi coming out and immediately stepped forward. What's the situation? Where's the out-of-control robot? Chi waved his hand and said, the crisis has been resolved. Everyone can pack up. Chi was very popular at the Pilot Exchange Conference, and they all knew him. Naturally, they would not doubt it when Chi said this. At this time, a notice came over the communication asking them to withdraw from the team. Okay, let's evacuate now. Watching the pilots leave one after another, Chi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The setting sun dyed the sky a warm orange-red, casting a soft light on the city that had just experienced riots. Let's go home, Chi said softly. Yeah. Yue nodded vigorously. Yufei didn't say anything, but just took a step and followed the two of them. Under the reflection of the setting sun, the H10 skyscraper stands like a monument in the city. Chi brought Yue and Yufei into the building, and the elevator rose steadily. Chi had just walked into the apartment and had no time to relax when Yufei's voice came from behind him. Do you live in such a small place? Yufei frowned slightly as she looked around the apartment, which was luxurious but a little cramped for her. She walked straight to the center of the living room, and her powerful aura instantly made the entire space seem crowded. She turned around and looked down at Chi. Then, where do I sleep? This question was like a heavy hammer, hitting Chi Ye's forehead hard. He subconsciously looked at Yufei. That amazing height, that voluptuous curve that was about to burst out from under the commander's uniform, and that pair of long legs full of explosive beauty. There's really no place for her to sleep. I'm afraid the bed at home can't accommodate this big car. Should I let her sleep on the sofa? Chi glanced at the sofa, then at Yufei, and the image of her curled up on the sofa automatically appeared in his mind. The picture was really a bit incongruous, and he had a premonition that if he dared to say the word sofa, he would be thrown out of the window in the next second. The incident happened suddenly, and he really didn't consider this problem. He was only thinking about taking this powerful starship back home, but he forgot that the ship itself was also huge. Just as Chi was brainstorming, thinking about whether to go to the hotel and get another room. Boom, boom, boom. There was a crisp knock on the door, breaking the awkwardness in the living room. Yue hurried over and opened the door. Excuse me, is it? Outside the door stood two equally stunning women. Shang Muying, who was in the lead, changed into a fiery red tight dress, which perfectly outlined her plump and enchanting figure. She had a seductive smile on her face. Behind her, Disaster Star was wearing a simple black casual outfit, with her long black hair tied casually behind her head. She had her hands in her pockets, her expression as cold and arrogant as ever, but her eyes were fixed on Yufei in the middle of the living room the moment she entered the door. The pupils of the Disaster Star shrank slightly. When she was in the eye of Qingsheng, she noticed that there was something wrong with this woman. The unfathomable energy fluctuations made even an S-Class mecha girl like her feel a little palpitated. At this close contact, the feeling becomes even stronger. Her scanning system was working frantically, but the information coming back was blank. Unknown model, unknown energy level, unknown core type. Everything is unknown. But the core of a disaster was frantically warning her. This woman is very strong, ridiculously strong. Unlike the Disaster Star's vigilance, Shang Muying's gaze only lingered on Yufei for a brief moment. There was a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. So high, so big. This was her first reaction. But soon, this surprise was replaced by confidence. In her opinion, no matter how perfect the mecha girl is, it is ultimately just a manufactured object. And she is a living woman who knows how to touch a man's heart. A mecha girl can satisfy the temporary needs of a pilot, but what can ultimately make a man fall completely in love with her must be a charming human being like her. Therefore, she was determined to get Chi. Have you finished your work? Shang Muying walked into the room. Where is that little girl who killed people everywhere? Did you let her get away? There was a hint of teasing in her tone, and she obviously thought Chi failed to catch Arya. Chi rubbed his temples and felt his head hurting more and more. It's done now. You don't have to worry about where she went. Oh, you don't trust me that much. Shang Muying walked up to Chi Yi, stretched out her finger, and gently tapped his chest. Her body was almost pressed against Chi Ye's, and her warm breath sprayed against his ears. Today, I don't want to go back to my cold bed. Her voice was low and full of deadly temptation. Xiao Yueying, can you please allow me to have a long talk with your pilot? All night long? She pronounced the 4 words talk all night long so lightly and charmingly. The implication was self-evident. The air in the living room seemed to become ambiguous at this moment. When Yueying heard this, her pretty white face turned red instantly. She subconsciously glanced at Qi Yi, then at the charming Shang Yueying, and whispered, "But it's possible. But I have to be there too." When these words came out, not only Shang Yueying, but even Qi Yi was stunned. He looked at Yueying in disbelief. Is this still the timid and introverted little girl? Shang Yueying was stunned at first, then burst into a silver, bell-like laughter. She laughed so hard that her body shook and her plump breasts rose and fell, which was dazzling to the eyes. It turns out our little Yueying. She reached out her hand and pinched Yueying's red cheeks ambiguously, put her red lips close to Yueying's ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "I like 3 people." Chapter 105 Hungry. Yueying's cheeks were so red that they seemed to bleed. She subconsciously clutched the corner of Qi Ye's clothes, but there was a hint of expectation in her eyes that she herself was not aware of. But Yufei seemed to stay out of it. You guys chat, I'll go out and find a place to stay. Her voice was cold. To her, this small apartment really couldn't accommodate her. She felt depressed just standing inside. Hey, don't leave in such a hurry. Shang Yueying smiled charmingly, took a step forward, and stood in front of Yufei. A visitor is a guest. How can Xiao Qia let someone leave just after arriving? It's really rude. As he spoke, Shang Yueying waved to the disaster star standing at the door. Zhao Xing understood and took out a bunch of heavy keys from the pocket as casual clothes and handed them to Shang Yueying. Shang Yueying took the key and threw it to Yufei. You can live in any vacant room in this building. Shang Yueying said casually, they're all our own things, don't be polite. Even though Yufei was always calm, a moment of surprise flashed across her face when she held the key. She looked down at the key in her hand, then looked up at Shang Yueying. This human woman is quite interesting. Finally, she nodded slightly and accepted the kindness. She turned and walked out the door. She closed the door of the apartment gently. The moment the door closed, Shang Yueying's face lit up with a smile. She turned around slowly, her eyes as sweet as honey enveloping Qi Yi and Yueying. Hey. Now, there are only 4 of us left. Do you want to get straight to the point? Her eyes fell on the disaster star who had remained silent. Little disaster, please wait for us in the living room. Let's go to the bedroom with Qi Yi and have a good chat. Disaster star didn't say anything, but just glanced at her coldly, which was considered as his consent. Qi Yi was a little surprised when he saw Shang Yueying's impatient look. He couldn't help but ask, it's not even dark yet. Why are you so anxious? Isn't this woman a little too proactive? When Shang Yueying heard this, instead of restraining herself, she smiled even more seductively. She took a step forward, almost sticking to Qi Ye's body, because it's time for dinner. She hooked her tongue and said, isn't it okay for me to want to eat? The soft voice penetrated into Qi Ye's ears, as if an electric current was running through it. He could clearly smell her unique body odor, a mixture of perfume and a hint of tobacco. Qi was shocked. No, buddy. You really don't have any acting skills at all? Just give it to me for free. How dare I do this? I am a gentleman. He subconsciously took a half step back, putting some distance between himself and Shang Yueying, with a serious expression on his face. I have to make it clear in advance. Qi cleared his throat. I don't want a dirty woman. He tried to put her off by using such insulting language. However, he ultimately underestimated Shang Yueying's courage. Hearing this, Shang Yueying was stunned at first, then she giggled. Ha 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 ha. She laughed so hard that her bright red dress seemed about to burst. Little brother, you are really interesting. She finally stopped laughing and looked at Qi Yi with interest with her charming eyes. Don't worry. She lowered her voice. Sister, I'm not the kind of person you think. No one has ever touched me. These words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Qi Ye's mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With her appearance, how could she possibly be? As if seeing the disbelief in Qi Ye's eyes, the curve of Shang Yueying's mouth widened. She leaned forward again, and this time, her red lips were almost touching Qi Ye's ear. If you don't believe me, you could try it yourself. Her voice was gentle, I'm telling the truth. Yue, who was standing by, came up with an idea. Jie. Yue plucked up her courage, stepped forward, grabbed Chie's arm, and dragged him towards the bedroom without saying a word. Let's go into the room and talk. Chi was pulled by her like this, and took the opportunity to go down the ladder and followed her into the bedroom reluctantly. Shang Muing looked at the two men's slightly embarrassed backs and raised the corners of his mouth proudly. She also followed slowly into the bedroom. Bang! The bedroom door was gently closed. In the living room, Disaster Star was the only one left. The apartment has good sound insulation, but for an S-Class mecha girl, this level of obstruction is useless. The Scourge's auditory scanning system is extremely sharp. She could clearly hear the sound coming from behind the closed door. The Disaster Star's brows furrowed slightly. Her core processor began to run at high speed, trying to analyze the source of the sound. Are you eating? Not really. The sound of eating should be crisper, and there should be a chewing sound. So what is this doing? Why is there such an obvious saliva sound? Time passed by minute in the confusion of the Disaster Star. About half an hour later, the bedroom door opened. Qi and Yuing walked out one after another. Qi's expression seemed a little subtle, as if he was reminiscing about something, yet also a little tired. Yuing had a smile on her face, as if she had watched something interesting. Immediately afterwards, Shang Yuing also walked out of the bedroom. Her face looked a little pale, and her originally delicate makeup was a little smudged. The most striking thing was that she did not stay in the living room like the other two, but went straight to the bathroom. Disaster Star clearly saw that she was holding a tissue in her hand and was constantly wiping the corners of her mouth. The lips that were originally painted with bright lipstick now looked much lighter in color and even a little red and swollen. Did she eat too much and then go to the bathroom to vomit? An explanation that he thought was reasonable popped up in Disaster Star's mind. At this moment, Yuing, who had been smiling all the time, suddenly spoke. Sister Shang, I thought you were so powerful. Didn't you say you're hungry? Yuing paused, a cunning gleam in her blue eyes. Why? Do you still need to go to the bathroom? As soon as these words were spoken, Shang Yuing, who had just tidied her appearance and tried to pose as a queen again, suddenly stiffened. Her seductive eyes widened instantly, and she looked at Yuing in disbelief. She opened her mouth and wanted to refute, but found that her throat seemed to be blocked by something and she couldn't utter a word. Yes, she made a bold statement before the game, saying that she was so hungry that she could swallow a cow. But when I really got to the battlefield, I found out. Chapter 106, Picking Stars. Shang Yuing reappeared in the living room. Although she had put on makeup, there was still a trace of panic and shame in her charming eyes. Qi leaned leisurely on the sofa, admiring her pretending to be calm, with a smile on his lips. He finally let her go and didn't take the final step. However, this is only temporary. After all, night has not yet fallen, and the werewolves cannot act. Boss Shang, Qi's voice was lazy. Since you like staying here so much, I won't chase you away. When Shang Yuing heard this, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes, but then he became alert again. She knew that what the man was going to say next was the key point. But I don't keep idle people here. Qi tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of the sofa. In the future, if you want to follow me, you must be ready to help me solve my needs at any time. Otherwise, what's the point of me bringing you along? These words were like an invisible slap in the face, slapping Shang Yuing hard in the face. Who is she? She is the queen of the Qingcheng underground world, the eldest daughter of a Kyoto merchant family, and the beauty that countless men dream of. When did she fall to the point where she had to satisfy a man's needs in exchange for staying with him? But what can we do about it? These were all her own choices. Qi did not force her. Just then, Yuing came to Shang Yuing with a cup of warm water. Sister Shang, rinse your mouth. She handed the cup of water to Shang Yuing with an innocent smile on her face. Shang Yuing looked at the glass of water, then looked at Yuing, and finally took a sip in silence, and moistened his dry throat. Sister Shang. Yuing's voice was low, with a hint of gloating. There will be many more situations like this in the future. She tilted her head. You must be prepared at all times. Shang Yuing's body suddenly stiffened. She looked at the girl in front of her with snow-white hair and blue eyes, who seemed pure and innocent. For the first time, she felt what a real evil spirit was. This little girl is not an introverted and self-abased little white rabbit at all. She's clearly a little fox in rabbit skin. Qi looked at the scene in front of him with satisfaction, and no longer paid attention to Shang Yuing, who had fallen into self-doubt. His gaze slowly fell on the disaster star in the corner of the living room, who had remained silent from beginning to end. She stood there quietly, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with her. But she knew that she had been listening and watching. Disaster star. Chi said, "Now, it's your turn." The disaster star's body trembled, and its black pupils raised up, looking directly at Chi. "What do you want to do?" Chi's tone was very calm. "Do you want to sign a contract with me, or not?" He paused and continued. "I respect your opinion. If you don't want a contract and just want me to drive you, I won't mind. After all, I have nothing against having another S-Class mecha girl to pilot. But people are wary, and I may not be able to use my full power in your body." These words caused a slight fluctuation in the eyes of Disaster Star. No resistance? Just no resistance? Could it be that, in his eyes, I, an S-level person, am just a decent spare? Chi didn't give her much time to think and changed the subject. "But if you won't even let me drive." His voice cooled. "I'm afraid you'll have to find another job." He pointed at Shang Yuing, who was still doubting his life. "You know the terms of the alliance. You're not allowed to leave the city alone without a pilot. Without a pilot, you can't even leave the gate of Qingcheng." The disaster star was silent. There was a hint of fatigue in her dark eyes. Let her be driven by Shang Yuing? Although Shang Yuing was very nice to her, her driving skills were really hard to describe. But let her sign a contract with Qi. The disgusting face of the former pilot and the obscene words that were unbearable to hear appeared in her mind involuntarily. Serving the pilot is a pilot's duty. Your body, your core, belongs to me. Come to my room tonight and we can talk. The fear of being PUA came to my mind again. She was scared. She was afraid that this man would force her and possess her like the previous man. Disaster Star's lips moved, and his voice was a little dry. She was silent for a long time. Finally, as if she had made up her mind, she raised her head and met Chie's gaze. "I can make a contract with you." Her voice was very soft, but it can only be an ordinary contract. After saying this, she seemed to have used up all her strength. "Because I'm afraid you'll force me to do that kind of thing. I don't like that because it would." She didn't finish her words, but just looked at Chi quietly with her eyes that were filled with pleading. Chi looked at the fear and fragility in her eyes and understood. It turned out that this was the reason why she had been resisting. What on earth did that damned gold medal pilot want to do to her that would cause her such a huge psychological trauma about the contract? "Okay." Chi nodded and answered promptly. "Ordinary contract, I agree. For him, this is already satisfying. At best, the disaster star can only be regarded as his secondary machine, and the position of the main machine must be reserved for Yueing." Zixing seemed to have not expected Qi to agree so readily, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. She originally thought that Qi Yi would be like the previous pilot, greedily wanting to get everything from her. After all, her core was so special. "Then, let's sign a contract directly." Qi stood up and extended his hand to her. Disaster Star hesitated for a moment, but finally took a step forward and walked in front of him. She reached out and gently grasped Chiye's hand. The signing of a normal contract does not require touching the core of the mecha girl. At the moment when the two men grasped each other's hands, a dark blue stream of data flashed through the eyes of the disaster star. At the same time, a brand new data panel appeared in Chiye's mind. Disaster star. Level S. Strength, 136, 156. Agility, 96, 111. Defense, 95. Intelligence, 101. Accessories, Eclipse Greatsword, Strength plus 20, Agility minus 5. Speed Engine, Agility plus 20, Energy Consumption increased. Oh shit. Looking at the information panel that suddenly appeared, Chiye's eyes twitched violently. Initial Strength, 136. Adding the bonus from that abnormal giant sword, it soared directly to 156? What kind of monster is this? So perverted, even more outrageous than Moonshadow. Are the initial attributes of S-Class mecha girls so outrageous? Compared to her, Yueing's attributes do seem to be a little lower. However, Chi did not dwell on this issue for too long. No matter how you look at it, he picked up such a powerful S-level fighter for free, which was a huge profit for him. The contract was completed. Disaster Star let go of his hand, silently took a step back, and returned to that silent state. But Chi could feel that the aura that kept people at a distance from her had eased a little. "Since you have chosen to follow me." Chi looked at her, and spoke slowly. Don't use the name Disaster Star anymore. He thought for a moment and said, from now on, your name will be Zhaixing. For you, I will pick the stars in the sky. Pick the stars. Chapter 107 Private Box. When these two words came out of Qi Ye's mouth, the living room fell into a brief silence. Shang Muying was also stunned. She had been with the Disaster Star for several months and had never thought of changing her name. The main reason was that she was afraid that if she exchanged it with the Disaster Star would refuse. Now, the name Zhaixing sounds much more pleasant than Disaster Star. I didn't expect this man to have a talent for naming. Shang Muying's thoughts couldn't help but drift away, and she remembered the name Qi Yi had given to the mecha girl's operating skills before. Sword shadows all over the sky. TSK, a name like this that sounds tasteless doesn't sound like something human could come up with. Compared with picking stars, there's a world of difference. Cough. Just as Shang Muying was complaining in her heart, she suddenly felt a strange feeling in her throat. She subconsciously raised her hand, gently stroked her neck, and retched. Although I just drank some water in the bathroom, the feeling of being filled still seems to linger deep in my throat. No, I have to find something else to suppress this strange feeling. Ahem. Shang Muying cleared her throat and put on that charming smile again. She twisted her snake-like waist, walked to Qi Yi, and spoke in a lazy tone. I've been busy for so long. I'm hungry. Shall we go out for something to eat? It's my treat. She offered to go out for dinner to hide her slight discomfort. Before Qi Yi could answer, Yuang at the side spoke first. Those deep blue eyes were full of cunning, without any trace of introversion or inferiority. Sister Shang, I asked you to eat just now, but you refused and now you're hungry again. How embarrassing. If I had known earlier, I should have let you eat it. You wasted so much energy. As soon as these words were spoken, Shang Muying's pretty face, which had just regained its color, instantly flushed again. She didn't expect that this seemingly innocent little white rabbit actually had such a hobby. That thing smells so bad. She couldn't stand the smell alone, not to mention. Shang Muying glared at Yuang and said through gritted teeth, if you like it, come over next time. I can't taste anything good anyway. I just like it. Yuang straightened her chest righteously. Qi Yi looked at the vivid scene in front of him and felt a headache coming on. He originally thought of finding a roadside stall or food stall downstairs to solve the dinner problem. After all, he was busy all day and was really hungry. But Shang Muying was obviously not used to showing up in such a crowded place. She directly used her connections to book a private room at a top restaurant nearby. The restaurant's decoration is antique and full of elegance. Inside the private room, exquisite dishes and chopsticks have been placed on the mahogany round table. Soft lights hang from the ceiling, illuminating the entire room with warmth and tranquility. Mecha girls do not have much demand for food. Their energy cores can provide everything they need for daily life. However, Yuang and Zhaixing still sat obediently at the dinner table, accompanying Qi Yi and Shang Muying. Zhaixing still had that cold look on his face, with his arms folded over his chest, leaning back in his chair and closing his eyes to rest. Yuang looked around with curiosity, her little face full of novelty. A slim waitress wearing a cheongsam pushed the door open and started serving food to everyone. Yuang looked at the delicious dishes and couldn't help swallowing. She raised her hand cutely and asked the waiter, Sister, do you have candied haws here? The waiter was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. Excuse me, miss, this is a restaurant. We don't sell candied haws. Oh, okay. Yuang's face was immediately filled with disappointment. She turned her head and looked at Qi Yi pitifully, urging him. Qi, let's finish eating quickly. After we finish eating, can you take me to buy some candy haws? I want to eat that. Seeing Yuang's greedy look, Qi Yi couldn't help but smile. Okay, I'll take you there after we finish eating. When Shang Muying heard this, her seductive eyes turned slightly, and she immediately had an idea in her mind. The opportunity has come. She put down the teacup and put that charming smile back on her face. Xiao Yuang wants to eat candy haws. Shang Muying said softly, Sister knows where to buy delicious candy haws. Can I ask Zhaixing to take you there by some? As she spoke, she winked at Zhaixing who was standing beside her. Zhaixing was slightly stunned, as if she didn't understand what Shang Muying meant. But when Yuang heard this, her dim eyes suddenly brightened up. Really? She immediately jumped up from her chair, grabbed Zhaixing's arm, and shook it excitedly. Pick the stars. Let's go buy some candied haws. Once we buy some Tonghalu, I will make you the great general of the Tonghalu holy cult. Zhaixing felt a little helpless when she swayed her, but looking at Yueying's happy expression, she didn't refuse after all. Let's go. Let's go now. Yueying couldn't wait any longer. She pulled Zhaixing up and ran out of the private room in a hurry. As the door of the private room was closed, Qi Yi and Shang Muying were the only ones left in the room. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. The fire in Shang Muying's eyes rekindled. She looked at Qi Yi and gently licked her plump red lips. The dishes were served one by one, but Shang Muying had no intention of picking up her chopsticks. She leaned lazily back in her chair, picked up the wine glass, and gently swirled the amber liquid inside. Then, under the cover of the tablecloth, her slender little feet in black stockings quietly slipped out of her fiery red high heels. Silently, he explored along Qi Ye's trouser legs all the way upwards. The soft, silky toes gently drew circles on his calves. Again and again, full of provocative meaning. Shang Muying had a smug smile on her face. She enjoyed the feeling of controlling everything in secret. She just didn't believe that this man could remain calm. However, the next second, her smile froze on her face. Qi moved quickly. He didn't even lower his head. His right hand had already reached accurately under the table and grabbed the jade foot that was making trouble. This. Shang Muying took a breath, and the force from her ankle made her frown. Qi's palms were warm and strong, locking her ankles tightly and making her unable to move. Eat seriously. Qi's voice was very flat, and no emotion could be heard. Stop pretending. He raised his eyes and looked at Shang Muying with a burning gaze. Believe it or not, I will just press you right here. His voice lowered a bit, with a hint of hoarseness this time, but there's no bathroom for you to go to. Boom! These words exploded in Shang Muying's mind. Her body trembled violently, and her seductive eyes widened instantly. The disgusting feeling from before came flooding back to my mind like a tide. This time, no bathroom? Doesn't that mean? When Shang Muying thought of that scene, her stomach began to churn. She was scared. She was really scared. She had no doubt that if she dared to provoke him again, he would really do what he said. In this private room, I forced myself to. Shang Muying didn't dare to think about it anymore. She quickly pulled her black silk feet out of Qi Ye's hands and shook her head desperately. She looked so panic-stricken, without any of the charm and grace she had just had. She looked like a loser. Qi looked at her like this and let go of her hand with satisfaction. He knew that this woman would not dare to act like a demon again in the short term. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat, and put it in his mouth. Well, it tastes good, fatty but not greasy. Shang Muying, who was let go by him, quickly put on her shoes. She picked up the chopsticks, but couldn't pick up anything. She just lowered her head and said nothing. Her mind was blank, leaving only endless fear and humiliation. Besides, there was also a hint of morbid excitement that she herself was unwilling to admit. She really didn't want to do that kind of thing in the short term. Not all. Chapter 108, Candied Ha's Holy Religion. The night view of Qingcheng is prosperous and splendid, with busy streets and neon lights flashing hazy lights. Yueying held Zhaixing's hand, like a bird just out of cage, full of curiosity about everything around her. Pick the stars, pick the stars. Yueying shook her arms and raised her little face. Sister Shang said, you know where they sell delicious candied haws. Let's go. Zhaixing paused, and a trace of confusion flashed in his dark pupils. Candied haws? What is that? Her core database contained a vast amount of combat data, mecha maintenance knowledge, tactical analysis, but there was no information about this kind of snack. That woman Shang Muying is causing trouble for herself again. Looking at Yueying's expectant expression, Zhaixing really couldn't say the 4 words, I don't know. She was silent for a moment, her dark eyes scanning the brightly lit streets in the distance. Finally, she raised her hand and pointed in a random direction. This way. Although a large part of picking stars is gambling, her luck seems to be good. The two walked along the street for less than 5 minutes when a bright red color came into Yueying's sight. Under the street lamp at the corner, a wooden target filled with candied haws is particularly eye-catching. The red haws are wrapped in crystal clear sugar coating, emitting an attractive luster under the light. Tong Hulu! Yueying's eyes lit up instantly. She let out a cheer of surprise, let go of Zhaixing's hand, and ran over like a happy little deer. Boss, this, and this, I want them all. Yueying lay in front of the stall, almost putting her face on the candied haws. Okay. The uncle selling candied haws happily started to help her pack them. With a beep, the payment is completed. A small consumption record was quietly generated in Chi Ye's personal account. In front of the stall, Yueying took 10 packaged candied haws with satisfaction. She held it carefully in her arms, as if it were some priceless treasure. Hee hee, I should save a few to eat secretly at night. She muttered softly, then took out one and handed it to Zhaixing. Give. Zhaixing looked at the candied haws handed to her and frowned slightly. She instinctively wanted to refuse. But Yueying didn't give her the chance to refuse and directly stuffed the candied haws into her hand. Take it, Yueying said confidently. From now on, you are the general of my Tonghalu holy church. Your status is just below mine. Picking stars. She looked down at the strange string of food in her hand, then looked at Yueying and asked as if possessed by a mystery. How many mecha girls are there in the Tonghalu holy church? Yueying's eyes suddenly became a little vague, and she stammered and stretched out 2 fingers. For now, it's just the 2 of us. But don't worry. She immediately patted her chest and promised solemnly. There will definitely be more in the future. Zhaixing fell silent again. She felt that her core processor might need a comprehensive self-examination. Yueying no longer paid any attention to her. She couldn't wait to pick up her candied haws, stick out her pink tongue, and gently lick the crystal-clear sugar coating. It is so sweet. Yueying narrowed her eyes in contentment, looking extremely enjoying, like a kitten that had stolen some honey. Zhaixing looked at her quietly. Look at her pink tongue tip, leaving a moist mark on the plump hawthorn. The movement was very gentle and slow. A strange thought flashed through Zhaixing's processor. Why lick it? Wouldn't it be more efficient to just bite it? She looked at the bunch of red fruits in her hand, and as if possessed by a ghost, she imitated Yueying's actions and slightly stuck out her tongue. Her movements were stiff and awkward. The moment the tip of her tongue touched the cool sugar coating, an unfamiliar, extreme sweetness instantly exploded in her taste sensors. In just a moment, she retracted her tongue as if she had been electrocuted. Those black pupils regained their former coldness and rationality. What a strange feeling. And the action just now looked so strange. She frowned. Without hesitation, she opened her mouth and bit off a hawthorn. Crack! The sweet and sour taste spreads in the mouth with a crisp texture. Well, it tastes pretty good. In the restaurant, Chi had almost finished eating. Shang Muying, who was sitting opposite him, had hardly touched the dishes in front of him. After being frightened by Chi just now, she had completely lost her appetite and only ate a few bites of vegetables symbolically. Just then, the door of the private room was pushed open. Yueying and Zhaixing walked in one after another. Chi. Yueying flew to Chi Yi and held the candied haws in her arms in front of him, like offering a treasure. Look, we bought some candy haws. They're so delicious. Chi Yi looked at her silly and cute appearance, smiled, and touched her head. Shang Muying also stood up, straightened her dress, and put that charming smile back on her face, as if the embarrassment just now had never happened. Now that we're done eating, let's go back. The 4 of them walked out of the restaurant and returned to their apartment in the H10 skyscraper. Chi looked at the 3 beauties standing in the living room and felt overwhelmed. He cleared his throat and broke the silence first. Well, my bed is big, but will it be inconvenient for 4 people to sleep together? As soon as these words came out, the air suddenly became quiet. Shang Muying seemed to have expected him to say this. She smiled charmingly, walked forward, and naturally took Chi Ye's arm, her plump body rubbing against him intentionally or unintentionally. It's okay. Her voice was soft and charming, with a fatal temptation. Zhaixing will consciously sleep in the living room. The 3 of us can just sleep in the same bedroom. Hearing this, Zhaixing clenched his hands suddenly in his pockets. Sleep in the living room? Why? But on second thought, she really didn't want to go to the bedroom and see those 3 people kissing each other. Just thinking about that scene made her feel sick. Finally, under everyone's various gazes, Zhaixing said with a cold face, squeezing out a word from between his teeth. Good. I'll sleep in the living room. But please keep the noise down. Urgent bookshelf. 5-star book review. Love you babies. Chapter 109. 2 people go together. The bedroom door was gently closed. In the living room, Zhaixing folded her arms, leaned on the sofa, and closed her eyes to rest. But inside the bedroom, the atmosphere was completely different. Shang Muying's arm was still intimately around Chi Yi, and she seemed to have regarded this place as her own territory. Chi Yi took one last look at Shang Muying and finally broke the ambiguous silence. You really want to sleep with us? If it's just for driving, Zhaixing, there's no need to do this. Chi glanced at her and added, "As long as Zhaixing agrees, I have no objection." He threw the choice back and gave Shang Yuing a way out. However, Shang Yuing obviously did not intend to go on like this. Instead of letting go, she held Chi even tighter. Under the fiery red dress, her graceful curves pressed tightly against his arms. Of course not. Shang Yuing shook her head, her charming eyes slightly raised, staring at Chi Ye's profile. "I'm different from them." Her voice was low and had the unique charm of a mature woman. Yueying and Zhaixing are mecha girls. They're either bound to you at their cores or impressed by your strength. They will not betray you. But I am human. Shang Yuing's fingertips gently stroked Chi Ye's arm, as if igniting a tiny flame. We are all human beings, and we're the best at disguise and betrayal, aren't we? If I don't give you something substantial enough, how can you truly trust me? She paused, put her red lips close to Chi Ye's ear, and exhaled a sweet breath. Aren't you really afraid that I will betray you? I did this just to show you my sincerity. These words were flawless, and before Chi Yi could evaluate his sincerity, Yueying at the side could no longer hold back. I think Sister Shang just wants it. Yueying's clear voice sounded, with a hint of innocence. It's just an excuse to come to me. After all, Chi Yi is so capable, it's not a loss to let him invest. The charming smile on Shang Yueying's face froze instantly. She turned her head sharply and glared at Yueying fiercely. This little girl is becoming more and more lawless. Xiao Yueying. Shang Yueying's voice was filled with a hint of annoyance. I think you need a lesson today. Is it because Chi hasn't spanked you recently that your courage has grown? Then I'm going to teach you a lesson on his behalf. Before he finished speaking, Shang Yueying let go of Chi and pounced directly towards Yueying on the bed. She wanted to let this ignorant little girl know who was the dominant one here. She wanted to be Yueying's mistress. However, as fast as she was, Yueying's reaction was even faster. Just when Shang Yueying was about to pounce on her, Yueying's figure flashed like a ghost. Shang Yueying missed her target and fell directly onto the soft big bed due to inertia. Yueying turned around and pressed her down on the bed. Shang Yueying's plump body was lying in an extremely shameful posture, and the tight dress outlined the curve of her perky buttocks perfectly. Who the hell are you, little winter melon? Do you think you can teach me a lesson, the king of Tonghulu? Yueying's clear voice sounded above Shang Yueying's head with a hint of pride. She held down the struggling Shang Yueying so that her plump buttocks, which she was so proud of, were facing Chi Yi, who was standing beside her. After doing all this, Yueying raised her head, blinked at Chi Yi, and shouted loudly, "Good opportunity, Chi Yi, hurry up." In the living room, Zhaixing, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly twitched his eyelids. Every noise coming from the bedroom reached her ears word for word. She didn't expect that the introverted and timid Yueying could actually say such words. What was even more unexpected was that Shang Yueying, who seemed shrewd and strong, was subdued so easily. Zhaixing's brows furrowed slightly. In the bedroom, Qi looked at the vivid scene in front of him, and for a moment he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and did not go straight ahead, as Yueying expected. Instead, he walked forward and patted Yueying's head gently. "Okay, let her go." "Hey." Although Yueying was somewhat reluctant, she still obediently let go of her hand. Shang Yueying, who regained her freedom, quickly climbed up from the bed. She was busy tidying up her messy dress and hair, her pretty face flushed, feeling both embarrassed and angry. She glared at Yueying fiercely, but did not dare to act rashly again. She didn't expect that she didn't take the opportunity to possess her. In that situation, she was almost powerless to resist. Could it be that he is not interested in me? That's not right. He clearly asked to go eat in the afternoon. For a moment, Shang Yueying's heart was filled with confusion. Qi seemed to see through her thoughts. He sat down leisurely on the bed and looked at her calmly. "I won't force anyone to do anything. I prefer to take the initiative." Boom. Initiative? These two words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Shang Yueying's mind. She instantly understood what Qi meant. It's not that he doesn't want it, but he wants her to bring it up herself. "You." Shang Yueying pointed at Qi Yi and was speechless for a moment. She didn't expect Qi Yi meant this. Want her to take the initiative? Interesting, really interesting. Although she knew something about that kind of thing, seeing a pig run and eating pork were two completely different things. In this place in the afternoon, just helping him simply, she already felt that was the limit of her life. The suffocating feeling still makes my stomach churn when I think about it now. Now, he actually wants me to take the initiative to do that kind of thing? That's even more embarrassing than killing her. Yue Ying looked at Shang Muying's conflicted, ashamed, and angry expression and snorted with disdain. It turns out that the charming persona you have been creating is so fake. I didn't expect you to be more serious than me behind the scenes. Yue Ying walked up to Shang Muying and tilted her head. If you don't want to stay, you can leave now. Don't disturb the world of two between Qi Yi and me. Yue Ying's words directly stripped off Shang Muying's last disguise. Yes, she has always presented herself as a charming and elegant lady, enjoying the pursuit and infatuation of men. But now, in front of this seemingly pure and innocent little girl, everything about her was seen through. Walk. If I leave now, wouldn't that be the same as admitting that I was bluffing and that I lost Yue Ying? Besides, she said she would give Qi Yi. That guy, can't he take the initiative? Why does he have to make me? Her pride wouldn't allow her to leave in such disgrace. You can stay. The thought of taking the initiative to serve that man. Shang Muying's body couldn't help but tremble. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Qi didn't say anything, but just looked at her quietly, waiting for her answer. Finally, in the dead silence, Shang Muying took a deep breath. She raised her head, and the fire in her seductive eyes was rekindled. If you want to stay, then stay. Her voice trembled a little. If you want to serve me, then serve me. I'm afraid of you. She roared the last sentence as if to cheer herself up. Then, under the surprised gazes of Qi Yi and Yue Ying, Shang Muying raised her hand, her fingertips trembling, and slowly unzipped her fiery red dress. Chapter 110, Let Me Go, 2-in-1. SS. The fiery red dress is slowly fading away. Qi Ye's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and he made a slight swallowing sound. Shang Muying's long wine-red hair swayed slightly with her movements, and a few strands of hair fell on her smooth shoulders. The zipper of her dress was completely unzipped, revealing a large area of snow-white skin on her back. One has to admit that Shang Muying's figure is indeed top-notch among the top ones, like a ripe peach exuding fatal temptation. That kind of mature charm is incomparable to that of a young girl. For a moment, Qi Yi looked a little dazed. Hee. A light laugh interrupted Qi Ye's distraction. Yue Ying had taken off her white short boots at some point, revealing her slender white calves. She climbed barefoot and lightly onto the soft big bed, then sat in the middle of the bed in a standard lowly kneeling posture. Those deep blue eyes were now gazing at Shang Muying with great interest. When Shang Muying saw Yue Ying looking at her like that, her cheeks turned even redder. She took a deep breath, grabbed the straps of her dress with both hands, and pulled it down. The fiery red fabric slid down her slender curves and piled up at her ankles. In an instant, the bedroom seemed to be brighter. She slowly raised her legs, her knees touching the soft mattress first, and then slowly climbed onto the bed. Come here. Qi Ye's voice was a little hoarse. He stretched out his long legs and sat down beside the bed, then reached out and grabbed Shang Muying's wrist. Shang Muying was startled by his sudden action, and her body stiffened slightly. But when she met Qi Ye's flaming eyes, all her resistance turned into obedience. When she unbuttoned the last button and was about to help him take off his shirt, she found that Qi Yi had held her wrist even tighter. Wait a minute. Qi Ye's voice was low. Shang Muying looked up in confusion, but saw Qi Ye's eyes fell on Yue Ying. Yue Ying slid down from the bed lightly, walked to the bedside, and knelt directly on the soft carpet, just in front of Qi Yi. Yue Ying tilted her head, a smile on her lips. I'll only show you once. Look carefully. Before he finished speaking, Yue Ying lowered her head slightly. Her long, snow-white hair fell like a waterfall, covering her profile and also hiding her next movements. Shang Muying widened her eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. The light in the bedroom was soft and ambiguous, making Yue Ying's movements a little hazy. Shang Muying subconsciously covered her mouth. Her worldview was severely impacted at this moment. Time seemed to be stretched at this moment. Every minute and every second was a torment for Shang Muying. She felt her cheeks burning and her heart beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of her throat. The next day, when the first ray of morning light shone into the room through the gap in the curtains, Shang Muying slowly woke up. She felt her eyelids were extremely heavy, and she finally managed to open them a crack. Just as she was about to move her body, an indescribable pain came from her limbs, causing her to gasp. My whole body felt like it was run over by a dozen trucks, and there was not a single part that didn't hurt. Especially, a certain place was so swollen and painful that it felt like it was no longer mine. She rolled her eyes with difficulty and looked at the unfamiliar ceiling. The memories of last night came flooding back to my mind. Those crazy, shameful, yet strangely pleasurable images kept flashing back in her mind. Shang Muying's cheeks instantly turned red with embarrassment. She actually really was with a man? She tried to prop herself up, but as soon as she exerted force, her legs felt weak and her waist ached badly. Get out of bed? Stop kidding. She now feels like she has a hard time even turning over. Just then, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Yueying came in with a tray with a glass of milk and some toast on it. Sister Shang, are you awake? Yueying's voice was still clear and pleasant. She walked over to the bed and placed a tray on the nightstand. How do you feel? Yueying tilted her head and asked with concern. Shang Muying looked at Yueying's innocent face, feeling embarrassed and angry, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Yueying seemed not to notice her embarrassment and said to herself, "This is breakfast. Eat it in bed first. From the look of you, you probably won't be able to get out of bed today." As she spoke, she picked up a piece of toast and handed it to Shang Muying's mouth. Open your mouth. Shang Muying. She opened her mouth resignedly and took a bite of toast. The taste is not bad. By the way, Sister Shang, Yueying said with a smile while feeding her breakfast. You did a good job last night. She was very satisfied. Puff, cough, cough, cough. Shang Muying almost spit out the milk she had just taken. She was choked and coughed repeatedly, and her cheeks turned red. This little girl? She definitely did it on purpose. Seeing her miserable appearance, Yueying showed a smug look on his face and patted her on the back considerately. Eat slowly, don't rush. Shang Muying finally caught her breath. She glared at Yueying and asked weakly, Where's Qi? Where did he go? Oh, him. Yueying blinked. He went out with Zhaixing. He said he was going to the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts and, by the way, test Zhaixing's performance. I should be back soon. Wilderness? Hunting exotic animals? Testing performance? Shang Muying moved her body slightly, feeling the burning pain. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she squeezed out 2 words from between her teeth. Beast. Chapter 111 Gagogo. Outside Qingsheng is a vast wilderness. The beautiful obsidian-like body cut through the sky, leaving a straight black trail in the clouds. In the cockpit, Qi was lying leisurely on the driver's seat. He yawned, and there was still fatigue in the corners of his eyes from last night's madness. I have to say, although Shang Muying said no, her body was surprisingly able to withstand the torture. Of course, it's mainly because Yueying knows how to have fun. Report the current activities of strange beasts. Qi spoke lazily and gave orders into the communication channel. Received. According to the report from the Frontline Reconnaissance Unit, the energy response to the alien beasts in the H3 area is rising sharply. Preliminary judgment is that a new round of alien beasts will break out within 48 hours. A comm report came from the communicator. It was the voice from the Alliance Command Center. Currently, 3 A-level monsters have been confirmed to be gathering in the valley area at coordinates 173 for 151. A temporary boundary has been established in this area by the 3rd Patrol Team. Support is requested. A hint of excitement flashed in Chiye's eyes. Got it. He sat up straight. Star picking. Target coordinates 173 451. Full speed ahead. The command is confirmed. Zhaixing responded. The next second, the thrusters behind Zhaixing suddenly burst out with brilliant blue flames, and its speed suddenly increased like a black meteor, whistling towards the distant valley. 10 minutes later, a rolling valley came into view. At the entrance of the valley, several B-class and C-class mechas were standing by, forming a semicircular encirclement. In front of them, a light blue translucent energy shield rose from the ground, covering the entire valley. This is the boundary, a device that can temporarily isolate space and prevent strange beasts from escaping. When the pitch-black, ominous-looking machine of Zhaixing appeared on the skyline, there was an obvious commotion among the members of the Pilot Alliance on ground. Yes, it's an S-Class mecha girl. That paint job. There's no doubt about it. It's the disaster star. How did she end up here? Quick, be alert. She's a defecting pilot who killed her own pilot. Feelings of tension and panic were clearly conveyed through public communication channels. Her wanted warrant has been lifted. Does that mean, just when they were in a panic, not knowing whether to attack or retreat, a lazy voice suddenly cut into their communication channel? Don't be nervous, we are one family. I'm Chi. I've received a mission to destroy these strange beasts. Pray for the night. This name is well known to all pilots in Qingqing, especially at the pilot exchange conference that just ended not long ago. As a bronze medal pilot, he drove the MS-01 Mecha Girl and defeated the A-level Mecha Girl from Shunqing head-on. This is simply a rising star in the Qingcheng pilot circle, a living legend. Oh my god, he actually tamed the disaster star? Too incredible. As expected of someone who can win the pilot exchange conference. The atmosphere in the communication channel instantly changed from tension and panic to shock and admiration. This man's methods are simply unfathomable, as he was able to recruit the legendary S-Class Mecha Girl who killed her master for his own use. The realm can be opened, Chi said lightly. Yes, the leading pilot captain responded immediately, smiling bitterly. The three beasts inside are all A-level. Our pilot girls are too low-level and probably won't be of much help on the front battlefield. However, we will be on standby at the periphery at all times. If you are in danger, please fire a flare immediately, and we will do our best to assist you. Got it, Chi responded. Following the captain's order, a gap slowly opened up on the huge blue boundary shield, allowing a mecha to pass through. Zhaixing didn't hesitate at all, turned into a black lightning, and instantly disappeared into the valley. The gap in the realm slowly closed after she entered. The light in the valley is dim, with steep rock walls on both sides. The terrain is complex and layered, like a natural maze. The air was filled with a peculiar stench of strange beasts. Scan the terrain and lock the target location. Chi ordered. Scanning. Found 3 high-energy reactions, approaching us at high speed. Warning, a large number of life signals have been detected deep in the valley. After comparing the data, it was confirmed to be an alien beast egg. Zhaixing reported the situation calmly. Chi raised his eyebrows when he heard this. It turned out to be a strange beast lair. At this time, 3 huge figures emerged from the shadows deep in the valley. They were 3 gigantic lizard-like beasts, their bodies covered with rock-hard scales, and their scarlet eyes flashed with brutal light. Rock-scale lizard. Chi recognized this beast. It is considered a relatively difficult type among A-level beasts. As he spoke, he stretched. Speaking of which, from the time he left the apartment until now, he has always let Zhaixing drive himself. He was really tired last night. Both Shang Muying and Yueying had drained a lot of his energy. Lying in the cockpit at this moment, watching the pilot fly by herself, and analyzing the battle situation by herself, Chi suddenly understood the pilots in this world a little. It feels so good. You don't have to do anything. Just give the simplest instructions, and the robot will execute everything perfectly. Even during combat, pilots can sleep soundly in the cockpit. No wonder pilots in this world rely so much on intelligent driving systems that manual operation becomes a mere decoration. In the face of such ultimate convenience and enjoyment, who would be willing to go through the trouble of practicing those complicated operating skills? Smart driving is good, but it can only serve as an auxiliary. Chi muttered to himself as he slowly sat up straight. Pick the stars. Exist. Transfer all control rights of the machine to me. Command confirmed. Zhaixing was silent for a moment, but still executed the order. Transferring control authority of the machine. Transfer complete. Current driving mode, fully manual. The moment he finished speaking, Chi reached out and grabbed the joystick on the right side of the driver's seat. Chi's brows raised slightly. The joystick of Zhaixing feels a little smaller than that of Yueying in the hand. However, the feel is also great. Go. Let's go. Chi's mouth curled into a fighting smile. He jerked the joystick forward. Buzz. Behind the machine, the huge black and red sword was slowly pulled out. The sword reflected a bloodthirsty cold light in the dim valley. At the same time, the thrusters on Zhaixing's back and legs burst into dazzling flames. Boom! The obsidian-like body, like a cannonball fired from a gun, with unrivaled momentum, rushed head-on towards the 3 roaring rock-scaled lizards. Chapter 112. Fighting is fun. Inside the valley, 3 huge rock-scaled lizards have locked onto the intruder. Their bodies are like moving rock fortresses, and their dark brown scales appear hard in the dim light. In the scarlet pupils burned the brutality and bloodthirstiness of a strange beast. The leading rock lizard roared toward the sky, and the harsh sound waves echoed in the valley, shaking the rock walls and causing broken stones to fall. Chi's mind involuntarily emerged the scene of his hard fight with the A-level giant python. That time, he had to use a lot of effort to drive the moon shadow, and finally took it down. Although I am currently driving an S-Class star-picking car, I think it will still take some effort. Let's make it quick and decisive. Chi put away his leisurely look, and his eyes became serious. He didn't want to waste too much time in such a place. The black and red giant sword in Jiaxing's hand cut through the air as it charged forward at high speed, causing a sharp whistle. The three rock-scaled lizards obviously didn't expect that this iron lump was so strong that they dared to choose to confront it head-on right away. The leading rock lizard had a fierce light in its eyes, raised its huge claws high, and slapped forward with the force to tear steel, trying to intercept. Chia's mouth corners slightly raised. Just when the sharp claws were about to touch the body, his wrist shook violently. The star-picking machine's body twisted forcefully in midair at an incredible angle. The huge black and red sword, with tremendous force, drew a perfect arc. Puff! A dull sound was heard. Time seems to stand still at this moment. The violent collision with sparks flying that Chi had expected did not happen. Yes, it's just extremely smooth. As if eating dove, the giant sword in Jiaxing's hand easily tore open the hard scales that the rock lizard was proud of. From its lower jaw, all the way upwards, its huge head, along with half of its body, was neatly split into two halves. The smelly blood and internal organs gushed out like a waterfall. The rock lizard didn't even have time to let out a scream before its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. Inside the cockpit, Chi was controlling Jiaxing and maintaining the sword-swinging posture, and he was completely stunned. He stared blankly at the body of the strange beast that was split in two, his mind going blank. Seconds? Just one sword? Hey, that's not right. Chi suddenly came back to his senses and subconsciously tightened his hand on the star-picking joystick. The machine body trembled slightly with his movement. Jiaxing felt the strangeness coming from the joystick and forced himself to remain silent. Is Jiaxing too strong? Or is this rock lizard too weak? Chia's brows were tightly furrowed. He didn't believe that an A-level beast could be this weak. So the only explanation was... His gaze fell on the other two rock-scaled lizards that were furious because of the tragic death of their companions. The two strange beasts roared even more violently, their scarlet eyes fixed on Jiaxing, and they charged left and right with their huge bodies once again. Try again. Chia's eyes narrowed, and he didn't think anymore. He controlled the star-picking machine and slid sideways suddenly, avoiding the attack of the rock-scaled lizard on the right. At the same time, the giant sword in his hand was raised again. This time, he did not use any skills. He simply poured his strength into the sword and chopped it down hard. There was another dull cutting sound. The second rock lizard was also cut into two cleanly. There wasn't even a chance to struggle. I'll go. Chi couldn't help but swear. He looked at the two horrific corpses on the screen and finally confirmed it. It's not that the alien beast is too weak, but the current star picker is too strong. Yue Ying's attribute panel involuntarily appeared in his mind. When Yue Ying was driving the battle against the giant python, its strength attribute seemed to be less than 100. And now, the basic power of Jiaxing is 136. With the 20-point bonus of the Eclipse Giant Sword, it soars directly to 156. There's a difference of nearly 60 points of strength between the two. That should be the reason. Chi quickly figured out the key. When I first piloted the moon shadow, her white tiger-like body was bare without any accessories. And Star Picker not only has high basic attributes, but also comes with a giant sword. As one side gained strength while the other lost strength, the gap in combat power was widened to an extremely terrifying level. After figuring this out, Chi felt much better. Being strong is a good thing. His eyes fell on the last rock-scaled lizard left in the valley. The big guy was now huddled in the corner, trembling and looking at the black killer god in front of him, his scarlet pupils filled with fear. It didn't dare to move forward, and even lost the courage to roar, and just kept retreating backwards. However, Chi obviously didn't intend to let it go just like that. In other words, I don't intend to let it go so easily. Next, it's time for the part that interests me the most. He has always been interested in Jiaxing's S-level talent, Gluttony. Thinking of this, Chia's heart was burning with heat. He began to look for the activation button for his talent skill on the operation interface. But after searching for a long time, I found that there was no so-called talent option except the regular weapon switching and energy output adjustment. Chi was a little confused. At this moment, Zhaixing's cold voice sounded in the cockpit. Innate skills are an extension of the core abilities of the robot girl. You need to be authorized by the girl herself before you can use it in driving mode. She paused and added, if you want to use it, just tell me directly. When Chi heard this, he suddenly understood. So that's how it is. He gave the order without hesitation. Use talent, gluttony. Command confirmed. As Zhaixing finished her words, the armor on the chest of her obsidian-like machine slowly cracked. A bottomless black vortex, emitting a strange black light, appeared out of nowhere. Different from the last time I saw the simulated starry sky. This time, with the appearance of the black vortex, the light in the entire valley seemed to be swallowed up by it and became dark in an instant. A terrifying, irresistible suction force burst out from the vortex. The wind was howling and the gravel was flying. The two huge rock lizard corpses on the ground began to tremble violently. Then, they seemed to be grabbed by an invisible giant hand and dragged uncontrollably, flying towards the black vortex. Not only that, hundreds of strange beast eggs hidden in nests deep in the valley also broke out of the ground one after another, as if they had received some kind of summons, gathering into a white torrent and pouring into the bottomless darkness. The whole process lasted only a dozen seconds. When everything settled, the valley returned to peace. The two huge corpses and the strange beast eggs all over the mountains have disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the attribute panel of Zhaixing appeared clearly again in Chiye's mind. Star picking. Level S. Strength. 136156 increasing. Agility. 96-111. Defense. 95. Intelligence. 101. Accessories. Eclipse Greatsword. Strength plus 20. Agility minus 5. Speed engine. Agility plus 20. Energy consumption increased. GAC pupils soudainly contracted. He stared at the value in the strength column. I saw that the number that originally displayed was 156 was soaring up wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. 160. 165. 170. 175. Finally, in Chiye's shocked gaze, the number froze firmly at 180. A full 180 points of strength. What a terrifying number. Bolmstrapia. An unprecedented, explosive sense of power instantly surged into his body through the synchronous link between man and machine. He even had an illusion. It seemed as if at this moment he could smash the meteorite with just a slight clench of his fist. This ultimate pleasure brought purely by strength made him unable to help but let out a comfortable growl. Too strong. His gaze once again fell on the shivering rock lizard in the corner. At this moment, in his eyes, this poor A-level monster was no different from a lamb to be slaughtered. It's over. Chi raised the giant sword in his hand. Because of the sudden surge in power, the black and red giant sword was even wrapped with a layer of dark red energy aura visible to the naked eye. Just as he was about to swing the giant sword, Zhaixing's slightly anxious voice suddenly sounded. No, leave its body behind. However, at this moment, Chi was immersed in the pleasure of his sudden surge in power. Those words reached his ears, and he subconsciously understood them as, don't leave its body behind. Okay. He grinned and swung his arm down suddenly. Let me show you what real power is. A dark red sword light, strong enough to tear apart the sky and earth, broke away from the sword and whizzed out. Wherever the sword light passed, the space seemed to be burned and slightly distorted. The rock lizard didn't even have time to show its fear before it was instantly swallowed up by the destructive sword light. Its huge body, along with the rocky ground beneath its feet, were instantly evaporated and gasified. Finally, it turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated into the air. Not even a speck of dust was left. Chapter 113 Growth. There was deathly silence in the valley. The last rock lizard, along with the large rock under its feet, disappeared without a trace, leaving only a huge, mirror-smooth pit in its place. Chi leaned back in the driver's seat with a satisfied smile on his face. How am I doing? Not even a corpse was left behind. It was a clean, perfect job. As soon as Chi finished speaking, a cold figure suddenly formed beside him. Zhaixing looked at him expressionlessly, and there seemed to be a hint of resentment in her dark eyes. She was silent for a moment, and then she said in a cold voice, I asked you to leave its body behind. The smile on Chiye's face froze instantly, and he stood there in a daze. He He seemed to have understood it wrong. Just when Chiye's mind was full of question marks, and he was wondering if he was hallucinating because he was too excited, the data panel belonging to Zhaixing in his mind suddenly flashed again and updated the information. Star picking. Level S. Strength, 137, 157. Agility, 96, 111. Defense, 95. Intelligence, 101. Accessories, Eclipse Greatsword, Strength plus 20, Agility minus 5. Speed Engine, Agility plus 20, Energy Consumption increased. Chiye's eyes suddenly widened. Question mark. What the hell? What did he see? The basic strength attribute of Zhaixing increased from 136 to 137, permanently increased by 1 point. Chiye's breathing stagnated at this moment. He always thought that gluttony was a temporary way to increase his strength, which was equivalent to entering a berserk state. But now it seems something is wrong. According to Zhaixing's request just now, she should be able to permanently enhance her strength attribute by absorbing the corpses or crystal cores of strange beasts. This discovery made Chiye's heart beat uncontrollably. Growing robot girl. This is too perverted. No wonder she wanted to come to the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts. It turns out this is her real purpose. After figuring it all out, Chi looked at the virtual projection of Zhaixing beside him, and his eyes changed. This isn't an S-level fighter at all. He's clearly a super potential stock with unlimited growth. He found a treasure. Ahem. Chi cleared his throat, concealing his inner ecstasy and pretending nothing had happened. How many strange beasts do you need to kill to increase your strength? He asked. Zhaixing was stunned for a moment, somewhat surprised why Chi knew this. She shook her head, her voice still cold. I don't know. But it would be useless to absorb a low-level exotic beast. She paused and added, just like before, after absorbing 2 A-level beasts and so many beast eggs, I gained some strength. After growing up to this point, the increase brought by the A-level beasts has become negligible. There was a hint of loss in her tone. It's okay. Chi laughed when he heard that. Won't there be a wave of exotic beasts in a few days? By then, there will be plenty of A-level exotic beasts, and maybe even some S-level monsters. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Chi looked at Zhaixing's cold and majestic face, and suddenly felt that this mecha girl who had always kept people at a distance didn't seem so annoying after all. Besides, look at your reputation as the disaster star. It's so bad in Qingqing. This is a good opportunity for me to clear your name. After saying that, his hand subconsciously began to gently stroke the joystick of Zhaixing, which had an excellent touch. This was a completely subconscious action, because when driving Yueying, he was already accustomed to playing with Yueying's joystick, which also felt great in between thinking or fighting. But this time, the object of his caress was Zhaixing. However, unexpectedly, Zhaixing did not speak out to stop him. Her body just trembled slightly, and the outline of the virtual projection blurred for a moment. She didn't make any comments or protest, but just endured it silently. She felt the irritating and strange feedback coming from the core of her body, which made her feel uncomfortable all over. The feeling was very strange, like countless weak electric currents spreading from the connection of the joystick all the way to her core. It made her feel a little itchy and a little numb. Chi also noticed the subtle change in the atmosphere. He looked down at his unruly hands, then looked at Zhaixing, who was silent, but obviously a little stiff beside him. Finally, he let go of her hand somewhat embarrassedly. After all, picking stars is not the shadow of the moon. I haven't decided to let him play with me casually yet. I'm a little tired. Chi stretched and leaned back into the driver's seat. You drive the rest of the way by yourself, he said to the virtual projection of Zhaixing. Yes. Zhaixing was silent for a moment before responding. She glanced at Qi with a complicated look in her eyes, and then her virtual projection disappeared in the cockpit. The obsidian-like machine started up again, turned around, and flew out of the devastated valley. Outside the valley, the members of the Pilot Alliance were waiting anxiously. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Zhaixing fly out unharmed. After briefly explaining the situation to the pilot leading the team, Qi did not stay for long. He directly asked Zhaixing to clear out the remaining several B-level alien beast strongholds near the area according to the markings on the map. Faced with those B-level monsters, Zhaixing was even too lazy to activate his talent to absorb them. Under Chiye's instruction, the huge black and red sword ended the battle cleanly and neatly, almost killing one person at a time. After doing all this, The black machine changed direction, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards Qingxing. When Qi Yi and Zhai Xing returned to their apartment in the H10 skyscraper, it was almost dusk. The apartment was very quiet. Qi opened the door, put on slippers, and walked straight to the sofa in the living room. After running around for most of the day, he was indeed a little tired. Zhai Xing followed him into the apartment silently, and then stood in the corner of the living room like a sculpture. Qi had just sat down on the sofa when the bedroom door was pushed open. Ying poked out her little head, and her long snow-white hair fell softly on her shoulders. She was holding a red candied haws in her mouth. When she saw Qi coming back, her deep blue eyes curved into crescents. Then, her gaze fell on Zhai Xing in the corner, and her eyes lit up instantly. She finished the candied haws in her mouth in a few bites, and then rushed out of the bedroom. Pick the stars. Pick the stars. Ying ran to Zhai Xing and looked up at her. How is it? Is it comfortable to be driven by Qi? She asked expectantly, hoping to get Zhai Xing's approval. Picking stars. She looked at Ying's face and didn't want to answer this question that she knew the answer to. But Ying obviously didn't intend to let her go just like that. Seeing that Zhai Xing didn't say anything, Ying stretched out her little hand, grabbed the corner of Zhai Xing's clothes, and shook it gently. Hey, tell me, what does it feel like? Do you feel the energy in your body boiling? Do you feel like you can blow up a planet with one punch? Isn't it really cool? Ying said as he stared at her with his big eyes full of curiosity. Zhai Xing was a little annoyed by her pestering him. She looked at the moonlight, then glanced at Qi Yi, who was sitting on the sofa not far away and was watching them with interest. In the end, she could only squeeze out one word from between her teeth under Ying's expectant gaze. After receiving a positive answer, Ying immediately revealed a satisfied smile. Qi Yi looked at these two mecha girls with very different personalities and smiled helplessly. He looked around the somewhat empty apartment and suddenly remembered something. He asked, "Where's Shang Yuying? Why hasn't she gotten up yet after a whole day?" Chapter 114. What? As soon as Qi Yi finished speaking, the apartment fell into silence for a moment. Ying tilted her head and said, "Go to the bedroom and check on her." Ying lowered her voice a little. Sister Shang has been lying down for a whole day. Her physical condition seems to be a little weak. She has been in pain all day because of you. It took me a lot of effort to feed her breakfast. Ying said, the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised. I just want to see her. She was still whimpering, so pitiful. After listening to Ying's words, Qi stood up and walked towards the bedroom. The curtains in the bedroom were drawn, the light was a little dim, and there was still a faint hint of ambiguity in the air. The bright red dress was thrown carelessly on the carpet in the corner, and no one cleaned up the torn stockings. Shang Yuying was leaning against the head of the bed, wrapped in a thin silk quilt, revealing only her smooth shoulders and long burgundy hair. She was lowering her head, idly swiping the virtual light screen projected by the communicator. She seemed to have heard the sound of the door opening and turned around. When she saw that the person standing at the door was Qi Yi, her whole body froze instantly. The pair of eyes that originally contained a hint of laziness and irritability suddenly shrank. She subconsciously clutched the quilt tightly around her. The soreness that had gradually faded away after a day of rest seemed to be reactivated the moment I saw Qi Yi. Deep inside my body, a certain overused part suddenly tightened uncontrollably. A burning and stinging sensation instantly spread throughout my limbs. Shang Yuying's cheeks turned red instantly. She bit her lower lip and glared at Qi Yi fiercely, her eyes full of shame and anger. You beast! Her voice was soft, trembling, and hoarse, obviously from shouting too much last night. You really don't treat me as a human being. I'm not a robot girl. I'll really die if I'm kicked like crazy. Shang Yuying felt more and more aggrieved as she spoke, and her eyes started to turn red. She felt like she was hit by a huge truck, and not a single part of her body was intact. Qi felt a little amused when he saw her looking ashamed, angry, yet weak and non-threatening. To be honest, seeing her in so much pain, he did feel a little soft-hearted. But wasn't this all her own fault? Who was so arrogant at the beginning, saying that he was hungry and wanted to take the initiative? I have been very compassionate and gentle to her. He showed mercy by not making her incontinent. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't even have the energy to curse. Qi walked to the bedside and looked down at her. He was just about to tease her. Buzz, buzz. The communicator in his pocket vibrated at an opportune moment. Qi frowned, took out the communicator, and took a look. The caller ID showed Ji Qingsong's name. He pressed the answer button, but didn't speak immediately. Instead, he turned and walked out of the bedroom and came to the balcony outside. He closed the bedroom door, blocking out Shang Yuying's resentful gaze. Hey, old man. Chi leaned on the balcony railing and watched the traffic passing by downstairs. Is the job done? Ji Ching Song's slightly tired voice came from the other end of the communicator. Well, just a few A-level exotic beasts. We took care of them easily. Chia's tone was flat. That's good. Ji Ching Song seemed relieved. I came to you because I have a few things to tell you. That starship. Yu Fei. You had contact with her. How do you feel? Did you control her? When Chi heard this, the image of Yu Fei's tall and domineering figure, as if he could see through everything, emerged in his mind. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Control? I'm lucky I wasn't controlled by her. That ship girl is a bit ridiculously strong. Another thing is about Arya. Ji Ching Song changed the subject. How is she now? She's hiding in the starship. She's safe, Chi replied. Yu Fei seems to be taking good care of her. That's good. Ji Ching Song was silent for a few seconds, as if he was organizing his words. Xia Tianming, Arya's father, has officially put pressure on Qingcheng through Shunqing. They asked us to capture Arya as soon as possible and hand her back to Deep City. Chia's expression instantly turned cold. How dare they make such a request? Of course they have the nerve. Ji Ching Song snorted coldly. In their eyes, Arya is just an out-of-control tool. Now that the tool has killed someone, the owner must naturally step in, reclaim it, and destroy it. I temporarily held them back on the pretext that Qingcheng was facing a threat from a wave of alien beasts and was short of manpower. However, Arya's matter cannot be delayed any longer. After this wave of strange beasts is over, I'm afraid you'll have to take her to Shunsheng. Ji Ching Song's tone was heavy. Of course, you can also choose to let her leave the city now and let her face Xia Tianming on her own. But if that happens, there's a high chance that she won't survive. Qi Yi was silent. He knew that what Ji Ching Song said was true. Although Arya is powerful, she's only one person after all, and Xia Tianming represents the power of the entire Xia family in Shenzhen City. I understand. Qi took a deep breath. I will take care of this matter after the monster tide is over. Yeah. Ji Ching Song responded. Finally, it's about this wave of alien beasts. What exactly is the situation? Qi asked. The situation is very serious. Ji Ching Song's voice became extremely solemn. According to our monitoring, the scale of this wave of alien beasts is the largest in the past 10 years. All the powerful beasts that have lived in the depths of the forest or even slept deep underground will wake up. Then they will surge out like a tide from the ground, from the forest, from all the corners we least expect. They have only one goal, which is to destroy everything on the ground, especially our human settlements and cities. Now that you have the star-picking skill, there is no doubt that you have become one of the top fighters in Qingqing. There was a hint of expectation in Ji Ching Song's tone. So, remember to report to the West Wall at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to participate in the patrol mission. Once we get through this wave of strange beasts, Qingcheng should be able to usher in a period of stable development, and then you won't have anything to do. You can now focus on tuning your mechas. I understand. Jia nodded. That's it for now. I still have a lot of things to deal with here. You be careful. After saying that, Ji Ching Song hung up the phone. Qi put away the communicator and stood on the balcony for a long time. The evening breeze blew on his cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness, and also made his confused thoughts gradually become clear. Starcore, Xia Tianming, tied of strange beasts. One thing after another. He felt as if he was caught in an invisible hand and was walking step by step towards some unknown center. However, this feeling is not bad. At least, there's so many mecha girls to play with him, right? He turned around, pushed open the bedroom door, and walked back in. In the room, Shang Yuying still maintained the same posture as before, leaning against the head of the bed. But she didn't look at the screen again. Instead, she stared at the ceiling, not knowing what she was thinking. Hearing Qi Ye's footsteps, her body trembled uncontrollably again. Qi walked to the bedside, said nothing, and just looked at her quietly. His eyes seemed to be examining something that belonged to him. Being stared at by him with such a naked gaze, Shang Yuying felt uncomfortable all over. She swallowed nervously, her hands gripping the quilt, trembling a little. In the end, she couldn't stand the oppressive silence anymore. What were you doing? Chapter 115. The Strong Moon Shadow. Qi looked at the weak Shang, Mewing lying on the bed. She was staring at him with a pair of shameful and angry eyes. He took a step forward, leaned down, reached out his hand, and gently pinched Shang Yuying's chin. Does it hurt? His voice was very soft, without any emotion. Shang Yuying's body trembled violently, and the shame and anger in her eyes were instantly replaced by fear. She thought this man was going to do something to her again, and tears were already welling up in her eyes. Chi looked at her, who seemed about to cry, and suddenly felt a little bored. He let go of his hand and straightened up. Forget it. I won't bother you anymore, he said calmly. Just lie down. After saying that, he turned around and left the bedroom without looking back, leaving Shang Yuying alone on the bed in a daze. At the same time, on the rooftop of the H10 skyscraper, the night wind howled, blowing the corners of a tall figure's clothes. Yufei stood barefoot on the edge of the rooftop, overlooking the brightly lit Qingqing below. Countless vehicles turned into streams of light, traveling through the veins of the steel forest. The neon lights in the distance flickered, casting a hazy color on the night sky. But none of these could attract her attention. Yufei raised her head and looked at the night sky, which seemed a little dim due to the city's light pollution. Those rooms downstairs are too small. It was so small that it made her feel depressed, and her starship, which was supposed to be sailing in the vast universe, had nowhere to go. She likes big, wide, and boundless. Especially the starry sky. That's where she belongs. Mother, she whispered softly, but her voice was blown away by the wind. As a planetary ship girl, her birth and her mission are completely different from those of a mecha girl. There is no clause about protecting humanity in her core agreement. She will only obey the captain with whom she has signed a core contract. The captain's position is her position. The captain's will is her will. Her mother asked her to test Chi so that Chi could prove that he was qualified to have her. She closed her eyes and felt the wind in the sky. Before she finds the captain who can carry everything she has, she can only stay here temporarily. Late at night, the bedroom was silent. Chi was lying on the bed, breathing steadily, and seemed to have fallen asleep. Shang Yuying curled up on the other side of the bed with her back to him, her body twitching slightly from time to time due to the pain. She didn't dare move or make any sound, for fear of alarming the energetic animal beside her. Yuying was sleeping between the two of them, and when she saw that Chi was already asleep, she started to become restless. Chi felt the soft body close to him and opened his eyes. He turned over and held Yuying in his arms. Why aren't you sleeping yet? He asked in a low voice. I want it. Yuying's voice was a little coquettish, and her little hand was dishonestly drawing circles on his chest. The subtle, rustling sound was particularly clear in the silent room. On the other side, Shang Yuying, who wanted to pretend to be asleep, suddenly stiffened. She heard it. Then, some sounds that made her blush and her heart beat faster came intermittently. Suppressed breathing, the sound of fabric rubbing against each other, and that vague, wet, and strange sound that makes people think about it. Shang Yuying bit her lips hard and grabbed the bedsheets under her with both hands. Hateful. These two people. Can't they consider that there is another injured person in the room? The physical pain is intertwined with the psychological shame and humiliation. She felt her cheeks burning, and the area below, which had been tormented all night, began to ache again. This obscene sound seemed like an endless torture, constantly tormenting her nerves. She could only bury her head in the pillow and try to block her ears. But those voices seemed to have life, trying hard to drill into her mind. I don't know how long it took, but the room finally returned to peace. Shang Yuying felt as if she was exhausted and was covered in cold sweat. She heard Yuying's contented hum and Chi Ye's smiling whisper. These two bastards. The next morning, sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains and illuminated the room. Chi got up refreshed, as last night's nourishment made him full of energy. He put on his clothes and prepared to report to the West City Wall to deal with the upcoming tide of alien beasts. Yuying had woken up a long time ago and was sitting on the edge of the bed, swinging her two snow-white, slender legs. Yuying, get ready, let's go. Chi said. No. Unexpectedly, Yuying immediately objected. She jumped off the bed, ran to Chi and looked at him seriously. Chi, you should drive the star picker today. Huh? Chi was stunned for a moment. Why? Because, Yuying puffed out her chest, I am the leader of the Tonghalu Holy Sect. My duty is to supervise the battle. She stretched out her little hand and pointed at Jiaxing, who was standing like a sculpture in the corner of the living room. Zhaixing is the great general of the Holy Church, appointed by me personally. She should accompany you into battle and kill the enemy. Jie. He looked at Yue Ying's serious expression and felt a little amused. Your broken intelligence system can't even fly steadily on its own. What will you do if a fight breaks out? Qi stretched out his hand and pinched her puffy face. Stop making trouble and be obedient. I'm not making a fuss. Yue Ying slapped his hand away. Qi narrowed his eyes and suddenly thought of something. Oh, I know. He suddenly realized. Do you want to stay and take care of Shang Yuying? Shang Yuying, who was lying on the bed, stiffened when she heard this and silently pulled the quilt up to cover her head. No way. Yue Ying retorted immediately. Of course I have to go too. I'm going to supervise the battle to see if the general is fighting well. She put her hands on her hips and said confidently, when the general is tired and can no longer fight, it will be my turn as the leader to lead the army in person. Looking at her like this, Qi knew that he couldn't win the argument with her. Okay, I'll do whatever you say, master. He sighed helplessly. In the end, Qi compromised. Did you hear that, Zhaixing? The leader has given the order. Today you are mine to drive. Zhaixing had a blank expression on her face. She just glanced at Yue Ying, who was winking at her not far away. Good. The top floor of the H10 skyscraper. Qi sat in the cockpit of Zhaixing. The obsidian-like body slowly rose into the air, and its powerful thrusters spurted out blue flames. Immediately afterwards, Yue Ying also rose from the ground and followed behind Zhaixing. Qi watched Yue Ying's shaky flying posture from the rearview image and immediately understood the girl's true intention. She didn't want to supervise the battle. This girl wanted to take this opportunity to personally test how bad her smart driving was. Want to see if there is any way to improve it. Oh, silly girl. Qi sighed, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He deliberately slowed down his star-picking speed and flew forward steadily so that the moon's shadow behind him could follow more easily. But even so, Yue Ying's machine was still flying crookedly. The energy output of the thrusters was extremely unstable, sometimes strong and sometimes weak, causing her to draw a wave-like trajectory in the air. She was like a toddler, try hard to control her body, but always looking so clumsy. 10 minutes later, the magnificent western city wall came into view. It was a steel barrier made of a special alloy, towering into the clouds, completely isolating the bustling city from the danger-ridden wilderness. On the city wall, many mecha girls were already on full alert, forming an indestructible line of defense. As soon as Zhaixing's pitch-black body, emitting an ominous aura, appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the city wall. Under the gazes of countless people, Zhaixing landed smoothly in the designated area with an elegant and smooth posture. But things were not so smooth for Yue Ying, who followed closely behind. Bang! There was a loud bang. The snow-white body seemed to have lost all power and crashed heavily onto the tarmac. Although he managed not to fall, his embarrassed posture still attracted a lot of astonished looks. In the cockpit of the Star Zhai, Qi held his forehead helplessly. Yue Ying's body turned into countless points of light and dissipated into the air. She turned back into human form, her snow-white hair a little messy. Her legs were still shaking uncontrollably. For her, the short flight of more than 10 minutes just now was even more tiring than fighting with Qi for 300 rounds. Yue Ying leaned against the wall, her little face turning pale. This feeling of not being able to control myself is really scary. She took a deep breath, and her mind involuntarily recalled the feeling of being driven by Qi. The ultimate experience of having the energy of the whole body perfectly mobilized. A slight blush appeared on Yue Ying's cheeks. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Smart driving? Fuck you. It would be better to be driven around by Qi for fun." Chapter 116, Yue Ying's Progress. The wind was howling on the city wall. Yue Ying had just turned back into human form. Her long snow-white hair was a little messy due to the wind. She leaned against the wall, her face was pale, and her legs were still trembling slightly. The landing just now was a disaster. If she hadn't managed to stabilize the body at the last moment, she would have fallen to the ground. "What do you think?" Qi looked at Yue Ying. "Do you want to change your mind?" He pointed at the Zhaixing beside him and said, "Even if there is no one piloting the Zhaixing, it still has a high combat capability. The reliance on the pilot is not that great." Upon hearing this, Yue Ying shook her head vigorously. She took a deep breath and tried to stand up straight. "Don't want. If If I haven't grown up, how can I be worthy of your skills, Chi? She looked at Chi Yi with seriousness in her eyes. The smile on Chi Yi's face froze slightly. He wanted to say a mecha girl is a mecha girl. All she needs to do is wait for the pilot to fly her. What growth does she need? Isn't it enough for you to just listen to his instructions and let him drive happily? But when he saw Yueying's clear eyes, the words that were on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. He suddenly felt that the Yueying in front of him was no longer the timid little girl who only hid behind him. She's trying hard to catch up with him in her own way. Chia's heart softened inexplicably. He walked forward, stretched out his big hand, and ruffled Yueying's snow-white hair. Good. He only said one word, but the tenderness in his tone made Yueying's cheeks blush instantly. My own little girl wants to work hard, so what else can I do? Just spoil it. Patrol missions are much more boring than expected. The monster tide has not yet officially broken out. Although the atmosphere on the city wall is tense, no large-scale battle has broken out. Chi found a corner with a wide view and sat down, starting to enjoy the rare leisure time. And this leisurely pace is largely due to Yueying. Chi, I'll go buy you a bottle of water. In less than half an hour, Yueying found her first excuse. After saying that, under Chi Ye's smiling gaze, she transformed back into a mecha form, staggered into the air, and flew towards the supply point in the city. Chi didn't care at all. He just leaned against the wall and watched the white figure trying to keep its balance in the air. 10 minutes later, Yueying came back. Her landing was still not smooth, but compared to last time, there was visible improvement. She changed back into human form and handed a bottle of iced drink to Chi Yi. Her little face flushed with excitement. For you. Thank you for your hard work. Chi took it with a smile, unscrewed the bottle cap, and took a sip. An hour later, Chi, I saw there's a stall selling grilled sausages over there. Are you hungry? Somewhat. Tool, go buy it. The moon's shadow turned into a stream of light again and rushed into the sky. This time, her flying posture was obviously much steadier. Although it still shook occasionally, she no longer felt like she would crash at any time. In the corner, Zhaixing, who had been silent the whole time, watched this scene, and there was no change in expression on his cold face. But in her heart, she felt a little puzzled by Yueying's behavior. There are countless more efficient ways to hone your flying skills. Why do you have to use such a stupid way? She doesn't understand. In this way, an afternoon passed quietly as Yueying fed the fish again and again. Chi was surrounded by packaging bags of various drinks and snacks. The moon's shadow seems to belong to the sky naturally. But that terrible intelligence system, like a shackle, bound her instincts. Woo woo woo. At this moment, a sharp and urgent alarm sounded throughout Qingsheng. Here we come. Chi stood up suddenly. The laziness on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by calmness. On the city wall, all the pilots who were resting entered a state of combat readiness at the same time. The light blue boundary shield surrounding the entire Qingcheng shone brightly amid the alarm, and instantly became several times more solid. It was like an indestructible sky covering the entire city. Chia's gaze was cast towards the distant horizon. I saw that the originally flat wilderness was now violently undulating, with huge cracks tearing the earth apart. It was as if there was a sleeping dragon for 1,000 years, slowly turning over deep underground. The dust is flying, covering the sky and the sun. Get ready for battle. Chia's voice was steady and powerful. He turned around and walked toward Zhaixing. The obsidian-like body exudes a heart-pounding and dangerous aura under the afterglow of the setting sun. The cockpit door slowly opened, and Chi jumped in. Buzz! The machine started up, and a scarlet light lit up in the dim cockpit. In the distant sky, densely packed black dots appeared. The black spots quickly enlarged in the field of vision. They were hideous and terrifying beasts of various shapes. They poured out from the cracks in the ground, rushed from the distant forest, gathered into an unstoppable black torrent, and rushed towards Qingcheng frantically. The roars and roars were deafening. Instructions from the command center came through the public communication channel. Attention all units. The alien beast tide has erupted. Low-level pilots are responsible for clearing out D and C-level monsters. Attack freely. Senior pilot, prioritize locking onto targets of rank B and above. Wait for instructions and be ready to attack at any time. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of gaps appeared on the huge boundary shield, allowing the mecha girls to pass through. Walk. Chi pushed the joystick hard without any hesitation. The thrusters behind Zhaixing burst out with brilliant flames, turning into a black lightning that instantly rushed out of the gap. Moon Shadow followed closely behind. As Qi Ye's secondary aircraft in this battle, she also has the authority to attack. Her flying posture was still a little unstable, but in the face of the endless tide of beasts, she did not retreat at all. The moment they broke out of the boundary, countless ferocious beasts came like a tide. In the cockpit, Qi looked at the dense red dots on the screen. Instead of feeling nervous, he chuckled. That look was as if he saw experience packs all over the floor. Buzz! Zhaixing's body trembled slightly, as if it also felt Qi Ye's high, fighting spirit, and became extremely excited. Start scanning and lock onto all targets above level A on the battlefield. Qi ordered. Scanning. There are 56 A-level exotic beasts and 397 B-level exotic beasts within the radar range. Zhaixing reported calmly. Very good. Pick the stars and unlock your talent directly. Today, I'll let you absorb experience to the sky. Command confirmed. As Zhaixing finished her words, the armor on the chest of her obsidian-like machine slowly cracked. A bottomless black vortex, emitting a strange black light, appeared out of nowhere. The terrifying suction force exploded instantly. Those D-level and C-level monsters that were rushing in the front didn't even have time to let out a cry before they were torn apart by the irresistible force, sucked into the black hole, and turned into powder in an instant. At the same time, Zhaixing slowly raised a huge black and red sword in his hand. Kill! Qi roared and controlled Zhaixing, like a killing god from hell, rushing into the boundless tide of beasts without hesitation. The black machine rushed through the herd. Every time the huge black and red sword is swung, it will bring about a bloody storm. Those B-level monsters that are indestructible in the eyes of ordinary pilots are as fragile as paper in front of Zhaixing. Hard scales and sharp claws are meaningless in the face of absolute power. Cut, chop, crush. Zhaixing roamed freely among the group of strange beasts like cutting melons and vegetables, and flew at high speed towards the locked high-level strange beasts. A corner of the battlefield. The unmanned Yueying was clumsily dodging the attacks of the strange beasts around it. Her intelligence system prevents her from making precise and efficient kills like Zhaixing. She could only dodge passively, looking somewhat embarrassed. Looking at the black figure killing everyone in the beast tide not far away. A trace of envy and unwillingness flashed in Yueying's eyes. At this moment, a smaller D-class wolf-shaped monster broke through the defenses of the other pilots and pounced towards her with a roar. The sharp claws drew a deadly cold light in the air. At the critical moment, Yueying's body trembled violently. As if out of instinct, her right arm suddenly raised up. Buzz! A lightsaber made of pure energy extended from her mechanical arm. The sharp lightsaber drew a graceful arc on the chaotic battlefield. Puff! The wolf-shaped beast suddenly froze in its tracks. The next second, its body was neatly split in half from the middle. The smelly blood dyed the ground under Yueying's feet red. Yueying looked at the lightsaber in his hand and the slowly falling corpse of the alien beast, seeming a little bit unbelievable. I killed it. Not far away. Qi, who was enjoying a feast of slaughter in the beast tide, had been paying attention to Yueying. Seeing this scene, the smile on his face became even wider. Not bad, there's progress. He whispered to himself. Although it is only the weakest D-level monster, it is already a remarkable breakthrough for Yueying now. Being able to achieve this is already excellent. Chapter 1:17 Happy. Boom! Another huge B-level bear-like monster was cut in half by Zhaixing's giant sword. The smelly blood mixed with internal organs splattered everywhere like bursting tomatoes. The black vortex greedily devoured the corpse and the dissipated energy, not even sparing a drop of blood. In Qi Ye's mind, the value representing the power of picking stars jumped up a little again. Strength, 158, 181. Cool. Qi couldn't help but growl, and his grip on the joystick tightened a little. The feeling that each sword swing was stronger than the last made his adrenaline surge wildly. Fighting is fun. Wherever Zhaixing passes, he is unstoppable and can destroy everything in his path. Every slash is like an aesthetic feast of extreme violence. At the same time, Zhaixing was also enjoying this feast. The energy in the body's core is operating at an unprecedented efficiency, and surging power fills every circuit. The feeling of being driven by Qi Yi is completely different from when she fights on her own. It was an ultimate experience where the energy circuits were completely filled and the body was completely under control. At the other end of the battlefield, Yue clumsily waved the lightsaber in his hand, cutting a sea-level mantis monster that pounced on him into two pieces. Hoo-hoo, since you can't fly well, then don't fly. Yue encouraged herself in her heart. Qingsheng, military command room. On the huge virtual light screen, dense red light spots are pouring towards Qingsheng from all directions. Report to the command center. Outside the western city wall, the number of exotic beasts is still increasing. 3A-level flying monsters were found in the south wall area. Repeat, 3A-level monsters. Anxious cries for help were heard one after another on the communication channel, and the atmosphere in the entire command room was extremely solemn. Ji Qing-song stood in front of the command desk with a grim look on his face. He looked at the increasing number of strange beasts on the light screen, his brows tightly locked together. With the current number of pilots in Qingsheng, it is almost an impossible task to quickly eliminate a beast tide of this scale. Well, Ji Qing-song couldn't help but let out a sigh. If that planetary-level ship girl didn't take action, this battle would probably turn into a protracted war with huge consumption. At this moment, an officer in charge of monitoring suddenly exclaimed, "Report to the commander. We have detected traces of huge energy activity underground in Qingsheng." What? Ji Qing-song was startled and immediately turned his gaze to the light screen in front of the officer. On the underground structure map of Qingsheng, an extremely huge red light spot was seen moving slowly. Its movement trajectory points directly to the energy node that supports the underground realm shield. It's a strange beast. Based on the energy fluctuations detected, if no intervention is made, the underground shield can only hold out for 4 hours at most. The officer's voice trembled slightly. Ji Qing-song's pupils suddenly contracted, and a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Immediately activate the underground A-level protection plan. Seal off all main pipelines. Inject high-temperature reactants. Connect all lines to high-voltage electricity. Also, pour all the highly corrosive acid in stock into me. He almost shouted the order. No matter what, we must not let it get close to the energy node. Amid the beast tide, Chi also noticed something was wrong. These strange beasts seemed to be endless. After one wave was killed, another wave came. He has killed dozens of A-level monsters while driving the star-picking bike, and countless B-level and C-level monsters. But looking ahead, the distant horizon was still dark. These guys, are there a lot of them? Chi frowned. I'm afraid this battle won't end so easily. In that case, Chi took a deep breath and his eyes became more focused. Then let's kill them happily. He completely emptied himself, no longer thinking about tactics or calculating gains and losses. All operations are left to the body's instincts. Dodge, charge, and swing your sword. Every movement is smooth and there is no redundancy. He seemed to have completely merged with Zhaixing, turning into the deadliest god of death on the battlefield. A black and red sword light flashed, and the head of another A-level monster shot up into the sky. Without even waiting for the huge corpse to fall, Zhaixing's body had already turned into a shadow and rushed to the next target. The feel is coming. This feeling is indescribable, as if the whole world is under his control. Qi was immersed in this ultimate pleasure of operation, with a crazy smile on his face. However, as happy as he was, picking stars was just as weird. To be honest, the feeling of having the machine's performance squeezed to the limit makes star picking very enjoyable. Whether it was the surging sense of power or the exhilarating combat experience, it made her feel unprecedented satisfaction. Why is there a strange tingling sensation coming from the connection of the joystick as Chi operates it? That feeling was like a weak electric current extending along the body circuits. Eventually, all converged into her intelligence core. The tingling and numb feeling made her thoughts, which had been frozen for years, become a little confused. The body seems to have become a little strange. The joints of the armor seemed a little itchy. The core temperature is rising uncontrollably. Is this, right? Is this how normal driving should be? Zhaixing's mind fell into chaos. But no matter what, it was fun. Her virtual image appeared uncontrollably in the cockpit. She looked at Qi as profile, and for a moment, she was a little dazed. Maybe it's not bad to have a pilot like this. She doesn't have to think about anything, doesn't have to do anything. Just lie down and enjoy it. On the ground battlefield in the distance, Yue has completely entered the state. If you can't fly well, then don't fly. She turned into a white whirlwind among the endless group of strange beasts. Every swing of the lightsaber in his hand will take away several lives. Those ferocious and terrifying beasts that seemed to her to be baring their fangs and claws were rendered so fragile that they could not withstand a single blow under her sword. She gradually mastered the rhythm of the battle, and her movements became more and more smooth. Smelly blood and broken limbs piled up around her. For the first time, she discovered that fighting could bring such pure pleasure. It turns out that I could be so strong. Yue had no idea how her basic stats were a huge blow to this group of D-level monsters. She only knew that she was very happy, because she was finally no longer the burden who could only hide behind and shiver. Chapter 118: The Strangeness of Picking Stars. The sky, unknowingly, had completely darkened. The blood-red sunset sank into the horizon, and the night sky was like a huge black veil covering the entire earth. Yu Fei was standing barefoot on the towering city wall, her tall figure looking somewhat lonely in the night. Her gaze penetrated the chaotic battlefield and locked onto the black machine that was rampaging in the beast tide. Killing, crazy killing. Under Qi Ye's control, Zhaixing turned into a war machine with ridiculous efficiency. The giant sword was swung, and wherever it passed, the remains of strange beasts piled up like mountains. There's really no need to say much about the ability of the mecha girl to fly. Yu Fei gave Qi Yi a fair evaluation in her heart. Whether it was grasping the timing or squeezing the machine's performance to the limit, Qi Yi did it almost perfectly. But this has nothing to do with becoming her Yofei's captain. What she needs is a companion who can grow with her and conquer the stars and the sea together. A strong person with lofty goals and the ability to break through human limitations. Although she is now a planetary starship, she is not satisfied with it. Above the planets are stars, galaxies, and the even more vast and boundless universe. She has to improve, doesn't she? If after the contract, Qi only wanted to rely on her performance and be content with the status quo, then she would rather stay on this small planet forever. Keep waiting for the next destined person. And the best way for humans to break through the limits is... Yu Fei's gaze fell on Zhaixing again. The S-level talent, gluttony, not only strengthens the mecha girl, but also provides the pilot with a growth shortcut that is almost cheating. With every devourment and every reinforcement, the pilot's spirit and body will be tempered in the flood of data. Currently on the blue planet, only picking stars can allow human physique to break the limits. But in order to share talents, a core contract must be signed. Otherwise, the feedback of gluttony will only affect Zhaixing. If he couldn't even conquer Zhaixing and make her willingly sign the core contract, then there was no need to talk about her. Yu Fei withdrew her gaze and looked to another place on the battlefield. That snow-white body was fighting hard among the beasts. The movements were still a little clumsy and the posture was not elegant, but there was a world of difference compared to the beginning. This girl named Yue? Yu Fei's brows furrowed slightly. The origin of Yue is unknown, and the source of its core is not the star core. Could it have been made by the humans on Blue Planet themselves? No. Yu Fei immediately rejected this idea. With the current technological level of this planet, it is absolutely impossible to create a core with such pure, well out of thin air. She slowly raised her head and looked up at the night sky that was flickering due to the flames of war. It seems as if you want to see the endless sea of stars through this thick sky. Is it from there? She whispered softly, but her voice was blown away by the wind, and no one heard it. Boom! The huge black and red sword, with a scream that tore through the air, split an A-level mantis beast in half from head to toe. The green slurry exploded and was instantly swallowed up by the black vortex on Zhaixing's chest. Qi has been completely immersed in the joy of killing strange beasts. It had been a long time since he had experienced such an exhilarating battle. It feels so hot. He felt happy, and Zhaixing was also feeling this happiness in another way. Controlled by Qi Ye's wild and precise operation, every bit of energy in the body was mobilized. The surging sense of power made her almost moan. Along with this extreme pleasure of battle, a strange feeling also kept coming from deep within the core of the machine. Crisp, numb, and itchy. Her core, which had been frozen for years, began to heat up and her thoughts became a little confused. The core temperature is rising uncontrollably. She felt that if Qi Yi continued to drive her like this, she would really become very strange. It will be completely broken. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore. A virtual projection took shape in the cockpit. There was an irrepressible blush on Zhaixing's cold face at this moment. Those dark eyes were also covered with a layer of mist, appearing sparkling. That, she looked at Qi Ye's profile, which was full of excitement, bit her lip, and spoke with some difficulty. The machine is overheating. Can you slow down for a moment? There was a tremor in her voice. If the machine is overloaded like this for a long time, the coolant inside will be insufficient. Qi Ye's movements suddenly froze. Zhaixing's words were like a basin of cold water, waking him up from the extreme pleasure of battle. He seems a little bit dizzy. He looked down at his hand that was about to crush the joystick, and then looked at Zhaixing, who was beside him with a flushed face and evasive eyes. Qi Ye's Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably. He indeed ignored the problem. When he was driving those cold lumps of steel in his previous life, what he liked most was to drive them hard and squeeze every bit of performance out of the machine. This habit seems to have been brought over to this life. When I'm driving a drone, I always want to pedal as hard as I can. But he overlooked that the mecha girls have autonomous consciousness, and any discomfort in their bodies will be fed back to their core. After hearing what Zhaixing said, that crazy fighting spirit gradually cooled down. A feeling of fatigue came over me. He was indeed a little tired. Qi leaned back in the driver's seat and let out a long sigh. His eyes subconsciously turned to the battlefield on the ground in the distance. Yueying was still struggling among the beasts. Although they were able to protect themselves, they still seemed a little struggling when facing the endless tide of beasts. It's time to change the driving machine. Yueying's battle seemed to be having some difficulty, and he really needed his help. Send me to find Yueying. I'll give you some time to prepare, so you don't break it down in one go. Qi said to Zhaixing beside him. Zhaixing said nothing, and forced himself to suppress the discomfort in his body and flew towards Yueying. A moment later, Zhaixing landed smoothly next to Yueying. Qi. When Yueying saw Zhaixing appear, she was stunned at first, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. The cockpit door slowly opened. Qi jumped out of the cockpit of Zhaixing without any hesitation. In midair, Yueying immediately came forward, stretched out her palm, and caught him steadily in her palm. Well done. Qi jumped directly into the cockpit that Yueying had opened for him. The cabin door was closed, completely isolated from the noise of the outside world. An incomparable sense of familiarity instantly enveloped Qi. Yueying's cockpit is still the most comfortable. Pick the stars. Qi gave orders to the black machine outside through the communicator. Go kill for a while and get familiar with my operation. I'll come back to drive you after I'm done with my work here. Yes. Zhaixing was silent for a moment before responding in that cold voice. The obsidian-like body turned around and rushed towards the endless tide of beasts again. Chapter 119, It's Better Not to Be S-Rank. Xiao Yueying, did you miss me? Qi Ye's hands once again grasped the two familiar joysticks. The delicate touch came from the palm of my hand, as if I was holding a girl's Yueying's virtual projection appeared beside her, her little face flushed. You performed well just now, Qi said with a smile. He could feel that Yueying's physical condition was much better than before, but the intelligence attribute has not improved. Yueying grinned foolishly, her face full of happiness. Being praised by Qi made her happier than killing 100 strange beasts herself. Okay, relax, it's my turn to take you flying. Qi's tone became gentle. His fingers tapped lightly on the console. Connect the core to me quickly. Yueying's virtual image trembled violently. Although it was not the first time, every time she heard Qi Ye's request, she would feel an irrepressible shyness. To establish a core connection with the pilot is to open up everything about yourself to the other party without reservation. Don't dawdle. The experience packs outside, while the strange beasts outside are waiting for us to clean up. Qi urged. Yueying hesitated for a moment, but still closed her eyes obediently. Below the cockpit control panel, a previously closed slot slowly opened. A soft white light emanated from it, which was Yueying's intelligent core. Qi did not hesitate at all and skillfully connected his spiritual link probe to the glowing socket. An indescribable, tingling sensation instantly rose from the coccyx and rushed straight to the top of the head. Qi felt that his consciousness was instantly pulled away and merged into a warm and soft ocean. At this moment, Yueying's body seemed to have become an extension of his body. He could feel the energy coursing through every circuit in his body. Even the bends and wrinkles in the wires could be felt clearly. The two people's senses were completely shared at this moment. Xiao Yueying, are you ready? Yueying made a voice with a slight tremor. This feeling is so wonderful. It was as if the entire body was filled with Qi Ye's operating consciousness. I'm ready, I'm going to move. A smile appeared on Qi Ye's lips. Kill. Under Qi Ye's control, the snow-white body turned into a white lightning that tore through the night sky. No more clumsiness or sluggishness. Puff. A B-level alien beast just pounced out from the shadows, without even having time to show its fangs. A streak of white sword light had already accurately passed through its neck. The huge head shot up into the sky, and the boiling blood of the beast sprayed all over the ground. Yueying's body didn't even pause. While killing the strange beast, he slid nimbly to avoid the acid spray coming from the other side. Yueying was immersed in the ultimate pleasure of man-machine integration and was so excited that she almost moaned out loud. Although it has happened many times, but I still can't help but speak out. I have been becoming more and more of a loser lately. Zhaixing, who was far away, was watching this scene, with no expression on his cold face. She just followed Yueying silently. He devoured the corpse of the strange beast left after Yueying was killed, along with all the dissipated energy. The feast of killing continues. But this time, the protagonist changed from Zhaixing to Yueying. I don't know how long it took, but the sky had already become completely dark. On the bloody battlefield, the only thing left was the huge searchlight on the city wall, casting a pale beam of light, illuminating the blood-soaked darkness below the city. But the beast tide still showed no signs of receding. Looking around, there was not even a complete corpse of the alien beast on the ground. All the debris was completely devoured by Zhaixing's terrifying talent. At this moment, Zhaixing was quietly floating not far behind Yueying. She seemed to be really tired and no longer took the initiative to attack. Just follow quietly behind and be a qualified scavenger. Qi noticed her little action and couldn't help but chuckle. He said to Zhaixing through the public channel, "Finally, you've stopped being so stubborn. Do you know how to flatter others?" The star-picking machine suddenly paused. Qi's voice was full of teasing as he continued. "My thighs are so thick, you have to hold on tight." In the cockpit, a rare faint blush appeared on the cold face of the virtual projection of Zhaixing. She didn't answer, but silently moved her body closer to Yueying. The killing continues. However, just as the ground battlefield was gradually calming down, Qingcheng, inside the military command room. Drip, drip, drip. The piercing red alarm sounded throughout the room without any warning. Everyone was startled by the sudden alarm, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. "What's going on?" Ji Qingtsong suddenly stood up from his chair and asked sternly. An officer in charge of monitoring underground energy fluctuations, his face pale, pointed at the light screen in front of him, his voice trembling. "Commander, the abnormal energy source detected underground. Underground is broken through all our defenses. The high-temperature reactant failed. The high-voltage power grid was melted. The highly corrosive acid couldn't stop it. It's about to touch the energy node of the underground realm shield." Ji Qingtsong's pupils suddenly contracted, and he rushed to the light screen in one step. On the huge map of the city's underground structure, a red light spot so huge that it was frightening was moving rapidly. It has broken through layers of blockades and is only less than 100 meters away from the energy node of the realm. Once the energy node is destroyed, the boundary shield covering Qingcheng will instantly become ineffective. By then, endless strange beasts will pour into this city from all directions. The consequences are unimaginable. Immediately mobilize all the A-class mecha girls on standby. Enter the underground pipeline in human form. Stop it at all costs. "Yes, Commander." An adjutant walked over quickly with a serious look on his face. "Through analysis of the dissipated energy, we determined that the level of the strange beast underground is most likely A level." The adjutant paused, but the possibility of being S rank cannot be ruled out. "We have no way of making an accurate judgment based on energy dissipation alone." S level. These two words, like a heavy hammer, hit the hearts of everyone in the command room hard. If it's an S level monster, then sending an A level mecha girl down is no different from sending her to her death. The adjutant took a deep breath and asked, "Commander, do you want to call Qi back?" Ji Qingtsong's gaze was cast on the figure that was killing everyone in the battlefield surveillance screen. He was silent for a moment and finally shook his head. "No, his mecha girl form does have combat capabilities, but given his personality, he would never let his mecha girl go underground alone. He himself will definitely follow. The ground battlefield cannot do without him, and the underground environment is complex and the field of vision is limited. The advantages of manual control will be infinitely weakened. It is too dangerous. Hearing Ji Qing-song's words, the adjutant became anxious. But Commander, this time we need the stars, not MS-01. Zhaixing itself possesses extremely strong, autonomous combat capabilities. With her, even if the beast underground is really S-level, even if we can't kill it, we can definitely delay it for a very long time. Enough for us to redeploy our defenses. The adjutant's words made Ji Qing-song fall into deep thought. He knew very well that this was the best solution at the moment. But will Qi agree? Ji Qing-song's eyes swept across the light screen, and finally, as if he had made up his mind, he spoke slowly. Where are the other S-rank girls? Don't we still have Santai and Qingshang? There was a hint of bitterness on the adjutant's face. Commander, Xiang Xiaoyu has almost no combat ability in human form. As for Lei Hong and Wen Yu, they're driving their respective mechas and working together to strangle an S-level monster in the South City Gate area. The battle is at a stalemate, and they can't get away. The command room fell into deathly silence. Ji Qing-song closed his eyes and rubbed his aching eyebrows. After a long while, he opened his eyes again. Let's ask Qi for his opinion first. Tell him the current situation and leave the choice to him. If it doesn't work, let those A-rank mecha girls go down first. I just hope that guy down there isn't an S-rank one. Chapter 120 Underground Passage. Just as Qi was driving the moon shadow and killing everyone in the beast tide. Boom! Suddenly, the earth shook violently. It seemed as if some huge monster was rolling deep in the earth. Yue Ying's machine, which was maneuvering at high speed, suddenly trembled. What's going on? Qi paused, immediately stabilized the body, and looked around vigilantly. Qi, Yue Ying's voice suddenly sounded in the cockpit, with a hint of urgency and desire. I feel it. Down there, such a strong energy fluctuation. There was something strange in her deep blue eyes. It was an almost instinctive, irrepressible desire. Qi, she suddenly turned her head and stared at Qi closely, her voice trembling slightly. I want it so badly. When Qi heard this, he was stunned at first. He looked at Yue Ying's big, watery eyes and her impatient look, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. He reached out and gently pinched the smooth face in Yue Ying's virtual image. Am I not satisfying you now? His voice was teasing. Why? It's not enough. Oh, that's not what I meant. Yue Ying's face turned red, and she quickly slapped his hand away. She stamped her feet and explained incoherently, It's the energy underground. I feel like it has something to do with my core. I can feel it. As long as I can get it, I will definitely become stronger. The smile on Chiye's face faded and his brows furrowed slightly. The things underground must be extraordinary, as they can cause Yue Ying to have such a strong reaction. Just as he was thinking, a communication request suddenly came into the cockpit. Qi pressed the connect button, and Ji Qing-song's slightly solemn face appeared on the light screen. Qi boy. Ji Qing-song's voice sounded a little serious. You also felt the vibration just now, right? Yeah. Qi nodded. What's going on? The situation is very bad. Ji Qing-song said in a deep voice. Our underground detector captured a huge energy source during the vibration just now. It is moving quickly, and its target is the underground energy node that supports the entire Qingsheng realm shield. Based on the preliminary judgment of the energy fluctuations, that thing might be an S-level monster. S-level exotic beast? Chia's pupils shrank slightly. Old man, you are looking for me. Do you want me to go down and solve it? That's right. Ji Qing-song nodded, but then changed the subject. However, I must remind you that this mission is extremely risky. The underground environment is complex. If something goes wrong, it will be difficult for us to provide effective support in the first place. You are still only a bronze medal pilot of the pilot union. You're not tied too tightly to our military and Qingsheng. So, you can choose to refuse this mission. Ji Qing-song's tone was sincere. He really needed Qi Ye's strength, but he also didn't want to force this young man with unlimited potential to carry out such a life-threatening mission. Qi Yi was silent. He glanced at Ji Qing-song's serious face on the light screen, and then looked at Yue beside him, whose face was full of tension and anticipation. Is there any need to hesitate? Mooney wanted. That's enough. What's more, an S-level monster. What a huge experience package that would be. If it were swallowed by Zhaixing, it would probably feel great. Old man, if I take Yueing and Zhaixing with me to go underground, can you send someone to replace them on the ground? I want to take them both away. Ji Qingsong was not surprised to hear this. Sure, he said without hesitation. Although the pressure on the ground battlefield is high, we can still hold on. The most important thing now is that the shield node underground must not be damaged in any way. Once the boundary shield fails, the entire Qingcheng will be completely exposed to the claws of the beast tide. Okay, remember to send me the coordinates of the underground entrance. Qi said in a deep voice. The communication was disconnected. Qi took a deep breath, controlled Yueing, turned around, and flew towards Qingcheng at high speed. Qingcheng, West District. In an extremely secret military restricted area, an alloy lifting platform slowly rises from the ground. Qi, Yueing, and Zhaixing, who were in human form, stood on the platform together. With a slight vibration, the platform began to slowly descend. The descent was fast, but the process was unusually smooth. The elevator shaft was pitch black, with only the flashing indicator light on the edge of the platform emitting a faint glow. I don't know how long it fell. Bite. A clear warning sound was heard, and the platform finally stopped descending. The heavy alloy door slowly opened to both sides with a dull mechanical sound. The passage is not big, and it is barely wide enough for one girl to stand in. It seems very crowded. On the walls on both sides of the passage, every few dozen meters, there is an emergency light emitting a dim light. The air was filled with a smell mixed with metal and dust. This is the underground refuge city that Qingcheng secretly built hundreds of years ago in order to prepare for a full-scale nuclear war. Ji Qingsong's voice rang out in the empty passage through the public channel. Its structure is like a huge maze, covering the entire underground of Qingcheng. Although it has never been used in peacetime, we have never stopped maintaining and upgrading it over the past few hundred years. It's just in case one day humans need to use it again. I have marked the coordinates of the energy source on your map. The rest of the journey will depend on you. Good luck to you. Ji Qingsong's voice disappeared. Silence returned to the passage again. Qi took a deep breath, then raised his left wrist, revealing a peculiarly shaped black bracelet. This is exactly the piece of light combat armor that Shang Muing gave him, which is said to be able to withstand the full force attack of an A-level monster. He has always felt that this thing is useless. After all, in the battles between mecha girls where the world is destroyed at any time, this level of defense is no different from that made of paper. But now, it seems that the time has finally come for it to come in handy. Qi's mind moved, and he pressed a button on the bracelet. Accompanied by a slight energy buzzing sound, a layer of black substance like liquid metal quickly poured out from the bracelet. They seemed to have life and spread rapidly along Qi's body. In just a few seconds, a set of streamlined beauty, like a close-fitting battle armor from Underworld, covered his entire body. The armor fits his body curves perfectly, making his already tall and straight figure look even more agile and powerful. The special design of the joints allows him to move without any hindrance. Qi moved his hands and feet, feeling the sense of security brought by the armor, and nodded with satisfaction. Then he pulled out a standard pistol from his waist. He had just taken this gun from the guard. As for the power, I guess it's not even enough to tickle the monster. Something is better than nothing. He held the pistol in his hand and turned to look at the two mecha girls beside him. A girl with hair as white as snow, pure and moving. A girl with black hair like a waterfall, cold and arrogant. Two stunning beauties, one on the left and one on the right, stood quietly behind him. Let's go. Zhaixing took the first step and strode towards the depths of the passage.